They are.
Oh yeah,
Trachtenberg will
BADlands was
save
peak
Predator,
fire.
and Ridley will save Alien.
Fede Alvarez, I
Will
think.
he
And
save it? Like, it's not looking. The prospects aren't looking great for this film at the box office. So,
Yeah,
is he
how's it
going to
doing?
save
Okay,
it?
but
Is
it's
he going to
saved in
get another chance
quality.
to make a movie?
yeah,
But
have you
what does
seen
that
the Rotten
matter if they don't
Tomatoes?
make any more movies anymore?
It'll become a cult classic like Blade Runner.
And it'll cause
That's
realize that
right.
we should invest in these.
It's like
Well,
yeah,
the
this is
thing
like
is, they'll
Andor.
come back.
It's
It's
building up.
it's
It's
like
investing.
Terminator. I meant more like because Terminator hasn't been successful like cinematically since
In
like Terminator
50
3.
years or
But you know, in terms of making money, even that one might it was
I
ooh,
was
it's
yeah, I
like
was
you know
gonna say, did
it's still a
Terminator
we're
3
name
even
that
do that
people
well?
fine
recognize.
'Cause
positives here, but they still keep coming back. You know, like if this one fails and then it puts it on ice for a little while, they'll come back. It's probably not like Tron, which is probably dead.
Mhm.
They probably won't
Probably
come
for at
back to
least
Tron, but
another. It's kind of like
Tron just
Indiana
goes into
Jones. I feel
hibernation.
where kind of yeah, I think
in
so.
fact, yeah, you're
Indiana
probably right.
Jones
They'll
and
come back
Terminator
good
are
eventually.
on.
Yeah, but Tron doesn't have
They're in
few years.
hypersleep. They're in
Tron doesn't
cryosleep.
have anything like the Xenomorph or the Predator. That's just such an
I'd say it's
incredible
more so
concept.
that
They
It
keep
has
on
Tron.
dragging it.
Tron fights for
Tron
the
doesn't have
users.
any. I'd say it's more that like Tron doesn't have like any big success. Even the first Tron didn't do like great.
I mean, they've
So it's
overestimated
always
the fucking budget versus box office every single time.
yeah, which it
Make
now
your
looks
movies
like they're
cheaper,
doing
you
the same thing
fools.
for Predator Badlands, $100 million, because it's like, man, Predator's like never been quite as successful as Terminator or Alien. I know we're kind of grouping them together almost arbitrarily, but it feels like you can group them together.
Oh,
And
of
it's
course, I
always
feel like you
been
can.
yeah,
Always,
just-
always.
successful
I even
in
throw
group.
Jurassic in there.
So-
It's just
Jurassic,
another.
Jaws, The Thing, and just those iconic movies of those eras. You kind of just put them all in your head.
We'll see, but you know, I mean,
We'll see.
$100 million.
Well, it's just funny because it seems they're still in the position of if we had given him 500 million to make this Predator movie, it should make 2 billion, right? Maybe even 3.
I think
maybe
yeah,
4?
there's a direct correlation with how much you spend versus how much you make.
Well, and
I
also
think.
because it's PG-13, which is kind of awkward as well, because like surely they recognize that's not tenable forever. You can't like what happens when humans come back, like into
What
the
happens-
story. You know,
But even more so than that, without making anything else, what happens when the kids that you draw into this movie ask their parents to watch like any other Predator movie? It's like, so
that'd
is
be a bit
this supposed
awkward.
to be a series for
Yeah.
kids, or like is it primarily R-rated with the exception of, I believe, only the original Alien versus Predator was the only other one that was not rated R.
Yeah, that's a weird situation for a kid watching Disney Predator for the first time and then trying to get into the franchise. Like they've screwed themselves and they've completely screwed themselves with this one.
Yeah, and I mean, like I watched Predator when I was a kid, but also my like dad was okay with me watching like more violent Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. So
Mhm.
it's like it's one thing
That
if
one's
you
okay. Yeah.
yeah,
That one's-
like if you,
yeah.
you
I'd let my
set the
kids
tone
watch
for what
that.
Well,
But there's a
there
lot
you
of
go,
kids
though,
who
I
just
mean,
don't.
like-
They're not allowed to watch violent stuff. We are some of the lucky ones who had access to this, or we had a cool dad, or like.
Well,
an
I
uncle
was
or
one of
something,
those
you know?
kids. I
Yeah,
was
same.
like my dad and mom. They let me watch all sorts of stuff, but they also definitely had their line. I think Mahler and I had kind of talked about this because he and I were basically opposites in this regard. I wasn't allowed to watch like Simpsons.
Oh.
yeah,
yeah,
I knew people who weren't allowed to watch Simpsons. I thought that sucked for them.
Holy shit, that sucks, bro.
when my dad would
lot of
sometimes
Simpsons
play
growing up.
Quake on the old Macintosh, he wouldn't want me to watch, so I'd have to like peer around the corner and watch and see. and stuff like that.
We're so fucking opposite. My dad was
Yeah.
just like video games. What even are the pixel? What like colors? You could do whatever you want. And then I'm playing, Mortal Kombat, Resident Evil when I'm fucking like 9 or some shit. And he's just like, "Oh, that's cute. Look at you with your little joysticks doing your
You
little."
got to have video
Exactly the
games.
same. Yeah, because some
I
parents
didn't really
can,
get to play video games. It was
some
always at
parents
friends'
can,
houses and stuff.
some parents can definitely trust that their children can understand the difference between fantasy and reality, and there's just fucking pixels on the screen. Do your thing. So my parents were the exact same way. Just like there were no real limits for me when it came to media.
Yeah, my dad was
So you just get
gauging it,
exposed to so many
but
things.
he definitely was taking some risks. He was like, "Come on, you
Oh,
can
yeah.
watch this now, right? Right? Yeah, okay, we're good." Like, ooh, I'm still a little bit close, but we're fine. He seems to be having fun. We're all good.
Yeah.
I guess mine were a bit more like classic, you could say, and read books and go outside and do sports stuff, and be that kind of kid. And You know, I'm not bitter or mad or anything. Is a lot of good things happen because of that. It's just a different sort of thing. And yeah, I missed out on some stuff, but it pushed me into other things that I'm really glad I got into.
I
Because I
did.
read a shit ton as a kid. You know, it was part of the result, and I was doing
Mhm.
sports and Boy Scouts and all that. So
I did venture outside, but I learned not to trust that place. Like I knew it was dangerous, and
outside's a mixed bag, man. Let me
Mhm.
tell you. And I've spent a
Playing
lot of time
PlayStation 2.
outdoors.
There is danger
Yeah.
outside.
Yeah, but just I don't know. It's a safe place, man. When you have your media and you have your hobbies, and whatnot, you just it's a controlled environment. There's a reason people like their the indoors. Like it's just not just being a nerd. The amount of drama
Cyrus,
and the amount of variables that you just remove when you just want to chill and watch a movie. It's just
Well, yeah,
it's
but the
very,
Smiling
it's very
Friends are
cool.
gonna go to the great outdoors this week, and that's gonna be fun for
Mm.
them and exciting.
will.
And Pim said it. He can't wait to reconnect with nature.
Mm-hmm.
That's
now,
what he said.
Cyrus K knows the Rags lore. He remembered I wasn't able to buy Minecraft when it was like in its alpha, whatever it was version, because I didn't have a card to buy things with at the time. I had to give cash to a friend's dad so that he could buy it for me and I could play Minecraft. So, that's the stuff you had to do, But that's part of the adventure, part of the thrill.
When in chat
I guess
referencing look outside, which yes, if you look outside in the beginning of that game, it kills you. So I think it's a very realistic game. Like, and it tries to warn you. So it's very engaging for me personally. I would recommend it for that reason
Smaller,
Mahler, you and
specifically.
our lives have been somewhat consumed by different video games this week. Our creators has been it for me. I know Az has talked about it, but
Yeah, I've
man,
been
I've been
saying it's
playing a
good
shit
shit.
ton of that with friends. I love our creators. Would highly recommend it. And obviously because of I watched a little bit of you play and look outside, and I'm like, hey, this looks pretty nifty. So that's definitely on the to-do list. So we will see. Oh, my drink's done. Fantastic.
well, I guess the point I was trying to make though is that I don't like obviously there are like parents who are like no violent stuff, absolutely nothing. If it's violent, if it's rated R, you're not watching it. What is the point of marketing any Predator film to them? Like to those parents?
I guess it's that PG-13 movies. It's just a wider net of people who can see it.
I guess the question is though, like, okay, there's a wide net of people who can see this one Predator movie, but all the other Predator movies they can't see. So
Yeah.
what is the point in what you're doing is making a very conscious decision to totally switch the target audience in a way that actually excludes the target audience from going back and watching the rest of the movies in your franchise. So the point I imagine would be we're going to try and fundamentally change what Predator is going forward. This is what it's going to be now, which fills me with dread and depression, but that might be the calculation. Or they just haven't thought about it in the way that James Gunn hasn't thought about, Superman and Peacemaker not really belonging to the same audience and yet informing each other's story. It'll be kind of interesting to see. I mean, I hope they go back to much higher age ratings for Predator movies based on the movie we've just watched.
Yeah.
But
Well, on that note, interestingly, the Trachtenberg
Burger.
Killer of Killers,
I was
which
gonna
was the
say.
anthology animated one that released, I think it was June of this year. That is rated R.
Yeah.
That is animated, and the live action one we get here is PG-13, and we'll get into that in a moment.
all
but it is
know
worthy
why.
of noting. But we do
Yeah,
know
they-
why. Allegedly, we know why. Allegedly, because this is what was said by Trachtenberg. He said it was designed to be PG-13 from the get-go. That was the intention of it from the beginning of his idea. This would be a
Whatever.
PG-13 movie,
Whatever.
which is like, if you say so. I don't know. I feel like there was other people involved in that conversation,
Yeah.
but
By the way, you
Well, I
said
thought
you'd seen some of me playing Look Outside. I just want to grab it before it goes, but you didn't choose anything other than my earlier strikes, because those are spoilers if you watch the. It's like that kind of game.
no, it was. I didn't watch very much at all because I wanted to avoid spoilers, and it was just like a fight with some creature and that sort of
Okay.
thing. But I didn't tune in. No, I know nothing except like the most basic premise that it says on the box. I know nothing about anything.
I
about
also
it.
wish to draw everyone's attention to this. I was watching Metal play some Ninja Gaiden while I was editing today, and something happened and I clipped
Yeah,
it. And I wish for everyone to pull it up. We'll sync and then we'll play because
Okay.
all right. I don't want to spoil anything. I'm sending it to Nick Diorio as well because he's gonna have to review this.
Ninja Gaiden Forge tomorrow too.
Beautiful.
Shameless
All right,
plug.
is everyone ready? On 0.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, there's 3 voices I've yet to hear.
Just
Oh, yeah,
load it
ready,
up. Give me 1 second.
One last voice.
Well, I said yes. If you
It's not you.
Sorry, my microphone's being a
Rush.
There you
shit. Yes,
go.
I am ready.
All right.
Okay, there he is.
All right.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't smoke.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I just fucking absolutely fucking raped myself.
Oh no! No, you can't do that.
Yeah, sometimes
That's
Ninja
not-
Gaiden hard mode do be like that though.
Jeez.
It's funnier every time.
It's really funny the more you watch it. Just fucking raped myself.
Having a Wings of Redemption moment.
Dang.
Yeah,
Has he gone through it? Has he beaten? Did he beat?
Yeah, he just beat it. Ninja Gaiden 4 hard mode though, the enemies hit very, very hard, and Master Ninja difficulty absolutely filtered me.
Oh,
I
he
like,
was,
okay, I can't.
He was losing it. He was not apparently having a lot of fun, but I guess he made it, which is what matters.
By the way, before we talk about this movie, as always, like the meta drives me crazy. The way that people talk about this movie, like something that a lot of has been going around is, wow, man, Trachtenberg has made like the 3 highest rated Predator films on Rotten Tomatoes, and then it's like, guys, doesn't it mean anything to you the fact that the original Predator like
Is
doesn't
one of the
have a
lowest,
great
yeah.
Rotten Tomatoes score? Like, why doesn't that make you go like, why am I even like appealing to this as a metric? Like, and I've seen it as well for the cinema score for the audience. Grace Randolph, like, oh, it's the highest. It's an A-. That's the highest in the franchise, higher than the original Predator, which is a B+. Why do you not like? Do you understand that?
Yeah, is that not
Like,
a
I
red
don't really
flag?
care when you tell me this.
How
Like,
many of these people have seen the original Predator?
Well, it makes you wonder at this.
I mean, I've
point,
heard of
doesn't
it,
But here's the thing: like the audience scores for this series, Alien vs Predator got a B, Alien vs Predator Requiem got a C, Predator 2 got a B+, exactly the same as the first Predator movie. The Predator
Okay.
got a C+, and Predator's got a C+. It's like, what even is this list? Like, why are you pointing this list out to me? Like, I don't care what this list says.
These lists, it's like Rotten Tomatoes and these scores. They're only interesting in their own way when you compare it with itself. How different movies are rated within themselves, just as like, oh, that's a rather weird thing.
I think all I'm getting at is like when you tell me Predator Badlands is the highest rated above Predator, which doesn't even have a great score by these metrics in the first place. Like, I don't care, and you shouldn't
what's the
care
point?
either. Why
It
are you
failed
bringing
like the
this up?
obvious litmus test.
I will say, Predator is one among many films that a lot of people are like, yeah, it's good, but like, it's like a fun film. It's good action. It's good. It's good. And it's just like, oh no, it's like a masterpiece. I guess you don't know.
I think that's what a lot of people seem to think. It's just kind of like a fun, cool movie, not actually an incredibly well-crafted film.
I think they
Lots
piece
of
it
them
together
don't
with
even
things
think
like
that.
Commando in their head. Like they don't
Yeah.
actually treat it with the respect that it
Yeah.
deserves.
It's
Fun
like,
in the
it's that
jungle.
fun 80s thing. But
Yeah,
it
we're
doesn't
really
really
the script
cross
is
the threshold
fantastic.
like the other ones, right? Like Predator
Yeah.
doesn't actually belong with The Terminator or The Thing or these kinds of films that actually sort of transcend their genre to get the reputation that they deserve.
Oftentimes
don't
it's
know,
people
maybe that's the-
misunderstanding the point of especially the opening sequence. It's interesting, and I did take a look when I saw these Rotten Tomatoes scores, going and looking at some of the critics' reviews that give it the lower score, and the reason that the original Predator scores low. And it is kind of fascinating to see how many people who rate the movie down don't seem to have watched it, or if they have watched it, they didn't understand it. And it's not that complicated to understand, but they are professional critics, so what would you expect? And then they will give completely contradictory reasons. So it's another reason the Rotten Tomatoes scores are kind of useless, besides the fact that it's anything over 60% gets a fresh or whatever, is that people will find completely contradictory faults in something that they don't like, and you try and piece these together into any kind of coherent analysis of the movie, and it will fail. So if you go and take a look at critics rating down the original Predator, some will say, oh, it's just a generic action 80s thing that doesn't even try to be different. Another one will say it tries so hard to be different that it becomes incoherent. One of them will say, oh, there's just not enough character depth in this movie. The other one will say there's too many characters in the movie, and you kind of get lost with all the stuff that's happening with all of them. All of the negative reviews also agree that the movie has too much gore in it, which is just retarded, obviously. But these people are just there is a reason that these mainstream critics websites are failing, and they are well past time to fail completely. These people don't know what they're talking about. Most
Yep.
of them couldn't tell you what the
Have-
Predator movie is about, and they don't understand the point of the opening sequence. They just think the rest of the film is that.
If they don't
Have you
understand the point of
noticed-
the action at the beginning, they shouldn't be doing reviews. Like, period. Every
Kinda,
part of the
yeah.
film has a purpose, and if they don't understand the benefit of that, it's just crazy to me.
The contrast that the opening action scene is when they destroy all of the militants in the jungle, and how they, you know, kind of wipe the floor with them, coordinate, they got all their weapons and they just mop them up, and it's like these are the strong action men who could do it, and contrasting that with the rest of the film. Yeah, that's why it's there, not just to be entertaining, but to definitely set the contrast.
Yeah.
Certainly.
I would also
Fucking
say
is
that,
entertaining though.
It is. It's great.
Yeah.
And like, if you don't know what's
Yeah,
coming,
hell
it's
yeah.
fantastic. Like, you should cut off the opening scene with the
Stick
ship
around.
and just go into it blind, right? But there's
Yeah,
still
I
a purpose to
kind of
it,
agree.
and just not
I would say that
appreciating
about
that
The
is
Thing as
crazy.
well.
The Thing and Predator
I'd go
need to have
without it.
that scene just removed, and then you get the mystery element. Because going into The Thing and you just see the wolf, or sorry, the dog, you're totally confused. It's one of my favorite
Yeah.
cold openings.
No space.
I will say as well, I'm sure the vibes have been detected, if not given away exactly what the broad understanding of this new wonderful Predator film is, and especially if you've seen any other streams up to this point that have covered it. But we'll say, I just saw a little comment that said, you know, I think some people just like to hate on movies. This one was good. It's worth seeing. Just flip it around.
Damn shit.
Just flip it
Yeah, I
around.
mean,
Some people love to glaze movies. This one's bad. It's not
this
worth
movie's
seeing.
bad.
Yeah, just let me hate
Yeah.
things, okay?
Yeah.
It's just like
Yeah.
we're gonna have a chat about the whole thing, all right? So don't do the boring like you just hating, like you're just loving.
We thought about this movie more than anyone.
It's
I
just
mean,
crazy.
we kind of.
It's so silly to hear that over and over again. Like, haters don't have points, and we're gonna go through this entire movie and come up with all kinds of points. And compare that to
Positivity
what
just
you
gets a
liked about it.
pass.
Yeah, compare that to what you liked about it. I'm sure our list is gonna beat yours when it comes down to that. It's just, let's go and see
There's
what's
some
actually there.
things- Yeah.
I think also, especially when
Um,
it's a new entry in a film I enjoy, I always go in hoping it's going to be good, right?
course.
I don't want it to be bad. It would be great if it was awesome, but yeah, this movie's got a lot going on that isn't awesome.
Yeah, you think I want to pay theater movie prices to go see a terrible movie that I'm not gonna like and walk out going, I'll forget that soon. Of course
You know,
not.
like, why didn't I stay home and watch Predator?
Yeah, theaters are for good, proper experiences, movies that you know are actually worth seeing. Not this slop. It's just, man. I don't know. And I feel like that's kind of like Prey, the situation with Prey, where the effects and just the action scenes might be blinding people, but that only lasts like 3 months from what we've seen.
Yeah, but who talks about Prey really?
Exactly. Like, it just falls off after a few months. They just like Alien Earth. Who talks about Alien Earth anymore? Like,
It's
the
just-
people who are defending it during the beginning.
Similar
they just
phenomenon,
disappear.
sure, but the quality chasm between Alien Earth and Prey. Just saying.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Prey is like
Prey's
it
got
has
some
good
good stuff
things.
going
Prey
on.
has good stuff
Yeah.
in it. It just has
Well,
bad
it's
stuff
just,
too. Quite a
I
bad
mean,
stuff.
you know, Prey is better than Predator Badlands.
It
Yep.
is.
Yeah,
It
it
is
is.
better than Predator Badlands, and
It
it's
is.
not
Which
even.
I feel like it makes a lot of sense that that's the case, because Prey is like really, 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 really simple. This film is not as simple, and like many
Oh, not even
not
close.
great storytellers, when the film gets more complicated, they can't do it. Which is
Prey-
funny because
well-
this film is even that complicated, but it still falls apart.
Prey has Tabe. Like just one great
does.
character alone
Sure.
compared to these other
Sure.
ones, and it's over.
True, just
Well,
that
it has
alone
better
having a
action
good character.
sequences as well.
Yeah, the
Yes, it
direction in
does.
Prey is fantastic. It's the
As we'll
stupid
get
dog.
into.
Oh my god, her stupid dog. One of the most annoying dogs.
No,
for
no,
sure.
I like the dog.
Wow,
I
I
have
had no issue with the dog.
Why
Plot
you hate the
armor
dog?
doggo.
Oh,
Plot
that's
That's not
armor
the
why.
dog's
doggo.
fault.
That's not a reason
That's
to
not
hate the
dog's
dog.
fault.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you shouldn't
He
hate
was
the
a
I
dog.
cute
think more.
dog.
I think more
He was
dogs should have
annoying
plot
as
armor.
hell.
My people
think
should
it's-
survive these films.
His plot armor also was that he just fucked off when things got dangerous, which
Yeah,
you
he
know,
just spawned whenever she needed him. He was so annoying in terms of being
He's a
implemented.
good boy.
yeah, he's
Yeah,
good
yeah.
for it.
All right, fine. I'll leave him
Knows how
alone.
to run away when he's up against the threat he can't deal with too.
So in beginning our talk about Predator Badlands, I think it's worthy of noting a lot of the meta stuff surrounding this movie, especially in comparison to Prey, and some of the things that were inspiration for Dan Trachtenberg, who was the director of Prey He made Killer of Killers earlier this year, and he is the one who is the director of this film, Predator: Badlands. As far as probably what I would say are, and I say this very tentatively, the most relevant other Predator movies in the series, which I guess would be Predator. I mean, it's kind of hard to say because Predator: Badlands is very clearly segmented away from everything else in the franchise. Um, as far as the timeline is concerned, we'll get into that later, but it is very clearly just this is not a part of the rest. Other than the fact that it has the Yachtja, it has the Predator in it. Weyland Yutani shows up because they're super cool. I love Weyland Yutani, and you do too.
Because they're
Isn't that
clearly
great?
wanting to like actually ramp up towards like more of a cinematic universe, joining the
Yeah.
series together. Like, I mean, it's pretty
Well, yeah.
obvious that that's the intention there.
Absolutely. I mean, God, what if the fucking Predator shows up in season 2 of Alien Earth? Fuck me.
Ooh.
Oh, I guess
That would
everything's
be
on the
so
table at this
cool.
point. That
What
would
are
be
the
cool.
other What are the other Weyland Yutani references in other Predator movies?
Well,
Or is this the first?
I mean, it's Alien versus Predator would be what?
Yeah.
It's a pretty
Oh,
major
God,
one.
Excluding
that
no,
would
those.
be-
well,
Excluding those.
We got
I'm
the
talking
Alien
about-
Skull in Predator 2.
The
which
Alien Skull and
yeah,
Predator
connects.
2.
Yeah,
Oh,
when
yeah.
at the end when we see the Alien Predator skull, that's kind of what launched it. It launched a lot of the AVP stuff because that is, I mean, especially in concept, that's a fucking cool idea having these two,
Yeah.
in
Well,
the
yeah, and
same universe, and
It's
the idea of
grown
them
like
fighting
crazy
is
in
awesome.
the third-party shit, like comics, games.
Well, yeah,
the fandom is
the
blown up.
you know that
They just work
you know
well
that
together.
AVP comics didn't end until like 2020. They started in '89, I think, and they went all the way
Was it
until
that long?
2020. Yeah.
Hmm.
And they were like quite beloved. In fact, to
When
the
was-
point where when a
was it
lot
be-
of people like hear Predator, it's like it's almost like an intrinsic natural link to, oh yeah, Alien. They fight Alien.
Was that 89? Is that before Predator 2? When did Predator 2 come out?
89 is before
Nine-
Predator 2. That came out. in
Yeah.
Oh
1980.
wow. Yeah, I guess because I didn't know about those comics, because when I was a kid and I saw that alien skull in the Predator trophy room, I lost my shit. I was like, oh no,
Hell yeah.
that's amazing.
Yeah, it's a great crossover, and they work really well together. But
Well-
they reference the xenomorph, but I don't think they've ever referenced Weyland Yutani other than that. So I think this was unique. Definitely ramping up for more crossovers, like you said.
Well, hell, Weyland Yutani is unique in their depiction in this movie for reasons we'll get into as well. But yeah, there was the as far as the canon goes with Predator and Alien versus Predator, it is an ever-changing, tumultuous, rolling wave of confusion that if you ask people, you will get multiple different answers. There will be speculations about what is and isn't canon, what games are canon. Some are definitely, some are not. AVP used to be canon until it wasn't. It's like legitimately, luckily, something that's kind of interesting but not really important to Predator: Badlands. Though we'll talk about it a bit because it just shows sort of the state of confusion that this crossover and these franchises sort of are in at the moment. To begin, also one thing that I think is worthy of mentioning is, as Fringy said, this film has a budget of $105 million, which is no small chunk of change. And in comparison, Prey's budget was $65 million.
They were basically
significantly
fucked.
less.
Like that was just
Yeah.
what a stupid idea.
Yeah, because
It
Prey is
was-
a lot more viable as a because it's worth remembering. After Prey came out, because that was Hulu, that was a Hulu release, and there was a general
That's right.
sentiment of like, why did you do this? Why wouldn't you release this in theaters? And it feels like, oh sure, oh yeah, no, that's a good point. And we're also going to spend a lot more money. It's like, no, wait, hold on, no,
Fringy,
no.
Fringy, when I didn't even remember that at first. When I was doing research for this, I put in, oh, how much did Prey make at the box office? And I typed it in, and like the numbers didn't show up, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I was like, oh right, that's right. That I couldn't even remember. That's because it was streaming, yeah. And as far as the success of Prey, as far as it streamed, it was the most. Let me say, it was the most watched program across all platforms during the week of August 12th of 22. And it was the most watched movie in the US from August 5th to the 7th of that year. And it is, I mean, at least in these aggregate sites and such, it is rated pretty well. But it goes to just sort of highlight the insane risk that it is with saying, hey, same guy, here's like, 40 million more dollars. Let's put this in theaters now. based off of, Prey and its, quote unquote success or viewership. It is
Also,
not a
let's
choice that I would have
expand.
made.
Also, let's expand the scope to be something much larger scale and all the moving parts that are going on in it. Like Prey
Yeah, it
was
adds to the
not.
risk.
There's not much to Prey. Like it's just, hey, wilderness scenario. There's a predator. There's some people that want to hunt the predator. The predator's hunting them. That's it.
Yeah, it was kind of what
Very
loads of people
grounded.
said for a very long time they wanted to see. Predator should be one of the easiest things to make use of because you can just stick the Predator in different settings and time periods and do a good
Yes.
movie. How difficult can that be to do? Prey is way more conventional. Even then, it struggled, I think, to make its premise as interesting as the story needed it to be. And then the story
Mostly
itself
protagonist
kind of
issues, I would
shoots
say.
itself in the face, literally, in the final act as well. But yeah, also the protagonist is a
Aha.
bit dull. So like, it should that was a way more conventional offering to try and get people interested in Predator. And obviously, having a female protagonist was a bit to expand the range of audience interest in the thing. Whereas Badlands comes along, Badlands also wants to appeal to a much broader, more diverse demographic. But at the same time, it's less conventional and it is more, I suppose, stereotypically sci-fi junk, which is typically less appealing to the kind
It's
of
a
people it
slop
wants to
movie,
appeal
yeah.
to.
Yeah,
It's a
slop
slop
junk,
movie.
absolutely basic. I described it like it was Borderlands, but with a predator, and like instead of Claptrap, they have this annoying blonde, and like
That's
I
an
couldn't
interesting
believe.
way to
Yeah, it was
describe
just
it.
it really was just a video game. It's
I
like
think it's
so
very
fucking
fair,
basic.
yeah.
Yeah,
You
it's
know, it's
completely basic. I just gave up, and
that's
like for
a
me, go ahead.
Brooke, that's an excellent segue when you say you describe it as a video game,
hmm
because video games were part of the inspiration for this movie's
Oh yeah, Trachtenberg
creation.
is a gamer.
oh
So
God,
he
okay,
is a gamer. Let
yeah.
me throw some of these at you. Mahler, you will
I didn't even.
love
That's
this
so
one
funny.
I'm
in
assuming.
particular.
Well, I know about his YouTube career, so to speak. His Portal short film.
Well,
I actually didn't know about that.
not referencing the Portal stuff. He specifically cited that the 2005 PlayStation 2 game Shadow of the Colossus was quite an inspiration for him for Badlands, namely
What?
the relationship between. I know, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? I mean, you saw the film. I mean, come on,
shot
it's
of-
obvious.
the shot
So
of him
if I'm
jumping
the
on the callus.
telepods in the Fly movie and you put Shadow of the Colossus in A and Predator Badlands in B and analyze DNA, I would say a 0% match.
You fool! This is Shadow
I
of the
mean,
Colossus through and through. It's
I
so
guess-
one of
I
the
don't know.
things that well here Trachtenberg said that namely it was the relationship between the characters of Wander and Mono. Right, Wander's the protagonist. and
Whatever.
He said that
Whatever.
What like
he said this was a little bit inspired by those characters in terms of wanting to see the Predator with someone else, this kind of character with the opposite of him. The
You know,
Predator is very laconic.
She's
and,
not even
which is-
awake for
she's
the.
unconscious
I don't
for
know.
the entire game.
Okay, this is like saying
Well-
what's similar about them is that they're both beings and they both exist and they're both alive and they both breathe and presumably they
How many
both
lines-
shit.
Well, how many
Not the
lines does Mono
android.
have in Shadow of the Colossus?
Oh, countless. Maybe even 0.
Yeah.
Well, what's
none.
doubly weird about the fact that Mono has like no lines in Shadow of the Colossus is that he specifically cites her as being inspiration for Thea because she talks a lot. Yeah, he says
what is
that while the
happening? What-
Predator is he
I
said that
mean,
while
is
the
he thinking
Predator
of
is laconic
Eco
in
and-
that he doesn't speak much, she
Like-
is not. She's capable in ways that he isn't, but also
Okay.
physically, she's got a real thing that I'm so excited for you guys to see.
Okay.
So the developers of Shadow Colossus made a game called Eco prior to Shadow of the Colossus that you
Is it
actually
Eco
are.
or Ico?
Ico, I think.
I always said Eco. Oh well.
It's like the
whatever.
Bell Stars song.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Ico, whatever, ICO, and there you actually you do have someone with you through the entire game, so that kind of makes more sense. But Shadow Colossus, like the person you spend the most time with is your horse.
I don't think it's even worth I haven't played these games, but I know enough about these
This
games
is
to know that that's like an absurd thing to
obviously
say. Like, it's
horseshit.
like it's obviously not true. Predator Badlands is inspired by like the latest Ubisoft like open world game.
It's
I would say,
inspired by
much more
Star Wars Outlaw.
Yeah, like it is. The idea
Well-
that like Predator Badlands is some sort of contemplative, like subversive, you know, in some sense like quiet story. Like that just is it's ridiculous. It's obviously not the case.
mean,
this is just
it-
like a
but the
slop
little guy-
generic action movie.
It might have been
The little
far
guy
better
fights
if
the
it
big
were.
monsters. That's Shadow of the Colossus.
Even then, scale wise, God, I forget even the name of the thing in Casilisk.
The Calisk.
Callus, yeah.
Callus.
The Callus is like tiny compared to any Shadow of the Colossus monster.
Well, the
no,
thematics are there. It's a
it's-
little guy
like I
versus a
said,
big
It's
monster.
not worth
He doesn't
entertaining.
climb
I don't
him
even know
though,
why-
as
Yep,
if he's a
obviously
platforming
bullshit.
puzzle.
It's seriously not worth entertaining at all. That's just a stupid thing to say.
Yeah, if
Um,
anything, like he directed the Black Mirror episode playtest that Metal and I actually did a Forge on. That has a lot of video game parallels to it, but I would not say that Predator Badlands has any direct comparison to, especially Shadow of the Colossus.
The only connections Badlands has to video games are criticisms, as in that's how that would work in a video game. Not even a particularly
Yeah.
good one.
Oh yeah, Mahler? Well, how
Yeah.
do you think Badlands got its name? I'm
I'm
actually not fucking with you.
I figured
Well,
you
he
would say
anticipated
that.
the quality of the movie, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Is it a
Look,
Borderlands?
you poisoned the
reference?
well with the name of this episode, all right? That was your doing. That was not
Oh,
me.
whatever. I've already talked about it on Open Bar.
But
People know what
I
I
was-
think.
Predator bad.
Yeah, I was serious about the name. So Trachtenberg, he's a gamer, all right? He revealed that Predator Badlands was inspired by World of Warcraft because the film's title is named after a zone in the game's universe, the Badlands.
Whoa.
He
that's
said
amazing.
that in fact the movie's title was initially just a code name. It was just called, the code name was Badlands. The movie was originally going to be called Yatja, and the code name was, Badlands. Eventually the code name became Backpack, but he needed another code name, which is what Badlands originally was, and he needed to come up with that code name. And he says he looked over at his computer where he had the Blizzard launcher for World of Warcraft. And on the side of the Blizzard launcher, it said that one of his friends was playing World of Warcraft and was in the Badlands as a region. And so that's how he
What
was
an
like, oh, that's a great
inspirational
title.
We're
That's
actually
our
kind
guy's
of
name.
lucky. So the naming convention is just say what you see. We're kind of we're just lucky that it wasn't Predator coffee mug or something like that. Like Predator computer monitor,
Predator printer.
That was
Yeah.
pretty funny.
printer, keyboard.
Badlands is a region in World of Warcraft. It's not like Badlands is just a name that describes just a place, like in the real. You know what? Like what? What do we? It would be like that doesn't even make any sense to me. Like,
Yeah.
oh, the Badlands is a zone in World of Warcraft. Like Badlands just describes a thing that can actually
I've
exist.
been to the Badlands in the
Like-
north. Yeah.
Well, and doesn't
it's
Badlands
funny.
generally refer to a place that like things don't grow, and there's plenty of
mean,
there's plenty of
yeah,
fun
a little
in
bit.
the
If you go
flora.
to
It
the
is the opposite of this planet, which is very lush and filled
Very
with
lush.
crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's
mostly the
filled with
everything.
extremely dangerous and useful plants.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Badlands
also,
is mostly
I assume-
topography, as far as I know. Because
I
if you go to the
assume that,
Badlands in America, it's super
My assumption is
rocky
that
and
Disney told him, "You're not calling it Yautja, you're calling it
Yautja.
Predator."
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah,
would
like
you
the
call it
casual
that?
audience, you can't do Yautja. That's just for Predator hardcore people. It's not great to put in the title. You have to use the term Predator. But
So,
Badlands, come on, like that's just a horrible title.
well, just to be
could've
clear, it's
sworn,
not
though,
called
that-
Predator Badlands. It's called 20th Century Studios presents Predator Badlands. Copyright MMXXV 20th
Oh,
Century
God,
Studios.
yeah.
All right, reserved.
That was
Just to be
20
clear.
minutes in,
Just
randomly.
for-
That was
okay,
the
yeah,
weirdest
okay.
part of the whole thing. What the hell was
I
that?
didn't mind
Yeah,
that.
it's like
I-
Fox
20
News
minutes
comes-
later?
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't mind it
I
either.
don't-
It
I don't
was just
care. I
funny.
don't
It
really
was just
care.
amusing. But, yeah.
I actually don't mind like the title cards in either film, Prey or Badlands. It's like, yeah,
fine.
that's,
Well, having the copyright information below it in very large font was strange.
well, it just feels like it's older movies did that a lot. Like that's
Did they?
more.
I
Yeah,
feel like that one.
yeah,
That one
I
seemed
think
to
so.
like.
Back
I
in
don't
the
recall
olden
Prey being
times.
20 minutes into the film.
I mean,
though. That was a
old,
weird one.
like yeah, a lot of old
Yeah, this
films
is a
I
throwback
don't
film,
mind it.
baby.
I don't mind it.
I don't mind it either. It was a little amusing, but I didn't mind it either. I would agree.
I could have
I-
sworn though that for this title being Badlands, I could have sworn I heard something about them doing a follow up to Prey called No Man's Land that was set in World War One. So when I first saw the trailer for this movie, I was kind of stunned to see that it didn't seem to have anything at all to do with World War One, and instead
Well, that
there
sounds
was-
cool as fuck. So
And
we
that could have
can't
been
do
a hell of a
that.
lot cheaper and better, but oh well.
Anything.
Maybe
Maybe
you've
do an
talked about
interview and say
potentially-
Wondering
that
if I
he was
imagined-
drawing up a pitch for a movie featuring, I think it was World War II. I think Trachtenberg said he was looking at maybe doing a
was it?
Predator movie set against Nazis, and then instead we got this.
Well, remember,
guess the
Gary
thing though-
Busey specifically mentions Iwo Jima and where in places
Yeah,
in the
that is true.
past where the
Predator
predator has
too.
been, sort of spotted, and
Good old
so,
keys.
but it's all on the table.
Remember? Anyone remember?
His name is
Keys?
Gary Busey.
Remember Keys' son? Anyone? Anyone? Anyone?
Is that from The Predator?
It is.
Oh,
Played by the
Oh, yeah,
fella
that's why
from
I don't
Starship
remember.
Troopers.
Jake Busey.
That's the one. That's such a
Jake
wonderful,
Busey is,
wonderful little father-son sort
that was-
of. Oh, I'm so glad they did that. It was so good. I think he died. I don't remember.
Oh, poor Mr.
Fucking
Busey.
alien.
I think Gary Busey's still kicking around, isn't he? He's probably he's a force in nature.
They should get him in this.
Unironically,
You'd make it better.
yes.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
he would. And
make it
Danny
better.
and Danny Trejo.
Why don't they
Yeah,
make
we
him
need
like
to-
do mocap for his face and then make like a Busey saw, and he's just like a big dinosaur with a Busey face. But they don't do any filters. No filters to his voice. Just they tell him you gotta sound like a dinosaur. Do it. He's like, I got this.
No, what are you talking about? But there's so many practical effects in this movie. They've said that. So many practical effects. This film's got a lot of practical effects, even though it's pretty obvious that there is a substantial amount of CG in this film.
So I'm glad you mentioned
it is
that.
so funny how that's become such a marketing ploy. We did a lot of stuff practically. It's like, well, we know that you didn't do like the Predator's face practically, like that, like you didn't. We know that when they're leaping around in the trees and shit, that ain't real. Like,
It's obviously
the
bullshit.
whole planet isn't real. Like I don't even know why we're like, yeah, you may well have gone to a real place and actually shot there, but man, did you put a lot of gloop over that?
Well,
I
it was
actually had a
the
bunch
first.
of people tell me
Do you
when
know
I was
where they
complaining
went?
about this because I took the piss out
They
of it
shot
on
in New
Twitter for
Zealand,
the
I think.
CGI
Yes.
stuff, and I had a bunch of people say, "Well, like obviously they had to use CGI because it's on an alien planet. It's different. How else were they supposed to do it?"
Mm.
Well, how
If
they
all
do it in
the- if
Alien.
all the super-
Yeah, how did they used to do it? Is the question?
It's a great
Didn't
question.
Alien have a pretty
Dude, fucking
good
Predators
practical
did it.
alien world?
If the story was great and the characters were great and the film was good, then I wouldn't care that it has a lot of CGI stuff if it was like wild and wacky and out there and it was ultimately in a good film. But
And it
I'm gonna
looked
be
good.
I'm gonna be honest,
And if it fits.
we've lost something because I mean, as it was mentioned, Deck, our protagonist, he is CGI. His face is CGI. Unlike
Guy in a suit,
the
face,
previous
yeah.
yeah,
The face
this
ain't
guy in a
real.
shoot who has an actor, but the face isn't real. Whereas in Predator, as I posted for you guys to check out
I mean,
here,
Prey.
the prey predator, the feral, he's animatronic. That's real, and it looks stellar. It looks really good.
Yeah.
It's part of the reason he looks so fantastic
I guess
compared to
it's like
this new
that.
guy.
Yeah,
Well,
they're
but
like, "Oh, we
this
need-
was
we
why
need Deck
Prey
to
felt like
emote."
it was taking little steps in correct directions, and it maybe gave some hope of like maybe they're getting it now, maybe they're understanding some stuff. And it was like, nah.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah, like,
Prey's
all the-
biggest.
The audience is saying, yes, you get it now. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep going in this direction.
But they
It's
learned
Prey's
nothing from
biggest
what
sin
worked
is that it gave
from
us hope.
Prey. Yeah, exactly. They didn't learn anything about what they achieved in that movie. The things that worked in terms of the aesthetics and just having respect for the Predator. And then to go from that to this is just, oh man.
And here's the thing. I know what the argument's going to be. We need more of this character than we typically get for a Predator movie because he is the POV character. So this is the only way to do it. And the response would be, well, there's no way this is the only way. It's just that the other way probably would have been really hard. When it was all practical to try and get like a certain performance out of the character. You just kind of went with the normal route now, which is to do motion capture, like performance capture. It's like that's
And even
you know,
then, like it might be an
yeah, all right.
overstatement to call him the POV character. That's what he's supposed to be, obviously. But actually, it's Thea is kind of the POV character. She's certainly the moral protagonist of this entire story. They just wanted to tell a story in which they could have quite long and detailed conversations. Unlike something like AVP, where they were able to do two very different characters, one a predator, one a human, who couldn't speak to or understand each other properly, with, I believe, mostly practical face masks for the predator.
Yeah.
And they managed to do, I think, a more convincing and certainly less irritating relationship between those two. It's possible to do these things. It depends how you're choosing to write your story. If you want to have extended dialogue scenes with your predator, then yeah, I guess it's going to be difficult to make the face move in that way. But then maybe the question is, do you need to have extended
Yeah,
dialogue
should
scenes
you
with the
be?
predator to tell the story that you're telling? And I don't think you do, but they seem to think they did.
Yeah, they're
Well, I mean,
they're prioritizing like them prioritizing dialogue and him emoting through the movie was just frustrating because this isn't really what we want out of the Predator. It's a creature that needs to be mysterious and elusive to get the most out of its effect. And like it somehow reminded me of like Ryan Johnson's decision to remove Kylo's mask immediately as fast as possible because we need to see him emote. something about that, like that same type of thought process of like not understanding the aesthetic and what made the character work because you want to
Well,
get this emotional side out of them.
what I would
But
say
it's
is that the thing in this film, which is the equivalent of Master Chief removing his helmet, is the fact that he has like conversations with a human being. You know, I don't like she's a robot, but she's a person. Like the actual bold choice would be to have it be no dialogue, no other characters besides him, or if there are other characters, they're aliens and none of it is in English, and you don't have scenes where they're having long conversations with each other essentially expositing the core themes and character arcs that they're going to be going on. Like to me, that is the book. It's the reason why I don't really like saying that this film is unconventional. It's not. It's quite
No,
conventional in terms of the
extremely basic.
structure. This is
Yeah.
not the version of the Predator as the protagonist of the story that I would have wanted to see. Like
The
at all.
creative
I have said
Um,
before, and it sounds wild to people if you haven't seen it recently, but the best vision of this so far in a movie, big budget, is probably in AVP 2.
Yeah.
It's rough, but
Yeah.
the version, the wolf predator in that is pretty cool for the most part. It's the writing in that film kind of sucks. All
Never
the
seen it.
AVP 2 is pretty bad. But like the whole idea is at the end of AVP, right, where he's been hit with the face hugger and it pops out of him. It is stupid as fuck, but it runs around the ship and kills everything and crashes into Earth. And then a predator on the predator homeland gets alerted, and he's a fixer, and he has to go and clean up the mess, basically. I'm pretty sure he's called Wolf, and he's cool as shit in that movie in a lot of scenes. And he doesn't give a fuck about anyone's well-being other than protecting the predator's tech from falling into the wrong hands, which feels a little inspired by Concrete Jungle, which I'd recommend everyone play at some point. It's a fun game. It's probably the best thing they could have adapted into a movie for Predator, to be honest with you. In any case, the choices that are made in that film are to not have him fucking talk. You have to interpret what he's thinking and feeling through all of his actions. I'm talking about AVP 2, and I'm saying these things. I don't know.
This film
It's
had a
such
moment
massive
of that, just a
change,
very
and
brief
it's
one.
such an important change to make as well. Like, if you're going to break with that long tradition, then it'd really better be worth it. The characters really need to have something that you could not express it in any other way. It had to be
yeah, that
expressed in
justifies
dialogue.
itself, sort of.
But it sort of came up in the spring. You mentioned that like this is not an unconventional movie, and I think I said this on FNT yesterday. It's like this is a movie which has broken so many of the sort of the traditional franchise rules, and in doing so, it's made a way more generic movie. It's now just like every other movie you've seen this year. It's just another Disney film. Because when you do break the rule and you have the Predator engaging in lengthy dialogue scenes, what is being said is just virtually nothing.
gotta
It's
be
just vague,
careful.
fucking pastel-colored bumper sticker bullshit
Well,
about
you know,
changing your culture.
Empty
I
cringe
think
dialogue.
Star Wars Battlefront 2, the later one, the one that everybody hated and then eventually liked. That one was pitched as like, oh, you get to play as like the Empire, and you know what people mean when they say that they want to see that POV. They want like a
Yeah.
villain story. They don't want a story where the Empire guys realize that they were the bad guys and become the good guys. They want to see it from their perspective. And in the case of Predator, calling it like a villain movie, I guess it's like, well, it's not. It's kind of like you would want to see you want to see like a kind of a conventional Predator going on a conventional Predator story, but from their perspective, not one where they like, well, I need to reinterpret what it means to be a Predator. It's like, no. Like the interest is in seeing what if it was the first Predator movie, different context, but we're following that guy rather than the humans. That's
How does
what
he
would
use
be
his tech?
interesting to
How does he
see.
set his
Not
trap?
that he
How does he
talks to the
track
person,
his
not that he
prey?
reevaluates himself, not that he is kind of like a runt of the predators who needs to prove himself but realizes I got nothing to prove to them. It's what I got to prove to myself. It's like, no. I just want to see it from a normal predator's standpoint where he just goes on his hunt and basically wins. Like that would
There was
be,
one.
it feels like there's a lot that you could do there that would be more interesting and more unconventional and subversive, even though it would be more
Well,
conventional for this series.
imagine
There's
from
one
Predator
scene that
2's
actually had that in
perspective.
mind with this movie. Sorry, real quick. There was just one scene in this movie that actually had this in mind. sat down and he scanned the plant to see if it's actually useful for medicine. There was no dialogue. It was just him exploring, and we could have like really had like a survival scene or a survival movie with a predator, him trying to like
Yeah,
navigate
yeah.
the situation. And that part of it, that small window of the movie, was where I'm like, you know what, I'm on board with this because I love survival films, and the idea of seeing how a predator would deal with this without his gear could be interesting. But then you all know what it turns into, and it's just frustrating that they never seem to see their opportunities, because that would have been very, very unique, a survival film with a predator. Instead, we get this basic slop Disney story. When
Well, yeah, it
everything else-
didn't take long
Yeah.
in this movie for me to be like, oh shit. Because you watch the original and you can tell back when it came out and future generations, you watch it and you're just like, whoa, this feels different. Like tribal sci-fi, but also hunting for sport, and also he's cloaked and he's watching everybody, but it's also in like heat vision. What is this? Like this is so like specific. Everything seems like it's been chosen for a very specific reason.
It is
And-
iconic.
Yeah, and just like it just implies so much, and your brain gets to run away with it. Someone was saying on Open Bar was like that shot where he's healing, and they keep it. You just see his limbs and stuff, and then you get that one wide where you see him yell. It's really quick,
So
and
good.
when you're watching the movie, you're just like, "What was that? What the fuck?" And it's like,
But the
yeah,
fact he has a little kit, like he's got a little first aid kit, like, and it implies so much about them that this stupid movie just didn't flesh out
well,
in the
and,
way that
you know, you have all that in your head, and then you watch this, and it's like, man, this could just, you don't even have to call this Predator. It could just be any alien from anything, like any sci-fi, modern sci-fi shit. It's just, it's also,
Yeah, you don't need to know anything about Predator or the previous films. Like all of it is like it's pointless. There's no point in watching the others other than watching some good movies and some movies that can be liked. Is that
Also-
it's like what's the there's no point. If anything, you're just now comparing this movie to like Predator and Predator 2 and even Prey, which is better.
and on the point of the dialogue, no dialogue is going to be as good as what you would imagine they may be using as communication, but maybe some writers could come through on that front. We were not that lucky.
Well,
We
what if
weren't,
you just
but you're
throw
right.
in a
It could
whale
be
in your
cool in
tongue?
theory. Because obviously they
theory.
have to talk to each other. They have a language.
It's
But
fine with me.
the fact that they're soft or not soft spoken. They don't speak very many
Well,
words. Maybe
AVP,
the-
they have 3 predators, and you hear noises, and that's about it. They're
Like
not
me.
doing fucking subtitles and. It's like,
Well, one of the most interesting thing about the
Well, what
original
if-
Predators was him like recording people and fucking with them. From even the second one though, the want some candy. Yeah, it's just it's an iconic aspect of the Predator, and
maybe
to
don't have him
replace
saying
that with shit dialogue.
motherfucker and shit happens though. Maybe don't have
or cracking
man.
jokes like the Marvel movie.
yeah,
I couldn't believe
Predator
this
2 is
movie had-
wacky, okay?
Mhm.
Predator 2 is wacky, but you know what? That's why we love the first half of that movie. Imagine a film where we get to follow around that where we follow around that predator taking out the Jamaican voodoo posse
Yeah.
and the Colombian
That
drug
film,
dealers.
man,
Oh,
you
yes.
get into a redraft, you've got a fucking amazing Predator movie. There's so much to work
And
with in that
then-
film.
I think it's the part where Bill Paxton dies that it just absolutely goes just complete train wreck. I feel from
It feels like they
kinda that
changed their
point
goals
on.
in that film hardcore around there. Like the whole Keys section is just bizarre, and you sort of like if you just cut Keys out completely of the whole film and inject way more of the main cast, I feel like it would be way stronger.
Oh yeah, the main cast should have stuck around for the entire thing. The Hispanic detective,
I would have
Danny, I
probably
think,
buffed the
chick
team-
and Paxton's character.
Make it a whole like you could have the precincts, right, and the Predators working through the whole section because they're like the best team. They've taken full control of crime
stop
in the
them,
city,
yeah.
and to the point where like all the enemy factions are kind of afraid of them, and yeah, they just start losing people one by one, and they're all really good. And you know, Paxton coming in is like, why would you transfer here? And it's like because he's an expert marksman or he's an amazing detective or something. And you just have all of these people who are the best at their jobs, and then the Predator's taking them out in those specific and cool ways. I don't know. There's
Don't
just
worry, man. Surveillance is my specialty.
Yeah, you can establish how
PR
good
is
that branch
PR.
is and how good their department is, just like you establish how good the commandos in Predator are. Just making sure you set the premise for them and then go through the entire like department. There's so many things you can do with pretty much all the Predator movies on from 2 and like just a quick redraft.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Even Predators I feel like had so much potential, but then
Oh,
Eric
yeah.
Foreman the amount of people that were thrown off by Topher Grace, you know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't be thrown off by an actor, but there's something
I think
about throwing Eric Foreman in a Predator movie. I just can't do it.
I'd say 70 to 80% of what people like about Predators is its premise. I don't think the movie itself really survives very good at all. It's
100%.
Nah, by the way, is Bill
cookie-cutter
Paxton the only
characters.
person who's been in
yes.
both Alien and Predators?
Well,
Okay.
he's the only.
I was wondering, did I think of any?
So Bill Paxton, I'm pretty sure he's one of 2 people who've on screen been killed by Predator, Alien, and Terminator. I'm pretty sure there's.
Oh, what an honor!
Lance Hendrickson is the other
What a
one, but he's
privilege.
kind of he doesn't fully get killed by the Alien Queen, but it still counts.
When
He
was
gets
Lance
fucked up.
Henriksen killed by a predator?
AVP.
Oh, it's been a while since I saw. Oh yeah, he's Wayland.
He is indeed.
T-800, the Predator, and the Alien Queen.
We will reference Predator 2 a couple times as we go through, as we will Predator and Prey as we kind of work our way through here. One thing that I found was Stephen Hopkins, who directed Predator 2. He is from Jamaica, actually, thus maybe part of the Jamaican voodoo posse, kind of influence that was really great. But he directed a film that we watched not too long ago, Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child, which was not great, but hey, but yeah, moving right along here. There's a few things I think that we should sort of establish, even though we've kind of been bouncing around a little bit. There's a lot to talk about this movie in terms of its setup and everything. Badlands. Firstly, this is not Prey 2. This is its own project. Trachtenberg, who has like a huge amount of control over Predator, at least at this point, he said that after Prey came out, he started thinking about sequel stuff, and he mainly had 3 ideas. He had Killer of Killers. He had Predator Badlands, and he said he had a 3rd idea, which was just something else. He said the reason why he felt possessed to make them, and sort of why he rushed what he did, the 2 at once, being Badlands and Killer of Killers, is that he felt like he could multitask with the fact that Killer of Killers was animated, and he was really eager to get to the 3rd thing, which hasn't really been mentioned or fleshed out. He said there's a lot of cool ideas out there, and none of them are just like, oh, we have to say the next part of the story because it's successful. All of it's like, whoa, no one's done that in sci-fi. No one's done that in Predator. No one's done that with this creature. And so all those ideas are generated from that instinct. So yeah, there is definitely a 3rd thing that I'd love to get to when Badlands is finished.
I'm assuming the 3rd thing is where all of those new ideas are found, because none of them are in this film.
Well, both
I
Killer
think that
of
would be a
Killers
very, I would agree with that.
Killer of Killers and Badlands both sort of end on a cliffhanger on the same planet, so maybe he's combining the 2 in some way. At least I think it's the same planet.
Yes, and we'll talk about the home world in just a moment when we actually start to get through the film. But this film, I guess we mentioned some of them before, but it's worth stating again that this is a bit of a trailblazer as a Predator film. It's got some firsts in it. As we said, it's the first one that's rated PG-13. And as we also mentioned, there's no human characters in this movie. There are no human characters.
When you say
in
that,
Predator Badlands,
you're of course not including AVP, I presume.
AVP, the first one.
I guess you could say the canon sort of.
Well, it's funny for me because I get you. Like a lot of people, like AVP, nobody treats that as canon. I'm like, okay, it's better than fucking this. It is. I prefer it to Predators. Sue me if you want to. Go ahead.
Did you know? As I was looking around for stuff, I found people who said that Alien vs. Predator, the Alien vs. Predator inter-franchise, it's canon for Predator, but it's not canon for Alien, which is like how
how
people...
does that make any sense?
How does that
Listen,
work?
it's not about making
Multiverse.
sense. It's about people loving doing what they can with the canon of the series.
That's why people just pick and choose when it comes to canon. Like nobody takes Rock seriously. There's so many movies that you just do the thing. But then it's just certain moments that are going to affect you on rewatch. Like, for example, Black Widow. Anytime I see a Marvel movie, I look at Natasha like, you fucking idiot. Like, why aren't you helping Elena, you bitch? Like, you fucking, like, there's certain things that are going to linger with you, or other ones you can just ignore. So
remember, AVP was basically, I think it was canon until Ridley Scott made Prometheus.
That's funny.
I think that's kind of how it works.
AVP is
out, which
also
is
better than
interesting.
Prometheus and Covenant.
True.
Those should be
Yeah.
lesser hot takes. I don't know if they are though.
There's people who like those movies a lot.
people
There's
defend
a
Prometheus because of the ideas in it. There's so much like that's in like one of the top 10 movies I'd want to like reshuffle the deck on. Can we do this again, guys?
Well,
Just
yeah,
try, like,
I
you
think the
know?
there's
idea.
a lot of those movies now.
Paul W.S. Anderson is in the same. He's on the same shelf as Michael Bay and Roland Emmerich. Where if you say one of them made a movie that's better than anything Ridley Scott made, then you're insane. And it's like, no, though, no, it's possible. It can happen. The Rock is also
100%
better
it's
than
possible.
Prometheus.
Event Horizon is
Yeah.
better than a bunch of modern Ridley Scott
The
movies.
Patriot is better than Prometheus. Okay.
Yeah, they put too much weight in
Yes.
directors' names and their history. Like, you're as good as your last project. Comes to me. Like, you can't. Like, Ridley's clearly lost his touch, and we have to judge him based on modern Ridley.
With
Ridley's
what I've
lost
seen
touch
so
and he
far,
needs
it
to
does.
sit down just forever.
Have some water,
When it-
old man.
When it comes to the director's touch, you do kind of wonder at this point, and Trachtenberg even had it to begin with. One of the things that I found was him saying, as far as the fact that there's no human characters in Predator Badlands, he said that when he was first thinking about this movie and its premise, he knew that it would be a mistake to have any humans in it, because as soon as you have a human in it, you're going to be drawn more to them instead of the creature, the Yautja.
That's pretty funny.
Which
And then he
is,
thought, like, well, if I make him a
was-
robot, then that doesn't change the fact that they're a person, because of course they
Yeah.
are. Because
Well, so if
they
you-
look like a person, they speak like a person,
Sound
they
like a
have
person,
motivations
yeah.
like a person, they are a
It's a
person.
Wayland Yutani android who's running the Quirk Chungus app. Like she does not at all speak like a cold calculating robot. She speaks like
Nah,
a
but
girl
she's not
who
supposed
you know
to.
in real life.
An experimental Feely robot. Remember?
That's right. We have feelings, so that we
And
can study them.
If I'd heard that quote, I'd have just been like, there are too many humans in this movie. And I'm sure Dan would be like, what? What do you mean? There's zero. And I'd be like, ha, you wish. You fucked up, man. Like, it's just,
Yeah,
they're
you
all
did.
humans. They're annoying humans who talk too much and feel too much.
So she's basically a part of all the Android Predator franchise now. She is the most annoying. Like, there's no one that even comes close to this chick. The second she opened her mouth, I couldn't believe how much
Ooh,
is
Wendy.
Wendy. It's
Wendy's a
in
psycho.
terms of writing. In terms of
Wendy's
writing,
the
Wendy
worst.
is fucking abysmal. But this chick she would not shut the fuck up. I think she's more annoying than Wendy, just from a talking standpoint. Wendy's writing.
I don't
is
even
what-
know if that's a hot
And-
take. I don't even know if my brain
We
has
got
formed in
even
such a way
Winona
to
Ryder in
evaluate
chat.
those things.
Cole is fine in Alien Resurrection. She's fine.
Yeah,
She's
just
no
there.
problem. Yeah.
She's not there like a fucking NPC telling you what to do in a video game when you're trying to figure shit out yourself. That's what
I
this
agree,
chick
though,
does.
the competition is
wanted
between
that-
Wendy and
Yeah.
Badlands for sure. Like, it's oof.
Well,
Wendy-
and I
Oh,
think
what a
it's-
what a matchup.
Writing.
Thea's also she's so at odds with what could have been the interesting idea about this movie, where it's like, let's strand the Predator on an alien world where everything's super dangerous and he has to figure out how to survive, which I think could have been done quite well as almost like a Samurai Jack style, like nearly no dialogue, just him
survival film.
just him going through
Samurai
scenarios and
Jack.
seeing how he works it out. And instead it's like, no, let's insert a character that is constantly talking more than any character in any Predator movie ever
Yes,
has.
not shut the fuck
And
up.
it's like, oh well, I mean,
And it derailed the opportunity for just an immersive experience with him figuring things out by himself, like he did with the
Mhm.
plant. I like that scene in isolation. Stretch that out a little
Alien Isolation?
bit. No, just an actual moment where they
Oh,
respected
actual
the concept of
isolation.
the Predator. And just
It's
backed
kind
it
of
on.
funny that you mentioned Jenny Tartakovsky's Samurai Jack, because as
Yeah.
far as the PG-13 rating goes, because there's no humans, there's no human blood. So you can slice them up and dice them, and you could kill beasts. And I mean, the bright green blood of the Yautja, you could show that. That's no problem. You can have heads getting cut off and limbs flying, and it's fine. Just like in Samurai Jack, where they use
Robots.
Jenny essentially uses oil as a stand-in for blood, and that was like a TV 7 for 7 and up, and that film was kind of dark at some points. But you
Well,
can- it's like the Cleon blood from Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country, how it was like pinkish, so that you could have them getting blasted in the blood and zero gravity, and bones operating on the Cleon guy, and you could
There's
you
been
could kind of
a-
show that a bit more.
bit of a meta back and forth for this one, this whole movie, and the fact that it's PG-13 had a lot of people claiming not specifically that there's no violence, just that there's PG-13 violence, and it's not like you'd expect it to be in a Predator film. And the response to that has been like, so you guys are just lying, because There's creatures exploding, decapitations, tearing things in half. There's pints and pints of blood everywhere. You're just lying because you're just trying to make the film seem worse than it is. And after watching it, I was just like, no, they're not lying. It's nothing like
This
the
means
original.
nothing. Yeah.
It's the way Drinker described it in his video is just weightless, like cartoon blood splattering all over the screen. It's truly the difference in context between something like The Thing versus Mortal Kombat.
Saving Private
Like
Ryan
you
or-
understand.
Yeah.
Like, these aren't the same. And, you watch Predator, the violence in that is rough. Like, what happens to people is grim. You get the action sequence in the first act that's a lot more fun violence.
Standard, yeah. People fly from grenades and...
Blaine's body getting blown open, that's not the same as some goober creature in this having a grenade go off and then just purple goo
Well, yeah,
sprays
because
That's
everywhere.
the thing as well. It's like, if it's not red, of course you're going to react to it differently.
It's not even. I'm trying to say it's not even
white.
just that though. It's like it's the way it's portrayed. You could have, I think, a creature that
I
has. Even the Predator's wounds look more significant in the original than they do in this.
Yeah, and then
No,
there's the
you're
narrative
right.
contextualization as well.
It is
Like, Mac
Mortal Kombat
mourns
is like
Blaine.
goofy, Mortal Kombat's like, yeah, this is just silly compared to something like The Thing, where it's like, oh, it's like, well, what, it's the same deal, right? It's things exploding, and it's like, no, there's a difference between them. One of them is cartoony, the other one is
Yeah, Red
more
Blood does definitely
visceral.
make a difference, but they're not taking the time
yeah.
to portray like a real fleshy skeleton and organs and bodies in this. It's more just and just like, oh, there that goes.
Aliens
Oh, look,
and
the space
Orcai
alien got
and
cut in
things.
half. Okay.
Like orcs and aliens are really good for that type of thing because they have the dark blood and the green blood, like you mentioned. But you can still, you're not dependent on red blood to have a
That's
good
actually
scene.
a good example.
Moria,
like Lurk's getting
Moonlight.
fucked up. Like,
yeah, I was about to fucking
yeah.
say
The
that.
black
Aragorn
blood,
and
yeah, the
Lurk,
black
and there's
blood.
also a shot in Moria where he chops someone's head off. You see the blood spraying
Exactly.
out. It's gory as fuck without having red.
Those are more in line with
Yeah.
Predator than Badlands, like in terms of
Exactly,
how
that's
they're
how you do it.
portrayed. And yeah, so like I don't even want it said that it's because it's purple or green or blue blood that we can't take it as serious. It's just like, no, it's just how it's portrayed. It's all weightless, it's all blech, it's all kind of silly and fun.
It's
Yeah,
all
and
about
these
how
aren't
you
like
portray it, it's not about the color.
characters with narratives attached to them that die as well. That doesn't. There's no like. There's no mental or moral weight that goes into any of their deaths.
Oh, that's actually,
don't
there you
care
go.
about it.
Someone in chat is like a direct, complete example. So in this movie, at one point, the android's getting her legs back on, and then they get booted off again, and it's like, what? And she's like, oh gosh darn it. Compare that to when Bishop gets torn in half in
Ooh,
Aliens.
Yeah.
It's like they got to be so violent without
Like, no,
being...
Bishop.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Kill
It's just like, yeah, it's context of violence for sure.
Bishop was my friend.
This is the thing. That looks like unrepairable damage. He looks like Bishop is completely inoperable after this. Where this chick is like, oh no, it looks like she can
Oh
press
no,
a
I
button
lost
and
I
boop
lost
it
my
right
character
together.
again.
Yeah, there's just no weight to it whatsoever.
It's deliberately
It's-
played for laughs. I mean, there is no
It is.
equivalent with Bishop
So
of
many
Bishop's legs getting up and then racking up a bigger kill count than the alien.
Oh
in
my
that
God.
Oh, God.
Martial arts
Oh.
expert disembodied
Bro.
ass. Yeah, that's
Bro, the fucking
It's,
fight scene with the legs. I just couldn't with man. I fucking hate
It's
this
like,
movie if I haven't mentioned.
how does it perceive things?
It's
It
just
has no
no.
eyes.
You don't have a core. I have a core, you dumb fucks. Legs. That's not how it works. It's like this is it from the Addams Family. That's what it reminded me of. So dumb.
Yeah.
It just
kind of what we're talking about here has to do with like the tone of the violence it can get away with and the context of it. And before we get into the movie, I have one final thing that I would like you to keep in mind, right? Which I would say Trachtenberg says that one of the biggest influences as far as the tone is concerned in Badlands was a movie you may have heard of called Jaws. He said that Jaws is one of
What?
well, yeah, of course. But you didn't pick up on that?
There's
That
not
this
a
was
moment
No.
which
obviously
you don't
strongly
see the
inspired by
threat in this
Jaws.
film.
in -1, yeah, not this piece of shit.
Well, he said, Jaws is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's not my favorite horror movie. In fact, I don't consider Jaws a horror movie. But when it's scary, it's fucking terrifying. When it's funny, it's hilarious. When there's drama, it's incredibly sincere and authentic. And then when there's adventure, it's high seafaring adventure. It's all things. Jaws isn't just one thing. It is excellent at all things. So this movie, in this tone, the Predator's got to be badass and ferocious, and there's going to be this fun thing with Thea that's going to be funny, but also sincere and have a pulse of its own.
I mean, like, if I said to someone, "Hey, your favorite game is Shadow of the Colossus and your favorite movie is Jaws, you should go see Predator: Badlands." No, that person is never speaking to me again
The fuck?
after
That's
they watch it.
that would
They'd
be
like, "What the fuck are you
hilarious.
talking about?"
It's like one of
Yeah,
those terrible
they're gonna-
recommendations on YouTube. You saw you watching this, so you'll probably like this, right? I'm like, no,
Yeah, but
not
YouTube
really.
recommendations usually have an idea for what you like. Like, how do you go? Shadow
Yeah,
Colossus
you're true.
and-
YouTube's better. All right.
Yeah,
Honest-
way better.
Not YouTube. Yeah.
Sometimes YouTube is like, ah, damn it! Like you're in the shower or something and you can't change it. YouTube just knows exactly what you want to hear, and they just get the job done. This isn't that. This is like you should be able to have like Peter Jackson, for example. You can see his horror background in the Lord of the Rings. It has some of the like, it's fantastic jump scares, really good shots, and just the
Mhm.
horror influence in Lord of the like the scene with the Nazgul coming up and saying Shire Baggins. I remember shitting my pants when I saw that for the first time. Like it was such a fucking terrifying
It's
moment.
a great
It's so
example of
good.
a series that has a lot of tones that are working together. Yeah.
Yeah, it takes
But
talent.
But with that, I would recommend to everybody before we begin, grab your Predator Badlands popcorn bucket in the shape of Quay's ship and get ready because we're going to talk about the movie. All right, it's gonna be a really good time.
A
all
mere
right? There's a lot to discuss.
$40.
Holy crap!
Hey,
for that,
it
Jesus
comes.
Christ.
Listen, it
Is it-
comes with a free $1 worth of popcorn in there. Okay. if
the
that.
Nosferatu one was cool, but it feels like these ones are just getting shittier and shittier. They're trying to
Oh,
maintain
I
the
didn't
gimmick without the quality. The
I've
Nosferatu
never-
one was okay.
Popcorn and bucket. Let me take
I've
a
never
look at
bought
I
it.
think I'm
That's
taking a
okay.
principled
That's
stance
pretty
against the
good.
popcorn buckets. I hate them.
I think
never
it's an
bought one of
okay
them.
gimmick. I just wish there were more quality if we're gonna do this gimmick.
That one's.
sort of-
He's right. The Nosferatu one is. That's okay. That's
It should
good. That's
this
all
should
right.
be
That's
the
pretty good.
bare
The
minimum
music.
standard for all of them. Yeah.
That is. Look. That is. It's better. It's better than the Predator Badlands one. All right.
Well, it
Yeah.
depends on how cheap this is. It looks like it could be. You know what I mean, right? Like you pick these things up and you're like,
This
haha,
looks
and then
cheaper.
you put it somewhere in your
Yeah,
house, and then
shitty
10 years later, you're like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, what do I
No,
even
no,
have this for?
I have it right here. If you can hear that,
Well, you
there,
can
that's it.
use-
It's actually pretty like thin material, but it's pretty solid. It's
Huh.
stronger than it looks.
Wait,
I'll
that's
give
the
it that.
Nosferatu one that you were banging.
Yeah, that's it.
That sounds like it's metal. It's made
Yeah,
out
that's
of.
what I'm saying.
Like,
It's very thin material. I think it's a
The
but it's
tin?
painted, so I can't tell. It's
yeah,
either
it sounds like tin or
I can't
aluminum.
tell. Yeah, so it's pretty
I'm-
decent. Like they should be
Because
this
you can
quality is what I'm
repurpose
trying
that
to say.
one. When you're done with a Predator Badlands bucket and you walk out of the theater like a fucking loser, right? Like, what are you going to use this for? What are you going to do that? But at least the Nosferatu one is like, oh, the sky's the limit with what I can put in here.
I could put pens, pencils, biscuits, anything.
Vampires.
I could put my
I kind of
vampire
wanted
in
the
here.
Chainsaw Man one. It's like it's his little chainsaw dog Pochita, but they didn't have it at the theater I went to see it at.
Oh, shame.
It's just so like indicative of the times, though, isn't it? That theaters are so desperate for money because movies can't make them. One of the biggest appeals that theaters can actually come up with is, hey, well, you can buy this thing.
Collectible.
I
Yeah.
guess you can fuck the popcorn bucket if you're really
That-
desperate, and that will be enjoyable. You won't remember
Happy
the
Meal.
movie, but you'll sure remember the experience.
Happy Meal toy
Theaters-
strategy.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
theaters that I typically go to recently, they have made a big merch push. They've got a whole bunch of it out in the lobby. They
Mhm.
made these like cordoned off, like where the line is supposed to go. If my theater ever had lines in it, theoretically, where you'd have to go past like Funko Pops and shirts and merch for all this stuff to see.
Feels weird that
They've been,
this didn't
trying.
develop way earlier as a thing, because you'd think theaters would be pushing all kinds of crazy, buyable
But
shit.
then
Yeah.
They didn't
Beyond
need to,
food.
is my impression. Is that my abiding memory of going to the cinema as a kid is that you go in and all the seats are basically full. And now it's you go in and there's a bunch of stuff on sale and nobody in the seats. And it's
Yeah.
just
And the movie's
that's
terrible,
where we
yeah.
are now. And
Yeah,
the movie shit. Which is
10
why
years
no
from
one's in the
now,
seat.
1% of earnings from theaters will be from movies. About it.
Yeah, it's rough. It's looking bleak because the quality of the movies, people's understanding of what good movies are, the incentive to go to the theaters when streaming is just getting more popular and more easy to access. The lifestyle
I
change
think
from
that's-
COVID. It's just there's so many little factors that went into it.
Yeah, I think a lot of that stuck. And I think for me, as I've said, the biggest determinant in why I don't go to the theater as much is that I just don't expect the movies to be good there.
Boom.
So
I
to
went
hell
for
with a
Weapons.
$15 ticket.
That's the only one this year, and that was just like you
I'm
have
very
to have
glad I
some
saw it in
faith in the
theater.
movie. Yeah, exactly. Because once it's good, it's like great. I don't want my first watch, like my first watch of Badlands being on a shitty fucking copy that Reaper sent me. Like fuck it, like I don't care. But Weapons, a good film like that, I want to like actually appreciate it and take it in properly. But those are so rare. That's the problem.
I went to the
Well,
theater for Badlands. It wasn't exactly a mind-blowing experience there either.
no, it really wasn't. I will say though, the couple behind me in that theater, they were the jokes were on their wavelength. They really love the jokes in this movie. So
I didn't.
we'll see if it works for us. It
Well, it's
didn't.
a family
question
sort of
there.
franchise Predator. You always take the wife and the kids sort of thing to see it. It's like, yay,
Yeah.
a fun
I didn't
adventure.
even smile. Not even a smirk. I was just disgusted by this movie. Did any of the jokes land for anyone?
No,
There was
I
there was
can't
one
lie.
unintentional oh, I won't even say. We'll see if they match up. How exciting.
The
Ooh,
Grogu?
well, maybe they will. Well, we can't. Okay, so, forget. We'll forget. All right. So the film opens on some text. All right. Yatja are prey to none, friend to none, predator to all, from the Yatja Codex.
Off to a
this
bad
to-
start.
yeah, that's a pretty bad
Yeah,
start.
I think this is.
It's just
I think this is.
why are we
I think
doing
this is cringe. I think this is kind of cringe.
I will judge
Like,
you
there's-
harshly for if you're gonna have text at the beginning of your movie, it better be fucking good because it's
God.
rare that it's necessary. And so we had Superman earlier this year that had one of the stupidest opening texts in a while that we've seen that only damaged the
Smaller
movie.
Alien Earth started.
Alien
out with
Earth was
bad
horrifically
text as
awful.
Alien
well.
Earth is some crappy.
We've talked about this before.
Killer-
Fucking Star Wars, the original, nailed it. The text crawl is really efficient, and it gets so much information done so quickly. But holy shit! Just
Super
telling me
stylized.
the fact that it's like they are predator to all, prey to that. I'm like, wouldn't your movie be making this point? Why would you need to write that in text? What are you doing?
It
Stupid.
goes one further than that as well, because I mean it's similar to the Superman one and it's similar to the Alien Earth one in the sense that it begs questions that the movie cannot actually answer, and actually to the extent it even covers them, almost contradicts them. So you're saying, okay, so the predators, generally Yautja, whatever the fuck you want to call them, they have no
Yautja.
friends. They are predators. They are mutual predators. They are predators to all, presumably including themselves. And yet, they have a civilization. They have advanced technology.
Plans.
They work together. The first time you see them in this movie, they're kind of friends. And I know there's a point the movie wants to make about that being an aberration and not the norm. But then later in the movie, you see them working together again. So it's
You have to
Oh, I'm
build
with-
a
I'm with you
civilization.
completely.
You're right.
Not
They-
even that. He makes
have-
friends with all the cuddly animals in the forest throughout the film. It makes absolutely no fucking
Yeah,
sense. Why even put that there?
The film
We'll get to
obviously
Sonic the
intends
Free Frog.
to point out that this statement at the beginning is actually inaccurate, but not. It does that, but not in the ways the film thinks it's doing it. Because one of the first things we find out is that there's a monster that no predator will go after because they're afraid of it. It's like, nice. Like you gotta just fucked up
Already,
that
yeah.
statement already.
They are predator to all, asterisk, except this one.
Except the
that thing.
scary
That's
one.
big Alex. That's a
Except
big
the
one.
ones
It's
that do
kinda
not
scary.
apply to aforementioned
then-
rule.
Telling us the brothers are just like fucking inseparably, respectful of each other, family. Oh my god, they do anything for each other to the point of death. It's like, right, so really good friends. You like rip that
The
one.
whole the
If they
idea
really
of
wanted
like
to make their
war-
point, they would have had
brothers
the
in
brother
arms
kill it.
and-
They would have had the brother kill his other brother in that opening scene if they wanted to commit to that point, but they couldn't use that.
the
'cause
other
he's not a main
one's-
character.
The other one's the father.
Yeah,
the
I
one
know.
who
There was
played
the
it.
father and two brothers. The brother actually killing his brother in that scene would have been a good way of cementing that if they wanted to, but they contradict their own.
Yeah, and the
opening
film would be
line.
shorter, which means I would get to go
That's what I
home
mean, it's,
faster,
Was
so I
there-
would be.
was
It
there
was,
I
two
would be
other
down.
it's
women at the
minutes
beginning? I thought-
before that statement is useless. It's like, why do you even have it? What's the point?
It just confuses me.
There is another, actually, a opening sort of bit of text of a similar vein from the Yatja Codex. He put one in the
Killer
beginning of
Killers.
Killer of Killers.
Yeah.
Where it's a little bit better. It says, "Go forth among the stars and seek only the strongest prey. They shall be your trophy. Become the killer of killers." I'm like, oh, that's better.
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I guess it's
not
like
as
he's trying to
cringe, but-
set the trend of each of his movies are now going to open with something from the Yacha Codex.
Okay.
Cool. Solid start. Solid start, Dan.
I mean, Predator didn't
Um,
need to do that. Just saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you sort of like learned it through the film. Yeah. We see it opens up to a vast landscape. This is a desolate, what seems to be a wasteland desert kind of planet. These are the dunes of the Yatja homeworld. Fringy, you'll love this. You'll love the name of their home planet. I hope you're ready. Okay. It's called
yeah.
Yatja Prime.
Yeah, I love it.
That's a pretty good
I
one.
guess
They shouldn't be allowed to use
maybe-
the word prime ever in any of these things.
That's a lot of science fiction stuff. Will have that, but I don't know, man. Earth isn't called human.
Yeah.
It's human
I don't
human
know why
Human
they
prime.
do it.
Human
I don't know,
prime,
yeah,
Fringy.
human
We live on
prime,
human
rather.
prime.
Yeah, I don't know
Had
why
that
we
joke
keep doing
chambered
this.
and Friggy fired
Maybe
it.
it's not from this film. Maybe it's from the comics. But like, yeah, I don't like it. I
Well,
don't know why we keep doing this.
this is his fault because Killer of Killers gave the planet this name. So Trachtenberg is responsible for deciding to call the Yatja homeworld Yatja Prime.
He fucked himself over. He had to do
Yeah.
it because he did
Nice. Okay, good job. Good job.
As a maybe this will lift your spirits with a little quiz for those of you Fringy, like in Mass Effect and everything. As an example of how to do it, I'd say correctly. You have, let's go through the Mass Effect homeworlds. Obviously, humans have Earth. Do you know? We'll do the two easiest ones first. You might know. What's the Asari's homeworld? You remember that?
I actually don't do this right now because I'm not going to remember all of
Asari
the...
Prime.
I don't remember all.
Asari.
Well, yeah.
It's Ilium. Ilium is where the Asari are from. The Krogan are from Tachanka.
Yeah,
The
I remember that
Solarians are
one.
from. Yeah, that's a good one. Solarians are from Surkesh, and the Turians are from Palaven.
Yeah,
and we
just
mentioned
makes
the
more
Cleons.
sense, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, of course. We mentioned the Cleons. They're from Kronos, or Kronos, it's sometimes called. And the Protoss from StarCraft. They're from Ire. My life for Ire. That's a good name, Ire.
Oh, yeah.
We get a decent bit of a start to a soundtrack. We get like this low sort of alien chanting we hear that seems pretty appropriate to set the tone and the mood of the Yatja Prime. Sarah Schachner did the composer of this. She also worked on Prey, and she worked with Benjamin Wallfish, who did the Killer of Killers soundtrack.
And she does the new Call of Duty games, the Modern Warfare games, I think.
I would say I'd say that the soundtrack to this is fine. Not very memorable.
It's not
I'd
great,
say that
not terrible.
no, it's fine. It's serviceable, I suppose. This is the high point, actually. It's sung by a Mongolian band called The Who. So they did some music for
No
Jedi
relation.
Fallen Order and
Not to be
Survivor,
confused,
by the
yeah.
way. Well, it's the HU, The Who, not the WHO. But obviously, I that's what I typed in when I was learning about them. I was like, oh, yeah.
Like Roger Daltrey
Um,
just got really into Mongolian throat singing in his elder years.
Look,
Wouldn't you?
it's a vibe, all right? It's a vibe. Speaking of vibes, we're gonna see some recurring elements from this movie and Prey. One of which is here, where we see this sort of like instant food chain. There's a little bug which gets eaten by a scorpion, which gets eaten by a lizard, and then the predator speeder comes by and runs it over.
Ah.
Prey did this 1,000 times better. This is like the most unsubtle thing I've ever seen in my life. Like,
I mean, I don't know about that. I thought it was dumb and Prey as well, because
I was
they
gonna
had
say,
the
what-
snake
what-
that killed the
why do you
predator
s-
kills the snake.
Why do you say
Kills
it's
him.
better in Prey?
I'd say just taking him through the hierarchy on the new planet that he's on, and seeing him go from the wolf to the bear and whatnot. That's more satisfying to me than just shoving in like this awkward scene here, rather than just showing it throughout the movie. I just felt like it was way less subtle.
Yeah, so he's saying not just the snake, but every encounter he has with an
Yeah.
animal in
He's-
Prey.
I think
Yeah,
I think that gets overshadowed by the fact that it's like, isn't it a rat eats an ant and then a snake eats the rat and then the predator's just sitting there watching this whole thing as though he set it up or
Stabs
something?
the snake. Yeah.
No, he's watching. He's basically examining the interactions, and there's even like the one rabbit gets attacked by
But he's
the
examining
That's my
like,
point.
all three of them, like boom, 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 and then he's there.
It feels like all four of these creatures were spawned on that point.
Orchestrated. Yeah.
Hmm.
It's food
Well,
chain in a can that just got opened up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the scenarios were a bit convenient in terms of him just being there consistently, but I found that way. If we're comparing it to this, it's not even close. Like, this was
They're
just
both
like,
They're both
No.
dumb. I think they're both.
I
If
I think they
anything,
did it
I
better
think
in
it's
Prey.
you.
I think this one was cringe, where Prey was at least tolerable, just not perfectly executed.
Also, to address chat, yeah, I was actually wrong about the Asari homeworld. It's Thessia, not Ilium. I made a mistake there.
Fucking
but thanks for
idiot.
pointing out. So there you go.
It's like an
Yeah, big
Albany
fan,
being the capital of
big
New
fan
York.
detectives.
Even I knew that. Thessia Prime, obviously.
Well, do you pronounce the capital of Louisiana? Do you say New Orleans or New Orleans?
Nolans. No, I'm kidding. I say New Orleans.
Oh, I pronounce it Baton Rouge, but I guess some people just have
okay.
different sort of attitudes there. I say, ha, little joke, little joke.
Is that where
because
Batman's
we don't have
from?
fun here.
Oh, Baton. It's another one of those.
Baton
Where-
Rouge is Baton
where the
Rouge.
capital city isn't the one that you would think if you don't like know American.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't
geography.
this the case in basically like most American states that it's not what you think? It's not Los Angeles, it's Sacramento. It's not New York, it's Albany. It's not Miami, it's Tallahassee, right? That's the capital
I
of
think
Florida.
so.
I think this, and it's not, it's not Dallas, it's Austin. Like it
I
seems
gotta
like
listen
this is
to the
actually just the
Animaniacs
case
song again.
in many American states. It's not like in Australia where the capital city is like the one and only big city in that state, more or less.
Toronto is the capital of Ontario, even though Ottawa is in the same province and is the capital of the country.
Well, yeah, but that makes perfect sense. Why would the capital of the state be the capital of the of the country?
I mean, I don't know. That doesn't have an analog in America because like Washington.
Well, what do you
DC is
mean,
kind of its
Washington
own thing.
D.C.? Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, yeah, because Ottawa
It doesn't
is
really
in
have a state,
Ontario.
yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
not like in its own little. Because DC's like in Australia, where Canberra is in the Capital Territory, the Australian Capital Territory, so it's not part of any of the states.
I do agree
The
that
more you know.
geography is more interesting than this movie.
Yeah, it's fun.
That's what happened. But so Yantja Prime, as we see the landscape, we notice that they have a trinary star system, I guess you'd call it. They got 3 stars, which I guess I kind of like because it is very strongly. I mean, it's basically essentially a fact that the Yantja like it when it's very hot. It's 109 degrees in Los Angeles. Holy shit! Is basically how Predator 2 starts, and obviously the jungle of the first movie. So yeah, it makes sense that the home world is hot. They got 3 stars, so yeah, it checks out, I suppose. Something I like, I suppose. So we start off with we see a Predator, a Yatcha approaching a dark, spooky, like spiky cave, and he uses his little shoulder machine to climb the cliff with these red plasma rope thingies.
Like a Batman grapple gun.
Backwards.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
This is our protagonist. This is Deck. And this is also the first time in any movie, we've had a Predator been given a name. And Deck is here to confront his brother. And in an original draft, I learned Trachtenberg wanted Deck to be blind in order to highlight his runtiness, so that he had to have other super sharp senses that he would have to use, kind of like a Predator Daredevil.
Oh my god.
Yep. Deck was originally, the first idea was he was going to have a mask on that let him use echolocation through the Predator clicking noise in order to, fight and to do things.
That would have been really retarded.
They got rid of that,
Yeah.
and instead of that, they decided, he
He's
can
just
just
little.
see everywhere without a mask, even though the one thing we kind of know about the Predator is that they sometimes struggle without their mask. They got rid of an original, if slightly bizarre idea and replaced it with no idea.
Nothing. Yeah. Because
I wonder-
as cringe as that could have been, seeing him clicking throughout all the battles so he can see, I would still take an attempt at that rather than what we got.
I kind of wonder if with the Echo Vision, would he still have been small, or did they just decide, no, let's just make him little instead?
I think so, because it was supposed to highlight how he was a runt and he was a bit defective, so to speak, and so we had to use other means to try and keep up with the rest of the Predator, the rest of the class. But when Deck arrives at this spooky, spiky cave, he says, "I can sense you hiding behind your cloak," and his brother says, "It is time to earn yours." So the idea is that getting your cloak, your invisibility, is sort of like a rite of passage into adulthood or joining the clan proper that a young or that every Predator essentially has to go through in order to make someone truly a Yatja.
I'm sorry, it's just
and as
out of
we just-
context. It's your rite of passage as a Predator to gain invisibility.
No, yeah.
I mean, some would say that you are more skilled without it if you don't need to use it. And
The
as
music.
So
Yeah.
on the point of the invisibility, them using it on each other, does that make any sense? Because I was just like, wait, hold on,
It-
don't they do they not generate body heat when they're using the invisibility cloak? how does that work exactly? I didn't think they could fool each other with it.
I would assume that I mean, I guess it would depend. I don't have we ever seen an invisible predator from a masked predator's perspective?
I mean,
I
I don't
don't
think so.
I don't even
know
think
if
you
we
actually get
have.
that in maybe an AVP at some point. I don't think so though.
I don't think so either. I can't recall any time that happens. But we will I mean we might as well talk about it here. This is Deck, our protagonist, and I'll bring this up as a way to sort of compare it with predators of the past, of which there are a lot more hits than misses, I would say. Um, how how do you guys feel that Deck's design sort of ranks within the Predator, I guess hierarchy of what's the best and what's not quite as
Um,
good?
it really stands out how much the difference in his hairline, the way the big skull cap of all the other predators is a
It
really
has like an
iconic part
almost
of their look.
human hairline where it comes actually down like
Yeah,
the middle, like you have that middle
Yeah.
point like a lot of humans have. And I wonder if that was an
yeah,
intentional design to, well, try and humanize him as a character, especially when you look at his facial structure compared to, I mean, in particular, the feral from Prey has a
mhm,
really like different look to the construction of its head than a lot of the originals. And even the original Jungle Predator from, Predator, the head kind of gets wider at the top, and a lot of other designs have it more circular and sticks up a little bit higher. But there's a lot of good like different colors to the skin. The spines are in different arrangements.
yeah.
There's clearly like a template that they're using, and I'd say like for the most part, a lot of these are quite good. And I
They're
feel like
great.
Deck is one of the weaker ones, honestly.
Well, he
See,
And
looked
I
if you say that,
too
then
human.
someone will respond to you and they'll say, "Oh, but you lack media literacy because don't you
That's the
that's
understand
true.
point.
that the
That's
point
true.
is that he's supposed to look weaker." The movie
Well, they
Cynic, I think, had this
succeeded.
problem because he
But
said he
Hmm.
like,
said that this is a real downgrade, and someone in response said, "Yeah, but that's the point." It's like, no, you're missing the point in saying that. When we say it's a downgrade, when we say it looks weaker as a design, it's not just in the sense that obviously it's meant to be a slightly stunted predator. That's one thing. The problem is the design language used to convey that point is shit and it's cheap. What they've done to try and make it a more relatable protagonist is kind of just make it more like a human in a way that just looks goofy most of the time. The number of like almost meme-worthy shocked expressions the thing pulls, they're not relatable, they're funny. The design language is lazy. I'm fine with making it a runt, but you could do so many more creative things than just make it look slightly startled in every scene.
I mean, also though, his brother, who is not a runt, has the same like smaller head and like more human hairline. So it's like it's not
This
just oh he's weird because then that's why he's the only one that has like I guess cornrows instead of the like dreadlocks at the back of the head the way we're used to. It's no apparently that's just how the predators look now, I guess. And also I guess
it
their
is
hairs get white, their tendrils get white as they age now too. I don't remember ever seeing
Yeah,
that
that
before.
was.
No, he's an alpha or
that's
something. There's different
He's a
types.
Targaryen. He's a
they
Targaryen
gray.
predator.
Well, I put Sephiroth, but Targaryen's really good. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, we'll stick with
Mm.
that. But yeah, I think he's one of the weaker looking ones. I think they made some deviation changes that I
But
just I wouldn't have suggested.
yeah, there's a
Um,
consistency in the design throughout all of the. See that they're clearly different breeds, but they still all look fantastic, and you can fit them together as the same creature. Deck barely looks like a fucking predator. He really, really doesn't. Like there's some angles of him where he could have just been Guy on an alien planet. The fact that he's a
yeah,
predator,
it's
it just doesn't work. Nothing about it, from his look to his actions.
oh
There's
hey,
nothing
sorry, it's
tactical.
excuse me, someone just knocked on my door. I'll be right back. One moment. Talk about
Well,
predators.
I was gonna say though that both the hairline and the white hair on the father just they're the first times in a Predator film that I've ever perceived those tendrils more as functioning like hair and not just a part of their anatomy, like body parts more so than oh that's their hairstyle. Like I never really saw it that way, and this movie is like no, it works just like our hair, and I was like, huh,
Yeah, they
okay.
kind of confirm it with this movie now because this guy's got like his little cornrows, and then since the dad we're assuming is older, we're kind of forced to assume it's his dreads getting white, but we don't know that for sure. I don't know. The questions about
Yeah,
predators. I'm
it
sure there's
seemed
someone
like a
out there who
weird
knows
choice.
the
I was
lore and
like,
will give
I don't know why they have to work like hair now because that like
Hmm.
I never really perceived it that way. It's just like that's part of this alien's head design, you know? Like I
Yeah.
don't wonder what the xenomorph's hair looks like. I'm like, okay, no, I don't think it has hair the way we do, right?
I I just think Deck was a failed idea in so many different ways, and that's why so many people had that reaction to the trailer because like it just looks like a retarded predator. It just wasn't
It,
really a great idea compared to Prey, where he just looks fantastic while being
Yeah,
evil.
it's a
and
big
the one.
problem.
Sorry, go ahead, Frankie.
Here's a big problem that the big mad people are gonna have when they're like, well, that's the point. It's like if you have to keep telling people that something's wrong, at the end of the day, people have the reaction that they have, and you can't just go around to every single person who has the reaction and say, yeah, but that's the point though. It's
Yeah.
meant to look shit. Like,
I don't
If you had
even.
to
It
explain
you don't realize that there's a problem here when that's the case.
seems so blatant to me, like what the plan was and just why it's fucked up is that it's like you took a predator and you took a human and then you halved it. And it's like, yeah, we did that to make
Yeah,
it more
like even
humanized. And it's like, yeah, and it looks ugly as shit, like in a bad way.
Well,
the
yeah,
image you
what
have
wouldn't
on
have been
screen
accomplished
there.
by just if you just took one of these other great Predator designs, and there's so many good ones, and just made him smaller. He's just smaller. He's just a
Or
little
like
guy.
right from
like
his
facially
actions,
disfigured,
show
or
don't tell.
some quite
Oh,
something has obviously
yeah.
gone wrong, like a facial disfigurement. That he's
A
lost
birth
a
deformity,
tooth,
yeah.
or a severe deformity. But the reason they won't do that, and the reason I said it's design language, which is lazy, because it is the design language not just of this character design, but basically of the entire movie. And lots of modern movies do this, and particularly Disney movies do this. They signal what you're supposed to feel about a character by how cutesy they can try and make that character look. Now, I'm not saying Deck is cute by any conventional sense, but obviously the facial expressions are supposed to
scale.
convey more of a cuteness, or at least
It's
a
softened.
relatability.
Everything's
Yeah,
soft.
exactly.
Yeah,
It's
definitely
softened.
softened.
And the same thing applies to, damagingly, I think, seemingly the big monster of the movie when you encounter it later. This is not a massively scary monster. Its eyes are kind of cutesy. And when the designer does something like that in a modern movie, they're signaling to you something quite important about the plot, which is that the thing isn't really evil. And you can know that just from looking at it. And it's really annoying. It's a more difficult job to try and make the audience sympathize with something that looks as horrific as the original Predator design or one of the other better ones on that list. But it's
a great
also a
point.
better outcome if you can manage to do it. And it
Well,
is your job to do it.
If you look at the
I
gray
would
bag
say
or
that
the
they do
classic
that.
Predator, they look way more sinister than you described. That's and again
I-
way more of a task to be able to make something sympathetic that looks like that instead of pussy
Well,
ass.
I'd say they kind of do that in this film in a way that they didn't intend. Where Quay looks like Predator, he looks like a more typical stereo, Predator, and you
Mhm.
feel bad for him in a way. So they kind of did that in like almost accidentally, maybe.
They had the potential. You can see it within that one little window
Just
because
make
like
him a little guy.
Well, I feel like we're
Yeah,
just dancing around the obvious. Like, Wolf from AVP Requiem. People like that Predator, and he they're actually like more invested in him killing shit than the humans in that movie. And it's like, wait, but we didn't humanize him. And it's like,
It's like, yeah, we know they're alien monsters. Like we don't need them to look more like us. I mean, actually, it was funny. They even apply that to Tessa and Thea. Like they very clearly make Tessa look much more weird and like less physically attractive than Tessa does, despite the fact that they're twins, like played by the same actress. And that does sort of signal it's like, oh, maybe Tessa's evil.
and they
Platoon
had this.
mentioned actually the idea of giving him like a birth deformity, some sort of a disability he has to overcome in this sort of culture, which would have been interesting because that is like kind of what we see certainly in the Zack Snyder portrayal of the Spartans, right? Which is like if you had a birth deformity, then they might check you off a cliff or something.
Mhm.
And it was asked of Trachtenberg by a new Rockstar's interviewer at Comic-Con. He asked if the Spartans on Earth had learned parts of their warrior-based honor culture from extraterrestrial Yatja
Oh, get the
visitors.
fuck out.
And Trachtenberg did neither confirm nor deny that, which is like,
Because he's never thought about it, and he figured he'd
Yeah.
neither confirm or deny. Like, that's all that
put that
says
down
to
on
me
my
is
little book of ideas.
he hadn't thought
Yeah.
about it, but somebody said it, and he thought it would be better to say, "Oh, who knows?"
yeah,
That's
and
the
it probably
impression
isn't
I
a
get
notebook
from that.
now of like future film idea.
Yep.
Yeah.
Of
He's writing
ideas.
it in his phone during the interview. Just try to remember that. It's just
So
Well,
the
wasn't that a thing that pissed a lot of people off about Alien versus Predator, though? That it kind of like confirms that all like the Aztec temples were built by the predators and
There's a
not by
lot that
humans.
pisses people off about AVP, and I don't blame them.
Not a
Yeah.
good movie.
I meant as far as like the things it does to our lore, like human history.
It's just not what
it's
people
not a
wanted.
good movie that's better than Predator Badlands. But what a weird, what a movie.
It just they didn't reach
so-
its maximum potential. It wasn't like Freddy vs. Jason.
No.
where they did the best possible movie you could have got with those two.
Like only one. Think of all the Predator movies we've had, and only like one reaches its potential
Yeah,
of them all.
Yeah.
And it's the first one.
and that's
But
what's frustrating about
many
superlighters in
such
general,
cases.
man. Getting like
Many
two
such
good,
cases. Jurassic
getting
Park.
two bangers. Yeah, getting two bangers like Alien and Aliens or Terminator and T2, it's so rare. You usually get this one incredible concept and then it just fizzles out after.
Apparently, you only get 2 in every timeline. So, yeah, luckily we got good ones not too long ago.
Yeah.
We've been throwing around the term Yatja a bit. So that word's got a bit of history to it. This is what the species will be referred to throughout this movie. The term first appeared actually in a novel in 1994 called Aliens vs. Predator Prey. Not a great title, which was an adaptation of that comic book series I mentioned earlier from 1989, Alien vs. Predator, that ran until 2020. The book also gives us the Yatja name for the xenomorphs. Also, they're called Kiande Amedha, which means hard meat. They call humans, by the way, Piode Amedha, which is soft meat. So there you go.
So, I will say, like, to me, it's kind of the same for me as like with Halo. Like, I don't really care what their names are. I'm just gonna call them like elites and grunts and stuff. So I'm just gonna keep calling them Predator.
Saying highly, I don't remember the names of the
Yeah,
grunts.
fucking
Sure,
movie's
Healing
called
is pretty
Predator,
neat,
so
though.
whatever.
No, it's just that, you know, because when that happens, like, oh, and then Halo started actually calling them that. It's like, bro, they're elites. So
Yeah.
calling
Yeah,
them
yeah.
Haley, they're elites.
Those names are stuck at that point. The Flood, like it's just
I don't know the names that speak to like what they are in a way that is easy for everybody to understand, like elite. Whereas saying Healy, it's like, well, I guess that could be anything because that's just gibberish words. I don't mind it as a thing you do, but I'm just gonna keep calling him. I'm just gonna keep calling him Predator.
So the one interesting thing about sort of as an aspect to make cultural aspects of this movie is that the Yatja language that they use in this movie was created for this film. They had Britton Watkins, who actually is doing multiple languages for the Star Citizen series. He did the Xi'an and Banu languages for that. He made the Yatja language for this based off of the Polynesian and Hawaiian languages. And the actor for Dek, he had to learn that language. He is apparently fluent in the Yatja language. He learned that shit so that he could make this movie with the language. That's
This
wild
film?
to me.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
he learned the
dedication.
language for this writing.
I mean,
oh god.
okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
good on him
to
for
me,
that.
you know,
That's an
yeah, it's
accomplishment.
like
Good
sure,
effort.
but it's just sort
Good
of like,
on you, man.
You know, like in terms
That-
of
that's
what most people are going
It's
to see it
racist.
as. You know,
Yeah.
no, I'm just
It's
saying that's
true.
what most people are going to perceive it as. So
You're
you
right,
know,
Fringy, it's wasted effort.
but like
You
it
could have
does
told me
feel
that
that
before.
way.
You could have told me
I
it
know,
was
and
gibberish.
again, this is another case of man. You could have just had no dialogue,
Mhm.
but no.
Yeah.
Would have been easier, yeah, in a way. Instead, they had a guy
Although-
make a whole language to have this writing in it.
I will say though, the second Thea says that she's turned on universal translation, I was like, is the Predator gonna fucking be speaking English for the rest of the
No,
movie?
because
no,
I was
realized-
pretty
we
happy
learned-
that
they-
it wasn't.
We
The
learned
thing
our
is,
lesson in Predators too.
Well, I think it's kind of, I don't know, it speaks to the problem, doesn't it? It's like, well, we know that we can't have him like just talking, like speaking English, because that would be kind of silly. It's like, but we're gonna have him talk a bunch anyway, and just subtitle instead of like having him not talk. When
Mhm.
it's a bit awkward, but I mean, the series has we don't see them talk like in this series, you know.
Yeah, when they do,
So,
it
like,
actually it is English, like because they'll be speaking to one of the protagonists. Like at the end of Predator 2, he says, "Take it and get
Yeah,
out."
that's.
and then
It's just that I don't need to be seeing him having like full blown conversations. You know, like that's not. I don't need to see that.
well, how's he going to
prefer that we didn't
interact
say
with
that.
the multiple wacky sidekicks?
Boy,
I don't know, body language.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't think
I-
so.
I was
Is
not
that
being
even
serious.
possible in this day and age? Like that's the thing. The fact that they had no faith in that, like the idea, I feel like the conversation of this film having no dialogue potentially didn't even come up because they don't see the benefit. In that,
no,
and how much more we
the
could've got.
studio probably
I
said
mean-
that's stupid. Why would you do that?
Yeah,
That's dumb.
that's what I
Like,
mean.
Yeah, that silly
if it
little
came up-
cat movie from Latvia that won that Academy Award. They can do that, have no talking, but like we don't at Disney.
Well, I mean,
If it
again,
came
or
up,
like
it was like
Gendy
10
Tartakovsky.
seconds.
Gendy Tartakovsky's really good at making like compelling action animations
Yeah,
that
but that's
don't really
animation,
have much.
so different rules for live action or something. That's probably what some
Even though
executive
Trachtenberg
thinks.
just made an animated Predator movie.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
mean
it's
he did.
animated, so different rules. Different rules. You got to do
lots,
different
lots of
things.
talking and killers too.
And it's
Fringy,
funny, they all say this, and it looks like this film is not going to make their money back, but they're not going to learn any lessons from that. They'll just still continue to believe that they have it figured out.
This was just like Prey, but this didn't make money. Why? It's like, but it wasn't though. It was a lot different.
Have you ever heard of
So-
All Is Lost, Fringy?
No.
It's a survival film that pretty much has a log. Like there's an opening monologue, and then the rest of the movie is just the dude trying to survive at sea. And I just like wish
Okay.
more movies had the balls to try these type of things. So All Is Lost, easy recommendation for anyone who likes survival films. But this movie kind of reminded me of that for 30 seconds, and then shat itself for the rest of the film. So I hate the idea that that's not something that studios think is more appealing. The fact that we can just watch a movie of someone trying to explore or survive a crazy situation. We don't need stupid dialogue and annoying sidekick character, and then a second annoying sidekick character. It's just, yeah, it's insecurity to the max.
Well,
Heard if you
speaking of
count
survival
Alzheimer's
films,
ass.
let's see if we can survive this film. Because Deck and his brother Quay, they get into this sword fight. They're jumping around all over the place.
Really
And they
bad,
get
by
into
the way.
Yeah, it's not very. There's
Like,
no
really
weight to
bad
it. There's no
CGI,
impact.
the way that
Yeah.
they're flooping around, it looks bad.
I was actually going to say earlier that this fight is the first thing that really pulled me out of the movie because you have two guys fighting with what are effectively swords, and there's so many ways to do that and have it just be cool. But the first thing that happens is they turn into CGI goop jumping floopy things, and I'm like,
Mhm. I
why?
couldn't wait for it to be
Why
over.
have them jump around this cave? Why
Mm.
not just have them square off against each other and choreograph
It's
a really good fight
also-
scene?
It's pretty empty. So there's one, I suppose, piece of setup that well, it's a couple of pieces of setup besides the basic one
Yeah,
is like
yeah.
these are the brother and the protagonist, obviously. The other one is the brother tells the protagonist Deck to make use of the terrain essentially. I'm bigger and stronger than you are, so go and use, because they're in the cave, use the cave to your advantage. And obviously this is a lesson he will take to heart later in the movie as he learns to use the environment to his advantage. And say that's fine, don't mind it. I'm not sure it's really sufficient to justify what is a very long and quite tedious opening fight scene. I understand some people just want this from Predator movies. It's two big monsters fighting with swords. It's like, okay, fine, but you can also tell a story with this stuff. That would also be cool, and I think I would have preferred it, and you would have preferred it too. But
I
as it
think
is, it's just like it just goes on and on and on and on and on.
It's a really hard
think-
fight to track as well because of the way it's shot and just the fact that you don't really know
Who's who?
which one's
Which
which.
one is
I'm like,
which?
what the fuck
Which
is going
is,
on? I could like Killmonger and Black Panther's fight at the end was cringe, but at least you can always tell who can track the fight. That's
Similar
really important.
CGI
So
goopiness.
yeah, I didn't get anything out of this fight because of that. Even the things that you mentioned, I feel were nullified because of how they portrayed it.
Well,
And
and I
the
guess what I was
difficulty is
gonna-
what is understanding which, because they're at this point they're both, I think they're both wearing masks at this point in the fight scene, so they're both
Yeah.
speaking through the masks. And I may be alone, maybe I'm just uniquely racist against Yautja, but I couldn't
can't
tell
tell the
which
voice
one
part.
was speaking. For, like,
Thank you.
So when one of them says brother, it's like, wait, which one is? So is this the one with the camera on him, or is this the one who's currently off screen? Is that the cloaked one or the other one? And then the conversation continues. It's like, well, I think it's that one talking to that one. But it could also be that one talking to that one, and I'm not entirely sure which is which.
Well, glad to hear I'm not the only one who is completely confused
Completely
as to
lost.
who is who with these new characters.
But
Well, and
the only
just so
last
much
thing
of
I
it
was gonna
is
add
so
about-
just overt and clunks to me. Like all the stuff they're telling me with this scene so overtly with the dialogue. It's like, yeah, okay. There's no other way to get this information across, I guess. And a lot of it gets repeated as well.
I think
Well,
the last
speaking of
point I was gonna make,
repetition,
though-
there is the. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, just about like when Platoon mentioned that he brings up use the cave. I thought that they had already were doing that because at that time they're on sort of like a narrow bridge, and he's got like a couple things he can sort of hide behind for cover. So I was like, oh yeah, so he's making it so that he can't sneak around him or anything like that. Like he's got nowhere really to maneuver. And then it's like, yeah, but actually we're gonna move in a whole bunch of different areas and it have really bad CGI represented. And I was like, oh okay, I guess we're doing that.
Platoon had mentioned
all.
one sort of setup for later, and there is another, I guess more thematically speaking. After as they're fighting, Deck, he gets ready to keep on fighting, and Quay says that he still has much to prove, but Deck says, "I am Yatja," and Quay says, "Not yet." And so remember that. We'll do that a few times about him becoming the best. They fight, blah blah blah.
They may say that a few more times throughout the film.
Yeah,
but it
as if
doesn't
they
make
insist on you
sense.
not forgetting it.
It doesn't make sense to be said in this early part of the movie. Partly because it's so obviously on the nose and it's like, oh, okay, so this is going to be kind of the thematic conflict of the movie, but also because they are both Yautja. They have both grown up in this culture. They both know that the only way to do it is to prove yourself by beating a big, like prey species, like the
go on the
great threat. You have
hunt.
to go and get your trophy. So I'm slightly confused as to why Deck would be saying, "I am Yautja" or whatever, when he knows that he isn't yet because he hasn't
means-
done the mission.
Yeah, I guess he's trying to mean it in the terms of I am capable of becoming one, in the same way that you have like the Latin homo versus weir. But it's a little they kind of use the species and the like being a like
Edits.
the proper thing like kind of interchangeably, but he shouldn't be saying this. But I
think
guess
that's
that's
them-
supposed to be like he is wrong.
That's
I
them
read
trying
it
to like
as-
highlight his. It's like them trying to highlight his oppression, even though it makes no sense based on the information that he should have.
Well, I think
know?
I
Well,
read
he-
it as Deck perceived that because the brother was not able to kill him, that was his test passed. And then, like, it's a little later on that he's like, no, you have to go hunt something dangerous that isn't me. And also, you didn't kill me, so.
But I
Well,
think
yeah, the
more
fact
why
that
would
natural
he
Quay
to
know
have
says
that?
not yet.
What'd you say?
That'd be something you should know all of that, right? He's not young. Like, I guess
That's kinda my
relatively, but
point.
still.
I guess, yeah, it's
It
probably
doesn't
true.
work
But,
based on what Deck should already know. It's like this is a scene that just doesn't.
well,
Yeah,
I
the
think
more
maybe because
natural
when he
place to
says
put it
for him
is
to yield
after.
and.
After
Because
you.
he says he tells him to yield, and then he says no, and then he, I guess, assumes that Quay does something that should have killed him, and then he comes back and he's like, "Yeah, you didn't kill me. I am Yautja," right? Like, because he says it at around that moment, doesn't he? Or am I remembering wrong?
It happens a little bit before, but maybe that's supposed to act as like, oh, see, Quay's convinced that Deck really does, but have what it takes, and he just needs to be given the test. He
Ah,
believes in Deck. But they fight, and later on they have returned back to a Yautja ship that belongs to Quay, the brother. And on the wall we see, the skulls of trophies. One of them's a T-Rex
Dinosaur.
over to the right, which is
Yeah.
like, holy fuck, how old are you people? Like, just all those questions that pop up.
Not
And
old
in the
enough to have
middle,
white tendrils.
not yet. Maybe it was a heirloom or something. I don't know. It's you don't want to throw those away. But on the wall, we also see in the middle, I think it's people have mentioned it looks like one of the aliens from Independence Day because of sort of like the teardrop shape of the thing and the eyes and whatnot.
Harvester's classic. You love it.
Oh, they're called Heart. I did not know that. I didn't know they were called
Can't wait for ID4 versus AVP.
Oh, did you guys see Independence Day 2? What a film.
Yes,
What a
Oh,
film.
yes.
Oh,
it's a
yes.
movie.
I'd rather watch that than this.
Would I?
I think so.
You get Jeff
I
Goldblum.
think so. That's true. So Deck picks up some kind of an object, and apparently this has a bit of like sentimental value to Quay. He says, "You kept this toy?" And so Quay says, "Well, you remember what happened. You saved my life. You protected me." Remember this line.
So,
You
It's
protected
just a
me.
basic rule in writing. If a character says you remember what happened, you don't need to continue the conversation because they
As
remember
you
what
know,
happened.
Man, I think that for a lot of people, because they're going, that they're not going to realize how bad this dialogue is.
Yeah,
And,
it covers
well, and I
up.
guess,
but it's the Predator saying it.
the
And that's
anime
fucking
problem.
cool.
Yes,
guess
yes.
I-
If you're anime,
Oh.
if you're anime English dub,
Oh.
then it's cringed as fuck. The fact that it's like actually in Japanese covers up a lot of the cringe in the delivery. It's a serious
like,
thing.
I get. I mean, I don't want to get in a position where I'm defending the writing of this movie, but I think the purpose of saying what he remembered about it was that the thing Deck had remembered about it was that he lost his fang, and then Quay says, "No, like you saved my life." So
It's a great way to get exposition out, eh?
I mean, I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that like that was the point of them. Like their key memory from each of the key memory from the event was different between the two of them. And
The brothers, they know this already. Like we need a cleverer way to.
I mean,
think
again,
that's
I don't want to like defend it. I think that that's the reason why it was said and not just implied that yeah.
I don't think
So,
that there's much to
Quay-
gain from that, though. Like, that analysis, like, oh, you see, he's more invested in the fact that he'd lost his fang, and while his brother's like, nah, but you saved me. It's like, how does that play into the future scene? They both care about each other. You know, like,
Well, I mean, I guess it mostly just subverts almost right away the text at the beginning of the movie, where they're not supposed to give a shit about each other, really. But it's like, oh, clearly,
well,
these two.
I'm saying to highlight that contrast of them both picking something to remember. It's like it's not going to be relevant for past a few more minutes because the brother's going to be dead, and they both
true.
really care. Like, I guess I'm saying is like you can highlight that about the difference, but what does it add to anything? And then, of course, it's all contrived to just get this content out as soon as possible. Trachtenberg's like, I gotta get people to know that they care about each other because I'm about to kill one of them. I gotta be fast. So, hey, look at this thing. Hey, do you remember what this thing is about? Yeah, it's this event. No, it's this other event.
Yeah, I do remember, and you remember, and here is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
it's very fresh draft work.
Quay just saving Deck would have been enough. Like, you don't really have to be like, yeah, I'm saving you because that time you saved me.
No, we need this for later.
Well, fuck that opening fight.
This is investment.
I would have preferred they were just on a mission together, and Deck failed, and it nearly got his brother killed. The father was watching the whole time, and then at the end of the mission, he's like, kill your brother, he's pathetic, get him out of here, and we get the same scene. Instead of the fight where they have against each other for no reason.
Yeah, the confusing fight that achieved nothing. If we saw them on a mission together, we would have got way more.
I guess it's implied that the fight is supposed to be like Quay's test for Deck, that he passes, so Quay won't kill him.
Well, no, because the dad said he was supposed to kill him.
I guess maybe it was Quay like personally seeing if it was like something he really should do.
I don't believe
he was ordered to.
With as little as he's characterized, I don't believe he would have killed him because he failed. Like, he wasn't going to kill him anyway.
If we saw him kill a mission and we actually understood the context and what was lost or achieved, then the dad saying kill him, he's pathetic, he's not one. That would be way more justified and actually properly set up. Where the entire thing just seems jarring and awkward and forced because of the way they did it. The fight didn't achieve what they thought it achieved. We're seeing them together.
It looked fucking awesome, though.
I thought it was just.
I didn't think so, but
this is generic to me.
That was their intention for it.
Especially the orange on the blades. To me, is just like that's just not at all how predators were portrayed.
Sword,
but okay,
it's supposed to be stealthy. They're tactical. I would have rather seen.
Oh, you know what it is? It's just sci-fi goo. It's like.
It's Rebel Moon. It's Rebel Moon. It's all the other shitty side.
And yet, you watch the original and the. Just getting out the wrist blade and stabbing people. It's like, that's all I need, bro. That's all I need.
You don't remember
Dylan's death scene is way more epic.
Schwarzenegger.
Dylan's death scene is way more epic and terrifying than anything they've done in a recent Predator. Like, it's such a great scene, and it's just a shank. It's just his little wrist blade. You don't need that much.
Yeah, they would favor. It's personal. It's close. It's just like you got to really make contact with them. It's stabbing's a classic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, this movie does focus on the swords a lot too, as if it's the iconic Predator weapon. When it's like we've never used these before ever. Like,
also, it's a fair point from Chad. Legally distinct lightsaber. Like, everyone wants lightsabers because they're cool, but they're not allowed them, so they have to find a different way. And Rebel Moon had its iconic lightsabers, and then this movie, like, you could say these are just wannabe lightsabers. I don't really disagree.
Yeah, you can work around it. That scene where he threw it, like, there's a scene that really signifies that they're pretty much just lightsabers. Because the way it works mechanically is bullshit, unless it is a lightsaber. So
Thea asks him later if his laser, so his plasma sword, is specific to his clan, as if she has not seen that of the Yatja yet. So
really?
I guess it's their way of saying, see, they're the only ones who use this. That's why none of the others did. This is something only they use. I'm like,
0 points.
Okay. All right.
But Dan Trachtenberg.
So Quay.
It's like if they had a fucking Death Star, and it's like, I've never seen that before. It's like, yeah, it's just our clan that has that.
Yeah, it's just that. We just have one.
Oh,
shaped like that. It's weird.
Shaped like a predator head.
A giant predator head floating in the sky,
yeah, like a big, like a Spaceballs vacuum cleaner.
The mandibles have a laser each.
Ooh, yeah. The mask comes off and it sprays lasers on the mandible. Yeah, that's perfect.
So Quay gives Deck back the little shoulder rope launcher and it attaches it to his shoulder. And he says, yeah, I fixed it for you. Don't blow yourself up. Which led me to think, oh, this was like a plasma caster. Don't blow yourself up. Like, hurt yourself with it. But it wasn't. I had to double check. But when Quay says don't blow yourself up, I think this is like Yatja slang for don't kill yourself or get yourself killed because of their explosive gauntlets. Like, don't lose and have to explode yourself, basically. But maybe that's me reading way too deep into the movie. Who knows? But there in the cockpit, Quay says that today you make your vow as our ancestors did before you. To earn your place in the clan, you must choose your prey, bring it home, or never return.
I don't know if now's the
so
time,
there's-
but none of this is making any sense if the brother knows that he was supposed to do a particular job here. In fact, he should be rushing, because either he knows that he and his bro can't go back, you know, so to speak, and so his brother, he needs to get Deck out of here as soon as possible if he's committing to not killing him, and
or there has to be some arrangement.
he's gonna have to tell him
where
too.
Quay,
Like,
yeah,
what?
like
What
father
is the
told
point
me
in
to
this?
kill you, but like because of the rules of our law, any predator who does the vow and brings home the trophy is part of the clan. That's like the overriding rule.
I'm convinced that was the original
like,
script. I'm almost convinced. I think that the original story would have been that that he was given an opportunity. It's like, you're going to be killed, you're going to be thrown out with the runt of the litter sort of shit. But if you can defeat this enemy that many predators have fallen to, you will have earned your place. Yeah, but then they were like, nah, that's boring, and we need him to talk about his feelings throughout the whole film, so we'll get the brother to be, you know, killed by the dad. That's a great family drama right there. Let's do that. And the way they contrive it is utter crap, because some of these scenes I think weren't actually properly redrafted. Why would the brother not be like, so
what?
Here's the thing, man. You gotta go. You just gotta leave. Like, now, actually, because the dad could be on his way at any moment, and if he gets here, he's gonna kill us both. So, yeah. And he'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it's like, look, you just gotta... And this would be better if he was just like, go and kill the Kalisk. I don't even believe you can, but fuck it, it's your only shot, so...
Well, specifically, Deck says that he'll have an honorable death if he goes to kill the Kalisk and fails.
Yeah, he's
so
like
that
into
would
it.
be like that would be a good thing. That would be a good thing for Quay to tell him in that culture. Go for it, man. Either you come back with its head or you die honorably.
Yeah, you'd think even if Quay said, I was just gonna say, if Quay said to the dad, "Yeah, I sent him after the Kalisk. You wanted me to kill him. He's dead."
Yeah, that could have worked. These conversations could have been way more interesting. And Mahler, you're right. There's no change in Quay's body language. The dad comes. He should.
Yeah,
be
he's an
like
idiot.
frantic, going, yeah, he's a fucking moron. It ruins it.
He knows what's gonna
Bit
happen.
of a look of worry from him, but that's it.
He knows what's gonna happen. The dad's not gonna accept whatever the fuck he's talking about. He's gonna end up killing them both. So
yeah,
get moving.
Because yeah, that's right. The father does show up. The screen beeps. Ah, someone's coming. It's the dad. Boom. He must have expected this.
But we need
When I first watched it, I was thinking, you know what?
Arm.
Quay with that one scene might be the best character just because he did a good thing. And then we think about it, we talk about it for fucking like 5 minutes now, and it's all fucked. It's just, I didn't even, it's like these little details, man, just destroy it because Quay's whole
It's like the idea was good. It's the execution. Like if I had $1 for every time off the top of our heads on EFAP, we all just sort of like came up with something better and cleaner that makes more sense instead of the $105 million motion picture, then I could retire.
And one of the best examples of that, I would say, like in the history of this podcast, was the Kenobi coverage. Watching the beginning and seeing him cutting the meat and just the slow burn and the potential that was there if you understand the character and what he should be going through, and especially at this point in the history. And then it just turned into a slop fest because it's Disney. This is kind of similar, where there's a lot of things they could have made work with the brother, the father, and the survival aspect on this planet. But we have to have the typical Disney shit.
There is a scene later on that directly reminded me of Kenobi.
That's not a good sign.
It involved head trauma and something being knocked unconscious very easily.
I'm fine with the killing the runts, by the way, but I don't think it makes any fucking sense that you let them get this old before killing them.
Yeah. Like they killed as a baby would be like.
And if you're gonna,
that's what Spartans would do.
If you let him get this old, just let him fucking try the stupor monster. Why not?
You have nothing to lose.
He's gonna not come back, so you'll be fine.
No, it will be better. Well, it would be better for the clan because the father specifically says you're a weakness, you're an embarrassment, you make us look bad, you suck. But if he went and died honorably, that would make the clan better. See, even the runts of our clan can die honorably. They'll go and try and kill a Kalisk. Yeah, they're fucking fearless. They're nasty.
They did this perfectly with Game of Thrones, where Tywin straight up said, "I was gonna cast you out and let the waves take you away," but then I decided to let you live because you're a Lannister, and then you just
because you're a Lannister.
Boom! Like, just it's so good. It's like one of their best scenes together. But it's you really understand his character and the role Tyrion has now of like, you're still one of us. They could have done that. They could have done something here, or at least a better version of that. And just I don't know what they chose is the most basic bitch version of this entire scenario. And that's what kind of
Charles
annoys me
Dance
because that's the
is
whole
in
movie.
this universe too. He's on a prison planet right now, probably.
He
Look,
technically
I
is.
mean, I think it's in canon, but Naru's still alive right now.
Oh, fuck Naru. I
Potentially.
never
Yeah,
liked
I
yeah,
that.
no,
think
he
I
is.
think
She got
she's
captured and
referenced.
cryogenically frozen.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
there
And
is on the computer screen, you could see like someone with a bow standing
Yeah,
there as like a worthy prey to hunt.
which
And
I think
like
is
that
very
better just be
funny.
like a
she's
generic tribal warrior who's fierce and not literally Naru, because that would be so fucking lame if
she's at
thousands
the
of
end
years
of
later they're still referencing her as like, oh, she's the most
She's
fucking
pretty
amazing
remarkably
human
easy to
ever.
she
take
is
out if
in
the plot allows it. Like, just saying.
she's in Killer of Killers. Like she's frozen on a Predator
Yeah, I
ship
know.
at the end. They even released
Is
an
she?
extended version where
They have
both
to well,
party get
they have to take her autism from her because she has a lot of it.
yeah,
Okay.
they're from
Naru
her.
is thoroughly implemented into this canon. This is disappointing to me. She sucks. The chick from
Well,
AVP, like of all the Ripley clones, she is the most tolerable. Why can't we get more of her? The black chick from AVP. I actually liked her. The
Yeah,
rest
I don't
she's
of
like
know
the
who's the
best that we've had as a female protag in Alien and Predator for fucking ages.
I call them Ripley clones, and like the worst
I
one
wish.
was the one from Covenant. Like, tell me her name. Someone give you like
I don't fucking
Oh,
know.
oh,
Short
that's
hair Ripley.
the
Marcy.
short
That's
hair
Marcy.
chick. Is it? I honestly have
No.
no idea. I remember. I remember
It's like
Dr.
you were talking about
Shaw.
with Predator 2. I wish we got more
Yeah.
of the group because there's the one chick and she's like a badass, you know, with the she got the gun and she
Mhm.
doesn't take nonsense from anyone, but she's got an good attitude and you know that would be cool, but no, that film's got its problems. But yeah, like I said, the father arrives. His name is Nyor, but it's never spoken in the film. It's just like some background information. So if you're ever playing a Predator trivia game, then now you know. Also, he's played by Demetrius Koala-Matangi, who's playing Deck. So there you go. So, father's here, and he says, "Why is it not done?" He asks Quay, and how come you haven't killed him yet? And Quay says he deserves a hunt, but the father says he's the clan's weakness. Weakness has to be called stuff we kind of
Weakness has to be
highlighted before.
called
Boom.
like 20 years after it's found because I don't know.
This is the last chance, Deck. We're giving you so many chances. So father tosses down this little laser rope thingy that binds Deck to the ground and keeps him helpless. And he says, Quay, kill him right now. Fucking do it. Now, Deck thinks he's about to get killed. Quay brings out his super cool plasma sword. He's about to kill him right on the spot. But instead, Quay does not kill his brother. Oh, shit.
He does something way
Instead,
stupider.
he destroys the bindings that are kind of holding Deck to the ground, and he pushes the little rope launcher on Deck's shoulder, and it pulls him into the ship. And then he presses his gauntlet that seals the ship's door closed, effectively meaning that Deck is now safe and secure on the ship, at least for the moment. And then Quay begins to have a sword fight with the father.
Let's explore how retarded this move was. One, he knows he's gonna have to fight the dad now. That's definitely happening. In fact, he just moves into that straight away. So he's more than likely gonna lose. He probably should know that. His dad's way more experienced and probably has better tech as well. There's a chance he might win, but he's probably going to lose. What does that mean for his brother? It's like, well, he's definitely going to lose against the dad. Maybe if you both take him at once, you might have a chance. But instead, you spend a lot of time making yourself very vulnerable, by the way, locking your brother away. Why, you idiot?
It's so dumb. The entire time I'm just thinking, why just open the fucking door and help? Like, why wouldn't you just 2v1 them? This is your opportunity. This should have been your plan.
And to be honest with you, would make for a pretty cool
scene
scene to have the dad, like, fuck them both up, and then, the brother tells him to run, and maybe he sort of, in a moment of cowardice, actually does and regrets it.
Yeah, you could have.
That would be like a proper arc.
Yeah.
It wouldn't circumvent the problem, though, which has been mentioned already, which is that if you know this is going to be the outcome from not killing him, then why are either of you still on the planet, but particularly why is Dex?
Oh,
yeah, they should have left ages
If
ago.
this was inevitable, they should have
Quay
left.
needed to have a plan. That's like the stuff we talked about earlier. You need to establish that doing the vow, bringing the trophy, doing the hunt, like, supersedes everything. If you do it, doesn't matter who you are. You did the test. You fulfilled the vow. You're in the clan. Boom, you're safe.
There's a whole scene missing with Quay. Like, just legitimately missing for flesh all that. What he was thinking during all this. Because if that scene doesn't exist, then it's just complete like redraft.
Wait,
bullshit idea.
2 different people in chat said that would have been dishonorable. Are you joking? Do you know what else is dishonorable?
Yeah.
Fucking in this moment.
I was gonna bring this up because it's a weird thing, and again, something that I don't know about Predator culture. I assumed that there was some kind of code of honor. I didn't
yeah, it's the
expect
Yachtja
that code of
Codex.
honor.
Weren't
Yeah, they
you
have a
paying
codex for the
attention?
codex of honor, if you want. Yeah, fine. But like, I did not expect to see from a supposedly honor-bound species that the way they go about killing each other is essentially just cheating. It's like you will just use a trap without like forewarning. It's not an honorable fight. You're just gonna tie him up and chop his head off. That seems to be
Yeah, I ain't
a little
dealing
bit
with this,
dishonorable
like,
to me.
That's
the
Father even
selective
said, "Why
honor
didn't you
shit.
kill him?"
I ain't judging this from that point of view. Like, no, I'm not going to allow this honor rules that are completely flimsy and inconsistent to explain stupidness. It's like, no.
But
it's
they
not
had the
happening.
honor rules
on that
within the first
vein-
fight scene because like Deck literally asked his brother Quay, "Are you holding your sword?" Whether or not, because he doesn't want to attack him if he's unarmed. They remembered it for that moment. Like
It's if it's inconsistent, it's bad. And I guess like with what Mahler was saying, I was kind of gonna ask you guys how you felt about it because it happens multiple times in this, and it's sort of a callback to previous things in different contexts. But in this fight between Father and Quay, Father turns invisible. He
Yeah, it's
uses
lame
the
as
cloak
fuck.
and he turns invisible. And I'm like, well, wait,
cheating.
hold on a second. Wait now. That's kind of a bitch move. Because this is a completely different context than when the Predator is quote unquote invisible in the others. So Predator 2 is a
It's
good
hunting,
example.
yeah.
So the Predator, when he fights King Willie, King Willie of the Jamaican voodoo posse. He's got all the voodoo stuff and he's reading the chicken bones. We used to
He's
have
got an
characters.
African necklace.
So, hey, so when he shows up to kill Big Willie knows he's coming, but the Predator purposefully, he's like invisible, but it's like shitty invisibility, sort of. He wants Big Willie to know that he's there and he's coming. He walks through the water, he stands in front of him. Big Willie takes out his sword, and they like have a showdown that we don't see. They just show that Big Willie's getting his skull as a trophy. And that's totally different than like actually turning invisible in the middle of a one-on-one duel. That seems like it is just just doesn't seem like it's honorable.
We have precedent that kind of bothers me as well when he did it in Prey against Tabe when he was
Did I
losing.
say Big Willie? I'm sorry, I meant King Willie. I didn't mean to say Big Willie.
Tabe even called him a cheater.
This is an R.
I believe he
sorry,
should be
King
called
Willie.
Big Willie.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, King Willie. I didn't mean to call you
Only
Big
he
Willie.
slapped the Predator.
I'm
Free
so
Willie.
sorry. Big Willie.
But when the Predator's losing to Tabe and he goes invisible, it's like, oh, you little bitch. You were.
But that just makes
Yeah.
Tabe look more badass.
You're afraid.
you know?
Yeah.
You're afraid
Well,
Tabe
so-
was gonna kick your ass.
Yeah.
What's disappointing with
Tabe
that
was
in
fucking
Prey
rough, that's why.
is that he's still heavy and you can still just look at the floor to see where he is. You'd see the footprints and stuff. But whatever.
Yeah.
It's worse in this because it's like, are you unfamiliar with your father's ability to cloak? Why is it that basically he's just like, well, I'm dead. That's it. It's just like, oh, because he goes to try and punch him or whatever, and it's just like, what are you doing?
man?
Like,
Well, I mean that's less awkward, I guess, than the both of them turning invisible, and we're just like,
well, so that was what I was
now?
wondering. It's like, why isn't he? Like,
That's because
And again, like I was just immediately confused by like, wait, the cloak hides them from our light spectrum, but does it hide them from infrared as well? Like I didn't
got the
realize
sense that they
there'd
could
be
see
no
each
point
other.
in doing it otherwise. If he could still be seen in cloak, then he
Yeah.
wouldn't have bothered.
which is
Yeah, I
still
know.
Was there
funny.
any
that-
moments
it-
of the was there any moments of the stealth actually being effective? Like it seems like they could still detect each other for the most part.
It's
You know,
I
if-
guess it's implied, or he could sort of tell maybe by footsteps, but it isn't made clear. It just kind of seems like Father's just sort of cheesing it and being a bit of a bitch.
If they both had invisibility and then they both walked a couple of steps away, but then stood, it would be like when two people are armor locking in Halo, right next to each other.
Yeah,
It's just like, okay, now what? Like, it's like, I don't know.
So they
I
have
also
this
think
fight.
it's a missed opportunity
Yeah.
to, instead of like, to make the dad cheat as opposed to the dad dominates the fuck out of him. Like, you know,
Even if, yeah.
because you know,
one-on-one,
you'd
he's the
imply
better
the dad has been around for a lot longer. The dad's watched his son, probably trained him himself, so knows everything he knows. You know, he taught him everything he knows, right? So you should have that kind of. You can sell that through the choreography instead of just being like, no, the son was actually kind of winning and he went invisible. It's like, why?
That's
Why?
Unless you're
very
going to
lame.
make it an actual story point to say that, and it was because I was already at this point of the movie trying to write a different movie to cope because it's bad. But
It's fun to cope.
you could have turned it into an actual story thing if you'd shown the father doing stuff like this. And actually, the lesson, the realization you have later on is that the father is actually dishonoring his own culture. He's a particularly bad example of a predator. Like he dishonors Yautja culture, famously does this. Like he's not really supposed to be able to kill his son in this manner. He's trying to cheat to game the system to improve the stock of his clan in the eyes of everybody else. He uses
Yeah,
his
they'd give
cloak
him an
against his
extra
fellow
level of
predators
his
because
villainy.
he's dishonorable. Yeah. And then part of the main character's, dramatic heroic conclusion is to better represent his culture than the father does. And then you could have done something maybe with that. My preference would be like, as a bit of a twist, you get the point where Deck is enchained and he is helpless. Actually have the brother kill him, flip the protagonist, and then it's about the brother's story to try and realize what being a Yautja really is and what honor really is, because he tried to live up to what his father wanted him to do, and then he comes to realize that his father is a cheating shit. Like, that could have been more interesting than this movie.
Or he
But
can't
as we,
kill his brother, and his father has to do it, and that's like incredible weakness. Because the father even
Mhm.
says protecting weakness is weakness.
That'd be
You know
That
what
would've
else
been really cool,
too?
though.
To flip it would, in any other way, would probably just lead to better results. Like, what if it was actually the son who engaged the invisibility on the dad? They both back off. The dad just stands there, and then you get a moment where the brother tries to spear him or something. The dad just sidesteps and then chops his head off. Like, it's sort of easy. So, like, you just cheated and I still won, sort of thing.
I think that
Um,
would have been way more effective, especially if it was 2v1 and the brothers tried to cheat to take down their father. And it's still not enough. Like we would have gotten so much more character out of that.
Defrosted Robot says we trained him wrong as a joke.
It's a classic.
So, yeah, they have a fight, and father wins. He cuts off Quay's arm because it ain't a Predator movie until we have. And so Quay, he's wounded. He's on his last legs, and he starts to crawl back towards the ship. And instead of grabbing the sword on the ground in order to defend himself further, he instead grabs the gauntlet that's on his arm. And as he is stabbed by the father, he launches the ship with the gauntlet. And before he is killed, Quay says, "Bring it home." And then the father
Yeah.
kills him as Deck watches as the ship flies away. And it is as another parallel between this and Prey. If you will recall, Tabe's last words to Naru in Prey before he sacrificed himself to save her was, "Bring it home."
It's so
Uh-huh.
meaningful. I love it. It's so great. And I particularly love the way he shouts his brother's name and then it all goes into slow motion and it looks so spectacularly wonderful. It's everything
Hilarious.
I want from a Predator movie.
Apparently,
Hilarious.
that wrist device has complete and utter remote control over that ship. So the dad kills him,
Yep.
picks it up, press beep, boop, boop, and the ship lands. The dad's like, so.
Or
done.
it can explode because that happens in Predators. Like
That's right, he blows it
you
up with a
think that
gauntlet.
Adrian Brody's getting away on the Predator ship, and the bigger Predator that was still alive just goes.
Well,
beep,
you're gonna
beep,
tell
beep,
me
and then the
this
ship explodes in midair.
Predator Kingman, he's not going to have contacts in orbit for ships anyway? They're a sci-fi creature.
Especially
Like,
his sons.
The idea
yeah.
that they can just beat him with like a couple presses. Of
I
a
wouldn't be
button.
surprised if he was like, that ship's quite expensive. You're not taking it, buddy. Like,
know-
that's ours.
You know,
He
I
just
had a
pulls out his
thought.
own device and clicks stop. Like we should have gotten that scene. It's just dumb.
Well, they really shouldn't show us a universal remote controller that's right in front of the dad, should they? It's like,
I think it is kind of implied later that only Quay has control of the ship,
Why?
but
Why?
it's pretty because he just does.
In the history of all the Predator stuff, other people can use the wrist controls
Yeah.
or the access to the Predator
Yeah.
stuff.
This is the future, and it's a different
Well, 'cause
clan, and
It-
You
I
know,
don't know,
something
man.
I just randomly looked up because you mentioned it, right? Yeah, Predator's lifespan. Apparently, these motherfuckers can live like thousands. So for all that old dad dude, he should have knowledge of every type of predator tech. There shouldn't be a single way you can trick him with with what happened in. I just wish they would took that into account when they did this because I just feel like one of the biggest wasted aspects of this movie, or at least the opening, is the dad. He did look pretty cool, and there's a lot of stuff you could have done with that, like with that aesthetic, but we just didn't get any story. He's not a character. He's just this weird like object in the beginning of the movie that we have to get through.
So the ship takes off, And as it takes off, it flings Deck and against the hull, and it knocks him out. And Deck arrives as the ship shudders, and it goes into the atmosphere of the asteroid bits at Genna, the Death Planet, where the Callisk resides.
We can't
It's the Death Planet,
understate
guys.
how this
Pandora.
all happens so quickly. I think the average person would never realize just how fucking retarded all of this is. Like the quick launch of the ship, knocking him out such that he can't re-land it, which is probably what he would have wanted to do out of
The
pure
ship not being
emotional
able to
anger.
get through an atmosphere
Yeah,
without the windows
then-
breaking.
Well, the fact that it doesn't have an auto defense system for fucking asteroids and shit, or it doesn't have a
Just
warning
fly
system
around
to
the
avoid them or
asteroids, yeah.
anything. No, because
The
he's
ship
knocked
is-
out.
the
It's
ship-
just like,
The
do I
ship
believe
is smart
Shield,
enough to.
there's so much convenient shit happening here to get us to. He needs to crash land on a alien place, but he also needs like no access to any of his major weaponry.
Even though he just literally walks to it later, but I guess we'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah, the ship is smart
need to
enough
give
to
it
faster than light jump across the galaxy to get to a planet, but then it's so stupid it just barrels straight through the asteroid belt, nearly destroys itself, and he has to eject from the cockpit with maybe the stupidest escape pod design that's ever been
It looks
created.
so bad,
No
dude.
protection
I think
at
it's
all.
so dumb.
Really dumb. And if you ejected it into space, you'd be dead. 'Cause
It's
Yeah.
so
like-
stupid. What the
Looks,
fuck?
looks like Darth
And he
Maul's
said-
speeder from
Yeah.
episode
Oh, it
1.
does.
Yes,
It does.
fucking Phantom Menace, a Phantom Menace speeder, but to fucking go into the atmosphere. Like it's so stupid.
Well, and you
How could
just
you
have
possibly known when to pull the trigger on
Basically,
that?
there's so many
just to
sobering moments
describe it, I suppose.
in the film, and this was one of them, of like watching a predator riding a space moped like screaming. It's so like, what the fuck am I watching? Like you get the shot around him,
It's
he's
like
just
a
like
scene that's-
and it's just like, why?
Watching the greatest movie in the franchise.
Oh yeah,
That's right. The ratings don't lie. The ratings don't lie.
I'm sorry, the Predator from the first film, like he just would have handled this with class. It would have been a little bitch screaming on a
Yeah,
moped.
but
in
no,
the air.
again,
You know
media
that.
literacy. He's the runt. This is the point.
Oh yeah, idiot.
Fuck that.
That's
It's
right.
such a shit defense. Just the fact that he's the runt doesn't mean that he has to be crap. You know what I mean? It's his writing,
Something-
not his
I
runtiness.
do enjoy that media literacy just means I agree wholesale with what the writer
Yeah.
What the
wants me to
film
think.
has told me to think. Yes,
I
Not
think
what they
Starship
actually
Troopers
do.
has
Troopers
ended.
is a propaganda. Yeah.
Starship
That's
Troopers has
the
ended the
go-to.
media literacy crap, because to this day everyone's still fighting, and it's just like, all this is now is you don't understand it the way I want it, you don't understand it the way I want it. It's just like, so can we just drop the fucking word? There's no point. Get it out of here. It's an excuse to
Thing
not
that's
have an
extra
argument.
dumb-
Mhm.
essentially,
yeah.
it is one of those thought-terminating phrases people say, like, "See, you're actually just stupid."
Just a fill-in for you're
The escape
stupid,
pod-
yeah. Like, just bring it back. Bring back
So-
calling people stupid. It's fine.
As he's falling through the atmosphere towards the planet's surface, there's like a vulture dinosaur that sees him flying and instantly tries to grab him and eat him out of the air. And he's only saved because the glass shield kind of pops up in front of him, like Ben Quadranero's pod seat in the Phantom Menace, and it bounces off like the dinosaur and cracks, and then Deck crashes into the forest below.
You
So
just say
already this
Ben
movie has more in
Quadranero
common.
as though anyone knows who that is.
Everyone
Pod-
knows Ben Quadranero. He's a classic. He's iconic.
Yeah.
All right,
One of the best
Platoon.
characters
What
in
does
the
he look
movie.
like?
Ben Quadranero's looks like he's got how do you fucking describe him? He's just one big sort of vaguely vagina shaped head.
Like,
That's actually
who-
true. He does look.
Yeah.
He does kind of look vaginal, but like a grandma a vagina. It's not like
Yeah,
a nice.
All right, I
you know,
grand
regret asking
vagina.
that question. Jesus.
He's got the
He
pod
does.
racer with 4 engines. Like that's what I'd be able to tell you.
because his has it's fully enclosed. The pot.
I just want that to be George Lucas's design. Like, he was like, I need a vagina alien. The guy was like, say no more, George. I got this.
Yeah, I mean the Predator's mouth. Danny Glover actually does call him pussy face, and I giggled for a second. I was like, oh, that's actually kind of accurate. Not the
He
teeth.
was.
If your vagina looks like the predator's face, please see a doctor.
If your vagina looks like Ben
Oh, it's
Quadranero,
like the inside of the mouth. is so
you need
cool.
to go take a shower. Oh, listen, stop having fun.
Yeah.
All right. So He crashes into the forest and he lets out an angry roar. Ah, what the fucking movie am I in? This sucks. I couldn't not be in the good one. But he looks up and he examines his surroundings and he says to himself, "Bring it home for Quay." All right, we're gonna go do stuff. So Dex got his gear. He sets it out on a rock. He's got a laser bow, which it is what you imagine. He's got a retractable spear, like we first saw in Predator 2, a classic.
The gear I've
He's got
seen.
his gauntlet that has the little spinning blade knife thing that comes out of it that he can throw. He's got all these grenades, and he has the famous iconic plasma sword of whatever his clan is called. He also has this sort of like backpack looking thing, but we don't figure out what it does. Because as Deck investigates a sound nearby, there's a spooky, evil atomic heart vine monster that steals the backpack from the rock, and then a bunch of vines attack him, and he has to use a sword and his bow to fight back against them, and he climbs away on a boulder to narrowly escape. It's another action scene. So
It's almost taking up his
here's the
screen that
thing.
way.
You would look at this and go, okay, well, this is dissimilar from what you would typically see for, the way that Predator would fight, but it's because he got ambushed. He wasn't prepared. Like, he was fish out of water. Like, he's not quite ready for the hunt. But this point going forward, I expect that the way that this Predator is going to approach situations is going to mirror the way that other Predators approach situations of sort of stealthily hunting their prey and setting traps and, strategizing. This is a false assumption. This action scene is much like all of the action scenes in the film of just kind of stumbling into a fight and charging everything head on with his sword.
And hoping for the best.
He's just a barbarian.
Basically.
He's an alien barbarian. There's nothing about this guy that's like a predator.
Deck is not a smart lad, as we'll
yeah,
discover many times.
The scene I referenced earlier is, I think, coming up like right after this. It's around this point in time, but shortly after he lands on the planet. And it's the only scene where they kind of understood their opportunity with the subtleness of that and how effective that could have been. But then you cut back to the goofy ass fights they feel like they need to implement every 5 minutes. It just sucks.
But
away
he doesn't
any
do them. He doesn't
like-
do
which,
them
by
in
the
like
way-
an. Yeah.
It's something worth, it'll probably emerge as a more apparent issue the more that we talk about the film, but Predator, has a lot of quiet moments. A lot.
It does.
It has a lot of moments
It has
that can
mournful
just
moments.
fundamentally not be described as action scenes. It takes a while to get to the first big one in the film. This film has a much more standard pace, which is like you're getting case in point, there's only 20 minutes in the film and you've already got 3 action scenes. This film has much more of just you're getting an action scene more or less no longer than 15 minutes. Will separate.
We get our
should
generic
make it
quiet
action
moments
scene.
where they got a fucking campfire and they talk about their feelings. Like
sit at
it's
the campfire.
compare
That's
that
right,
to Bill Duke talking about cutting his name into the Predator, right? That's like after what he does to Blaine.
Yeah, when Mac when he mourns over Blaine's
Even
body and they have the canister of the booze and he sets it on him. That's like shit. Am I gonna cry in a Predator movie? I'm not. I will not cry in this Predator movie.
Even the
I will
monologue.
not.
The monologue he gives when he's just mourning his buddy, it's so good. You only have a few scenes with them, but their history is completely believable. You can tell that they've been on so many crazy adventures together.
Even just mentioning it, I hear the music from those scenes in my head.
Yeah, it's so good, man. It's so effective.
So it's just something you notice when you watch a lot of the sort of the over-the-top action movies from the 80s is they're actually there's generally less action a lot of the time. And when the action happens, it gets given a lot more time to breathe. So for as much as you have all of those quiet moments, the final confrontation between Dutch and the Predator lasts 15 minutes.
But there's a lot of build up to it too.
Worlds.
It's built up for each portion.
That's kind of what I'm getting at compared to here, where it's there's barely any time to breathe, but when the fight actually happens, it's not even that long or involved or dynamic. It's the fight is high octane all the time. It's just constantly I don't know. And something went wrong somewhere about 10, 15 years ago when it came to action pacing in movies. I don't know what happened, but something went wrong.
After he escapes the Predator because of the mud, you get a nice 5-10 minutes of them slowly Dutch preparing for war and the Predator
his traps,
dealing
he
with the
takes
trophies
his
and shit.
grenades and turns them into those explosive arrows.
It makes the payoff so much more significant and more impactful when Dutch is ready for battle and he does the war cry to announce that he's still alive, and the Predator is like, "What the fuck?" And then that expression that he makes, I fucking love it because it's like you don't even you have the mask. You don't need to have him emoting like Deck, but you know what he's thinking in this moment. Like, no fucking way, this guy's still. I'm gonna kill this mother.
Let's
And
do
then
it.
gets up-
Yeah.
yeah. It's like it works on so many levels without even seeing his expression. With Deck, he's emoting and crying throughout the whole fucking movie. Yeah, I feel nothing. It's just they don't understand how
Well,
to
and
make this creature work.
even the emotive scenes in this movie are kind of undercut with one of the sidekicks doing lol so random humor constantly, and the other one being a super cute little critter. And it's like,
It's-
Hey, listen,
And-
don't make
Yeah,
fun of
that's
Nick.
So they did it in Jurassic World after they did it in Alien Earth, even though I kind of like Tentacles. They've done this little Grogu concept in so many things that I can't even keep track of them now. What the
We've
fuck
got to
are
have the
they
cute
thinking?
alien critter in our Predators movie because
have
it's
to.
a film about family.
You know, which is worth noting was broadly hidden from the marketing.
yeah,
I had
they
no
didn't wanna-
idea.
they
Yeah.
had to reveal Sonic the Tree Frog.
I did not, when I saw him, did not expect that he was going to be in the whole fucking movie and incredibly
But
plot
you do not
relevant.
expect that he's
Couldn't believe
actually the most, like arguably the most important character.
I thought it
in the
was going to be a
film.
lame one-off joke or something, and then he just kept turning up, and I was like, "What's going on? What are we doing? What's
He even has a
happening?"
name. They named him Bud. Like,
Uh,
ugh.
Bud the Space Monkey.
Yeah.
We'll get to Bud. He's coming up soon. She's coming up soon. Yeah, Deck gets away from the vines and he looks out onto like the landscape of the planet, which is like a comically evil planet because there's like a dune worm hanging out on a mountain, just like in the dinosaur eats another smaller dinosaur. Boom,
I
title
don't
card.
think we're interested in exploring this ecosystem and how it works.
Nope.
I don't think we particularly care about that.
It's the
No.
death planet. That's all you need to know. Until it's actually a really nice, fun planet that you get to make all of your friends on. But I guess we'll get there. Now, you might think that Deck's first priority at this point is to get back to his ship to make sure that he can, for starters, assuming he is able to get the Callisk, bring it back home as a trophy, because without that ship, he ain't going anywhere. But also, he probably wants to secure the rest of his weaponry that's on there, because this is the Callisk. No Ryotja has ever been able to come here and get it and come back. So he needs his gear. He needs the best of his gear because he's
needs
lost
his
his
gear
bow at this
because-
point.
There may well be one bit of gear that's so fucking good that if he had it, man, that would make his life so
I mean,
much
it would be a
easier to
game
deal with this
changer.
monster.
Yeah,
no, that doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense. There wouldn't be a single piece of gear because obviously, if they were, then Predator probably would have done this before.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Yatcha would have been able to. Yeah, if there was like an instant counter to the Callisk, that
Obviously, he's
basically
not
was just
going to
because,
go to
yeah.
his ship because there is no Predator gear that can help him. He's going to have to come up with a creative new way because it's never been done before. Never been
Yeah.
done.
Creative new way, and I'm sure it has nothing to do with charging at it with his sword.
Oh god.
Yeah, but that's
Can't
so
fucking
that's
Uber,
honorable.
man.
It's to just 1v1 it, just like that. There's no other way that a predator would ever take on prey and hunt things.
No, I mean, it's not like we've had a precedent in the Predator films of them, like, literally not doing that ever. But
Yeah.
okay.
It's just the opposite of what
like,
Predator
what?
do. They don't just roll on you like a berserker. It's such a stupid portrayal of the creature. No tact.
When they
No,
do that,
I
it's
mean,
a special like
I'd say we've,
dual
we-
environment.
We are firmly in the realm of the Predator has been Flanderized. Like, he has become so beyond, like, what he was originally intended to be that I think a lot of people perceive this iteration of Predator, like, they don't see that something's wrong with this.
Yeah, it's just the aesthetic that matters. And even
As
then,
long
he
as he has
doesn't even
dreads
look
and
all that much
tentacles.
older.
And he kills
Or
things. He's a big
mandibles.
alien, kills things, shoots a plasma caster, and has camo. Like, that's what
Yeah.
he is.
Yeah, with
Even though
every
this
film
doesn't have
releases,
plasma
the Predator
caster
loses
with it.
brain cells and stealth capabilities. Like, it's just every time.
Yeah.
The
Loves to
Predator
just head
gets
rush.
stupider.
A predator.
Stupider and less tactical, and the Xenomorph gets less terrifying. Seeing it in the daytime
So-
in Alien Earth, like can't get worse than that.
So, as is customary, we have to have a scene where the predator like tends to his wounds and fixes up his cuts and whatnot. Seems to be a bit of a mainstay of this series, which is fine. He scans a bit of local flora with his gauntlet, and it goes green, and he uses it, grinds it up, and makes a poultice for the cut on his arm. And then he sees this little bug next to him, and he picks up the bug and looks at it. And the bug, so now because Tractor, he plays video games, and so does Deck, right? Deck plays, he's a gamer, right? He notices that the bug is growing like bright sacs that get bigger and bigger and brighter, and then he throws it away before it fucking like explodes like a grenade. Oh, remember this. This is
Okay,
actually really
that's going to be
important.
relevant later.
It's
for
very
sure.
intuitive
I'll be-
evolutionarily that would happen.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
yeah. Well,
like
you
it.
have.
And also,
I mean,
self-destruct
they
mechanism.
are heat seeking as well. Like when they go flying, they lock onto things that they want to explode.
heat-seeking
They-
exploding bugs of the
Plants.
death
Yeah.
planet.
It's like a worm
right, yeah.
thing. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a
really?
grub.
but
Grenade
well,
worms?
the thing is
Okay.
that, well, at the end of the film, it is very clearly established that they lock onto things. Like
They
they don't
have
just go
to.
flying; they lock onto specific targets and blow them
course.
up. Because otherwise, you know, the what happens towards the end of the film wouldn't really make much sense. The implementation of these bugs. So remember that they're
So-
heat seeking.
Yes,
They're
this
setting up
is
the
important.
first
They
of the.
seek synthetic goo.
It's the first of the organic replacements for predator gear that are
Oh my
available on this
God.
planet.
It's the
I
first of
can't
his new
believe-
plan.
It's so fucking lame what they
Very
decided
stupid
to do with
idea.
this, man.
People have praised
Yeah.
this film for that. What a stupid fucking
we'll get
idea.
to it. Oh
No,
man,
it's
we'll have the whole
absolutely
montage to go through
abysmal.
later. Oh, I'm so excited. Deck continues walking across the landscape, and he finds a big open field of these these spiny, spiky, obviously very good, very no good, super bad, dangerous plants that have these barbs on them. And when he gets close, they like pulse and expand like they're gonna pop and explode. And instead of just going around, he instead decides that he's just going to walk straight through the middle of this field full of essentially plant landmines, shrapnel grenades. So,
This
Even
was the
after
right
being
call
warned
because,
by them.
No, it turns out this was the right call though, because going through this field enables something unbelievably lucky to occur. Like so lucky for him.
This is
really
insane.
beneficial. to
Did I
him.
misunderstand, or like he managed to walk through many of them with no problem, but he got to the middle and that's when it became a problem?
no, so
Yes,
he became a problem when the vulture shows up and throws the rocks on it.
That I don't think that makes sense.
That is an accurate, however, there's an accurate. Okay, look, I got nothing.
Like the idea that there's a symbiosis between these two creatures, these species, a plant and this whatever that is, vulture dragon, to the
I
point
guess
of
it's
it.
just supposed to be smart.
But like, so they only turn on when a heavy rock. Like what? No.
Well, they as when he gets bigger to it, it expands like it's going to blow up, and then he backs away and it gets smaller, like it's
Yeah,
consistent.
they seem to be proximity, and the rocks are just
They-
triggering a
much-
bunch of them at the same
Yeah,
time.
they explode on
Much like
contact as
the-
opposed to just vague proximity.
Yeah, it's like the exploding bugs. The exploding plants are also heat-seeking. It's a nightmare world. Okay,
But how the
This
fuck is the
death
bird going to be
planet.
able to eat him?
That is a question that we do not have to talk about because it would ruin
We
the
don't have to
stakes
talk
of the
about it,
next
it doesn't
game.
happen. Alright.
It tries to explain it right. So the bird drops the rock hits the plant explodes and shoots paralyzing darts out from it, and then when the prey is paralyzed, the bird goes to eat it. In concept, I didn't mind it because there's a bunch of creatures on Earth that do the
That
same
happens
thing.
on
The
Earth, yeah.
Not
Minnesota Shrike,
like
which I know
this.
from Hannibal.
I love the
it-
Minnesota Shrike.
The Minnesota Shrike lobs its prey down on thorn bushes. So I think that's where the inspiration comes from. So like there is evidence for
There are
predators
instances
using
of this
terrain
in
for that.
Not
nature.
like this.
The problem is it's sort of not like this is the qualifier. I like it in concept more than in delivery.
That's the death planet.
Sure.
Ah. So that
They
explains
do
everything.
refer to it as the Death Planet, so
Planet of
There you
Death. Even though your Mahler is right, the bird would theoretically also be paralyzed and fucking die when it went to go eat the thing that was just paralyzed.
It would be that scene from Community where everybody wakes up after being paralyzed, and then nobody knows what's going on. The bird's like, "Wait, who are you?" And the predator's like, "Who are you?" And then the plants are like, "Who are you?" Everyone's like, "What?"
And then our deuteragonist says, "Who are you?" as well. Hey, did I say deuteragonist? I sure fucking did. Oh boy, I hope you guys are ready. Because as he's
Oh,
going through the
God.
field of these things, he is spoken to. A voice calls out to him. This is Thea. Now, Thea is, as we will learn, she's a robot. She's a synthetic person, and she's only half a person. Not because she's a woman, but because her legs are not attached. Just to be clear, I'm gonna head that one off. Cut that one off the pass.
That's an
right?
important
Now,
clarification.
It is. It
Except
is. You
required
know,
to be
I don't want
considered to be-
rumors circulating. Okay.
Yeah, more
So-
importantly, she's incredibly annoying. That is the biggest factor with
Oh
her.
yes.
Not because she's a
Now-
woman.
Not because she's a woman, not because she's a
Well,
woman. It's because she
just
opens her
doesn't
mouth.
have legs,
All right,
yeah, that's
it's because she
the reason.
talks.
It really is worth noting. This is so lucky. Like for
Insanely.
This is
Deck. This is
insanely lucky.
unbelievably lucky. Of all of the places that he could have gone on this planet, of all the
This
directions
planet.
he could have gone, he bumps into her, and she has information that he needs. And the reason why she has it is in part because the reason why she's even here in the first place is because she and her pals endeavored on the same quest as him pretty
To
recently.
find the same
Video
animal.
game.
The same
It's a video game.
animal pretty recently. If he didn't bump into her, he would have just been like lurching around all over the place for a lot longer than he would have been than he does in this film, looking for the monster that he needs to find. This
His
is
quest to-
unbelievably lucky.
His quest to avenge Quay legitimately would have ended 20 minutes later with him getting defeated by a plant if it wasn't for this situation here. Like, it's pathetic. It ruins
Oh, well,
his
yes,
character.
and that's
completely
worth noting as
convenient.
well. He's
loses.
gonna die in this particular set piece if not for her. He'd be
Yeah.
dead.
Oh, he is bailed out by so much shit in this movie
Multiple
constantly because he's a
ways, yeah.
retard.
He's-
He does
He's terrible.
not
But that's the
take it slowly,
Media
understand his
literacy.
environment. They want you to think he tries to understand his environment, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
media
we're
literacy,
20
Mahler.
minutes
It's
into
about
it.
family and the clan and teamwork.
20 minutes into
Oh.
this, defeated by a fucking plant, and it's a complete, it just disgraces him. And
Well,
we
I
get
mean-
the
Which is a
most annoying
downgrade, by the way, because he
character.
started fighting trees, which I feel like are an upgrade from plants.
So also, like, this is the planet
What?
that he picks.
At the
It's
beginning, he
planet
fought
that
the
they know
trees.
that
Which
Yeah,
are an upgrade
vine.
from plants. True. Trees are an upgrade from plants. I agree.
Well, at least that scrap was competitive, and at least there was something there to work with.
Yeah,
You know,
but-
this is like nonsense. You steps on a bird drops a rock on a bush, it stabs him in the neck, and he's dead. That's the end of deck.
Well, I
That's
think though that what makes it
That's
worse though is that
purely intuitive.
he
So
chooses
Sorry, Mark,
this
intuitive.
planet. He chooses this planet. This is a planet that they know as the Death Planet. They're aware of the Callisk and that the Callisk is on it. He seems to not have any idea of what the hazards of the planet are. And a little later on, he doesn't even know why the Callisk is so hard to kill. Like, that seems to be
He
a
knows
surprise
nothing
to
about
him.
it. Nothing about the planet.
It's like, why would that not be a story that they tell? That, like, you
Oh,
can
well,
connect
if
that
he's
up.
there's
obsessed with
an
the-
attempt at an explanation soon.
He's like a blank
Learning
slate
about-
up until we meet him in terms of predator culture, other than just basically what we already
He's
know.
just, yeah, he's stumbling around like us or something. Like,
Mhm.
this isn't his life. Well, let's get the Thea stuff taken care of because we have to set up this character. All right. So
Do
she
we?
is tied up in the vulture's, like the dinosaur vulture's nest. She's just sort of tied up. She's stuck there. And we learn later she's been here for 2 weeks. She's just been stuck here. The super strong, insanely capable mega synth that she is has just been stuck in this animal's nest because of some vines for 2 weeks and is just hanging out and sitting there.
I was going to ask, was there a way you can understand how that happened? What happened? Like, how did that happen?
Well,
She-
there's
Well,
I mean, I guess
what
she
you mean,
just
right?
decided
Because
that-
in a sense, placed almost like a quest giver in a video game. It's just like, hey, here I am in this I don't know, dam almost like this
Well,
set
I-
of tree branches.
And they imply that the Callisk is what chopped off her legs. That's not close by exactly. Like, I mean, it's relatively close by, but it's not like around the corner.
she got picked up by the vulture and carried to the nest.
You
This
can
is,
say it's
this is just
relatively
like
close.
this is just
I
like
mean, we see it.
Mandalorian.
and then the
Right.
vulture dropped down and
takes,
tied
like,
her
at
up
least a
with
day.
his beak.
Yeah, like that's the thing. It's like, wait,
Okay,
like,
it's
why would
fine.
if the vulture
to
like
save as
wouldn't
a
the vulture
snack for
just
later.
realize she's not edible and then just
Well, there would
leave
be
her
no
wherever?
scent on it, right? In terms of food, it would just be a thing on the
It's an
floor.
object that seems to move but isn't like edible. But I'm gonna
Did
tie
it-
it up here for
I mean,
later.
I guess
but
to
it's
be
been
really
2
charitable,
weeks.
maybe it saw it as material to strengthen the nest. Like,
Maybe it's such a monstrous creature from another Death Planet world that it actually enjoys her company.
oh,
Okay.
But
like,
we
wait,
did
are
it.
you
We
Elle
solved it.
Fanning?
I am many things. Like a big fan of this incredible film. So she calls out to him, and he's like, "Wait, what the fuck?" She calls out like, "Gotcha," and he turns like he's confused that someone's actually speaking to him. And then, oh boy, this is great. This is so useful, right? She then goes beep boop 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 boop, and then she activates her universal translation mode, right? Now, so how this works is, when she speaks, other people just hear their language.
Star Trek
That
translation.
no,
Not
it's
quite.
not. No,
Drink
it
the
isn't.
goo. Drink the goo. Like it's.
I've actually never seen
Goo.
this before I've never seen this before because she just activates it and it works. But I
I
don't
mean,
see how
isn't
that's
it a little bit
possible.
awkward considering that later in the film it's established that Weyland Yutani would be really interested in capturing a predator, which would mean that
Ringy,
they
we're gonna have
presumably
to.
don't, they
We're
don't
gonna
know a
go out
hell
to
of a
a
lot
whole
about him,
circus on
but
how
she
that scene doesn't make
she
sense.
can
But
speak their language, which means that Weyland Yutani has enough information on them to be able to translate their entire language.
I
Well,
think she
Yeah, well,
confirms
she's
at one point
also
as well that they have studied them and they are aware of them and they do know quite a bit about them somehow, even
yeah,
though
she
they've never
knows
captured them
Yautja.
before.
They've
They make it
studied
seem
them.
like they're
Yeah,
not even that
Fortune's right.
interesting anymore. Their tech
But
is
like,
what's fascinating
they
to them.
simultaneously know a lot, but it would be really, 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 really useful to them if they could capture him specifically.
Well, the other
For a
thing is, like, if
reason.
she's already speaking his language, how is turning on the universal translation going to do anything, really?
No, it doesn't do. Oh, I'll tell you what
It's like he's
it's
just
for
still hearing
you
her
and me.
speak. I know.
Yep.
Yeah, this is like one of the most obvious instances of, oh, this is for the audience that I've ever seen. Because she has absolutely zero reason to turn it on, and she has zero reasons to announce out loud that she has turned on this mode. And now, if there are any eavesdroppers, they can magically, because this is fucking magic, just everyone hears their own language when she
I don't know
speaks.
why they made this harder than it needed to be. Instead
Yeah.
of her simply speaking Yautja and we,
Speak
you know,
English. Yeah.
we can hear
And have
English,
her
yeah,
hear-
whatever. Instead, she's like, anybody who hears me in their language. It's like, how does that
Yeah.
make any sense? Like, how do you?
Yeah,
How do you have like
this-
three different
it's
people hear the same
magic.
thing and it's a different language each time? Like,
Why
what?
didn't they just do the
Because
thing
another-
that they did in It Feels Awkward? Because Avatar 2 kind of had a solution to this, where it starts with them speaking like the Na'vi language, and then it just fades it into English, so that you're like, oh, okay. Every time that you see the Na'vi talking to each other, they're speaking their language.
But they didn't want
you know?
they didn't want the predators speaking English because it's cooler if it doesn't do that.
It would have been
So
fucking
they wanted
uncanny
to
if
have
they
the
did.
benefits of both.
I
We've
really
had bad
believe
believe
it.
that.
we've
What
had
I'm-
bad
what I'm saying is
precedents
they
for
could have
predators
just had
speaking
her- They
English.
could have done it just for her, not for him.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously,
Well,
prefer
I
he
mean-
doesn't talk at all. They could have just done that rather than. Oh, hold on. Beep, boop, boop, boop. Hey, look, now you can understand me. Woo, it's like, what do we? Come on. Like, so why
Well,
are we doing this?
imagine you're Demetrius Kaloa Matangi, right? And you put in the effort to, maybe foolishly, but admirably, learn the fucking language they invented for this movie, and Ellie Fanning over there is just like, nah,
Ellie.
L.
L?
Yeah.
L?
Yeah,
Ellie?
Yeah,
Big L.
L? Okay.
L.
Big L
L in
Fanning.
Dakota.
Big L, the fanster, right? She's just like, nah. Like, man, y'all should have both. If he could do it, you could do it, and you should have both spoke.
Well-
but that's fine. It's fine. She was busy. She's busy. It's
She's
fine.
probably
I
more
assume it had nothing to do with
expensive
her.
than he was.
I'm
It
assuming
was
the
to-
studio would never have allowed her to be speaking a different language
They
as
didn't
well.
want subtitles all the
probably.
way through the
Yeah,
movie.
yeah.
Subtitles lose money. They
was-
wouldn't want that.
It was never considered. It was never even entertained as an idea.
It's going to be
Um,
really, at least potentially, very damaging as well. If they do want to try and combine the Alien and the Predator universes, given Alien Earth has established that if you imprint on a xenomorph and you can speak its language, then you
Oh,
can just
God.
control them. They become your pets. Well, now it turns out Weyland Yutani androids can just speak any language ever on command. So how did
Some
they
of
not
them.
already have like an army of xenomorphs?
I mean, you say that, Platoon, but they would have gained that from her anyway, Wendy, because they had her fucking brain connected to the network, and anything she can do, they should have an understanding of. You know what I mean? Like, they've already got it.
I've heard that. I've heard that aliens, and I don't even know if this is like true at this point, because the canon discussion about what does and doesn't count as being actually canon to aliens is it's kind of like it's a nightmare realm.
hmm
I've heard that Alien Earth is its own continuity.
They kind of
I mean,
have to be,
sure.
right?
Do you think
It
that's
doesn't fit with
not
anything, so,
because
yeah.
they wanted it that way, but because it's so incongruent with Alien? They were like,
Yeah,
I
it's
think
a
this is
fit
its own
anyway.
universe.
I
It has to be its own universe.
don't
So
even
fuck.
I don't even know how to answer that question because obviously that thing is written like dog shit. So I'm not actually even sure, but that's why I've heard multiple
Well,
times. But
if someone said, like, do you consider it canon? I'd be like, how could I consider it canon?
how it can't, it literally is
How?
contradictory.
It
But
can't be.
I don't
Because
even
it's
like
its
with
the
own-
Romulus.
canon for me amongst things that I've watched in my life.
Like just
AVP's
take
canon
Romulus.
way before fucking
Oh, fuck
Alien. Yeah, fuck.
Mm-hmm. Even with Romulus, you can decide within the opening scene, yeah, fuck this movie. It's definitely not canon because you're forced to choose between and aliens now, and that's just not going to happen, right? So yeah, you have to fucking respect continuity if you want the fan base to respect it as canon. Otherwise, it's just getting memory hold.
So, as far as I know, the fact that she knows the Yatja language and has mentions to him later that they know about, the species and parts of their culture and whatnot, and even compares him and says later, "Oh, you're like the smallest one that's come." So obviously, the Wayland Yutani at this point in the timeline, which we'll get to in a second, they are aware that the Yatja exist. And I dug around and found that in the AVP games, Wayland Yutani in that one obviously knows about the Yatja, but that's not relevant to the canon here because that's its own game, and that's a game that isn't canon. But Colonial Marines, Isolation, Fireteam Elite, Blackout, Dark Descent, and Descent VR, those are canon. So not even all the games are canon, but some of them are. And AVP used to be, but it isn't anymore. So
Wait, is
Yeah,
the
there you
2010
go.
game canon? I'm assuming not.
The Colonial
I thought people
Marines, is
liked
that what you're
that
talking
one.
about?
No, Colonial Marines was later. There was
Yeah.
I know. I think people like that AVP game.
I like
so
it.
I'm assuming.
I've heard,
I assume
yeah,
that's the
I've heard
logic.
good
I
things.
like it, so it's canon because that's kind of is the only way to sort it out. It's like
It's a-
Colonial Marines. That's
it's-
shit. That's
It's
not
a
canon.
system, at least. Fuck it, why not? It's the buffet of canon. I don't blame you.
In a sense, it's kind of it's what should be happening with Star Wars. Like, nah, sorry, man, a
And,
lot of this shit ain't canon.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like-
Kenobi, you think Kenobi is canon to the most Star
Bruh.
Wars fans?
Nope.
Fucking way. Crazy.
Why?
Well,
Why would
it's
anyone
kinda-
want it to be canon?
Andor-
As
One of the problems
Fringy
when the
mentions the
series
Cthulhu
becomes-
monster in the
Yeah.
Solo all the time. It's like,
Exactly.
obviously,
Yeah,
this
I-
didn't
Did you
happen.
guys,
That's just what
uh,
it has to have. Han
this
Solo
did not
did the monster,
happen.
no
This
fucking way.
didn't happen.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
there's no
is
no
obviously
amount
bullshit.
that you can tell me that this happened that it didn't happen. It's kind of the same for like Obi. But, I mean, it
Han-
feels like it speaks to the big problem that a lot of these franchises have is that there are so many shit installments that just do not fit together. That you're naturally inviting the audience to do this, which is bad for your franchise, I would say overall. You want everybody to agree on what the canon is, or that's
why
like
would
a good
Hans-
thing.
Why would Han's highlight of the Kessel Run be the 12 parsecs and not the and I destroyed an elder god?
Exactly.
It just doesn't fit. You would think that's something you'd brag about in every theme. That's something
I
you would
tore
talk
its
about
skin
also
off with a
in
black hole. It's like something I just did, why not?
Like, wasn't that fucking cool? Oh, it was
So cool.
the Kessel Run. Oh, parsecs. What do they measure? I don't know. So, again, this is the dinosaur is swooping in, and she's going, "Oh boy, this isn't great for you." As the dinosaur comes in and throws the rock and bursts the things. Oh, they're going off like mines. And she says, "Yeah, it waits for the needles to paralyze you, then eats you while you can't move. I could help you, but I need a hand." So she's
She
just
only had a
talking
few
and talking while this
sentences,
is
and I was
going
like,
on.
"Oh no, this is the
It's
whole
gonna be
movie."
one of you.
I couldn't
Ugh.
believe it. It's the annoying fucking character in a video game that just blurts out the answer when you're trying to figure it out.
She's the
Movie.
paperclip.
Yeah, she's so fucking annoying. She's shockingly annoying.
Flippy, I see this is your first time hunting the callus. Would you like some help?
You're like, fuck off, you wannabe pop-up ad.
I know that
that's
Control
reminding me
C
of the joke
copies.
in Silicon Valley, actually, where they had like the same pop-up, but the whole point was that the system was so convoluted that nobody understood how to use like the program. Like compressing this file is like 6 steps away. Follow me. And then I think Jared's like, I like it, and then Guildford's like, that's a fucking lie. it's look, all right. That's a
I
good
like
show.
Silicon
If you
Valley.
haven't seen
Yeah,
Silicon
funny.
Valley, you should watch that. But yes,
So
this is kind
instead
of the
of-
annoying version of that.
Now, what another really stupid thing that Deck does, right? He double dips on the stupidity with his field. When the dinosaur vulture swoops in and starts throwing rocks, and the fucking mines start blowing up that'll kill him, he, instead of turning around and running the other way where the mines aren't around, he just starts to plow just headlong into the field of exploding plant mines. He doesn't even crawl or anything. He just barrels forward.
He
Fuck it, you know?
miraculously, the several go off really close to him. He doesn't get hit by one, and then he starts running. I was like, why would you just stay still? Looks like you've
Or just
survived
duck.
the ones that blew up next to you, which is the main problem. Now just don't activate anymore.
These things are like 6 feet off the ground, and he just doesn't duck and wait or anything like that. I don't know, man. He's not a bright guy. This
No,
protagonist.
and
Well, he has to keep
He's
making
very lucky
mistakes,
because he
so
gets bailed out constantly.
That's why he does it. He has to keep making mistakes. So Elle Fanning gets to say, "Oh, well, if you're gonna get out of this, you're gonna
Yeah,
need my help in a few
100%.
seconds."
They
It's the
wouldn't they
exact
be
point of
more
the movie when I moved
narratively-
from apathy to just being massively pissed off by what I was watching, and it's
Yeah,
just her fault.
Exactly.
It's like, oh,
I feel
our
like this was the
protagonist is too
drop-off
stupid
point.
to live. Great. Oh,
It went-
how
It
endearing.
went from being it went from being rushed and vapid and like wasted potential, but still kind of watchable part to like, okay, this is a joke. And you make him
And what-
stupid for the scene to function because it would make more sense if he used the scanner that he used on the other plant to learn about these ones, stay still and try to see exactly what the threat is. Instead, he's a goober.
Well, if you grow up in his life, let's say you're in Deck's shoes. I don't think he wears shoes, but if you're him and you're like a runt and you're smaller than the rest, if you want to survive in the society, well, wouldn't that make you? Wouldn't you have to be like really clever, creative? You have to think inventively.
You'd think
and
that's
outside
what
of the
they would have done
box.
with Deck. And I think the film
That's
thinks
like
it does
the
that with
obvious
Deck
thing to do.
later, but
Mm.
This
yeah.
is
That's the
something
obvious way to
the
go.
the Chungus Predator in The Predator, fucking Shane Black's one, the big CGI one. That's what I would expect that to do. Just fucking berserker rush everything. But
Mhm.
Deck is supposed to be,
I don't
based
give a
on his
shit.
premise, more intelligent than the average Predator because he has to be. But instead, he's just a meathead, which was so unsatisfying to watch.
Ironically, the prey predator called the feral is way more clever and intelligent than Deck
Yes.
is. but,
Yeah.
So he says, Yachtja hunt alone. And then she says, Yachtja hunt alone, but they die alone too.
I love it.
And then she's
So good.
yeah.
Every line.
Poetic. Shakespearean, even.
It is at this point that she says, randomly and unprompted, Callisk, you're hunting the Callisk, aren't you? No clue how she knows that. I guess she sort of, because this is Genna, the Death Planet! Ah! And there's probably dozens and dozens of beastie critters out here that would make a fine trophy for any Yachtja to bring home. But she just randomly says it. And it's a good thing she did say that, because this is what basically gets him to help her, which saves himself. The dinosaur swoops, throws a rock. Oh no, Deck takes a bunch of like spines to him, and it's the paralyzing toxins start to act. And with his last bit of motor control, he throws his knife towards this lady, this weird woman in the nest. And she says, because she says, if I had a weapon, I could use it. Throw me that, and I can get you the antidote now or never. She won't shut up.
You
All
won't.
right? And
She won't ever.
she won't.
Why does she have
Now,
the antidote? Why does she have the antidote? She's there with a bunch of
Because-
androids.
because she is a researcher on the planet. So
I don't
guess she knows
think that justifies it. If she's lost her waist down, that she would just have a bunch of antidotes for this particular plant with her. I don't know that.
Oh,
They
no,
weren't,
this
you
does
know,
actually
They weren't
check
looking
out.
for this plant. They were looking for
Well,
the
this
monster.
so when he first enters the field, he steps on like a black flower and crunches it, and those black flowers are the antidote. They just happen to be right next to
What?
all of the things that they're the antidote to.
Well, it's
Listen,
just
man.
your
I'm
new
just
problem now.
I'm just
I didn't even know
reporting the
that.
news. I'm
my
just
God.
I don't make the news. I just report it. All right. So
All right,
but
yeah, sure.
what she says when he passes out. We didn't pass out. He goes limp, right, like this fucking franchise, and then she like flings herself somehow across the field, tackling the vulture as it's about to eat Deck, and she kills it with a knife. And she says that the black flowers, the toxin, she says venom makes them bloom, also makes them a handy antidote.
Wow,
Problem
that's really
solved.
clever. Yeah, that's
Media
really clever.
literacy. Yeah.
Awesome.
Good job.
Yeah. It's also handy for the Death Planet that the antidote is like literally right where the poison is.
Kind of
But-
annoying for the plants,
I mean-
isn't it? All that work they do exploding.
Yeah, I know, right? Damn. We work so hard on this flower.
I wonder if those little worms that turn into grenades have grenade antidotes next to them.
Grenantidotes.
Grenantidotes.
So Deck wakes up from being paralyzed, but the toxin doesn't kill him or whatever because the antidote, right? So as he wakes up, she's like weirdly caressing his cheek.
Wait, actually,
kind of
I would
strange.
say it feels like it's worth noting again. You're not setting like great expectations in the viewers' minds about this predator when he gets saved by somebody who doesn't have any legs.
And defeated by a plant. When he
Oh,
does
but
that.
this just ain't
and we
anybody.
have precedents for androids. They're kind of like, they get fucked up easily by a predator. They're pretty
Oh,
outclassed.
not Thea.
Meanwhile,
Oh, not
in this
Thea.
case, it's like, yeah, she doesn't have legs, and she manages to, miraculously, at the very last moment, if she was 1 or 2 seconds later, he'd be dead. Like, spear tackles it, and then kills it.
How
And
did
it's
she
like,
do
man,
that, by the way?
She's
It's
go-
not
this
a
is
nice
wrong.
show. Fuck it.
I guess.
She threw herself up. Even though later in the film she does the same thing, and she can't get very far, like by doing that.
I was just curious on
She
it,
does
how
not-
she got the momentum. Like, where'd she get it? Was she like?
Well,
I'm
it's
trying to
off
think
screen,
of.
so
Don't even try to add
It's off screen,
logic
so
to
it's
this.
all
I'm
good.
picturing very
It's
funny
yeah.
things in my head, like a picture a tree. She puts her hand on it and spins around, and then lets go, and she just, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, I'm not sure.
You
She
did
could.
herself.
She uses her
It-
arms
it's-
as like
it is-
elastic bands and slingshots, like fucking
Wait,
Elastigirl, you know?
It is
Power
worth
play.
noting just
the only
because
way it
like
works.
he seems adamant about him carrying her like for a good chunk of the rest of the movie when it's like, wait, like why if you were moving around by just like using your arms to move, why not just keep doing that? It's not like you get tired.
Because it'd be awkward
It's
watching
kind
her do
of,
parkour with half
It would
her
be more
body.
expensive too.
Yeah, it's way more
Well, I guess
If
the thing
anything,
though, then
kind of
it's like, well, then
similar
have
to,
her be a little bit more helpless as just a disembodied torso.
Well, she was moving
Don't give
faster
her
and more
the-
easier before he started carrying her, so you know,
Yeah,
makes you wonder.
She's OP when the scenes need her to be, and she's a fucking back with.
Well, this is the same. This is the same thing with the Predator. When we had the cave fight at the beginning of the film, it seems so long ago. And they're jumping around and everything, like CGI jumping around. But then they swap to the actual actors, and they have a bunch of weight to them, and they don't move all that quick. It was like they have two modes: action mode and real mode. She's the same way. When she has to fling herself across the field to tackle this thing and kill it off screen, she instantly goes back to the clumsy, oh, I can barely move, sort of thing afterwards, and needs to be carried. So he stands up and he lifts up this woman, and he sees that it isn't a woman, it's an android, because the bottom half is missing, as we said. She says that she's a synth built by the Weyland-Yutani Corporation for research, because humans themselves wouldn't last a day on this planet. He drops
Also,
her.
we can't have
and-
red blood here.
Correct. PG-13, baby. He drops her down on the ground, and she says that many Yacha have come for the Kalisk, but none have survived it. Or Genna. The entire planet. No Yacha has come to this planet
Bullshit.
and lived.
Bullshit.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
man.
It's
I
hot.
just- I
That's
can't.
hot. Yeah, bullshit. Because
you've got
obviously they can.
You've got the crappiest predator ever.
Yeah.
Who's being nerfed by the fucking
Yeah.
plot. Without
He
his
can do it,
gear,
yeah.
He's a fucking loser. He's a runt, and he's pretty much has his way with most of the things. And if he had his full gear, like the Predator from Predator 1 would have absolutely bodied
Yeah,
everything.
if he was of average
Well,
intelligence and average gear, he would have been fine.
Also, why is the father afraid of the Kalisk if it's never interacted with the Kalisk or been on that planet?
Because no one who's gone to get it has ever came back, I assume.
I mean, I feel
That's
like
stupid,
they
too.
call
in
it
their
the
society,
unkillable
would that
callous.
not
Lie.
just be like a challenge? Like it'd be like, oh, okay, then I'm going to be the one to go do it. Why haven't like all of the like young
Well,
hot-headed
she
ones
says
done
many.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
you're
she
so
says
right.
many Yacha have come and none did it. They just weren't good enough.
They all suck.
No,
I
but the
mean,
fact
maybe
that-
if they just had a weapon that was kind of commonplace and kind of
No.
countered it completely easily. I don't know.
that? Yeah.
The fact that
But
there's a creature
Saya,
that
does such
exists
a
that
weapon
no
exist?
The fact that there's a creature that exists that no predator is willing to go and achieve the task of killing it, like it would be, there'd be predators
They were
growing
willing, they
up
just couldn't.
wanting to kill the callus, like and like develop.
Well, yeah,
the
there
Kalisk.
are. She says many have come for the Kalisk and none have survived it.
But
They just
doesn't
can't
that
do
make
it.
them look like a pussy race when the predators are supposed to be like the most dominant species? Like
Yes,
it's
but
Well,
don't,
according
no,
to the
this is
movie-
supposed to make the Kalisk super badass, not to. This is supposed to raise up the Kalisk, not bring down the predators.
Are you
Even
telling
though
me
it
the
does
opening
that.
was a lie where they said the three things and they were all not true immediately? What? That's
I think
crazy.
that- I think that media literacy. So there
Damn
you
it.
go.
it's
Yeah.
one of
None
the
of
worst
them
opening
tried
lines in the movie ever. The
P1000
way
it,
it's aged.
apparently either.
Also, are we
Yeah.
at the point of
Pretty
saying why she's here now? Are we,
Yeah, so she is essentially tricking him, as will be discovered. She is specifically here to study kind of the planet in general, but specifically the Kalisk. That is her primary objective from Weyland-Yutani. Get that specimen, the Kalisk. It has something that
So-
they really, really want, as we'll find out.
I very idiotically, I do this a lot. When I see a trailer, sometimes
Cool.
I'm not thinking too heavily, or I'm not too invested in finding out everything I can. I'm just watching it, I'm just like, oh, this is probably this. And there's a thought I had about her from the trailer where I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like a ship explodes somewhere in space through war or damage or whatever accident, blah, blah, blah. And maybe she was in a escape pod and it awkwardly damaged and fell through space for a long time, and she eventually landed on this planet and was picked up by some creature tossed around in a junk pile. basically she's just the junk of the universe, and it sucks because you're an android, so you don't just die. You have to just wait indefinitely. And that he stumbled across this, and it's like that's the nature of it. She's pretty smart. She's got access to all this history, but she's gonna have weaknesses, and it'll balance out with the predator. It's like, no, she's actually the most useful person he could possibly have bumped into, and it's perfect in terms of like why she's here and what capacity she can serve him. And I was just like, oh,
It is worth saying that is literally no entity exists that will be more useful
yeah.
to who's
Yeah.
the Dr. Dre Drek
Deck,
than
Deck.
Deck. I can't believe this turning
It's 3
goo
letters, bro.
already.
It's 3 letters.
No one is you. That's why it's so hard to remember, right? But yeah, Mahler's right. No one exists that is more useful specifically to him than her in the universe.
Just, like I said, the trash of the universe in there, there's a broken android. It's like, that's kind of interesting, I guess. See what happens with that. And it's like, no, she's very specifically here to serve every possible purpose he could ever have. And it's like, oh, that's boring.
Which could have been super interesting. A lot of ways you could have did. But they keep, like, this movie's pattern is the most basic way imaginable. And then you add the fact that she's unbelievably annoying. I'm not
She is
kidding. For anyone who haven't
incredibly
seen it,
annoying, but it's
the-
okay because media
Yeah.
literacy. The film recognizes she's annoying, which means it's okay.
It's kind of quiet at first on the planet because it's just Deck. He's in Europe. He's checking the plants. He has a little bit of a fight. There's not much dialogue to go on. Then you get this annoying block that is yapping for the rest of the fucking movie, and it's insufferable completely.
Well, and
Yes.
it borders on the movie being like, hey, do you like Shrek and Donkey? And they're back and forth in the early parts of
love 'em.
Shrek. We're gonna do
Oh my
that, but
God.
bad. And you're like,
Oh my
I'm sorry,
God,
was this
that's
a
like the
Predator
perfect
movie?
example.
Why are you using why are you using Donkey and Shrek from the Shrek? You should be talking about Wander and Mona from
Oh, of
the
course.
2005 PlayStation 2 game Shadow of the Colossus, which inspired me.
I should have said a game. There's a Shrek game. That's what he was inspired by. He played the Shrek game, and he was like, man, this is so good. I gotta get this in.
He's a gamer.
He is
Man's
a gamer. He is a gamer. It's true.
Yeah. And in the game of life, we continue to lose as we go through this film because I hope you like her because you're going to be stuck with her for quite a while. So she says she has seen the Callisk and she's survived it. She proposes that he takes her along and she will guide him to its den. Her legs are there, and so she'll get fixed. He gets his trophy. Everybody wins. And he doesn't really agree at first, but she begins to waddle away and says, you know what? I've already proven that I'm useful. And Deck's like, oh, useful? Like a tool? You're not actually a person, so I can still hunt alone because you're just a tool, which means this loophole of you being a tool and not a person means that I can bring you along and you can help me. This is not real dialogue from the film, but that's what the film is telling us.
It is
So
close
yeah,
enough.
boom,
Close
there you
enough.
go. That's basically the thing. Through a loophole, she doesn't count as a person. She's a tool, which means he can
Well, like,
take her, and he's still alone.
The fact that I still wasn't catching up to what the movie was doing at this point because I was so disappointed, even though I didn't expect a lot. When she's like, I'd be useful to you because the big spooky alien that you need to kill and get so you can prove yourself to your clan and sort it out with your dad, I'm actually coincidentally here right now with the whole science team to get it myself and know everything about it and actually cut me in half. So and it's just like, wow,
It's
wow,
the science team.
it's so boring. It's just
Perfect.
woohoo! Well, what a coincidence. Good stuff.
Actually, I'll have you know this isn't boring because Elle Fanning said in an interview with Collider, right? She said
Ooh.
this. I want you to pay close attention. This is very important, right? She said, one of the things that makes Predator Badlands unique is that it's not just about the action. It's that you have to deliver emotionally and hit the jokes and have the rhythm and the timing.
She sure hit
My
some
God.
things timing. I don't
You
think.
fucking shit. No
Jokes in the
self-awareness in
movie.
this movie.
I mean,
Just because you have many jokes doesn't mean you achieved comedic value. These jokes
to
are
back her
terrible.
up, she would be gassed by the fucking reaction to this movie. She'd be like, "Hell yeah, we did a good job. Everyone's loving it."
Yeah. Someone should be gassed for this. She by the way, Elle Fanning, I'll say she also said that this is a weird one. She says that since there's no humans in the film, they really had to work hard to give Thea a personality that the audience could connect with.
Oh, fuck
I
off.
don't
off.
really know. Yeah, like
Just
I don't know
running
why
around
we're
constantly?
saying stuff.
Are we just gonna pretend like Bishop isn't
Yeah.
liked by everybody?
Yeah.
Bishop is like one of the best androids ever in a movie.
It's not that
and
hard
hit
to
the
make
correct
people
balance.
like a robot.
No.
Films have been doing this
hard.
for fucking ages at this
mean,
point.
You might even go as
I-
far as saying people are often more inclined to like robots because at default they're not supposed to show any given connective piece, but if they even imply it, you're like, ooh, that's kind of
You're
interesting
like,
and fun.
"Oh, it's like Wally and the Giant." And
Well,
of course,
look at
the
R2D2,
many
man.
different
Everyone
Yeah.
loves
androids.
R2D2. He's a
Yeah.
beeping,
K2SO.
booping little
Yeah.
trash can.
Yeah, like,
K2SO.
and that's what
Yeah.
it's doing. It's like, yeah, you gotta make it easier to connect with a robot that just looks like a person and talks like a person, compared to a robot that doesn't
Data.
even like have a real face.
It-
You know,
it-
and
the
just
mo-
goes
the
beep,
movies-
boop, 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 beep,
the-
and just
movie's
rumbles and
retarded,
shakes
but
around.
The robot from Interstellar, I kind of like that dude too. There's a lot of robots that are kind of just very interesting, and it's not hard to make them appealing.
Dude, the
They
one,
could not nail that in this movie.
however many people here have seen Moon, but unfortunately voiced by Kevin Spacey, but what can you do? But the robot in that, it has a little screen, and it has basic emojis that just display whenever he talks, but he's very neutral
like-
in how he delivers lines. But say, for example, he's like, "Are you okay?" And it'll have a sad face, which just it's just like,
Oh, he's like Marvin from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Well, so he's more like sardonic and depressed. I mean, like neutrally delivered in like a robot.
Oh,
you
I
know?
see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Fucking Jarvis.
So he's not
in
like
the- in
he's
Iron
not like
Man.
Mithrigan too.
Nothing like Mithrigan 2.
I guess,
okay.
but
I'm
have
not
we not
checking.
just easily proven it's actually more likely for the audiences to connect with robots than humans, even maybe? Like people love the
I mean,
robots.
that's only a partial list. I mean, there's loads more
Yeah.
we could go through. One of the only things Hollywood can do at the moment is make people kind of like the robots, even in really, really shit product. The dumb fucking the mute loader
Balloon.
droid in Kenobi, which dies. I think it dies in the same episode as Ilaria Sand dies. That's supposed to
Yeah.
be sad, but it isn't. But the robot dying,
yeah.
that
You
is
remember
sad.
her name?
No, I don't remember.
No,
that's
that's
the
her
character
name in Game of Thrones.
I don't remember her name in the
Oh,
fucking Kenobi.
okay.
Nobody remembers her name in Game of Thrones.
I have to call her
Kenobi,
the
get outta
thing
here.
from something else.
There was
Of course.
there was a
I remember
post.
she
I
had
think
a
it was
fucking
like
grenade
Star
that she
Wars
didn't use.
Holocron account or something where it was just like, just remembering and then it had her name, the character, the screenshot, and everyone was just like, "Who the fuck is this?" Like,
this Glub Shido character.
The stupid bitch who could have
Well,
used the grenade
this
at
is-
the very beginning of the battle, but just held it for her sacrificial scene.
This,
Set
yeah,
that up.
it's an odd parallel that you mentioned that, because this film will also have a sacrifice made by a non-human for the character that is played really tragically. So we got parallels, everybody. Strap on, strap in, strap
I
in.
just don't like how much
everybody.
this
All
this
right?
whole like there's no humans, so everything's really hard for us to achieve. When it's just like, no, it's not. You're just saying it to make yourselves feel better about how bad this
It's
is.
a skill issue, man. That's pretty much it. It's-
Ugh.
So, as they're traveling around, she's just talking and talking and talking. How do you chew your food with your mandibles? Do you use the inner ones to chew and the other ones to hold it? Oh, other Yacho have come here and they're bigger than you. Hey, is your plasma sword unique to your clan? How fast were you going when you say hi to me? She won't fucking shut up, okay? But the film recognizes it, so it's okay. Media literacy.
Well, can
One
we
of the
just
things, and this is
give a
Yeah.
comparison to, because like she needs to achieve a whole bunch of things. One is obviously they need to connect these two. They need to give more opportunity for the Predator to talk, so that we can learn more about him and his emotional state, how human he is. So, she's a partner without certain limbs who hangs on the main character and talks at him, and he talks back. Can anyone think of who this reminds me of? All
like a head, maybe, like maybe a head that's attached.
Now-
Like
what went wrong? Considering everyone with a brain has been saying she's a fucking disaster and annoying as hell, versus Mimir, who is now so iconically connected to Game of Thrones, God of War, that I can't imagine making a game without him, and I would be pretty disappointed if they did. It's like, how did that happen? Well, it's like, one thing that Mimir does that she never does is he'll be listening to what's happening and he'll stop talking if he feels like it's inappropriate. Like, because Mimir is the smartest man in the world. And but he's also snarky, but he's also got loads of history. That's who am I kidding? It's written by people who have interesting things to say. So,
Mimir knows that wisdom is knowing when you can't be wise. She is a
It's
chatterbox
noteworthy
that
as
will not
well
stop.
That in Mimir's introductory scene, we're already doing character work for him. Like about the fact that this fate that he's been condemned to is not living. He can't stand this. This is horrible, and this needs to come to an end. That in and of itself is already like, oh shit, okay. Which, I mean, of course, you wouldn't want to be stuck to a tree for all time getting tortured. But like in her introductory scene, it's all just jokes and memes. You know, why are we not like taking this opportunity to
quirky.
try and do something for the character immediately to
So
endear
portraying-
people to her?
Like Greg said, portraying her quirkiness and whatnot was way more because they need this tonal change for the audience instead of character. It's just it's such a botched intro because literally within 30 seconds you can't stand her and you want her to leave. There's
If
just
you
nothing
want
about it that
her,
works.
if you want her and Deck to actually maybe connect a little bit, then she should be smart enough. Like, oh, I'm talking to a Yatja, right?
Yeah.
They're not like me. So she
Mhm.
should be talking about, so, hunt anything fucking big and dangerous lately? And that, like, open up to him about, like, that. Like, ask him questions about things he actually might give a shit about. Give him a chance to maybe, because he's Deck. He's kind of, he's the runt of the clan, so to speak. And so having someone who maybe respects him and treats him nicely and like is really impressed with what he's done and gives him a chance to maybe gloat and talk about how proud he is of what he's accomplished, and maybe, God forbid, if you write it well, vent a little bit, could be really interesting. But instead they just had her yap about bullshit.
Everything's
that
fucked
annoys
up
him.
because when you have Shrek and Donkey, for example, there's no worry from Donkey that Shrek's going to kill him. There probably should be some worry from her that she could piss this thing off enough that it will like destroy her or toss her off a cliff. But
Yeah,
you never
there's no
get
fear
that sense at all. Then, of course, the comparison with Mimir, that he's actually a fun-loving, kind of wacky, smart, snarky dude. He will comment on situations and try and make some jokes. Like I said, he will often recognize Kratos' tone of voice and he'll just not say anything. And he'll even mention later, like, you know, hey, that didn't go quite the way we probably hoped it would. Like, try to breach into a
You wanna
conversation.
talk about it,
Yeah,
maybe?
but then Kratos will be like,
Yeah.
no. And you'll be like, okay, yeah, no
Alright.
problem. But you don't get
it sounds-
none of that here, and she's a fucking robot. You know what I mean? Like, he's
With
human.
feelings.
Like, yeah, they've made her more snarky, talkative, and annoying than a human, like your average human.
Yeah, it's just a disaster. Complete disaster. Like Bishop
Now, one
didn't
of-
have as many lines in the entire film than I think she does in this opening scene. Like she
And every
just
time
will not stop talking. And it's
When
never
Bishop-
anything relevant that we need. Like Bishop is useful.
when Bishop was funny, all of his humor is very like dry and like there's a bit of wit to it, but it seems delivered in a way that an android might. Whereas she's
like
got
K2SO.
yeah, like she's got Thea has just way too much personality in everything that she's saying to be
Yeah.
like functionally work as an android character.
You know,
She's all the human negatives
Uh,
without any of the human positives.
that
Yeah, that's what they're
moment.
talking about dying in space, and he's like, "Oh, I won't die. I can survive in space." And he just says it so it's hilarious, but
I
he
can
just says it
survive.
blankly.
He just
he's
brings
stating
it up
a
as a
fact.
fun fact, yeah.
It's
Not
just a fun
me.
fact, but it works as a joke.
But when they're on the that walkway, and the guy's like, "Are you with us?" And he just walks a few more steps forward and goes, "No." And just hits him
No.
off the thing. It's like 2 letters from K2SO is funnier than everything she says in the whole movie.
Yeah.
Well, not according to the fucking couple behind me. They were loving it. Oh man, there's someone out there for everybody. Even Hitler had his Eva. So, one thing that she says in particular that is actually like really accidentally super relevant to a lot of stuff. It's played off as a joke or some weird thing, but she says, "How fast were you going when your ship crashed? Faster than sublight speed? We haven't cracked that yet." So, this means that Wayland Yutani, who are on this planet, like there is a Yatja here. He got here with the ship that crashed, right? Wayland Yutani now potentially have access to a Yatja ship that could be of supreme importance. Because as far as I know, now granted, we'll get to the Time Light stuff shortly, I promise. But humanity's FTL capabilities are left a bit vague, but we can
Gee,
apply a number
I
of
wonder
things
why.
based off of how they travel.
I wonder
Yeah,
why they leave
because,
it vague.
like, we've talked about it's like the Star Wars hyperspace jump problem, right? One of the biggest problems of a sci-fi world is you need to explain how people can get around from like galaxy to galaxy, planet to planet, whatever you're doing, and why that can't essentially end every battle instantly and be used for things just other than travel, because that is a world-building nightmare. So that's why you have things like the warp and the immaterium. That's why you have Han Solo's explanation of it and its implied uselessness as a weapon in Star Wars. That's why you have the slip space in Halo, and you have the blah 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 other jumps and other things. And when it comes to Alien, for instance, right? LV-426, right, is I think it's 39 light years from Earth, and it takes them, I think, 10 months to get to Earth from that trip. I assume they mean Earth when they say home. And there are
Yes,
people out
that
there who say that there's like a time dilate. People really want this stuff to make sense. Like people really actually care about this, and I'm not making fun of that at all. People mention that there's a potential time dilation effect on the ships. The Aliens Colonial Marines Technical Manual says they have a tachyon shunt, which is a drive that shifts all the particles of the ship to tachyons that travel faster than light and da da da. But it seems that however you want to make sense of it, by her saying that, it is clear that the Yatja have a space travel capability that is beyond what humanity has access to.
That would
be of
change their
supreme
entire
importance.
civilization forever
Yes.
if they got access to it. And
This would
what does the script benefit from her saying that? Like at all? Why did the writers put that in there? What are you gaining from that?
I mean, I guess just to be like, oh yeah, you know how in Alien we need to freeze ourselves to travel long distances? I guess
So
that means
nothing.
it's
Yeah.
not light speed.
because even if you're even if you're traveling at light speed, you still got to freeze yourself.
Why
Well,
in
I
the
mean,
fuck?
LV-426
How-
is
how
39
many-
light years away.
39 light years taking 10 months is significantly faster than light speed.
Yeah, that's true. But the way that she describes it, faster than sublight speed, was like, well, no, you
Yeah.
got here. You have arrived at this planet. You can travel fast. Now, I'm not obviously in the sci-fi world. Not all faster than light is the same speed, obviously, because the LV-426 thing and the light years and stuff. But they are capable of doing it way faster than humans, to the point where they've reached like a barrier humans are not able to crack yet. So, like, if you have a genie in a bottle, I ironically think that if I found one, one of my wishes would be like interstellar travel needs to be possible and accessible for humans to like open up a door that might even be technically impossible. It's that important. It's insanely important. Even in the Alien, I dug around. So in the Alien RPG manual, because there's an Alien role playing game that I hear is quite good. It says an FTL drive achieves these speeds by displacing the volume of space, preceding an aircraft or a spacecraft, and drawing the vessel forward. And ion thrusters takes over, gradually propelling the starship several times the speed of light. Da 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 da. And as far as I know, the Alien role playing game is actually like the rules are canon, but not the stories themselves. So who knows? The point is, it's all a mess
Actually
what the
played that.
canon is. And by her, yeah, is it any good? I heard it's quite good.
I,
Like the way it's
we did
structured
it
and everything.
on someone's stream. We did like a 4-episode thing where it's
Okay.
basically functionally like Dungeons and Dragons, but yeah, it was a pretty good time.
That's neat. Yeah, I heard it's
Dangerous
good.
though. I was actually playing an android and I got very fucked up very early on.
But basically, by her having that little chat, that thing that she says, it like totally changes what Weyland-Yutani should be interested in, what they should be focused on, and kind of makes them look stupid, Tessa in particular. But yeah. So
Like
they're
I
walking
said,
through this canyon.
It's
Yeah, go ahead.
just the simple matter of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, why do you think that all the people before you haven't had this very explicit line in all of these other, even the fucking shitty films? Why do you think they don't do this? And it's like, well, because they're stupid and they didn't think to put it
Leave
in.
it alone. Just leave it
'Cause they
alone.
didn't
It just
think.
creates so many
And it's
questions.
just like, if you don't need to specify it, then don't. Leave it
Yeah,
open.
this is hyperdrive. It lets us travel from planet to planet, and then shut the fuck up. All
You
right,
can just say
let
that. You
it
can
be
just say
there.
like as Alien does. You can just say this is where it is. This is how far away it is, and this is how long it took to get there. And the audience can say,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
that seems to require faster than light travel. Then if you don't commit either way, then you can assume that there is faster than light
Yeah, well,
travel.
when you
If
have-
you say
Yeah, we can infer.
When you have
yeah.
a fad be like, do you have a fleet flag or something like that? You go, quite possibly, you know.
Sure.
Maybe.
I don't know. I'm no scientist.
Though if this movie had space to do any one thing, it would be to have Thea say less stuff, just in general.
It's just
100%.
I
then it wouldn't be
sometimes
like Jaws.
understand when you have a line that achieves one thing but it fucks up something else. Like, they didn't realize. But when you have a line that only fucks things up, it's like, why did you do that? What's the point? Are you stupid? Don't answer that.
Yeah. So next up, this is important. This scene is actually quite important. They're traveling through this little canyon where there's a river going through, and they're walking down the river canyon, and there's a bunch of these black eel things on the wall that are called
Biological
called-
shoulder cannons.
no, they're called spray snakes.
Oh,
right.
Clever.
oh, nice. Yeah.
They're called spray snakes.
nailed it.
And
What a
they spit acid that will in seconds eat through an entire android, all right? and they're spitting at him, at Deck as he's walking, wading through the water. None of them hit him. How fortunate, or else the film
Yeah.
would be over, thank God.
They
Or maybe
just-
it's
they can't.
unfortunate they don't hit him. But Thea says, oh, they just want a snack, and she throws them some food, and then they go to
Yeah.
eat the snack and start munching on it.
If you got some blueberries or whatever the fuck that is, you're good. You just chuck them the
Yeah,
snack.
it worked.
And just,
So
these-
totally
fucking
fine.
These spits-
works on
Not,
me.
not
spit
only can you
snakes-
distract them, you can tame them with those.
Spray snake smaller.
Spray
Show
snakes.
some respect.
Well, okay. So if there are spray snakes, then next to them would be spit snakes that have the antidote, right?
I think so. I think that's how the
pretty much how
Death
this
Planet
planet
works.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
if
what
you
we
can get it on
discovered.
fast enough.
Just making sure. Or is it like a cat dog situation where the ass end sprays out the antidote?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. This planet's fucked. It's so stupid.
They're like one of those bottles where it's like peanut butter and jelly on like different.
No.
I don't know.
God.
That's probably some weird fucking.
I'm
American shit.
just amused. Like I would be
so-
in the fucking writers' room trolling with these suggestions, just waiting for one of them to be picked up as real. Like, oh, that's a good idea. I'd
But
be
they're
like,
like,
really?
yeah, that's good.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Put
Let's
that
do
next
it.
to the Spartan thing. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, we'll put that. Now when she feeds the spray snakes, I might call them just the eels, or it doesn't matter. Spray
Mhm.
snakes. They shoot acid. She says, "You catch more flies with honey than vinegar." Don't want flies. He replies.
God,
He's
it's so
smart. He
fucking good.
he
The dialogue's so
understands
good. Oh,
Yeah, by showing that Deck does not understand like things like analogies and language. It's actually is really what a cool guy. So she annoys him so much with her incessant yapping. He can join the club. He starts to cut vines and makes them into a sort of strap to carry her on his back. And she starts to give the explanation here. The 60 billion years ago, the planet was started when the red dwarf started. Blah blah blah. She still keeps fucking
She's
talking.
still yapping since she was
Yeah.
introduced for the audience.
Now,
Or whatever.
him tying her onto his back as like a half person physically. Trachtenberg said that obviously the part of the inspiration here was for when Chewbacca was carrying C-3PO on his
Oh.
back in The Empire Strikes Back. So there you go. Boom,
know-
we did it, everybody. Star Wars.
Just
That makes it all okay.
There's so many connections, just infinite connections you can make. Like
Oh,
one
it really
person
is
being
like
on the
Jaws,
back of
man.
another person. That's just wow, you know?
Well, it's why the code name for this movie was going to be Backpack until Badlands became the name because of World of Warcraft.
It's so layered.
Her web
And
connects
you
us
can
all,
just dig in
truly.
forever and learn more about the meaning because like borderline every fucking line of dialogue in The Fly has some kind of like different literary or philosophical origin. It's not even just the characters themselves or like Cronenberg thinking that was appropriate at the time. You can just dig in further and then be like, oh shit, this is analogous to the whole point of the film or provides another point of view. Meanwhile with this film it's like, so how he's got her on his back. You remember how like Chewie had C-3PO on his back? And you're like, yeah. And he's like, yeah.
It's like that, aesthetically.
Anything else? No.
Blank thing references blank is just the strangest argument. I was actually looking at someone making an argument for why Final Fantasy 16 is very good, whose sole argument was, well, it was based on Game of Thrones, and that's like one of the most popular TV shows
got that
ever. So
before.
it's amazing. And I'm just
Every
like,
once in a while,
why-
we get someone on EFAP saying that. Yeah, that we cover.
That's-
Like it reminds you, it's like this aesthetically, or it's a reference to this. Therefore, it is good because it references thing.
yeah, I know. And like my whole thing is like, there's some arguments to be made about Final Fantasy 16's story in particular, but like that's not one of them even a little bit. Even Game of Thrones turns to shit eventually. And like, why
So-
should that be a reason why someone should like a thing? Be like,
Why-
oh, well,
and
the
references
writer
are
of it
clever, and
was
clever is
inspired
good.
by a thing that some people like, therefore this must be good.
When on the point, by the way, just going back to that line, 'cause it made me thinking about it. The it's like they take the moment to, like you said,
Sorry,
establish
Muller, I
that
didn't mean to.
the predator is retarded and doesn't understand the point she's making. It's like, why not remove the dialogue and actually just improve the scene? As in, he's trying to barge his way through a sequence of things, whatever it is, maybe a bunch of branches that are made of alien tree things, whatever, and he's cutting through and they keep replenishing, and he's like, God damn it, getting mad. And then she cleverly, right, like gets some plant or something that makes them all fuck off because of the thing, and then she doesn't even have to say anything. They could both just acknowledge what they both did, and he could just be like,
Yeah, if he just like furrowed his brow a little bit and looked around, like he's thinking, like he's noticing the effects of something she's done, and a smart person would take note of that
Instead, they
incorporate
make
that
it
later, but-
explicit that she
That's
wants to inform him of what just happened that he actually saw, and then they want to explicitly inform us that he didn't get it.
Yeah, everything has to be spoon-fed.
He
in
does this in
movie.
the
It's
future
awesome.
too. He does this again where he just like doesn't obviously understand like basic concepts. But the predators aren't stupid. Their culture is a spacefaring civilization. They're intelligent. But oh well, maybe he's one
exactly
of
it.
maybe he's not a runt just physically. He's a bit of a retard too. Who knows?
It's just not the portrayal I expected of the Predator. Like in terms of their culture and the idea that they're all just meatheads like Deck. This is not what I had in mind for all this. Just being more like Deck is a moron. And
Yeah.
I've never considered the Predator stupid. Like
Yeah, when
this-
he should be
everything
the
about him-
cleverest.
Exactly.
But oh well. But that requires a clever writer, God forbid.
Mhm.
So that night they stop to sleep on a cliffside, and then we have our little backstory scene, sort of for Thea. Gotta have that right on time. She explains that 2 years ago they arrived here and built a base, the Weyland-Yutani and everything, and she was in that vulture's nest for 2 weeks. She said she was sure somebody would come, but didn't expect it to be him, Ayatja. Now he asks who would come, and she says Tessa. Our crew is made up entirely of synths, but Tessa and I are special. We have heightened sensitivity. Sensitivity is weakness, Dex says.
I mean, to be honest with you, right?
No.
Cringy line, annoying on that front. I just wanted to go straight to the Weyland-Yutani strategy of like, we're gonna put the two in charge. They're gonna give them feelings. It's like, why?
Yeah.
Why?
Oh,
Why?
those are the last ones you want to have feelings.
I
They're
don't
the best,
get
the
it.
best
Like,
ones that
It's
are in
stupid.
charge.
It's
The
them.
it's obviously serving a purpose in the movie. We need her to be more emotional because she's the fucking emotional one out of the two of them. The robot is, which it's just funny.
Yeah.
But
Because the explanation for why they have feelings is because feelings allow them to better understand and study the planet's wildlife.
yeah, no,
Wow.
Most
actually,
You
animals
understand
no.
berries and calories for because you have feelings?
It's just
stupid.
bullshit. It's
Like,
bullshit.
Yeah, it's
It is
absolute
bullshit.
Even
Why
that
would
would
you
Weyland-Yutani
use
is
that for the
dumb.
answer?
If this was
Them
fucking
having
true, then why don't
feelings-
all of them have feelings then? It's like, no, we need the rest of them to not have feelings because then when
Yeah,
we
they
blow
need
them
to
up,
be
it doesn't
mooks
matter.
that we can just slaughter
Exactly.
en
It's
masse.
so pathetic.
If it was
Try
that
harder.
country, how did she end up with no
Not-
legs, been trapped in a tree by a pterodactyl? Evidently, she
Yeah.
didn't have like, an empathetic connection
This
to the
is all
dinosaur
intuitive. That okay, she got ripped in half. The pterodactyl saw she was a juicy morsel, carried it to the nest, and then was like, "Oh, you're not juicy at all. You're not even like a
You
thing.
taste like
I'm
weird
gonna tie
yogurt."
you up.
Yeah,
You taste
bleh,
like
it's
weird
gross.
yogurt. Yeah, Greek
So how
yogurt, the
did
plain
how
stuff,
did-
which doesn't
why
even
didn't
taste
the awesome
good.
power of her feelings prevent it from doing that? Why didn't it attack her? And she says, "Hey, don't do that. I know how you feel. Let's have a chat instead."
Yeah,
And you
'cause
can
you're
understand
empathetic."
me
empathetic.
because I'm using
Talk to.
universal translation.
Exactly.
Yeah, and yet they have that exactly. Yeah.
Everything that they set up just falls on his fucking face because none of it makes sense.
Just cuts to a
in terms
scene
of,
with
like,
them
what we
both
show.
drinking tea, and he's like, life here is just not. It's not right. None of it is really. She's like, I know.
And
Nodding, nodding.
It's
Tell me
even-
more. Tell me more.
It's even worse luck for Thea because she says that she and Tessa were created to work in tandem, and by tandem, she means that Thea works in the lab and Tessa does all the field work, so they're separate most of the time. And she says
Famously
one
what
day,
tandem means.
yes, tandem means that we're separate, basically in our roles.
This will
entirely.
also explain
Um,
why she's so good at hand-to-hand combat because she's in the lab all
That's
the time.
right, because she is a laboratory researcher who clearly has a
Like-
jiu-jitsu hobby.
I just thought that was funny when they were like, "She's the field agent, I'm the scientist." And it's like, why did you say that? Now you just lock her like. Never mind. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
We need to establish
un-
that Tessa is the stronger one, I guess, so that she's a more threatening villain.
Yeah, and then
Sure.
cut to the scene of her torso doing fucking kung fu. It's just ridiculous, man.
And it is
Hey, it's her
unfortunate
butt that
for
does the
Thea.
kung fu,
It's 'cause she has
okay?
feelings
The
that she can do
torso is-
That's right.
She
That's
can-
right.
Who needs core or an upper body when you're like?
When
So
you
you
got
might be
feelings.
wondering.
all leg day.
So the obvious question here is: wait, if you're the one designed to be in the lab, not the one doing field work, how did you get with the Calisk and how'd that all happen? Weren't you safe in the lab? And she says, "Well, no. Tessa actually brought me out to the field one day, and how unlucky it is that that's the day the or the Calisk attacked,
Fire Nation.
and
So
then that's what gets her ripped in half.
got
Like,
some
what
more-
an unlucky day.
more
Oh, how
bullshit to
unlucky.
call. They obviously have a spaceship. This spaceship would obviously be capable of scanning shit. They should just know where this creature is at all times. Honestly,
Well, yeah,
And they
she should
established
be
their
able
freezing
to
weapon.
have.
Why didn't they use that?
It's enormous.
Well, she should be able to have broken out and just waddle back. Like, obviously, that's the thing too. And
Yeah,
they should have
yeah.
gone and found her because she's very, very valuable. Because they don't explain. Because we'll get that scene right next. Tessa gets brought back and repaired, and she's just half a robot essentially as well, or something like. She's fucked up entirely. So why did they get one and not the other? Just go over there and get them. You're Wayland Yutani. You have spaceships. And
Yeah, and they
transport
would be a
ships and great,
tracker
just go get
attached
her.
to the fucking android.
100%
Yeah,
trackers. They know
100%.
exactly
Well,
where
yeah.
she is.
There is a tracker on her legs later.
Yeah, they know where she is.
Yeah,
they know how
because
much
her legs
battery
just
life she
walk right
has.
back. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's she says, Thea says, and the last thing that she could remember is Tessa calling out my name, reaching for me. And Deck falls asleep at this point,
Very
sparing
funny.
him the conversation. But as everyone is asleep and she's alone, Thea says, but I refuse to believe she's dead. Because she's the heart of the film,
Aw.
really.
I don't
think is what they're
care.
saying.
Aw.
I think they really nail it. I feel a lot.
Aw.
I feel a lot from that backstory scene. I think it was really good.
Oh.
So
That's the only thing I found
Let's-
interesting about this scene is when Deck is nodding off, I did find myself like totally tuning out, and I was like, "Oh, he's doing what I was thinking."
I
And
saw him
wait, if
snoozing,
they're
and
aware
I was
of
like,
this, then,
man,
like,
oh, that looks good. That looks
Yeah.
really good, man. Just
Yeah.
oh.
It's funny. This might be a comment or a question for the end, but like, was this like not the longest fucking 90-minute movie? It felt like it kept going and going.
Bro.
It was so
going,
long.
going, and going.
Mhm.
17 third acts, and it's just like no fucking way. To the point where the
I
end
was,
scene felt like a fever dream for me.
Yeah, Platoon helped me get access
Ticket
to
to the cinema.
theater. A ticket to the cinema. I was the card was out of state and it got declined because of the suspicious activity. Platoon hooked me up. He helped me with that, and he said, "Here you go." And it was like it's basically like a 98-minute film because at this point I'd only see it in the theater before I saw it in the theater again, and I was like, "What? This is only a 98-minute movie? This felt like it was like 2 hours at least."
2
This
hours
movie
and 30
feels
minutes.
long.
Wait, how
kept
long is
going,
it?
man.
Wait, is this film only like 1.5 hours?
Yeah, it's
This
like
is
1
a-
hour and 38
This is a
minutes.
this is a 98-minute film, Fringy, if you can believe it.
Right,
And that's
no
every.
way.
Feels
Yeah, no way.
like-
no
This is
way.
98
This is
minutes.
what I mean.
Yes,
In
it's
terms of
true. Search your
pacing,
feelings.
like I could watch The Fellowship twice in a week, where I never want to see this ever again. You know what I mean?
No
it's all,
way.
it's all
that
about
short.
pacing, man. It's shocking.
That's
We're only
crazy.
by 90
Isn't it?
minutes into The Fellowship. Where are we? Fucking like just leaving Rivendell or some shit. Like I can't even think of it in my head.
One
Well,
hour
basically,
and
that's like the
47
hour
minutes,
mark.
the length
Yeah.
of the film.
We're
But that's
probably
with
more, yeah.
like credits and everything. That's credits
With
and
credits,
everything. The
yeah.
film
Yeah.
itself is
Man.
98 minutes.
I
The-
thought,
just
it, I
the film
thought it
itself.
was over 2 hours. I thought it was.
I know,
over
me
2
too,
hours.
man. Oh, that
Felt
just
like
shows
it.
how
It feels
good of
that way,
a
something- it
film
feels that
is.
way because you've seen it 500 times already. It's like not only are the action sequences kind of long and weightless, and you don't care about the characters. So any long action sequence which tries to make you worried for a main character you don't care about is always going to be boring. But it's also it's just like you've seen the generic quippy character, you've seen the seemingly stoic, laconic other character who sort of comes around. You've seen the chosen family theme. You've seen all of it. It's just the same. It's basically Thunderbolts. It's basically Superman. It's basically Tron Ares. It's basically the other thing and the other thing and the other thing. They all say the same thing. They basically are structured in the same way, and they have the same set of characters. It's a Guardians of the Galaxy movie too. That's why it's so boring. It's so generic.
It's a crap.
It is
on
crazy
Mandalorian.
because
we've seen
Tron-
so
'cause
many
we-
times already.
Platoon will know this better than anyone else, but we did cover Tron Ares lately. That film is 2 hours. It is 1 hour and 59 minutes, and this film somehow feels as long,
At
if
least.
not longer. But at least it does feel at least that length. It is kind of wild.
It just overstays its
So-
welcome, and it's weird how it's structured towards the end. It just feels like it should be about to end, and then you have a whole other. Keeps going.
So
It is like $1 million per minute of this.
that's a
film.
good way to
Every
think about
minute
it.
the
Yeah,
passes is $1
That
it's
sounds
million dollars.
it's
That
over
way.
$1 million a
Ooh,
minute,
Jeez.
which sounds like a way to praise a good film. You're
So
like,
for
man, that
every
film's $1
single
million a minute.
You can buy like a 1-bedroom apartment in like Seattle.
Well, what was
Oh,
what was
that-
minus one again? Was it 1.5 million?
It's 12 million.
It
Oh, sorry,
was
12 million.
It was. It was
12.
yeah. It was about that. The director said he wished he had
So every-
15 million.
And so
That was the
every
quote.
12 minutes you get one of them.
Yeah.
Not
That's
bad.
fucking crazy, man. The
For
whole
is
every,
world
wild.
I guess,
learned
no,
from
but that means
-1.
for
That
every
shouldn't
3
even-
minutes you get Shelby Oaks, right?
That's how we're gonna start measuring films as in units of
I've always-
Shelby.
I've actually always really liked the -1's legacy is not only that it's a really, really good film, but it's just this scale of quality with budget that people keep bringing up. Because it's just like, yeah, keep pounding that. You should. It's fucking ridiculous that we're here.
That is a really cool legacy to have, and I love that it's consistent because you can't lose that. There's no way of getting around. They made that for peanuts in comparison to what most things are made of. Joker was 50 million, and it doesn't
Well,
have a
if-
giant fucking blizzard in it.
If you manage to pull off a half-decent, like, looking Predator film for 15 million, you guarantee success. Like, you just consider these things, people. I mean, to
You
me,
think
I'm
Blue
glad this
Outfit-
film's not successful, or it won't be, I guess.
Me too. I guess we'll technically see unless something.
Miraculous happens.
Who knows?
Well, they're
Maybe-
doing like, oh, it had the biggest opening day for a Predator movie. It's like, yeah, because none of them have made that much money, and if you adjust for inflation, the first film
And
kind of
budget.
beats everyone. What was $20 million for a $100 million return, 5 times?
Once
Like,
again,
no
many
other film
such
did that
cases.
well.
They hate adjusting for inflation. It's the worst thing ever. Get away.
Yeah, which is so funny. It's like, why do we pretend like it's some esoteric and meaningless metric?
I'll never get
It
over that
literally
fucking
describes
post. Like, if we
value of
adjust
money.
for inflation, then the original would be the best one. It's like,
Yes,
Yes,
Yeah.
you
yeah,
fucking
that's
moron.
right.
How
Yeah,
it
that's
fucking
how
works.
math works, you
it's
cunts.
crazy.
Like, Jesus Christ. It's such a stupid.
Like,
when you find yourself making that defense,
Inflation describes
just
how
given
much the
up.
money's worth. That's the only thing that matters. How much is it actually worth? Not like what the number, like whether or not you think it's a big number or written on a piece of paper. It's what it's
Yeah.
worth to the people who are making it and spending the money.
Chainsaw Man movie cost $4 million. It made like $100 million by the first weekend.
How much does Running Man, the new Running Man, how much is that one going to cost? We'll see
Probably
how that one
pricey.
does.
I actually I found out
Probably-
when seeing the trailer during this movie that's Edgar Wright.
$110 million, man. We'll see.
The budget, the running. Oh, that's the 1987 one. Oh, whoops, yeah.
No,
that's
the new one is $110 million, so that's
Ooh.
Edgar Wright's most.
I
So
mean, I
for
wouldn't have
that,
guessed that
we
could make
could
its money
get-
back. There's no
I-
reason
No,
to think
I,
it would.
I would be shocked. I would say if that one is man. But think about that, $110 million. I think you can make the Cornetto trilogy like 4 times over.
Oh
for
man,
$110
don't even.
million.
Don't. Not fair. The fact
Yeah.
it's been so much. It's so absolutely long enough to just be depressed about Edgar Wright and his career. It's just
Yeah,
sad.
well, that last movie that he made was not good.
Like after
I
the
was saying-
after the
Oh,
trilogy,
wow.
he is a legendary writer director, and at this point, it's like, well, what would you have him make? It's like, I don't know. Not sure.
It's been
Man, we're in the
yeah.
realm of Ridley
Was-
Scott and all that, so it's it's on point thematically, I guess. Yeah.
Was Last Night in Soho his last movie, or has he made anything since?
That was his most recent film, I'm pretty sure.
And it seems that no one
was
watched that because if they had, we'd be hearing a lot more people talk about how bad it is.
But it's why I say you're as good as your last performance. Like Flanagan, right now, I think king of. But if he comes out with something that's dog shit, we're gonna have to judge him based on that. I can't just give him a pass because I.
I'm
love
with
this
you
other
on
one.
that. But if they're creating things reliably and consistently, and they're going hit miss hit miss hit miss hit miss, we're just gonna be like, another miss will only make me think like, hopefully they get a hit next time. It'll be like 3 or 4 misses in a row where I'll be like, oh, I think they've lost it. I.e., James Gunn.
Yeah, the pattern.
But like Midnight Mass,
yeah.
I think they blew the ending for me. It ruined the entire show.
They
Yeah, the ending
fucking
sucks
objectively
balls.
blew that ending. It's
just
horrendous.
They shot the bed, but then they brought it back, and I love the House
Disgusting.
of Usher. So it's
Yeah,
I
House of
like
Usher is good
that.
shit. And
like it.
Life of
I'd
Chuck is
recommend
good
it.
shit.
Yeah,
So
really
I think if he did a really bad job with the Carrie TV show, I would be gutted, but I'd still be invested in whatever he has next.
I would love for you guys to do Oculus or an EFAP movies thing on Oculus. Flanagan's
I need to
Ghost
watch
Movie.
it. Yeah.
It's you 100% need to. It's on par. Well, I wouldn't say it's like as good as the other stuff, but you can see the the components that made those shows so good in Oculus. And as soon as the premise kicks
I mean,
in, it's very, very interesting.
Platoon, you kind of jokingly but also seriously brought this up in your video on Shelby Oaks, but like you would have thought Flanagan would have at least helped Chris out a little bit with character writing.
Yep.
Would have said like, hey
Would've been
Chris,
nice,
you
yeah.
might want to like have characters. That could be good. That could be fun.
Didn't
The fact
Flanagan
that
sort
Flanagan's
of
name is
come
on it,
into
and it's still
the
that.
Didn't he kind of come into the picture
Um,
late on it? Like,
Yeah, but they had
Still.
reshoots, so
He's Flanagan magic,
They
man.
added a bunch of scenes. They
Yeah.
said, here's more time and more money, and a famous executive producer, do something with it. And he added his dead sister being eaten by dogs, whereas previously she was just dead. So that was an improvement.
which
Well,
is the
with his
part
name on
everyone's
the
making
Spoilers.
fun
you
of.
think, you think he would actually try to add something of quality and like make sure that the project is respectable if your
Yeah,
name is on it,
especially
'cause
if
his
your name's
reputation is so
attached to
high.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's carry on here. So in the next scene, we cut to just gonna keep things moving because we got a bit to cover. We cut to Tessa. It's a new scene. Now Tessa, as we have just learned, is like the robot that works in tandem with Thea, and she's the same looking character. Same actress plays her. She's essentially an aesthetic copy of Thea. She's battered and torn up, and they put her into some kind of a synth regeneration fixing bed, mechanical fixing bed, and they reactivate her. And the screen above her says that her mission is incomplete. Her mission is to acquire specimen XXO522 and ensure the bioweapons retrieval. So, um,
I actually think it's a bit of a missed opportunity to not have her step into something, thing goes into her head, and then she's zapped into a fresh body that comes out of like a storage unit, and then you could have her walk into the room. So you get you have to worry about her makeup, there's justification, but then you could also just have a little moment where she looks at her old body and then moves on. Just feels like there'd be more in that than there is in all the CG work that it took to repair all of her wounds, which just to me felt
I
a
agree.
little, and I just.
It's a cool thing you could have done with the fact that you have a synthetic person who got their old body destroyed, and you want to play with the idea about, oh, we could be more than what they want us to be, and ta-ta-ta.
Yeah,
and
there's stuff.
yeah.
I've
There's
seen that
things.
exact same scenario play out in an anime, Mauler.
Well, I mean,
Literally one
it's already mentioned in chat, but Soma is obviously where my brain's going. But like, there's lots of
Yep.
things, lots of good
Ha,
things.
where my brain's going. Ha ha.
Aha.
yeah.
That's good. So this is something that struck me as really odd at the beginning, as it maybe did for a lot of you. I was thrown off by the aesthetics here. The robot repair pod that she's in looks very sleek and clean and advanced compared to what we pretty much ever see with the alien level technology that Weyland Yutani in that world has sort of used thus far. It's got these holographic screens that make these clean, slick displays. They've got these
Well,
robot cables that move like snakes.
we've seen it in Prometheus and Covenant, unfortunately. It's the aesthetic that no one likes and that they went back on eventually, but for some reason made it into this movie. They also have botched the communication with Mother. I don't know why it works this way. And it's much lamer and stupider, too.
Yes, it is. That was one of the things that kind of made me wonder, like, wait, what exactly is going on here? Typically, the thing that, I mean, even Alien Earth knew this, and Romulus did as well. If you're doing something alien, you got to do the alien technology aesthetics. They're super like reliable to recreate. They're really cool. They're iconic to the series. That's what you want to do, right? And the reason for this sort of shift is, so Dan Trachtenberg said, in terms of where like the timeline is and the advancement of things, he said, while we were making the movie, Alien Romulus was not out yet and I hadn't seen it. Alien Earth I was aware of happening, but I wasn't sure where that was going to end up either. So we decided to set ourselves well into the future. So all the stuff that has happened would have happened way before our movie. We're not trying to squeeze in, and also cognizant of how in this day and age, with all the media that we have, some of it can feel like homework. To which the interviewer says, oh, sure. And you kind of have to like remind yourself of where in a timeline does this sit between this movie and that movie. And I really did not want that to be the case with Badlands. So this is the farthest out there that the series has gone.
I mean, it's kind of funny because that doesn't help any with the tech, in the sense of Prometheus and Covenant and shit. That's all prior to Alien, and then like the implication would be, we go from holograms to these buttons for everything tech, and then back to holograms. It's like, huh? What?
Yeah,
I think with
like
how you're locked in with the
Go ahead.
70s stuff, like it's the one thing I like about the newest iteration of Alien stuff. It's just like, you're gonna have to keep it.
you're locked in with this incredibly iconic, super
That's what I'm
cool
saying, like-
analog-esque aesthetic. Oh no, and you got rid of it.
You can have the brain dead take of it would be better. Like,
They'd eventually figure out OLED screens, apparently.
I mean, Andor, you know, it's fucking great. Nobody's denying that
it's
shit.
awesome.
When they're like, "Hey, start the receiver to record the Rebel," blah blah blah, and they just push button,
Click.
slide thing,
Junk.
pull lever, press button. We're all just like, like,
Yeah, I love it. I love the knobs and levers and buttons, that analog quality that the guns have, that all of the computer screens have, the way that the readouts are like Tron readouts, you know, it's super cool. It's great.
Do you
Keep
know,
it. It's awesome.
Do you see that Ewan McGregor said, like, he watched all of Andor season 2 in like 3 days, and then he was desperate for his son to see it, who was 4 years old, and he was like, I think you could see it. I think so. It's like, he must be so fucking depressed that he didn't get to be in one of those, you know?
Yeah, a real
Man,
show.
you
You
imagine,
wonder.
yeah.
You really wonder.
I was in the
Because-
I mean, I
Obi-Wan
hope
Kenobi
someone
one.
who, he strikes
Man,
me
I
as
hope he
someone who
gets a
really
chance.
enjoyed Obi-Wan Kenobi and wanted, you know, the potential for him. But then
Oh
at
yeah.
the same time, he was an executive producer on the show, and he probably signed off on bullshit. Like,
It's
if
just,
he approved of Riva's existence in any way, then he failed his character.
well,
I
he
mean,
made
he
that
went as
video
far as
about
to
everyone
say
being
everyone-
racist, which
yeah.
was not fucking... Oh,
With a
God.
gun to his head. With a
Oh
gun
yeah,
to his
yeah,
head.
just off screen. But having an insanely enthusiastic Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen, and not just making a Clone Wars era TV show with all of the budget of all the failed TV shows. Could you imagine, like, with a good writer as
What's
well?
wrong with you?
Yeah,
the
what
second
is
we're
wrong
done
with
It's a
you?
good writer qualification
It's
because
like
Dave
the
Filoni
Han,
will do
Luke,
that. You
Leia
will get
thing.
flashbacks to the
No,
prequels,
yeah, of
as
course,
you
of
got in
course.
Ahsoka season 1. You'll get loads more in season 2, I'm pretty sure, and it's going to be the same as that. The good writer thing is the absolute essential, but they have Filoni, so
Well,
oh
so
dear.
Filoni
Oh,
could
wow.
have had that happen already, but he's fucking pursuing the shit out of his OC, which is so funny because even Filoni fans are like, "Hey, can we get a little more of that stuff we actually want?" You know? And he's like,
No.
"Wait,
No, she's the key to everything. Her web connects us
I got-
all.
I got another few more seasons to tell. The Ahsoka story is just so interesting. You guys, you gotta wait. Hang on, it's so good.
Wait.
It is so fucking good."
But no, like Rise was
So-
gonna say, not having Han, Luke, and Leia in a scene together, that's the biggest crime of Disney, like their entire tenet
Criminal.
with this
That might be
IP.
the
It's
biggest
just
crime of media, of storytelling.
It's cinema.
Honestly,
yeah.
like
Absolute
single biggest
treachery.
crime. There's few that can compare to that one.
Yeah, that might be the one.
I
But
don't know
not
what would
doing
come
anything
close.
with Hayden and Ewan McGregor for all the prequel fans and the the missed opportunities that the had, and
When
the
both
things
are
they could've
healthy,
fleshed out.
around,
They're both-
eager.
they're both excited and they both have aged well enough to do this. The fact that they're still intact to be able to, they
De-age
still
them
love
a
these
bit.
characters. Ah, it's so frustrating. Man. It's really.
So-
Oh
really
yeah, remember calling someone a clown was racist. I think Organized
Yeah.
Chaos said that Rags
Yes.
was racist for calling Reaver a
frustrating.
clown.
A clown lady. She
Clowns.
is a fucking clown. You remember her doing
Fam-
parkour? Like Reva's
The
parkour was
famously-
hilarious.
That's just so
Clowns
funny.
were famously black. Yes.
guess-
Okay. Yes. All right. Yeah. True. Yes.
Oh my god.
It's like a
It
scary
is,
movie
so-
joke.
It kind of is. Yeah. Like the most, the complete opposite thing of what it could be. But hey, we don't like Star Wars, and that makes us Nazis, as we've been told time
True.
and time again. So who knows? It's Clown World. Oh, I mean, it's a world. It's a silly world. Sorry, I didn't
Yeah,
mean
what are
to.
you, racist?
I'm sorry. I'm
Meant to
sorry.
be
I didn't mean to.
clowns.
So this mother is, and I don't know if this is intentional, but the mother on the screen is labeled as 062578. And 2578, that could be the year that this takes place, because the most recent entry in the timeline, I believe, is Alien Resurrection, which is in 2381. So maybe this takes place in 2578. It doesn't matter. It's just a detail. Maybe it means something. Who knows? The point is that the medic pod rebuilds Tessa, and the mother unit tells her that the company is not pleased and her continued failure is going to result in your decommission.
That's
Already
never happened
wrong.
before
Wrong,
in the
wrong,
Alien
wrong.
thing, where Mother actually speaks in words as
Wrong.
opposed to reading on the screen. I don't remember that happening.
So
in
No,
the
and it
Alien
shouldn't
thing.
be this
It's like
way.
the
Mother's
closeness-
not GLaDOS. Like, what are you
They
doing?
finally
Yes.
gave Mother text to speech. in the
I like
future,
the
but-
idea of mother being a cold text on
Yes,
screen.
yes,
when it
yes,
communicates.
yes.
It is
She's the
foreboding,
telepods.
It is ominous, and she is like you, and plus the fact that it's called mother, but it is so genderless. It is a
And it's so
machine,
cold.
cold
It's
through
the
and through.
opposite.
Is a contrast that's unsettling to humans.
Yeah, the opposite of a
Um,
mother. This overbearing AI that doesn't give a fuck whether or
Well,
not you live or die. It just wants the mission to succeed.
what is this nonsense threatening an android with decommission? It's like, no, it's a tool. You get it to do
doesn't
what you want it to
care.
do. What do you mean? Like, if you fail this mission, we're going to decommit. Imagine saying that to a gun.
Stupid. It's fucking
I'm going to
stupid.
decommission you if you don't shoot
even-
next time.
Even Deck knows she's a fucking tool. Deck is a moron. He's a complete idiot, and he knows she's. But Weyland Yutani still has to portray it like if it's because of the line of them getting action. So other than that line, it would have made sense. But to them, I guess they think like this is a
That's-
significant thing to her. But that's
This is
bullshit.
actually a
Like, what
40
the fuck?
chess move by Weyland Yutani. It's actually really smart. That's why they gave her feelings, so they could threaten
Yeah.
her with existential
That's
terror.
so
Trying
stupid.
to do
It's
your
just so
job.
stupid.
It's so stupid.
It's
But it's
like
true.
a double whammy of stupid, you know, because you have a robot that you tell to do a job. If it does it, it does it. If it doesn't, it's like, well, we got to rebuild. It's like
Just-
the
you
fucking
could
Omnidroid
just
from
reset it.
Incredibles, right? Yeah,
Reset
you
it
don't.
mentally.
What the fuck is this shit about? Like, we'll
Like, you're gonna throw
decommission
it in
you.
the garbage chute.
I am
Yeah.
a tool
And
you
it-
created. What do you mean? Like, just do whatever you
I'm
want.
just doing the best I can, man.
Exactly.
You should have
And if
made me
you're
better.
gonna-
This is your fault.
if
And
you're gonna
they
send them
pretend
out
like
with
she
that
has
level
some kind of
intelligence-
conflict here, you know, like you best do this job properly. It's like, I'm gonna do everything that I can do. I don't know what you mean.
But I'm programmed to
It's a
do.
toaster, an absolute
can't
fucking
do-
Roomba.
I can't do anything else. But what you programmed me to do, right? I couldn't like disobey my programming or anything because that would be completely boneheaded if I even had that option.
I can't
Why
believe
do
I'm
you say
saying this,
that? Oh
but
my goodness,
Wendy made more sense in Alien Earth in the fact that at least she's like, you know, the hybrid where there's going to be that conflict there because we don't really know
Yeah.
how they work.
Sure.
I
This
guess,
bitch is
yeah.
a
At least they
sin-
put a tiny girl into a robot body instead of
Yeah.
a robot that was specifically built for this purpose and still has existential dread.
even stupider than Wendy. How'd you do it?
This is we trained it wrong on purpose. Like just 1-to-1.
Yeah, we gave it feelings and then made it fear death and used that to motivate it. But also, this is the loophole that gets it to at least one of its units to betray us because we programmed it to be able to betray us, which I'd say is a bit of a rookie move, Wayland. But hey, I don't know anything. I'm just a guy.
But yeah,
This is
it
why I
feels
think
like
this
Mother
movie-
is an artificial intelligence that's petty and strange and accessed wrong. It's just like, why are you fucking everything up? Stop.
That's why I feel like
guess-
this movie does more damage to Weyland Yutani than I think of. It makes them really seem stupid and completely ill-equipped for all.
Well, they're equal
they're super
opportunity
boneheaded.
ruiners. It's all good.
At least
I
it's,
also- I
so
just-
don't
I
say the film's not not consistent.
Like, didn't Weyland
That's
Yutani
Mark
come
Twain.
off as like a competent or? Yeah, I think them
Yeah.
showing up was actually one of the cooler
For a
parts of
while.
that movie. Just that tiny portion of it. But this is like not again. This is not what I think of when I think of Weyland Yutani, and it's not what I think of when I think of a Predator and their thought process for things. So
Oh yeah,
They're
this
just
will.
failing
When you
across
say
the
Wayland Yutani, Predator Badlands will not even begin to be an origin of a thought in my brain. Absolutely, not. It's like Alien Earth. That will not exist. No, that just
Yeah.
doesn't happen. No.
It feels
that's
like
it.
a fucking baby's understanding of Crew Expendable. It's like we've got to have some kind of threat because that's what Mother does. It's like, what are you talking about? Why is your brain like this? Where you think that telling a robot if it fails its mission, it would be decommit. Someone's compared it to like a toaster in chat. And it's like I said, the Omnidroid. If Syndrome said, if you don't defeat Gazer Beam, then I'm going to decommission you, the Omnidroid would be like, huh? I don't even know what to do with this information. I'm just like, I'm just going to go run my program, I guess. Okay.
Well, and
bye.
also, what benefit would there be to giving your toaster the kind of feelings that would make it be affected at all if you said, "Hey, if you don't toast my toast properly, I'm throwing you out."
yeah, so she can understand the wildlife on the planet better. Like that's pretty much the throwaway line they
Yeah,
had for.
even
and it makes
though
no sense.
this. Yeah, even though they just like obviously wouldn't give a shit about the welfare of the beings on the planet. They're here to study them and use them for research and
Yeah, like
use them
that's
for the
thing,
evil
like,
experiments. Why would you
if
give them
you're-
feelings to
Yeah,
sympathize
like it's
with the
either
creatures?
it means nothing to the android, or it does mean something, and that's bad. You don't want that to be the case. Like, that's
Well, but I mean, if you're
You're
looking to make
irrelevant
them
or you're risking the
objectively
mission by even
observe
adding
things
that.
and- but if you're looking to make them objectively like view the wildlife and learn things about them that are accurate and they can use, how is having them empathize with the animals they're studying going to help at all? Like I
From
don't
Wayland-
see the
from their
benefit.
perspective. I mean, like that's what like a normal, healthy, like kindly, good person / organization would do. This is Wayland Yutani.
Yeah,
So I don't know. But boy, they sure are evil. But stupid evil, which is my favorite kind of evil, as I'm quickly learning and discovering over these recent years.
A lot of writers' favorites,
Um,
isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, just have them be completely boneheaded, retarded, but also evil, and
It's very surprising that we didn't
anything.
have a billionaire tech man who's in the operation leader for all of this, who just goes, "Man, I hate it when things don't go my way," and he slams his computer and a bunch of keys fly everywhere.
Yeah, and he
Great.
doesn't wear shoes because he's weird.
Yeah,
like
he's got like a
Einstein.
quirk. Yeah. Then he kills his mum.
Yeah. Man.
Then he puts a Jolly Rancher inside someone's mouth.
True.
When you combine all of these
There's a taste
stupid
of
tech
cherry
bro
with it.
villains, you're just like, what are you talking about? It's like, these are all things that happen, guys.
Yeah, these are in films that cost a lot of money to make.
Lots of millions, even. Like, it's for some reason. Nobody knows why.
I just checked because I was curious. We've been talking about this incredible show that you guys should watch called Alien Earth. It still hasn't been renewed for a season 2, as far as I can
It's a
see.
bad sign, really bad sign.
That is a
That means
really
that
bad sign.
Good time for
if
us.
it happens, well, yeah, of course, for them. If it happens, if they get renewed, that means they're probably going to have to wrap it up
Yeah.
with season 2. That'll be or that or it gets cancelled. We've seen this happen before. We've seen it in great examples like Halo, where it took fucking ages and then it got cancelled. But then we've had bad examples where Andor took a little while to get a season 2 announced, like a few months, and it was the last season. Unfortunately, you got to look at stuff like Fallout getting renewed like a week after it came out. That's when you know
Or
that
House of the
it's
Dragon
successful.
and stuff like that. Yeah.
Unfortunately,
instantly.
or it gets renewed for multiple seasons, like like Smiling Friends getting renewed for seasons 4 and 5 before season 3 came out.
Well, I mean, I was really looking forward to seeing Wendy and her pet aliens rule the world.
Because people are saying that it did get announced. Has it been announced? Because I've not heard anything about.
I haven't seen it. No.
I was gonna question whether or not, because I feel like I read someone say something somewhere, but I don't remember it being a source. So I guess we'll see. But I did pop it into just like basic news articles, just Alien Earth season 2, and I didn't see anything. So but that was a couple days ago, so I don't know if it's still the case.
By the way, I heard, and I forget where I read this, but I think like when the first Smiling Friends like a season came out, I think I heard that they had said that the first season was less than a single episode of Family Guy to make.
Budget. I mean, yeah, of course. Family Guy's like $1 million an episode at least.
At least that, yeah, I suppose. So
yeah, it's not surprising. Yeah. Smiling Friends is very viable as a project in terms of an ability to make money.
And it's
because especially if they're ever in a situation where their standard animation is like they're running out of budget to do it, they could just be like, okay, let's do literally anything else to achieve this character's function in this episode. Any animation style, throw in live action, rotoscope, claymation, doesn't matter.
I assume rotoscope is. Oh, is rotoscope more or less expensive than the standard animation?
Ooh, I don't know.
I mean,
to be fair,
yeah, it is, but they'd be easier frames, right?
Yeah, are you manually doing it though? Like, because you probably
well, here's the thing though, Mr. Boss has a very unique silhouette, so I could assume that whoever they got to do the Pim, I knew I liked you, bring it in. Like that was probably be relatively challenging to do. God, but I mean, there's some amazing. I mean, the part where Charlie's face is melting. It's like, man, that would have taken a while to do that.
That's things like I guess to try to avoid as a few spoilers as I can for Smiling Friends season 3. But like, it's like, okay, what are we gonna do for Mr. Frog's dad? It's like, well,
you know what? you gotta be watching Smiling Friends as it's coming out. All right,
you understand
this is a spoiler zone for Smiling Friends, and
with
you should know that by now.
I'm glad you kind of mentioned that.
If you know, you know.
I'm glad you talked about that with Smiling Friends, because of all they want to talk about, the themes and the meaning and all that bullshit about this film, a little like what, a 2-minute segment with Mr. Frog and his dad was more emotionally impactful than the entirety of this $105 million train wreck, despite all the lofty words they wanted to say. Like, man, what a world. But here we are. So, as far as the plot's concerned, the next morning, Deck and Thea, they keep on traveling, and Deck says, man, I gotta eat. So they come across this big creature out in this field. It's a bone bison, Thea says, and that's Kalisk food. All right. It's basically this big, kind of elephant-like creature with armor plating on its head and along the sides. Now he wants to go get it, to hunt it, but the field is razor grass, which is like razors that like grass razors. It's razor grass, right? It
That's
cuts you. It
exactly
cuts
what
you
it
up.
sounds like.
Yeah, it is what it says on the tin. Thea says it'll cut you to ribbons. We'll just go around. But Deck says, nah, you give up too easily. Even though, like, yeah, just go around. This razor grass will fuck you up, man. Like, what are you doing? But I mean, Deck, he's too determined. He's not going to give up. Now, it is at this point that we need to introduce our triagonist.
Antagonist,
Because
tritagonist, I think.
Tritagonist. Because
Wait,
behind them,
wait, it's Wait, hold on. I don't even.
An
Anyway,
adorable creature.
whoever they are, yeah.
The third part of our trio.
yes,
Which,
that's
you know,
right.
that
Our
almost sounds
dynamic
like
trio.
tree, right? I wonder if there's a pun there.
So there's a little critter walks up to him. It's basically like it's a little cute space monkey. He's got big eyes so that you know that he's cute and really likable. It's just like Stitch.
He rolls
it's
around
just a
like
little
Sonic
guy.
the Hedgehog.
That's right. He does actually kind of roll around a bit. Thea says that she's never seen this creature before. And Thea even tries to introduce herself to it because she's so friendly and quirky. But it makes a little screm, and then it jumps into the razor grass, but it has like tough skin that it can harden that makes it immune to the razors in the grass. What a weird critter. Now, it's hunting the bone bison. This little guy wants to kill this big old bone bison, and I'm not really sure how it's going to manage that based off what we see of what it is. But this little guy is going to go eat the bone bison. I thought she said it was Kalisk food, but I guess this guy's going after it too. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, wonder if
You
that's
gotta
Yeah.
eat. You gotta eat. You
Total
know.
Pure coincidence.
If it tastes good, man, you know, a lot of our food is dog food after all. So the bone bison gets terrified of this little space monkey coming after it, and it takes off running. But Deck takes this as a challenge that something's trying to steal his kill. Ah, he's taking my kill. What's up? So Deck starts jumping from tree to tree and tries to chase after it, and it looks really
Nothing is
it's
real
done-
now for a while.
Nothing.
It's
Yep.
like, no,
We-
we're transitioning into just all of this is CG, basically every single thing.
Yep.
Like,
Yeah, we transitioned to full cartoon show at this point.
By the way, I saw
Oh, yeah.
someone.
Again, you could show someone this entire sequence and say, yeah, "Hey, which movie franchise is this from?" And the odds of them saying Predator,
Rebel
if they didn't
Moon.
already know, pretty slim, I would
Yeah.
say. Like nothing about this. You will get people say, "Oh, you just don't like it because it's different." It's no, I don't like it because it's different and it's shit, and it's now taken away what was quite a unique franchise and turned it into just slop content, basically. But like, is this really the best thing they think we have to do with Predator as an IP and as a character and as a franchise? It's just cutesy animals which can do the Sonic roll and chase them through CGI trees, and everything's really light and you could see everything really clearly, and there's no tension or claustrophobia at all. It's fuck off! Stop doing.
Man, I
these
missed that
movies.
about Predator. How it was the claustrophobic
should have
feeling of being
been-
in the jungle constantly. Like it's
Mhm.
it's oppressive and tense, and it's encroaching on your space all the time.
I mean,
They just took a camera to the woods and filmed an amazing jungle and filmed an amazing film, and this is a CGI monstrosity.
take any scene from Predator and compare it with the one from this, and like I challenge anyone to not be able to feel the fucking difference. Trying to pretend like it's all the same. It's whatever. It's a Predator. It's in a jungle. Whatever. It's like, oh my
That's why I-
god.
That's why I referenced Dylan's scene specifically, Carl's character. That death is terrifying. The
Oh,
way
I
it
remember
runs
the
up on
sound
him,
it makes when he lifts him up with the wrist blade. It's like
and
it sounds like a
establishing
crunching
the-
sort of bone thing.
Yeah, it's vicious, and establishing the size and the profile of Predator in that moment finally compared to him is it's surreal. It's such a good scene, and nothing has the same type of weight in this movie that does. Especially this scene, just
No.
CGI goop.
Well, something else that you'll note that this just been lost from the Predator franchise, right? But when Dylan and Mac are convinced like they can take the Predator out and they can see him, it's like it's a trap that he's already set, which is a reverse of the trap they just set on the Predator. And so Mac's like making his way, gets his head fucking blasted out, Dylan sees that. You get that like the realization, and then the camera like hits a wide, and you just hear the anytime. And it's like, fuck me.
good.
Not only is it creepy to hear Mac's voice when you've seen that he's dead, but to know that he's replaying the clip of when Max saved him from a scorpion.
Yeah, that was like an hour ago, or I can't even remember the timeline.
Like,
And again,
but to
also
be
no
Dylan
one
in
that-
that moment, like, what the fuck
Yeah.
is what?
What the hell
Like,
is
why?
going on?
What is this
The
demon?
Predator
Anna was
messing with
right.
him.
This is a demon of the
Compared to-
jungle.
Because
Again,
he was the
compared
most
to this-
skeptical.
compared to this, where it's like, yeah, what is the strategy that's being employed here? I'm gonna jump around in the trees, fall out of the tree, then I'm gonna like kind of run after it, like this thing. It's like there's no strategy, there's no forethought or planning that goes into this. It is like all the other action scenes.
Lions
sort
and
of
cheetahs employ
shambling
better
forward.
strategy than him.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's just flooping around the place.
What he does
Well, I
is he
mean-
jumps from tree to tree and then he jumps on the bison itself, but he's unable to
thing is-
kill it because the bison knocks him off along a tree trunk and he stumbles off. And the space monkey's trying to get the bison too. So the space monkey and Deck, they start to have this fight. And Thea's like, oh, it's so much stronger than it looks. Oh, hey. And the bison comes in to charge at him. And then Deck, he takes his plasma sword, the iconic plasma sword, and then he throws it at the bone bison as it's charging, and it splits it in twain right down the
Yeah.
middle. It slices through it, and then the
It's like-
bone
I don't
bison is
know.
in two pieces.
It's like a
What is this?
lightsaber.
Like, what is
Lightsaber.
cool about this? Like, he floomped around in the trees, the bison floomped around in the field, and then he gets cut in half.
Well, what you
Nothing.
need to
It's just
understand
video
is this
game
is a
cutscene,
movie.
man.
This is a movie about
You
space
sort of
hunters
feel like,
intended for
what are
children.
the,
now.
what are the beats? What are the strong beats of this sequence? Nothing, really. It's just like a bit of nonsense for 30 seconds to a minute before it's like, oh, there he goes dead instantly, like one
Yep,
shot.
that's that.
It's
Yep.
pure unnecessary spectacle, especially after they
Let
established
us-
that he can already just go around the fucking spiky bush. They just had it there, just have a stupid action scene, shove them in, just like the beginning, right? None of them actually have
Yeah.
any weight to them or meaning.
Yeah, we can
Cut
compare
down
this to a
any-
close to home example, which is one of the good things about Prey, which is the bear fight. Predator is fighting a bear, kills it, holds its body above itself, blood just pours all over it while it's invisible. And that's like cool as fuck. It's one of the cool things about Prey. It's awesome. And that's just like the North American woods. He's just around and he kills a bear, a terrestrial creature that we're, familiar with, basically. And in this, they used a much bigger budget to send him to a faraway death planet across the galaxy where a predator with his plasma sword can fight this big alien monster creature and slices it entirely in half. This is like everything blown to an insanely larger proportion. It's so much more grandiose and incredible. Like, look at the
It's
razor
bigger,
grass, the big monster, and
Yeah,
it's just
kind of
none of
funny
it
that you say
hits.
that. It's bigger, but like there's less of the standard beats that even existed in Prey of the sort of back and forth and the up and down of the battle with all of the tangible, real, like animals that actually exist. Like the bear fight had, beats of like, oh, the predator's winning, now the bear's winning, and then the predator lands like the kill shot, and here it's just like you just kind of floop around, then throw the sword at him. And it's the same for the next monster that comes up. You floop around and then just sort of stab it, and then it's dead.
Yep.
And his strategy with the Calisk is very much the same. There's a little bit more dynamism to that fight, but not much. It's still ultimately run at it and slash it. That's it.
Yeah, but in the feral in Prey was like, I'm going to fist fight a bear and win. And this
Yeah.
is just plasma sword wins the fight instantly. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess it would. Yeah, I guess this is the
Well, yeah,
expected outcome.
There's
They
no
even do a
sport
bit of
in these fight scenes because there isn't really a
Yeah.
sportiness going on. It's just like kind of killing things just because they're there, like in front of you, but with
Yeah,
no
that's what I mean.
desire to implement like almost self-imposed difficulty challenges for winning and failing to make himself feel better. It is like, yeah, I'm not necessarily needing to kill you, but I'm gonna do it, and I'm not even gonna like try to make it harder for myself. I'm just gonna do
Yeah.
it with my sword.
It's not a Predator film. Like this, if this movie was just some random alien named Deck, it would have functioned a little because he's
He just
abandoning
hates
the rules that we
nature.
know.
What?
Yeah, he's just killing everything. Like he would want to challenge himself and at least balance things. And the problem that the part of it that really annoys me is that they established at the very beginning of the movie that is something that he respects, because he asked his brother, "Do you have your weapon?" So you establish it there, then you ignore it the rest of the movie. He's just obliterating things with his lightsaber. It's just I have no idea what's going on and what his goals are or what rules he's trying to follow. He's just running through the jungle chopping everything up. It's not a Predator movie. I don't know what the fuck this is.
The scene, however, we can't end there. Even though we have the spectacle of him, Deck holding the two halves, the, I will say, noteworthily not bloody spectacle of him holding the two halves of the bone bison up and being like, "Oh, I killed it." It's like, yeah, yeah, that was the expected outcome with your space age plasma sword technology. I suppose that follows intuitively. Yeah. Um, you have the space monkey basically look at it, is like, "Oh wow, this guy's really amazing. He killed that bone bison. That's incredible. Holy shit!" Like he admires Deck. Sorry, like the space monkey admires Deck because of it. But then they're interrupted because there's this tentacle creature that's in the trees, as you've been seeing on the screen a bit. It's got these 4 tentacle arms and it's a big monster, and he kills it.
Instead of getting
he
the
Yeah,
kills
this
it.
one was particularly
He does.
anticlimactic.
It is.
I guess what I find
but
funny
it's
is, like, think about everything about this. So you got the bison right there that he can just munch on, but instead he goes for like the guy that he just saw kill the bison.
yeah, the
And
little
then it's
guy,
like,
the tiny
how do I
guy.
get saved? Little blue guy jumps in his mouth and like hardens up so that it breaks the teeth and releases him. Then he's like, I'm gonna
Yeah,
go for the blue one that just broke my teeth. And
Yeah,
then,
the
Dex
space
like,
monkey
I'll
jump.
just I'll chop the tree. I'll climb up
Yeah.
into the tree and then just kind of like stab it in this one bit and then it's dead. And it's very much like you assume that once he gets on it, it's gonna last for like another 30 seconds or so. Like, not that he just instantly landed on its weak spot, chops it, and then that's it. But that's it.
Yep.
It is
The
like they tried
he
to
is
cram
saved
in
by.
like
Go
a
ahead.
progression of talents, because what like the movie needs Deck to go through and to obviously to be shown learning these new skills, to be becoming a better fighter, more tough, more self-reliant. It needs to show all of this because of what it has in mind for its resolution, but like, it doesn't really see any advantage to betting these in as story beats. They're just kind of, well, okay, he killed a giant cow. That's probably not enough. Fuck it, tentacle monster. Yeah, well then we can say he's killed the tentacle monster, so he's gained more skills, and that's what the story is about. He needs to partly what it's about. He needs to gain all of these new skills. It's not really serving much of a narrative function. It is just a set piece, and it sort of ticks another box. He kills
they just
bigger,
want to
badder
keep
creature.
having situations where someone saves someone else in the team. So he's like, you know what, this whole team thing's not a bad idea, even though he was already really happy to work with his brother. Like, and it respects the whole family unit to that extent, at the very least. It's unlikely they would never consider hunting together. I don't see why not. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's all very just crap. Like, oh boy, you're gonna get eaten, but he's just the perfect animal to save you, and for some reason he's perfectly motivated to save you, and for some reason he's in the perfect scenario to be able to save you just in time. Like,
Just
wow.
like the android. He meets the perfect
Just like
robot,
the
just to
android.
give him all the information that he needs, and then he meets the perfect little monkey to save him in the nick of time. It's
Well, and the
Disney.
monkey, if anything, shouldn't want to save him, considering everything that just
His
happened.
competitor.
Exactly. But
And also they just had a fight.
You're describing a real story where like things would play out logically. They turned a predator into a Disney princess somehow. Like, this is some bullshit.
They also don't behave according to the situation, both the Predator and Android. I think he asks if it's the Kalis, and she's like, no, but have you got any weapons? And he's just, they have like a little insert shot of him trying to access something, and it can't. So they're basically just dead.
The tentacles.
It's over.
They are dead. He is dead.
But neither of them treat it that way. They're both like, oh no, this is a bit awkward.
Well, okay,
Damn
this
it.
is happening.
Aw.
Yeah, a lot of the jungle, I guess.
We'll figure out something.
But like, nobody in the audience believes there's any tension, because what are we, halfway through the movie? It's like, you're gonna be fine. They're not gonna kill both of you.
Yeah, we're gonna kill our only 2 characters. I doubt
Then we'll
it.
just follow the monkey for the rest of it. Why the fuck not?
Baby Calisk was the secret protagonist of the film all along.
I was going to say, that is a
that's worth
particularly
noting.
poorly
This
written element.
This is yet again incredibly lucky
Well, we've already
for
established it's
Dak.
insanely lucky. We haven't even gotten to just how insanely lucky it is. It gets even
Oh
luckier.
yeah, even without knowing
How
what it actually is, it is.
unbelievably lucky.
He's come across a random creature on the Death Planet that has an emotional investment in protecting him and saving his life instantly.
But it
That's
does
handy.
a cute, silly thing where it spits on him. That is definitely not going to be super plot relevant later.
Oh, it's just
I couldn't believe that shit. We'll get there.
the latest Grogu.
Yeah, we'll get there. It's coming, baby. It's coming.
The Baby
So-
Yoda syndrome, man. It's reached the Predator franchise.
I mean, it's like a formula. You gotta have the cute animal, and it's like, oh, is the
Mhm.
animal cute? It's like, yeah, it's its job.
Does it make
is
sense?
cute.
Who cares? Like shit.
So, meanwhile, after all these shenanigans happen, we see that Tessa has been like repaired, and she's going out to find out what's going on with the Yatja that has taken Thea. Now, she finds the escape pod that Dek used to crash down to the planet, and she's with a bunch of soldiers with rifles, and these are all identical male-looking synths
Yep.
who have these nice fancy rifles. Okay. And the vines, those monster vines from Atomic Heart come out, and they start grabbing them, and but
They
then
get-
all of the
They're remarkably
They get
far
fucked.
in before those things attack them.
yeah. Well, that's part of the plan. They're like ants on Earth. Sometimes, like ants, they'll crawl over you first, and then they'll all start biting. So that by the time they start, I mean, of course,
You also kind of got to
this
think
all
that,
makes
like,
sense.
especially anytime you have more than one of them on screen at a time, you have to CGI the face on. Like, what would have been so hard if they were just all different androids? Like, why did they have
If
to
they
be
were
the same
humans,
guy?
If they were human Wayland Yutani mooks that you could just fuck up and have a proper rated R movie like the
Yeah.
franchise.
Yeah, that might have made that last end scene more engaging. Although I maybe not have him team up with the cute little critter and Elle Fanning's disembodied butt. Like,
So all of the synths, they fuck up the vines, they shoot it with the rifles, and the rifles also turn into big ass flamethrowers and they burn the vines away. This doesn't pop up later, they just also have flamethrowers on them. So that's pretty cool, I guess. Now, this is important. This is a really important scene, right? This is an important one. So that night, Thea, Dek, and the space monkey, they have made a camp again, all right? And she says they make a great team. They're the dynamic trio. Trio, like the tree. Remember when we went down the tree?
Still
yeah,
fucking
Yeah,
yapping.
just,
I hate it.
yeah.
there's a pun there. Yeah.
So Dek is munching on some of the roasted bison or the tentacle creature. Doesn't matter. He's eating some of it, and the monkey wants some of the food, but he's not going to give it to the food. And Thea just goes on and on and on about, oh, what an exciting adventure that was. That was incredible. Remember when this happened and that happened? And then she asks Dek what his favorite part was. And then he says, when I pierced its head with my sword and its blood rushed down my face. Even though that
when
actually
did that
didn't
happen?
happen, that doesn't actually happen. I had to double check because this is not the bear scene from Prey. When he bisects the bison, there is basically no blood whatsoever, and none of it gets on him. He's totally clean.
I
Dek
like
is
the
a
idea
liar.
that they said like, oh, it'll be done in post. And he's like, oh, okay, good. Yeah, just making
All
sure.
right. Yeah, make it look
Just
really
didn't
good. Like
do
I
it.
really fucked that bison up, right? Yeah, make me look good
Yeah.
for the rest of the guys. I don't want to make fun of me.
Obviously, the plasma sword cauterizes wounds. Gosh.
Yeah, which is fine. Just let's be honest about what it does. Yeah. So Dek offers Thea a piece of meat, and she says, "Oh, I don't eat." And then he gives it to the space monkey, and then the space monkey spits on him. And Dak is like, "Well, what the fuck did you do?" And he gets angry at it. But Thea says, "Oh, she's marking you. She wants you to be a part of her clan." Like, it's like, great. I have no clan, Dek says. Like, you mean you didn't have anybody looking out for you? Well, I had a brother, Dek says, and he looks kind of dejected and sad. And he explains that his father killed his brother. And Thea says, "Oh, Dek, you're grieving." But Dek says that grief is a weakness. I am here for the Kalisk. And then this is all important stuff. If we don't have the setup of their relationship going forward, then Dek does not learn the value of family and togetherness and teamwork, right? This is crucial to the plot. This is why Jaws inspired this film. It's got a lot of stuff working at once. This isn't just your simple basic bitch predator story like that stinky first one, okay? This is cinema. Now, Dek asks Thea, "Why are you here?" And she says, "Well, I'm just traveling with you because that's the best way to get back to Tessa." Now, to this, Dek says that you should be able to survive on your own. And this is an important line, boys, all right? Thea says, "Oh, I can survive on my own, but who would want to survive on their own?" Because family, right? Family and clan and cooperates teamwork, right? Because the
About
Predator are
Predators,
wrong,
it's about
right?
family.
The Atja are wrong, okay? They're wrong. And Dek has to learn a lesson about how to really be. And this is putting him on that path. Now, Tessa is your sister, Dek says. And when he says this, the idea delights Thea. She smiles and she gets thrilled at the idea that, oh yeah, I guess you're right. She really is a sister. How is that a lovely thought? Huh, I really is. And then they do some joke stuff. I hope you guys like jokes, because we got jokes. We got jokes in Predator movies, but not like the jokes that are told in the first Predator about, oh, it's a pussy jokes, stuff like that. You know, remember Billy laughs and it's really
Jokes
endearing.
that are in
Fun,
line with your
right?
character. Yeah, that type of shit.
Yeah. So, I need to find her, she says, and Legs, says Dek. And she's like, oh, is that a joke?
Ugh.
Laugh, please. I need you to laugh like the couple behind me,
Ha
please.
ha ha.
Now this bit though, man, they were oh man, that couple, they were loving this bit. They were laughing their ass off when we did this part. Oh boy. All right. So, Dak is getting ready for bed, essentially. He starts to clear out like the space and the dirt where he's going to sleep. He gets himself a rock. He sits down and stretches. And the Bud, I'll just call her Bud. This is the space monkey's name. Thea gives it a name called Bud, right? Bud starts mimicking everything that Dek is doing, the stretching, the sitting down, the wiping his hands, and everything like that. And this goes on for quite a while. This is very clearly a bit in the film. And it's really funny, trust me. My description doesn't do it justice, but if you just saw
No,
her
it's
little
funny,
face,
it's cute, it's
oh, those big
adorable.
eyes, oh, the noises it makes,
You
man.
just
If
want
you
one
were
as a
there,
pet.
man, that's right, you do. You want to get your own. I don't even know if there's Bud merch. Who the fuck knows? It's not
Probably.
nearly as collectible as the popcorn bucket in the spaceship.
It's
Right.
just another sobering Disney.
It is
Predator.
weird. It's
I
it's a
rolled my
this is a
eyes
weird
so
scene.
hard during this
Fucking-
sequence that I almost gave myself a headache.
Like,
It's like
Predator
disconnected my optic
Pilates.
nerves.
Like, this is, I just don't need to see this, you know? Like, him repairing himself with the med kit, awesome. Even the little plant thing in this movie, I really like that little detail. This, like, something about that just didn't work. I'm sorry,
Well, it
everything.
goes on for so long. Dek,
Yeah.
it's not even done because Dek pulls out its plasma sword. Like, oh, you can't mimic this. I'm better than you. But then the space monkey takes a stick out of the fire and it's on fire and like, see, it can da da da. But God, the people behind me, they thought this was the funniest shit. Man, you'd think we were watching. I don't know what's a funny movie. There's probably none anymore.
It's been a
Fuck
while
it.
since there's
They-
been one.
Yeah, they probably don't exist. They speak of them in legend. But yeah, that's that scene. Jesus Christ. Now, meanwhile, and this is important, remember when I brought up the fact that Thea had mentioned about the space travel stuff for the sublight speed? We haven't done that. Da, 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 da. Well, Tessa has located the crashed Yachtja ship, Quay's ship. She's found it. They're there. Weyland Yutani has obtained, or at least has obtained a Yachtja spaceship with all of this technology, right? And she goes in to check it out. And she finds some of the Yachtja weapons behind the wall of skulls. And inside of it, she also finds the little sentimental toy that Quay had saved from earlier. And she finds a plasma caster on the wall. And what's probably most important, she finds a series of grenades on a bandolier. And she presses one and it like freezes her fingers a bit. This is like a cryo grenade, essentially. If you played a video game, it freezes stuff. And boy, this is a piece of kit, guys. This is a really good piece of gear. If you're gonna carry a grenade, you want to be carrying these ones, as we will find out. These totally will not completely trivialize the capture of the Kalisk. I don't even know why he said that. I'm insane.
But wondering at
So,
the time
the
as I was
only
watching
thing
that
that
scene
can
for the
defeat
first time,
Metroid.
you look at it and you're like, what? I mean, they're making a point. I mean, they're showing me this. They want me to look at these in particular. So they are important, but no, they can't be used for that.
Nah.
They wouldn't do that. That would be
You
ridiculous.
assume it'll be used on Deck or on Thea to capture
Yeah.
him, maybe, or something. You don't think they're going to use it for what they use it for that allows the film to happen. It's kind of wild, and it brings into question, obviously, when Thea had said, "Yeah, Yatcha come here all the time to try and kill the Kalisk, and no one's ever able to."
Not a
Because remember,
single
at the
one tried
beginning,
to hasta la vista them.
Bullshit.
at the beginning, we see that Deck actually has originally a number of these grenades, and I don't know where they just kind of get just not used. I guess when he runs from the vines, he doesn't take them or anything, so they just don't get used. So, tough luck, I suppose. Now remember, this is probably one of, if not the most valuable finds that Weyland-Yutani can possibly have. This ship can travel faster than light. This is in a way that humanity cannot do yet. This should probably instantly be taken by Weyland-Yutani to be studied. Fuck the Callus. We'll come get that later. Like, yeah, obviously that's really impressive and important, but this is like hyper advanced space travel. This beats everything. This is the real mother lode right here. But the film acts like this isn't like this ship isn't the golden prize. It's
Yeah,
just,
it's just a
oh yeah,
weapon drop.
they showed up, they took out, they got some weapons,
She
and
got
then they
some,
left.
legendary
whatever.
gear, and that's it.
It's space age alien technology, whatever. Weyland-Yutani are famously not interested in alien technology, so I guess it fits. You know, we want to stay consistent after all with our franchises as we mash them together and see what results. But the next morning, Deck and Thea set out to go and look for the Kalisk, but they leave Bud behind, and that's the name that Thea's given the space monkey. And she says, "Hey, listen, Deck, that we would have died if Bud hadn't saved us from the big tree bug." But Deck says, "We're not in the tree now,"
Ah,
because Deck is a moron and he can't like extrapolate because he's an idiot because
Yep.
Deck's dumb and
they're really
Yeah.
doing a good job of showing us how much he's learning.
yeah, he's really developing as a character. He's changing. You know, these people are changing him. I feel like they've changed me.
Hmm.
Not positively.
Right.
But
But
something's
also,
different up there.
when Thea's got this, amazing empathetic ability in her, she's been literally designed to be able to understand predators of all stripes more than any other creation in the world. She's been around Deck long enough to know how he works. She's already got a pretty effective way of convincing him to do stuff that she wants him to do, like calling herself a tool. Why not just deploy the same trick? Why like personify the animal which she knows makes Deck think it's a person, therefore he can't work with it, as opposed to using the same trick again? Just, that's a dumb animal which he used like a tool. Basically, it's a tool like I'm a tool. Take it with you. And he'll be like, tool is good. And she'll be like, yes, tool is good. I like tool. Take tool.
Tool good. Tool help hunt. Tool help Duck hunt. Duck go hunt. Get the Kalisk. Go home. Father like me in franchise now. Me learn language for this fucking role. Me no use it well though. He learned the language for this movie. All right. So
What a waste.
this is yeah, I mean, unironically, yes. What a waste. I think by the way that Elle describes it in interviews, when they were doing the acting and stuff for the scenes, she was kind of like she was stuck to his back and they kind of walked together, I think. She mentions that the most difficult parts of filming was the physicality of it, going around doing the stuff for real, kind of how like they were tied together. And obviously they de-CGI'd her, or they only shot her in a way that you didn't have to like see the legs and everything. So they were really together. And so when they were doing their lines back and forth, he was speaking in Yatja, the language, and she was responding in English. And she said one of the most difficult parts, apart from the physicality, was doing the comedic timing and everything when you're working with two different languages. And I guess it must have been really, really difficult to do that because it didn't work.
Exactly. Like,
So I can
fuck.
believe you. Yeah. Be it far from me to call you a liar in this instance.
But it's
So,
just
I mean,
only-
she is
case
lying.
of-
She is an actor. So
There's very few people that could ever fix these lines up with timing alone. Norm Macdonald could do
No.
it.
Norm Macdonald could do it. You know, the worst thing about the Kalisk is it was a hypocrite.
Well, it's just another case of an actor putting in a whole bunch of effort for just a role that's fucking garbage, man. It reminds me of Li Jing Squid Game with Soul, like learning English or having to speak in English
Yeah.
and you didn't understand it. That's like it's just all that effort for a terrible show that just butchered your character. And what's his face? The dude who plays Loki, I can't remember his name right now. But
Hiddleston.
Hiddleston.
Oh,
Yeah,
Hiddleston.
Hiddleston. Yeah, when we watched that, the biggest thing that we kept commenting on was the performance. He's giving it his all for this garbage material. And I just hate seeing actors get wasted in terms of the performances
He
and the effort
seems
that they
like
put into it.
he seems decently invested in the film, Demetrius Kaloa Matangi. He said in an interview I watched that the most difficult, or the advice that he would give to people who come after him to do the role is that you really have to completely commit, not just to the physicality of doing all of the stuff with the suit and climbing around, and that takes a toll on you, but like mentally, you need to be in the headspace of giving it your all and kind of like really committing. And he
Mhm.
seems like he truly did. I mean, if the guy learned a language that they made up for this movie. He clearly had that sort of commitment level, and I really respect it. It's a shame that all that work was essentially for, I'd say for nothing, but that implies neutrality. It was not for naught, but for negative. It's a bit of a tragedy, but well, that's show business, I guess.
It sucks, man, because you want to hear like this is a bad example of someone who picked up a skill basically for versus something like
Didn't
Viggo Mortensen. He was
Liv
brought
Tyler
on.
and yeah.
Yeah, yeah. She had to. Yeah, a lot of people had to learn Elvish,
My
but
God, our
Viggo was
answers
brought
were a
on
couple
because
like
he
they
can.
were.
What were you gonna say? Sorry.
I said our answers were a couple like they were.
No, no. Viggo, he was brought in because he back right swordsmanship. So just understanding the role that the actor has and the skills that they can bring to the table, just to make it a more immersive experience. Like that's something that was so respected in the past, and now it's a situation where you have an actor who still puts in the effort, but then they don't get rewarded with a proper script. Like that's a cool detail to think about with Deck, but like you wouldn't see any of that by watching this movie. It's like it's not something you can appreciate at all.
Yeah, I was surprised to learn some of this stuff because you're like, oh, they put in a lot of effort for some of this stuff. The film's
Hmm.
shit. I just assumed that they just phoned it in for a lot of it, but they didn't.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
sad.
Now, as they march on toward to find the Kalisk, right? They stop by a waterfall where Deck finds a tooth, and he's like, "Oh, is this a Kalisk tooth? Is this where it drinks water?" And she's upset because they left Bud behind, so she doesn't answer. And he's like, "Listen, if you're going to be useful to me, like what good is a tool that won't communicate with me?" Which is an interesting phrase to say, but I guess I understand his point, I suppose. She says, right, this is important, right? This is really important, all right? Thea tells them that on Earth, or as I like to call it, Human Prime, there is a powerful predator called the wolf, and they hunt in packs. And the leader of the wolf pack is called the Alpha. Now, he's not the Alpha because he can kill the most, Deck. He's the Alpha because he's the one best at protecting the pack. And Deck is like, oh, okay, I see. It's hard to not give him the caveman voice at this point
Oh
because
yeah,
he's a moron.
Because
Right?
he is a
Deck is like,
caveman.
yeah,
that's how
kind
he
of. He really
talks.
is. He's like, oh, no, Deck, Deck C, Deck understand. Deck will be
Yeah.
will be Alpha that kills the most. Then,
Yep.
and then uh,
We're imitating him. We're not mocking him. Just to clarify for anyone who's
yeah,
seen the
yeah,
movie.
yeah. But yeah, he doesn't get the idea. He still sees the aspect that is most valuable about the leader, and the best is to be able to do all of the killing. He wants to do both. It's not about protecting. He still hasn't learned the lesson that she's trying to tell him and what he needs to value about the people around him who are protecting him. It's just like Jaws, really, if you think about it. I guess at the core, like if you break this movie down into its most raw parts, like its ingredients, the idea of a human sort of companion encountering a predator, they have to work together to do something, and they have an exchange of ideas on what it means to be strong. Because so much media about humans, it's not about, the man is strongest alone. It's about teamwork, cooperation, working together, valuing everybody. That's what makes you strong. Cooperation is really good. It's one of the best aspects of human civilization is we have the incredible capacity to work together to create far more than any single person would do. And having that clash with the predator is much more individualistic warrior honor code kind of way of looking at life. You could potentially have a bit of, who knows, if it was well written, could be really interesting and neat. But the way that they throw it up here is essentially this guy is being told that your entire way of life and everything you know and the way that you look at the entirety of like the cosmos from your perspective, actually that's wrong. And in, I don't know, maybe 20 lines, you'll think the way that I do, actually, if
A
that
wolf
much.
a wolf pack and the like an alpha wolf is just such a strange example to use, especially the way she justifies it. Because like, wait, hold on. How does he keep the pack safe if not by killing other things that might hurt the wolves or by hunting and letting the wolves who can't hunt well eat? That's both of those are killing. Wolves aren't
I
building fires. Like
I guess it's not like wanton destruction just for the sake of it to prove that you can do it, though that isn't what she says or what she really kind of describes to him. Or she says, "Hey, that stuff you did out there in the razor grass field, that whole fiasco, we only won basically through an insane coincidence of luck." All right, but that none of that happens. We have, as we have multiple times, begun describing movies that do not exist because the one we watched kind of stink.
Yeah,
Just a little
the
bit.
one we
Just a little
watched
bit.
is the one that they say, oh, it's the Predator's POV movie. And yeah, the Predator has nothing to say in defense of its own culture, seemingly has no understanding of its own culture, no awareness of it. It's not ingrained. It is just replaceable within a very short span. It's like,
yeah.
I go kill. And she says, have you considered that killing is wrong? And he's like, yeah. And she says, because you can protect. And he says,
We like
protect.
kill.
And then by the end of the
What's
movie, she's like, "Oh,
protect mean?
I guess to embody these principles, I'm gonna go kill my dad." Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
brilliant.
what the fuck? Honestly, yeah. When we get to that scene, like, I can't believe they just tacked that on at the very ending. It's so bizarre.
It'd be neat too if you had a like a buddy up movie where the predator was like injured in a pretty serious way, so its biggest strength in terms of its physicality couldn't really be used, and it had to impart skills or strategies onto someone who is physically less capable, so that you have an almost reversal of roles that would show how clever and quick-witted a predator is mentally, and how a human or some other person with good guidance can be capable of great things. But who
Yeah.
knows? Again, we're describing different movies, ones we'd much
Instead,
rather
it's
like to
just
see. But
let's take this predator who has a rich and interesting culture of its own that we're going to hint at a bit, but then spend the entire movie trying to make him just a normal human guy.
yeah, it must be a huge disappointment if you are a massive Predator fan and you're like, "Oh, sweet! For the first time ever, we get a Predator protagonist. I can't wait to learn more about their super cool culture and how they view the world and their honor philosophy." And then you get this. Oh,
Yeah.
me
Yeah.
deck
I didn't
smash.
even tell you in the introduction. There's the quote from the Predator, the Yautja Codex, and that is
Secret
basically the
encounter
last thing you learn about them. There's nothing
Yeah.
else, and it's not even, and it's contradicted, as has been mentioned, by everything in the movie anyway.
That's insane. That's such a fucking insane point. You go into it expecting so much more details. They give you a shitty line, they contradict it all, and like you get nothing other than the crappy scene with his brother and his father. That doesn't make any sense. Feels like it was fucking
Oh,
like deleted scenes or rewritten or something. Yeah, this is not what I if we're gonna explore the predators and like see their homeworld or whatnot, this ain't it. Like this is not what any predator fan wanted. And it's just another step. It's another example that they don't know what they're doing with this franchise or this creature specifically. Like what made it work.
I got to give a shout out to Andrew S in the chat who says if basically if you're a Predator fan and you saw this movie, I guess the deck was stacked against you. Oh, very good.
Oh,
Ah,
Very good.
nice.
Very
Well
good.
played,
I
sir.
like it.
Well played.
You get the gold star, aren't you?
Ugh.
So, we get a bit of traveling and they finally reach the Kalisk's den. And this is the location where Thea and Tessa were attacked by the creature a few weeks ago. Thea
Wow.
is able to locate her legs, and she goes to this nearby robot maintenance bed and hooks herself up with her. Can you guys hear me? Just to make sure.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good. My live page died, so I wanted to make sure. Oh no, see, my internet's actually working. See, sometimes it gets done. But she brings herself to this like medical robot maintenance bed and hooks herself up to the legs, and she begins to put her halves back together. Easier to walk now, Dex says. Thea thinks that he's talking about her, but he says, no, easier for me to walk now. Because he's still thinking about himself. She's like, oh, you mean me? He's like, no, for me. It's easier for me. He's still selfish. He hadn't learned his lesson.
Yeah.
He hasn't learned about family and stuff. Wolf.
Just a predator cracking jokes like these is just no. I don't ever want.
I don't think this is a joke. I think
Yeah,
this
I
is
don't
just
think
he
he was
only thinks about
joking.
himself. Yeah,
No,
this is
this
him
is
thinking
still,
about
it's
himself.
still portrayed as a joke. Like these beats, it's just like, and all the comedy that they try to inject into this movie. I'm not saying you can't make it work with a predator, but like the way they try it is just worse.
Well, you would
potential.
think, what is humor to this culture? What does this culture's version of humor look like? Do they have it? They probably do. They're smart, sapient creatures. They can probably recognize things like irony and wordplay and stuff.
You say
So
that,
how
but
does
we
that
have just
look like
spent the
to
last
them?
90 minutes with Dak.
Oh yeah,
So-
yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, it's true. Me no catch flies. What you mean?
Thing. This is the lowest of the low.
Oh well, it's like Cleon jokes, you know. That'd be like a good parallel because they're like a warrior culture, but they're intelligent and clever and stuff like that. So she smiles and she thanks him for bringing here, and she says, "Oh, Deck, I'll never forget this." And he says, "Oh yes, me too, never forget this day. For today I become Deck of the Yautja. I will honor Quay, and I will bring Callus home. Then I taste revenge. You will be first to see my trophy. It is great honor for you." I like the Deck voice, Caveman. I think it's very appropriate.
It's just fucking-
Honest. Now, Thea then looks kind of worried when Deck say things, and she says, "Deck, you need to leave right now. You need to get out of here," because she reveals that she has activated a location beacon on the little machine next to her on the computer terminal, and she says that Tessa and the company, they're on their way. And she reveals that her true purpose here is that she is here to capture the Callisk. She has tricked him. And she doesn't really know where the Callisk is, or she kind of does, but it doesn't really matter. He's here, but that's not really why I did all of this stuff. Now she tells him, Deck, you cannot kill the Callisk. But she means this in the sense of like you do not have the capacity to kill the Callisk. Not that you shouldn't, because I need it. Like you cannot. You
probably
don't
should have,
have
like, you know,
the necessary abilities
deduce
to do
this from the fact that his entire culture have never been able to pull it off, and that his dad's afraid of it. You know, but it's fine.
Literally called the unkillable Callisk.
It's fine. It's fine. He was going to get it with his little his sword. His cool sword.
Well, it cut it. I will have you know that sword, when thrown, can slice a bone bison in twain.
Well, I will say,
I've seen it myself.
It can
if he
cut
was
the head
like,
off a
I'm
Callisk.
a cut it, that's how I'm going to get it, because my dad never thought of that. He'd be like, all right.
Yeah, I got
He
this
just
master
couldn't get a good
plan, you
shot.
see?
I love that that's both the crazy reality of it and also something that makes no sense, where it's like,
Yeah.
this thing, obviously they've tried, but it's like, but also none of them tried the ice grenades.
What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about.
Not. I don't. What? Yeah. What do you mean?
Ice
Like,
grenades would never work on this creature.
No,
That's
it
not-
can't.
it's
Wait,
not a thing
it's-
that could happen.
I think, Mark,
Got
you
indestructible.
must have missed the conversation. We talked about how there can't be any predator tech that would work on it because
No, because they would have won.
They would have
Yeah,
won by now.
They would have. Yeah.
Clearly not.
They wouldn't have
Everything's
just.
fine. Nothing works.
They wouldn't have sent wave after wave of their own men at it until the Callisk.
Until they cap out its kill bot limit.
It's the Callus kill limit. So it is at this point when she says, "Oh, by the way, if she's really like invested in his safety, she should probably say, no. It has insane, dare I say, magical regeneration properties. It is actually unkillable. You cannot do it. This is
How do you
literally not possible."
How do you
She
not
doesn't
mention
say
that this
that.
entire time?
His dad never says that. The Yautja Codex says nothing about this.
Quay didn't say that. Should have
I
been the
assume-
first thing out of his
Yeah.
mouth when they brought up the Callisk.
Quay says it's the unkillable Callisk, but I guess what we're meant to take is that because no Yautja has returned, it means that none have been able to tell anyone that it has magical regeneration properties. I guess.
I'm gonna be honest
I
with
don't
you,
know.
Bab. With how it works, I feel like a plasma caster minigun would shred that thing.
You just shred it to pieces. You just keep shooting and you don't stop.
It'd
Yeah,
be
maybe.
Yeah,
I
it'd be
mean,
one of those goo situations where does it come back like the T-1000, or is it gone at that point? I don't know.
The Predator's
you
net,
gotta
the plasma
assume-
caster, he would blow that thing in chunks.
Well, and it
It's
can't
just
do
horrible.
anything if he's really
Yeah.
far away and high up.
Yeah.
when
Whatever.
she says this to him to dissuade him from trying to kill the Callisk, he gets angry again and he says, "I use you, tool. You no use me." Deck is very angry because she has essentially tricked him.
He's become
And I'm
very
thinking at
emotional.
this
He's in
point-
his feelings, as they would say, as he has been in the whole
Yes.
movie.
The-
Yeah,
And, like,
anger
even
is an
the
emotion, right? He's in
You
touch
gotta
with his
put a-
angry side.
wonder that, like, why would she tell him about this? Because either it's like you don't want to, you don't want the like Whalen Yutani to get Deck, or you just want the Callus to be brought in and you don't really care. But it seems like she's like, oh yeah, I told them, so they're on their way. But also, I want you to know that, so you run away and hopefully don't just kill me
She cares
on the
about
spot.
him. Yeah. So she should be afraid of that. That's a good point. I was thinking, oh, if Deck would kill her
Yeah,
for the
immediately.
betrayal.
Yeah, he
Deck
takes the
would
betrayal
slice her
really
in-
well. He
yeah.
takes it really well.
He basically pouts for a moment and says, "No one's gonna stop me. Call your sister. I don't care."
Yeah, that's basically
That's it. Instead
He
of him
never brings it
slicing
up
her to
again.
ribbons.
There's no argument. He doesn't attack her. They could have had a fight scene. They could have did a lot of things there, and he like, oh, he just moves on to the
Well,
next.
yeah, that isn't
You know, he's
isn't
such a
what you
meathead.
normally do. Is you say you essentially do. I would have killed you, but I kind of like you just because of our sheer proximity and time spent together bonding. Otherwise, I would have killed you. Or he like pulls his sword strike at the last moment, and he says, "Get out of here. I never want to see you again." That's kind of like the classic thing to go to. That could be in a different movie. Oh well, there's no sense crying over spilled Deck. So, he kind of gets really angry, and so she says, "You think your brother saved you just so you can die here?" And Deck says, "Well, then Deck's death be honorable." So that even if he goes and tries to kill it and he dies, well, that's an honorable death. He died in combat against a big beast, right? So we've mentioned it before, the magical regeneration property. This is the aspect that keeps it unkillable. This is why no predator has been able to kill it, regardless of technology revelations we'll see in a moment. She does not tell him that it has this power. She doesn't say, no, it has magical regeneration properties. She just says, no, you can't possibly do it, which she should know obviously won't work on
Sending
him.
him out to die, pretty much, is what we should conclude from this. If she knows and
She's
doesn't
certainly
tell
not
him.
trying. Yeah, she's like, no, it's literally not an aspect of your skill or prowess. It's just like you physically don't have the capacity to kill this thing. It's actually unkillable. So Deck walks out and he uses his plasma sword, the iconic plasma sword, to like blow up this big oil truck. I think it's literally called a Bowser, by the way. But he explodes it, and then the Calisk roars, "Oh, I'm gonna come and get you!" and to attract the Calisk. And sure enough, it shows
Head
up.
on. Yeah, head on. Look at that. Wow, cool. We're gonna just attack it head on. That seems really
Jeez.
fucking stupid.
Oh, that's brave. You're not a that. See this is why you're not a predator, Fringy, right? You gotta face your problems head on with no cleverness,
But
tact,
all the
skill.
other ones don't do that. But I
They
guess
didn't
he's
do
the
it right.
greatest of them all, right?
Yeah, but
I
Fergie, they
mean,
don't have lightsabers. They actually have to use tactic predator skills, which
And
made
he's
them fun
low
to
on
watch.
time.
This is
Whalen
bullshit.
Yutani's on their way.
Yeah, this is so lame, man.
He's
Like,
gonna
this is
rush
not
the
what we-
fight against the unkillable creature.
It could be any other sci-fi hero or any other. It's not a predator. I can say it over and over again. It's like, just I don't know why this is a predator film, but they were thinking.
Like starting a boss battle in a difficult video game 5 minutes before you need to go to work. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
maybe wait till later. Maybe this
yeah,
isn't
it's like
the
you can call the
Fight
boss and
button
fight it
smasher.
now, or you can level up a bit, plan your attack, get some upgrades, and like, nah, I got this, bro, and you just boop, hit it, bam. So the Calisk is this huge quadrupedal creature with a long tail, and it's got these spiky spines all over its body, and it's got this big, large, broad mouth on the front that opens really wide, right? Now, Deck and the Calisk, that sounds like a sitcom. Deck and the Calisk, they roar at each other, and then we even see a bit of concern in Deck's face. He's like, the little part of him goes like, oh, fucking shit. He's like, oh shit, fuck. But they do a fight. Deck doesn't back down. He swings his sword. He slices it up. I'm gonna cut you. And he's able to slice off its tail. Oh man, what a blow! What a blow against the Callus, the fearsome beast. But the tail like instantly regenerates. That's its power. It is a strong, big, monstrous beastie who has magic levels of instantaneous regeneration. Where he cut the tail in two, it begins to fuse together and connect essentially instantly.
And he just
And the regenerating
stands there and watches this happen. Like
And shot.
he cuts it off,
It's a-
and then he just kind of just does nothing while it regrows, and then does nothing as it wraps around him, and then does nothing as he's trapped.
Yep,
Yeah,
he
did
spends
we
a
mention
lot of
Deck
time
is
not
very
swinging
stupid?
the sword.
Yeah, you make the sword OP as fuck, but then you make him retarded. Just don't use it.
It's the balancing mechanism. You know, it's the handicap.
And
So-
like, again,
Literally
this is
handicapped,
why
yeah.
it's such a problem that this guy isn't a human and is instead supposed to be this extremely experienced culture of hunters, where it's like, why is he even stunned for a moment when hunting an extremely dangerous animal? Like, should he not expect there to be crazy shit that he's maybe, you know, not 100% sure is going to happen, but it's like, oh, okay, it can grow his tail back. Time for that
Well,
tail to
to
go
the-
off in addition to
He would,
all
he
the
would process the information on the spot and move on to the next phase, trying to.
Well, when
Yeah,
I, as
not
an audience
10 minutes where
member,
you're like,
when
"Oh my
I'm
God, no,
when I'm just a dog in the theater, man, they just let me in. And when I'm watching this movie, and I'm like, oh, it's regenerating its tail, like right at the beginning of the process, and Deck is still standing there like a lemon watching this. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
I shouldn't be quicker than Deck. I shouldn't figure things out faster than the titular predator, right? He should be better at this than me. I should be catching up with him, not the other way around. I'm just a dog in a chair, man.
Yeah, and if he's the runt of the litter, his whole thing is he would have had to be. Keep him. It's the only headcanon you can have for him. But it doesn't fit with any of his scenes. He's an idiot.
Deck picks him up by the tail and throws him. This is a really funny joke. This is really funny. All right. So when the Kalisk throws Deck, he lands onto like the maintenance bed that that Thea's laying on, where she's slowly attaching her legs to her, torso, and she goes like, "Oh man, come on."
What
It's like,
It's
tone
very
are
funny.
we going for? Like, are we supposed to be invested in the giant boss battle
Remember
outside? 'Cause she's
Jaws.
fucking not. Oh, I remember in
This
Jaws
is
when
yeah,
Jaws is
when
eating Quint at the end, and
Yeah.
Brody's like, "Ah,
this is all the
shucks."
tones. Yes.
Yeah.
All the tones are coming together, right, to make a masterpiece, right? Just like Thought.
Well,
So,
what if the kids in the audience are scared? We got to cut back to quirky blonde girl.
It's Marvel humor, like 100%. Just the way they
a
throw
little bit.
Deck into the room and everything.
A little bit. So when she sees Deck is struggling to fight the Kalisk, she crawls over and she picks up a rifle on the ground and she starts shooting at the Kalisk to distract it. And then at the last moment when the Kalisk gets upset, it's about to scrunch her or claw her up or whatever, he gets like a chain and pulls it over so it saves her. And then he runs over towards Thea, and instead of grabbing her, who reaches out, he grabs the rifle on the ground and says, "Save yourself, tool." So there we get we get the trailer shot of the Predator shooting a human gun. That's pretty cool. So trailer shot, mark that off the checklist. We got that. It doesn't do anything, but he picks up the weapon and uses it. You see whatever. But yeah, doesn't do anything.
About as
But what
effective
this
as harsh language.
it doesn't seem to have much of an effect. Like it has an effect, but it doesn't have an effect, you know? It just doesn't. Now, he manages to cut up the Kalisk's head with his sword. Oh, cutting off the head. That's typically a good move. You know, you cut off the head.
Been
Famous
known to
famous
work.
weakness that many famous weakness many things. I mean, that's one of my secret weakness. Well, I guess I just said it. But
Damn it.
I need my head. Well, I guess my head. Why would I say that? I need my head. I need my body. Yeah, why did I say it? They say like don't lose your head, but you would say don't lose your body.
If either
Right.
of those things get separated from each other, you're in trouble.
Yeah, but I'm up here. I'm in this part. Anyway, it's fine. It's quirky. So, yeah, and he cuts off the head. Truly, Deck is the great hunter. He is a Yatja now. He's got his trophy. He's slain the Kalisk. No, he hasn't, because it regenerates its head. The head and the body just like whoop, they attach. It's like goo. It's almost black goo. It's more like gray
T1000.
goo.
Big Chungus
Yeah.
T1000 monster.
Yeah, it reattaches, and it's okay. You can't just behead this creature and kill it. Uh-oh, that's not very good. Now, the Kalisk then pounces on Deck, and Deck is pinned down by the big claw of the beast. But it doesn't finish him off or attack him, because we notice that it smells Deck. And we see that the Kalisk's head, now that it's kind of up close and things have calmed down, it looks pretty similar to Bud the Space Monkey. Wait a second.
Surely not.
Wait a second. Bud the Space Monkey is a juvenile Kalisk.
Whoa.
Holy shit. Oh my goodness, what a revelation. This changes everything. Oh, Rosebud's the
Because
sled.
it just
Oh.
completely saved his life. If he didn't
was
bump
gonna
into
say.
the little alien earlier, if he just didn't encounter him on this massive planet, he would have faced down this monster and died.
And if he didn't meet the android, he would have died because of the plants. Like, do we have a counter on how many times this
Like a billion. And
I
It's
as
just unbelievably lucky.
as the caliph
Well,
would have been
it-
chewing through him, he'd have been like, huh, I guess my dad did try the sword.
the spitting too,
No
like
way.
when Bud spits
I
at him.
can't
so it's
believe
like,
the sword didn't work.
Oh,
I
that's
thought I
really
had
true.
it.
sword
I really
always-
did.
The sword always works. That's all reliable. Ah, man. Ah. So,
Where's Amber?
before
well, I
we're
mean,
given any, yeah,
no,
go ahead.
it was specifically Bud spitting in his face that was like, oh, remember that silly little joke we did? Turns out that's the only reason Deck isn't dead.
No, this is thematically on point because he
Hmm.
he showed kindness and protection of his new clan. He gave Bud the space monkey food, and so Space Monkey was like, "Oh, we're cool now. You can be part of my clan." If he hadn't done that, then he would have died. See, that's kindness repaid. He's learning a lesson, right?
I mean,
He's
it's
learning an
also
important
another thing
lesson.
that Thea probably should have known, being like the researcher, because they're aware of the Callisk, and it seems like they haven't brought in a live sample of that. So it's like, how would she not know what it's young who are
She's
tough,
never
but
seen it
significantly
before.
less? Oh, had she never
She
seen it
says
before?
she when they first meet the Bud the space monkey, she says, "Oh, I've never seen a creature like you before."
Oh,
See,
okay,
this is
so
a tightly written film, right?
that
They
one.
cover all their bases. Oh, cleverer than you thought. Yeah.
I mean, I guess I
Whoa.
just forgot that. So then when he finds out it's the juvenile Callisk, I'm like, wait, hold on, should she not have known that? But
Well, she
yeah,
could at
fair enough.
least have hypothecated based on the fact that she met it going after the prey that is famously known because the callus goes
She should
after
know.
it. It's like you
Well,
could at
she should
least.
know because they just look. She's a smaller, smoother version of the Callisk. The head structure and the eyes and the mouth in particular, the way that it looks. And plus, we're just a bunch of schmucks on the internet talking about movies. She's a hyper advanced, sentient, feeling endowed Wayland Yutani space researcher who should be more than anyone able to piece these things together. And I did. And I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy, and I put it together, and I could tell what the film's doing. But I guess she never noticed. And all that time she spent with Bud the space monkey. But you know what? He's kind of saved, sort of, but not really. We don't have much time to think about what's just occurred because Tessa arrives, and Tessa has her cryo grenades on the bandolier, and she throws one at the Callisk who has Deck pinned to the ground, and it freezes them both. Done.
Ugh, destroys everything. Just breaks the
Yep.
whole film.
There
Alright.
goes the movie.
It's broken in 1,000 pieces. Like, really? Okay. This is basically anyone who's defending like defending it as quality. It's impossible. Like, you can nitpick all you want. This breaks the entire premise they've set for. How
Well,
the
One
the
grenade is all it
predators
fuck
you have
never,
to do, you
the
know?
predators never thought to use their own weapon. You needed the Wayland Yutani android to figure that out.
Yeah.
That all you
And
had
if
to
we
do
don't-
was use
Yeah,
predator
they couldn't.
weapons.
And if the idea is, oh, it's not honorable to use the cryo grenade on the beast, it's like, well, but we got a bandolier full of them in the spaceship. Well, they're not there for decoration.
Yeah.
Like they're there to be used,
Exactly.
I assume, right?
And
Like what?
I can believe that Deck wouldn't have figured this out because he's a fucking monkey. But like every other predator, like I don't know, it's just stupid.
That's a good call out, Dry, in the chat. Did she at least say, what killed the dinosaurs?
The
Ice Age! And then she throws the cryo grenade at it and freezes
That
the
would
beast. Good call. Good call.
that would have
So,
that would have
that.
cheered me up.
So,
Yeah.
yeah,
But
that's
just
settled.
going back to the why is I'm trying to remember now because this movie is fading so quickly from my mind.
Oh, I know, right?
Besides picking up the ice grenades, what is the point of the Wayland Yutani androids discovering the Predator spaceship? Obviously, we've talked about the stuff they didn't notice about it that they should have done, namely, oh shit, we can now travel
I-
faster than light. But did anything else happen there, or
I
was
think
it
there's
just
only-
so they could procure
I
the
think there's only
grenades?
one thing.
no, like, yeah, she
I
just
think the
gets
only
a
thing
predator weapon
is
set. Like,
I think that narratively, at least, the only thing that sort of becomes of her finding the armory on the alien spaceship is this kind of like what's it called? It gives her tunnel vision on Yautja weaponry because Weyland Yutani is evil and all they want to do is weapons and evil stuff, right? They don't care about like faster than light space travel, further civilization or anything. So in the scene that we're going to talk about next, which will be a little bit confusing, but at the same time very fun to discuss and how it doesn't work, when she wants to know about the weapons, it's because I guess she found them on the spaceship. So that's why I want to keep him alive so that we can ask him about the weapons and how they work.
But that's
I
all fine, and
guess.
you could keep that, and you could just have the ice grenades as an experimental Wayland Yutani weapon that they already had and they were preparing to try and use anyway. And
Yeah.
then you've
Yeah.
got what you needed from the previous scene without completely fucking your movie. So why
Yeah,
didn't
there's
they
no
do
reason the
that?
grenades have to be a Yautja weapon. They could be a specifically designed Wayland Yutani gadget to freeze creatures for transport because it works. It works shockingly well. It's OP, and in the next patch, it will be nerfed.
That's what I thought on
Ironically
first
enough,
watch with this movie because I'm thinking it has to be a whale, right? Because I kind of just zoned out. I'm seeing a ship, and it's just because it makes no fucking sense for it to be the Predator. Like it can't be that. But then like
Yeah.
after skimming through it again before coming on here, it's fucking shocking how stupid that detail is. How do you miss that?
It is also the weapon that Gary Busey tries to use in Predator 2 to capture the Predator, liquid
Wait,
nitrogen.
is it Busey or Busey? It's Busey, isn't
Busey?
it?
I
Busey.
mean, I don't know. Busey.
I think
Yeah,
it's
but
Busey.
like it's Bu, like with a U, Busey, isn't it?
I don't know.
I think so. I don't know. I don't want
Keys,
to.
right?
Gary,
That character, he wants to
no,
freeze the Predator.
Busey, Mr. Busey.
A fucking alien.
He was. Hey, he's kind of like it's like poetry. It rhymes. He's kind of like Thea in the fact that he too had his bottom half separated from him.
Yeah.
So there's like we got parallels here. We got parallels in the
But
franchise.
unlike
Out
Thea,
delivering the
we never
hero
see his
line.
top half.
It's
again.
just through sheer willpower, it just stayed up there.
It was the one
That's
time the
weird how
smart
they
disk
didn't-
vaporized
Hmm.
anything it cut above it, and it never does that again. Weird, but that's tech for you.
It's
Funny
alien. Yeah, that's
thing,
right.
though.
It's alien technology.
Get out of here,
Keep the
Harrigan.
legs
This
as
is
you want to
between
keep the
me
legs
and
as a
him.
trophy and
Instantly
vaporize
dead.
the rest.
That would be funny coming
Now-
back with legs, and they're like, "You got the legs?" And you're like, "Yeah, I can't explain
Yeah.
it, but yes."
Yeah, that's how it worked. Or maybe he threw it upside down and it was supposed to vaporize the legs and save the top half, but he grabbed it and threw it the wrong way. And he's like, "Oh fuck, that's Gary Busey's best half." Shit.
Gary Busey's legs.
Yeah,
stowed
they're not
away on
just
the
any
ship,
legs; these are
killed
Gary
by
Busey
the
legs.
Gary Busey's legs. Oh, we're gonna need him for other projects.
They're crazy.
Yeah. So Deck wakes up in a Wayland Yutani transport truck, essentially, and Tessa is beside him. He's locked down to this like brain scanning medical bed, and obviously Deck is very upset at the situation he has found himself in. And he is not a happy camper. He's not a happy predator. All right, things did not go according to plan. Now, Deck insults Tessa and calls her sorry. Yeah, Deck is remember this is Tessa next to she's looking over, she's rebuilt and everything, looking over him, and Deck insults Tessa saying, "You're just a tool. You're a device." Oh, sorry. "You just tool. You are just device made by others to do work for you. For them. Whatever." And she says, "Yeah, that's correct. And now you are the property of the Wayland Yutani Corporation. It is a great honor for you." Because parallels, he said that to Thea, and now they're saying it to him because yeah. So Tessa reactivates Thea, who is next to them, and Thea's really thrilled to see her sister robot alive. "Oh, I found you! How amazing! We're reunited. We can work in tandem again, I guess." And Deck, obviously very angry that Thea betrayed him, is having a bit of a fit. He's, like I said, not a happy camper. And Tessa tells Thea that they have captured the Callisk, and its regenerative properties will have humanity thanking them. Tessa says that Mother will be pleased with her additional catch as well, referring, of course, to Deck the Yautja. Tessa begins a kind of brain scanning, evil science shocky procedure. Wires go into Deck's ears, and we get like an X-ray of his brain getting shocked. It's just like cartoonishly evil Wayland Yutani stuff. I suppose the big plot revelation is that it is scientifically proven that actually Deck does possess a brain. So I guess it's good to know, just in case. So Thea says that they can go to the spaceship, salvage the aliens' weapons. Not the faster than light space travel that humanity would need. But you go get the weapons and leave the Yautja. And Tessa says, "Oh, good idea," to this. As if that's not like one of the obvious first things that Tessa, the super smart synthetic Wayland Yutani special robot, would think. "Oh, alien weapons, we'll be taking those." I guess not. She had to be told that was a good idea.
Yep.
Tessa says they need a sample, however, of the Yautja for research. But Thea, remember, Thea likes Deck. She has grown attached to him for reasons, for reasons, for reasons. And she tries to get Tessa to stop and says, "Oh, he wasn't the goal. He's deficient." And she hits a button to stop the brain scanning, shocking process that would, I guess, was maybe going to kill Deck or whatever. It's causing him pain. And then, okay, so at this part, like a new movie kind of starts for a little bit. We're going to take a quick little jaunt over to a little mini movie that's happening here that's kind of different from the movie we were in. And normally that would be a good thing, but this is just a confusing thing, right? So Tessa, after Thea stops the brain scan when she's trying to do stuff, science here, Tessa says, "Thea, this is what is asked of us." But Thea says, "We can be more than what is asked of us." "Oh,
Man.
what can we be?" And Thea says, "Sisters." So I hope you enjoyed that weird fucking mini movie that just sort of happened all of a sudden there, where we're going to talk about robot sisterhood. We can be more than we're programmed to be. That the whole thing.
It's pretty awkward because
autonomy of
we never
robots.
see anything between these two that's meaningful ever.
This is the first time they
Well,
meet.
not only
This
that,
is
it's
the
like,
first time they've met in the film.
if Tessa is also supposed to be programmed with human emotion the way Thea is, it's like, what? This seems to not have any effect on Tessa at all.
Yeah, she shows
Like,
no
none.
signs of it whatsoever. She's a totally different creation, species of android.
Yeah.
The
And
It
you have to
almost
wonder
seems
as well,
like-
like, after you.
it was
real quickly,
why
it
that
almost- oh,
Jaws
sorry.
quote. Yeah, I'll go the I'll take it over. So this is why the Jaws quote was particularly crazy to me, because when I was watching this movie, like I said, it feels like instead of, like, especially when we're comparing it to Predator, obviously the first movie, it's got more than what meets the eye going on, but it's a really simple story that's executed excellently. It knows what it is, it knows what it's trying to be, and it nails itself. It sticks the landing 100%. And this movie is like what happens with a lot of other films. They try to do like 3 or 4 different, there's like 4 different sort of thematic things in this
Yeah.
movie that want to be a part of they want to get on the ride like they're fucking paying rent or something, and they're just around. It's like
why
the
it feels
people
so
who made
long
this
as well.
movie just like smashed concepts together like fucking protons to see what new element would spring forth from the plasma pool, if you will. But
Yeah.
it's just a weird mess. It's like, this is confusing to see pop up out of nowhere.
And this scene would make more sense if, like, Thea had the sensitivity thing for mothers. She has more feeling. Tessa was actually a robot, and they were,
Yeah.
she had that. There could be something
That's
interesting.
all you would have had to do to be like, I'm a bit different in that they tried to see how me being the researcher having empathy would affect things, blah, blah, blah. Give a reason why she has it and Tessa doesn't. And then
if
have
they
it be
both-
really difficult on her when she realizes, oh, Tessa not having that means she is a machine. Jojo, it's okay.
Why use an experiment when the stakes of this like life, because if they can study and get this regenerative property from the callus, can use it for humanity. This is one of the most important findings that humanity could possibly ever have. And so they're sending an experimental robot pair to do it instead of a tried and true like metal crate.
Squad.
Just send 100
Something.
bishops.
Exactly, just a whole squad, a
It's the
platoon. They would have this
bishop.
planned out.
Send
But this
one
scene
bishop
again, like,
with
if
under
you're gonna give them
control.
both,
One bishop.
if you're gonna give them both empathy, then it just makes Thea a fucking idiot throughout the
Empathy.
entire movie. It's just.
Yeah, she's
But
she's
like I
more
said,
of a psychopath in that she's the one who's supposed to have empathy but still doesn't.
I don't get what they were trying to achieve with these two. It feels like the sibling stuff throughout this whole movie is just so half baked for Quay
Well,
and Deck, and then now Wendy and this chick.
Well, it's shooting above your capabilities, I think. Like Trachtenberg, Dan, when he made this movie, like what he said about, Jaws, and it's got all those things working together and all those things are excellent and creates an excellent movie. Like, I guess he thought he could do that. I could do that too. I'll have all these things going on in my movie. It's not just a simple Predator movie. It's got, he's trying to reclaim his honor, but then we have the family aspect and the wolf pack and protecting, but then we have the robots and the sisterhood, and that's like a parallel to, Quay and Dak and the brothers and everything. Like, oh, this happened, this has happened. Like, dude, what are you doing?
It's an example
Fucking
of
chill.
someone who's a fan of a thing but doesn't understand what made it work, compared to the guy who made Andor.
I
Who
think
doesn't even like
so.
Star
Yeah.
Wars. Doesn't even like Star Wars, but he understands what made it.
Well, he
work
wasn't
and, like, what
he wasn't
things that need to be
knowledgeable
achieved.
on it, like
Yeah.
he has, well, I think one of the things is he has like profound respect for it, and that comes
Yeah.
through in what he sees. And you do wonder with, Dan, like I don't know what is it? What was it? What was it about Predator that got you really invested in it? Or remember, this guy's got huge amount of control. He's done 3 movies now, and he's got this other project that's planned to come out. But I mean, I don't know, man. We might have I mean, I think it might be safe to say we have a Filoni-esque situation where the guy in charge, who's in the driver's seat, has a really poorly designed escape pod, if you will. But
Someone who
So-
loves the original Predator couldn't have made this. It doesn't.
I agree. Yeah, it's totally incongruent with like the filmmaking and the talent required.
And the
They couldn't
thought
have made
process
Predator
is
2.
different. Like
He might have a
Predator is
vague
one of the
love
most
of
unique.
the creature and the design, and maybe
That's
he's
it, bro.
read a bunch of comics, and maybe he's read a bunch of games. Maybe he wants to be able to tell his own story with this great iconic character in cinema. Doesn't particularly understand what made the original thing work. Certainly doesn't understand what writing in general is supposed to look like. Because
Yeah.
the whole thing with the sisters, I think it feels tacked on because he started with his premise. It's like Predator is cool. We want to humanize one of them. That will be a cool story. The Predator learns to overcome his own clan and his own nature. Okay, so how can we manufacture that? How can we make that happen? Well, we can't have humans because of age ratings and distant planet rules. So what about an android? And it's like, okay, well, the android could just tell him this, but that's not gonna be enough, is it? He can't just have an android tell the predator he's wrong. So, oh fuck it, why don't we? Oh, I know. Why don't we give the android empathy and a sister? And so the creative process has almost gone backwards. It's like you've started with your conclusion, and then you've tried desperately to create a state of affairs which can get you there without any kind of real care and attention for the thing that's actually starting all of this, which is the sisters' relationship and not the predator.
It does feel shoehorned in. It does feel like, yeah, they have this core idea. What can we add to it? More is better. I can make Jaws. Okay. If you
I'd
say
love to
so.
see him try. That would
Yeah.
be quite funny.
What if the shark had a sister? And the shark was like, you could be more than a shark. What if fish are friends, not food? You know?
Also, I mean, with this being the thing that's coming off the success of Prey, it is really hard to believe that there was no studio mandate being like, hey, can we make this larger scale and have like some sidekicks and make it more like the kind of thing where we could spin this off into a whole MCU, but Predator and Alien? Jojo, it's
For
okay.
the first
man.
time, we'll have
Everything-
no humans, and for the first time, it'll be PG-13, and we'll have all this stuff going. And also, I need 40 million more dollars.
But I wonder what they think that worked. I wonder what their opinion is on Prey. Like what actually worked. What they think
That
is the big
people
takeaway.
liked it. I think that's as far as they went with it. That's like, oh, a Predator movie made by this guy, Jojo, that people like. That I guess let's give him more money and have him make another one, but also we'll try to make that one much more marketable. And
Because
for
like the dude who
the
made
record, I did not just shock Jojo. Jojo was a non-shocked puppy.
like the
That's
platoon you
good, that's
mentioned, like
good.
he liked the creature and whatnot. Because for me, I feel like it goes like he likes the dreads, and he likes the scream. He doesn't actually understand the creature and what makes that movie so fucking iconic and
Fringy
why that
mentioned
first
earlier
one is
that like the
so
Predator's
special.
kind of been flanderized. He's been
Yes.
reduced to this sort of aesthetic or parts of the whole, parts of the whole, not the entire thing, and those get accented to the point where it's just become something different entirely. It's morphed into something else, an aberration of itself.
Daredevil's yells were significant in the first season and throughout
Yeah,
the
yeah,
third.
it's true.
The Predators was in the original. All of them were iconic, especially the one when he's injured. Now that roar is lost all meaning. He's just screaming because he's an emotional bitch. There's no like impact to it. There's no, and it's the same thing that happened to Man in Born Again. They just had him screaming because he screams, right? Like he's mad. He's got to scream. I fucking hate that shit because you just lose the potency and what makes it so effective.
Their medical procedures also seem to get less painful to them in every movie. Like when in Predator 2, when the Predator is healing up his
In the
like
sink,
severed arm, he
making meth.
loses his shit in that bathroom. Like it's like the
That would
loudest
probably be more
scream.
painful than, I guess, like healing a cut,
Yeah,
right?
to
Like
be
doing a
fair,
weird
Deck had
space
like a cut.
cauterization on a stump. He just had
Yeah.
a cut, and he just put a poultice on it. He didn't like cauterize or anything.
Yeah, the Predator
Oh,
handled that better
kinda
than I
thought
would.
the stuff they were using was like a cauterized, like sort of like a liquid metal thing that seals it up.
In the
Yeah,
other, in the other,
Mhm.
yeah, in the other Predators, yeah, but he hasn't done that yet in this. He's just like put some herbs and stuff on it, and so when Thea says, "Oh, we can be sisters," Tessa, she's not having any of this. All right, this ain't a sisterhood. Okay.
She doesn't
Tessa
seem to
asks.
care at all.
No, she's completely different. She is completely different from Thea in this regard, which is interesting that they would be different. You think they'd basically be clones of one another. They made them look the same, which was a choice that they decided to do. I don't know. But Tessa asks Thea, "Why did Mother give us feelings?" And so they say at the end in unison, "So we can better understand the creatures on this planet and exploit them." Because that. Mhm. Thea then please don't you should release Deck. Deck saved me. And Tessa says, "Well, I didn't come back to save Thea. I came back to finish the mission and find the specimen. I tried to protect you once, and it almost cost me everything." So yeah, Tessa's having none of this. It's like a parallel. Oh my gosh, with Deck and Quay and Tessa and Thea. Quay died in saving Deck, but Tessa didn't want to save Theo when she saved Thea.
But she had
She
enough
says, "I
feelings
almost
to
made this."
save her, but then pragmatically decided my feelings that led me to saving you led to worse outcomes, and therefore I must suppress them or something. Is that what's happening, or does she
Even
not have them
though,
all?
well, like I said, they should be identical, but Tessa's feelings are like how they're supposed to be used, where they're like cruel and manipulative.
Yeah,
And
she's
Thea's
actually a robot.
feelings got rerouted, I guess, into being sympathetic to the point where she's sympathetic to Deck, who is nothing but a asshole to her essentially constantly. I don't know why they have diverged so significantly. No
The only
clue.
major Delta scene, or the scene establishing the Delta, is the conversation with Mother. Like, Mother tells one of them off, and that seems to make a massive difference.
I'll kill
But
you if you don't bring me the Calisk.
and yeah, so I guess that changes a person, even if it's an artificial person.
I guess. I suppose it does. That's all we have to work with. If
Yeah, but
we could speculate, but
You
we'd
don't
be
really get that
inventing the
impression, though, do
film.
you?
Yeah, that's almost being
No?
generous to the script. We have to assume that because that's the only way to make sense. I think,
We're desperate for sense, man.
yeah, because the
I guess
making them both sympathetic, that line, it ruins everything because that's not what we're seeing. One is an android acting like an android. The other's a fucking moron who's been yapping half the movie.
yeah, the other's a
So
Marvel comic relief character.
Exactly. I don't get it. Like, I'm sorry,
But
Tessa is interesting. Like, just because she's an actual android we're seeing.
I guess Tessa's only instance of emotion is she gets either afraid or embarrassed when Mother's asking about the status of the Ouija, and she's like, yeah, it's dead. When like she
yeah.
lied
She
to
lies to she lies to Mother, which is like, "Oh, are you programmed to be able to do that? Why
Well,
would you
Mother should just
program your
know,
robot
right?
to be able to?"
Plug in, you'll know.
Mhm.
I
Why
guess,
should she
yeah,
even
you're
have
right.
to ask? She didn't have to
Oh,
ask.
That's
Well,
that's
I
the
mean,
old mother. This is the mother of the far future Wayland Yutani, which I
Yeah.
when
guess is worse.
when she talks to Mother, does she get like the things that go in her ears that kind of like plug her brain in, or is that only when
No,
she's
no, they talk as if they're having a Skype session.
okay,
Why did I go to Skype? Skype's dead. That's gonna become an
Discord,
aged reference. I just realized.
Yeah, like
Hmm.
MSN Messenger.
FaceTime. That's what the kids use. FaceTime.
ICQ? So
Now, Tessa says, "I almost made the same mistake the Yachtja's brother made. The weak must be culled. And Thea, you're broken." So, what happens next is a very confusing scene that I don't think makes any sense whatsoever, to the point where I really had to wonder what the hell was going on here. So, a synth walks in. One of the synths walk in, and he says that there's an incoming message from Mother, because in the far future of the alien world, Mother cannot radio Tessa's head directly. I guess it isn't possible to be done, right? Because if that was possible, then she wouldn't have a reason to leave the room, which means that the escape by Deck wouldn't be possible to arrange. So I guess it's a good thing they didn't develop that in the far future of Wayland Yutani. Now, when the synth comes in, she tells to the synth, gives him two things. She says, "You need to motivate the Yachtja to explain how its weapons work, and you need to put Thea in storage, because she's defective." Okay. And then Tessa leaves the room to go talk to Mother, have her Skype call. Now, when the three of them are left alone, Thea, Deck, and the synth that has walked in, Deck says, "I trusted you. I don't like these tools. I don't like your sister either." And the synth then brings in a box, and this is the box that has the toy in it that Quay had saved from their youth or whenever. So, Remember that universal translator function? Thea, when she speaks, everyone can hear their own language. Doesn't make sense, but I guess that's just how it's supposed to magically work. Okay? Because this scene kind of relies on a number of things that aren't really congruent. Now, when the Thea replies to him in the Yatja language, Thea says to Dek, speaking verbally the Yatja language, and the synth then asks why you are using the alien's language. Okay, well, I guess that's a fine question to ask if you're curious, but this synth robot cannot speak the Yatja language. It doesn't have the capability. I guess it doesn't have the capability. It can't understand the Yatja language.
You'd think
Only
it would be
Thea
able to.
can. Well, yeah, you'd think that it would be.
To really hear Predator.
Well, I just don't know why you wouldn't have that programmed into it. The universal translator. That sounds insanely useful. Just have it be in all of them, especially considering what the stakes are. Why would only Tessa and Thea have this ability? So they can talk to the beasts of the wild death planet? I don't know.
I
That's
think
a shrug from
That's
me.
something that definitely gets revealed in the action scene coming up. Tessa and Thea are far more capable than the other androids in almost every way, like to a very large degree.
Even though you'd think that the guards that are doing the protecting would be way more
Yeah.
suited and capable of doing the protecting than the one that sits in the lab and processes samples and stuff all day.
Not
They
even
set
kidding
that up
when I
with,
say 20 of the other androids do not equal 2 of Thea's legs.
Yeah, they established that with Tessa's introduction scene. Stupid, and she just grabs one from behind with her hand, while the other guys need rifles, and one of them almost gets killed still. So they pretty showed how powerful she is.
So, Dek says to Thea, and remember, Dek only speaks Yatja out loud. That's the only language he speaks. He says, "Tell the tool you're asking about the device." And this is specifically an answer to the synth's inquiry of why are you speaking its language? Well, hold on. How can Dek understand the synth that is speaking English? Because the synth wouldn't be speaking anything other than English. Because he's speaking to Thea. But Dek can understand this somehow. But that's not possible. That doesn't make any sense.
You have to
Yatja
understand,
can't understand
when-
English.
You gave Dek a
When
software
she
update.
turned on a universal translator, it meant that he can now forevermore hear anything in his language.
Oh, it is like an RPG where it's like anyone in a 10-foot radius can understand. It's like Dungeons and Dragons. This makes
Yeah.
sense. It's all coming together. Magic solves everything. I should have thought about this. Because right after this, because apparently Dek can understand the synth, so the synth is using the universal translator, but he's not. Because the synth should be able to understand Yatja, but doesn't. But the Yatja can understand English, which means that the scene doesn't work, the whole subversion of language that's going on. Because when you consider that he was told to box her up in storage because she was defective, and she starts saying, "Oh no, I'm talking to this thing that I've clearly showed, an interest in saving and protecting and have an emotional interest in." That's not curious to anything. Tessa just lets her remain in the room, and the synth lets her act as a translator between the two when he should just use the translation technology. None of this works, and Tessa is incredibly stupid for allowing this to happen. Because the only way that this can work is that Dek can understand the synth and Thea. Thea can understand Dek and the synth, but the synth can only understand Thea. But the
During
synth was told.
green skin, they uploaded English into him.
But you see, the synth was specifically told by Tessa to motivate the Yatja to explain its weapons. The synth was told, have a conversation with the alien, so it tells you things. But he can't understand the alien language. So
she meant like
so Tessa
charades,
told,
though.
Yeah.
yo, that'd be a good movie.
Mhm.
I'd watch that. Tessa told a synth that cannot communicate with Dek to have a conversation with Dek. Fucking brilliant, Tessa. You're really smart. Mother was
like doing a trigger pull motion, then thumbs up, thumbs down. Do I just pull the trigger on those? Like, how do these grenades work? Button?
This is like when you first watch this, you might not like notice how it doesn't make sense because the idea of them using the subversion of understanding language to cooperate under the nose of a synth, like, okay, like I get the idea, that could be neat, but you've created a scenario in which that is impossible and the rules don't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, it's the same with the ice grenades. These are probably the two biggest moments where the movie has introduced something that is thoroughly and roughly and unpleasantly fucked it. It's completely broken. You can't do, and I don't understand how this gets past the script, like the script review process. It's not difficult to spot this stuff when you see it play out. You don't even need to see it play out. You can just read it. It's like, well, okay, you've established that this thing can't be killed, but then you've said ice grenades can stop it. The predator zone, well, that can't work. You've established that there's a universal translator that you can switch on instantly and turn any language into any other language. But in this scene, the people who have that, they aren't using it. Why? This is basic stuff.
Yeah.
It's not advanced writing. It's just you can't do
This
this.
is just don't think about it, so it works.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing. It's almost like in the Hollywood system, there are a lot of people who should be responsible for things like catching that stuff and being like, hold on, we need another draft on this. That are just like, well, I mean, whatever. It's a movie about space hunters intended for children. It's fine.
No
And
one's
they're
gonna
just-
maybe
think
they are
about it.
there
It
and
just
they're
works.
just being ignored. Like I have a feeling there's a situation where there's got to be those spectrum of continuity and lore and trying to look out for contradictions, and then sometimes they just get overruled. Like I just there's no way they can be this incompetent to miss like just basic things like this. Because
Well, that's the thing. It's
it's
like
story
whether they
brewing.
do or not, it's almost like there's got to be a culture of they just don't care. Like it's like, well, whatever, it's fine. It's a
Yeah,
silly
that's what I was
premise.
saying. I feel like they kind of just get like there's got to be voices there that are bringing up those issues, but then they just get overruled. Like they don't care in the end. It's just a Predator film. Who cares? But
At least you
I just
assume
hate
there
that
must be.
mentality. That's
How
what I
many
mean. That's
how many
the only
credited
would.
writers are there for this movie?
Let me actually take a look.
I
That's a
think
pretty
3.
good question.
I actually did look it up. I think it was 3.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
Well,
one of them is.
how do you
I
miss
think I
that?
was too depressed to look. I think that's
Yeah.
probably what happened. I didn't want to
I
think
believe
that. Yeah.
one of the 3, I believe, is just like characters by, meaning like probably one of the guys who wrote the original Predator and came up with that
He doesn't
species.
count. He's probably dead.
Well, I mean, maybe not, but I'm saying that like
It is
I'm
a great
pretty sure.
honor.
Like I looked it
Yeah.
up on IMDb because I was wondering. I was like, did Trachtenberg write this, or did he like just direct a shitty script that Disney put in front of him? But nah, he's got a writing credit.
Does anybody
Either
else?
way, it's yeah. Who else
It's-
is on the? Who else is it?
I didn't recognize the other name.
Regardless,
But
if
there
it was
is
on
another
there,
name because the thing I was getting at is that obviously I've been in writers' room situations where someone who writes the first draft of a script will make mistakes like this. It's not that you will never ever make mistakes. It's how those mistakes are allowed to stay in the final product.
Slip through. Yeah.
The idea of having a writers' room or even anyone employed to script or like proofread your script is so if you've like got so caught up in the story you're telling that you've made basic mistakes or that you got too enthusiastic and you missed a key plot hole or a massively important
Yeah.
detail is becoming
haven't-
contradictory, you have someone else who's less invested, less close to it, and they look at it and they say this thing and this thing can't go together, this thing contradicts this thing, then you go back and then you do it again, and this should just be basic practice, and yet it happens so often. Yeah, it's kind of staggering.
The one of the writers is Patrick Asen, who has a credit for the movie Prey. I guess no surprise there. And another is obviously there's Trachtenberg and there's Jim Thomas, who is not that Jim Thomas, Ohio State representative, whatever. He didn't write a very good film. But yeah, I mean, Platoon's right. You have the aspect of they clearly had the idea here, the linguistic subversion, but they didn't tighten it up. They just left it, and I guess they thought it's good enough, or they didn't even notice themselves, which I certainly hope isn't the case. Or they said, "Fuck it, who cares? No one's gonna think about it."
Yeah,
They'll get
or, like,
concepts, not
the
its
thinking
when
execution.
we're
about it
talking about
stopped
tiny
when she said
details, that's
universal
one thing.
translation. Like
It-
they
it-
figured,
there-
no, she said universal translation. You just hear your own language. Done.
I can even understand something like that being missed, even though it's fucking catastrophic. But like the ice grenade is the one where like, how is it possible for anyone to have missed that this fucks your entire story? It should be like unacceptable. It's just
Yeah,
like
there's no
people talk about
accounting for it.
CGI. People talk about CGI that is like unacceptable and should not have been sent through. But I feel like writing needs to be treated the exact same way in terms of but the lowest of the low. Like this should be bare minimum. Something that just breaks your whole
Yeah, should
story
be.
is something you need to catch, but they don't care.
It was the thing that
Well,
stuck
I
out
mean,
to
I
me the
think
most was the ice grenade thing.
It's so
it's a-
wild.
It's why the like, oh, this is just a Star Wars movie. This is just a Predator movie. This is just a whatever franchise that you don't deem that respectable. So why does it matter? It's like if you're being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, or like at least tens of thousands of dollars to write on one of
Yeah, who
these
knows?
movies, how is it not the most important thing in the world to you? Like, how are
It's
you
a
not
bullshit
treating
excuse
it
because these people
super
will
serious?
simultaneously say this. They're going to say this while also saying that it's actually a great movie. It's the John Wick shit. People don't say that that movie is like fun. If they call it great, they think it's a great action movie. They rate it as if it's a great action movie. A lot of people are saying, "Oh, Badlands is like a great movie," so it's just bullshit. They think it's amazing. And then when
And it's
actually
clear,
confronted
yeah.
with problems, then they revert back to, oh, well, it's just some bullshit. But that's not how they actually feel. They
You're
think it's awesome.
nitpicking, media
Legitimately
literacy,
great.
it's not what's important, yeah, all that stuff. All the stuff that gets trotted out. So the synth asks, "What is this device?" The one that they kept, well, no, from earlier, which Thea translates to Yatja, which we assume has to be an act because Deck can understand the synth's English because he replied to something earlier. So I guess she's acting like she's translating for Deck when he doesn't really need it. Or it could be a fuck up. Who knows? It's a badly written scene in film, so take your pick. "It's a children's toy." Sorry, "It is a children's toy," replies Deck, "but you say it map." So the synth then asks what Deck said, and Thea tells the synth that Deck said it's a map. "How does it work?" asks the synth.
Oh,
And then
God.
Deck says to Thea and Yatja, "Tell Tool to look inside."
It's another sort of
So,
accidental
yeah.
inversion of the character roles as well. One of these two was programmed with emotions and feelings with the explicit aim of being able to manipulate. One of them is dumb ogre caveman predator. Why is dumb ogre caveman predator doing the manipulating?
Yeah.
Because we've accidentally remembered that predators are intelligent.
They've learned from each other, Platoon. It's great. You just haven't been paying
They're
attention.
growing.
Oh,
Media
so
literacy, family,
he's spent
clan.
enough time in her company that he's learned how to lie. This is character
Yay.
growth.
It's like a child, like an actual child growing up when they realize, "Oh, I could just make shit up, can't I?" Thea, so the device explodes when the synth gets close to it. It destroys the synth. White blood splatters against the wall in the next room, which alerts Tessa in her FaceTime with Mother. "That was a children's toy?" asks Thea. "Yatja children," says Deck. So that's funny. We got
Funny
Oh.
line.
Haha, they're a dangerous warrior race. So
Yep.
Thea presses a button, releases him from the restraints, and through the power of plot armor, Deck is able to jump out of the back of the transport as Tessa and other synths come in with guns and fire away, but they just can't get him. He gets out. Deck has escaped from the transport. They just don't stop.
Yeah, they don't stop.
Go get him. They don't stop or
No.
anything. They
No
just they
break.
have
Oh, he's
no
gone now.
control.
No breaks,
they
no
have-
nothing.
We press the go button, and this crazy train ain't got no brakes. We're going to the base. We can't possibly stop and go get him.
They
There's
didn't have a
something he doesn't
tracker
come
on him
back
after
and put it
capturing
all-
him or anything like that. Like, it's just another scene to make Wayland Newton.
Well, imagine just how far he could have gone if he had a space moped. That would have been
Oh god.
fucked then.
Yeah, we needed another scene with him flying.
While yelling.
Yeah. No.
He tumbles down the cliff. Took a little tumble off the cliff. And he falls into a waterfall and he lands in a lake. And he has escaped. Oh boy. And we see that the Kalisk has been transported to the Wayland Yutani base. Now, Deck, he has just arrived back at his spaceship. He's just here now. And I think we're to assume that it's the same night because he escapes kind of in the late evening and it's nighttime
Assume
now.
it's
And
the same night. It's the same
Yeah.
night. Definitely the same
She
night.
has-
So none of this makes any fucking sense. All of the places that he manages to get to that we know took him more than a day. We know that.
Well, yeah,
we saw
it
that
took
it
him
took him more
multiple
than a
days.
Well,
day.
but
Fast
he can
travel.
fast travel. Yeah, he's unlocked because he's like
He's
in
been there
video.
before. As long as
He's
you go there
already
the
been
first
there.
time,
Locations.
Yeah.
100%.
fast travel
Check
back.
spots.
They make you go there the first time, but then it's free ride.
Beautiful fast
So-
travel.
Deck arrives back at his spaceship, which again you'd think would be the first thing he does after he escapes the atomic heart vines, but I guess he didn't. He had more important things to do. He just shows up here. He's here. Boom. That same night. He looks around and he finds some medical equipment, and we get another scene where he puts the gel on his wounds, and he uses a tool that's very similar to the one that the Predator uses in the first movie, the little medical apparatus thingy. So, sitting alone in the ship, Deck, he gets angry, he freaks out, he yells Quay's name, Quay! And the computer, well, you might need to help me with this. Because the problem is, I don't know why the fuck this happens, but we got some smart guys in here, so maybe you can connect the dots for me. When he yells, "Quay!" the computer of the ship turns on, and apparently it now believes that Deck is Quay and gives him control over the ship and all of its systems.
Maybe he sounds enough like him that it triggered his Siri.
He's becoming
For
more like
Alexa?
his brother. He's the stronger, noble, family-oriented. No,
Yeah, it's fucking nonsense.
it will be like
I'm-
if I turned up randomly at Fringy's house and just shouted Fringy at his computer, and then I got access to all of his
expecting it to
stuff.
turn on.
You just
Because
convinced me to
Fringy
go,
uses the name Fringy, of course, for all his computers, as I
This
do.
must be how he does it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Mm.
I mean,
It
it
made sense to
math
me.
checks out. It may, yeah. I didn't. I was too tired to question it, which I suppose is the film's great victory.
I'd given up at this point.
So,
Fucking
um,
wrong. Like that's
It's-
a
it
real
just kept
accomplishment.
going.
but
I
it's
couldn't-
not Fringy. It isn't
Yeah.
long. It's relatively short. It
But
just
it
feels
is.
like it's a 17-hour slogfest.
Yeah, it's incredible, man. Like I just want it to end.
Only
Yeah, go ahead.
98 minutes. Shocking.
We haven't
So-
gotten to the legs.
Deck
We'll get
picks up Quay's war mask, which is sitting on like the table in the spaceship, and he says,
So it's what he's
"You
going to be wearing for the rest of the film, right?
No, I don't. In fact, I don't think that he should. I think it's good that he doesn't. He looks at the mask and he says, "You saved me, Quay, Wolf." And this is where Deck essentially accepts the idea that protecting one's pack, protecting one's clan, that's what makes you an alpha. That's what makes you a Yatja in his mind, I suppose. That's what he should strive to do, not just be a fucking ace killer like those other stinky predators. He's found a new way, a human way. Like Superman, the human way, I suppose. We found it,
That's
everybody.
punk rock,
Boom.
dude.
Yeah. maybe no, that's fine. We'll just let that simmer for a moment. Excellent. So we get a bit of a montage where Deck goes around to all of the places that he's been in his journey. So he gathers up his new arsenal. He goes and gets a bunch of razor grass as like knives and stuff to throw. And then he goes and gathers up some of those exploding slug bugs and he wraps them up in the big leaves that he found them in, which means that they're pacified and will not hurt him, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
He gets some big animal fangs that he uses. He's going to use as like knives. And then he
Yeah.
goes to those exploding spiky plants and he wraps them up in like this wooden cage thing, which means that it is also pacified. It can't hurt him now.
Any
Now,
gear that he's
he-
missing because he doesn't have all his shit, he can replace with some creature and that's pretty much. It's
And
like the
they
most-
think
Yeah,
they're doing.
he's-
They think they're really clever because this is just the Arnie tooling up scene from the end of the first movie.
But now it's the
incredibly
Predator.
shit.
yeah, now it's incredibly
not just-
cringe.
It's
With
not just
fast
like
travel.
Dutch Athena the Predator. This is kind of like what Naru does with her own setting traps and the infamous flower that makes you cold.
The magic flower.
So,
Yeah, but they are definitely going for the whole using the environment to create the weapons that you're familiar with. In Arnie's case, it's like, you know, a big weight that creates spiked wooden pieces or a bow and arrow or, you know, like a club or whatever the fuck. The Predator, it's like, well, I gotta make my grenades out of the animals.
That's the thing.
I got it.
that's
It's
the
so-
really
it's
interesting
absurd.
thing that
It's-
tells you they
it's-
don't understand
it's
the
fucking
scene that
nonsense.
they're trying to do. The point of that scene in Predator is to show that, because you know it is about stripping away the bravado and stripping away the characters that were introduced to you, and actually the way to beat the Predator is to become effectively as primitive as man has ever been. Like you have been reduced to this, and it's now just like your essence as a man against its essence as a hunter, and the whole point is how primitive that is. All the stone traps, all like a bow and arrow, it's very old-fashioned hunter-gatherer style, deliberately so. It's not really comparable to the Predator finding a worm and turning it into a rocket launcher.
yeah,
That's just
it's
kind
a
of shit.
listen. It's a
Sea
it's a
creatures-
spray snake, and its name is Squirt. And I'm not even fucking joking. He names
Yes,
it. This isn't in the film, but canonically, he names it Squirt.
This is kind of what I mean, though. The sensibilities that created the script for Predator, the original, if someone on that fucking
here.
crew had to listen to the ideas for this film, they would be like, you're fired.
yeah, they magically had creatures evolve perfectly in a way where all the
How did you
weapons
get in here?
everything.
Security.
You need a bomb? There's a bug that blows up. Well, you need a plasma caster? Oh, just use this worm. Feed him some berries. It's just
There's
like,
an
are you
eel that
kidding me?
squirts acid.
I'm surprised they didn't
I need
just
to-
say, you know, like, oh, how do we get the predator's net back? And it's like, well, there's actually this plant that's a net.
That's a net.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a
Ties a bunch
Pokemon, and
of
you
big,
train it.
like tree tentacle things.
Oh my
up and-
god, he becomes a Pokemon trainer. That's what Deck becomes. He's gonna catch them all. Oh my
Uh,
god, it's all
All
coming
we're
together.
missing is a scene with him covering himself. That's all we need. Just some excuse to rip off. Because it's such a fucking lame attempt at everything, man. Because I love my gear up scenes, but they need to make sense. Because at least in this movie, the one at the beginning, it made sense. It was showing that he's limited on gear and just establishing what we have to work with. And then to go from that to this, they keep just fucking
People are
shooting
praising
themselves
this,
in-
by the way, this
And
sequence.
it's also
Yeah.
like I
People
mean,
are
it's the
fucking
reason I
stupid.
brought up the mask that like I mean, Reg said he disagrees on, but like I just think that like if you have an actual like Yautja predator mask that has all the technology in it that can be that helpful and useful, why not use that instead of just making a new mask out of
Because it's
what
not
was the
his.
thing they
It's
called it?
Quay's his brother. That's his war mask. To use someone else's, I can see is like that's basically sacrilege. You don't do that. This isn't mine. This doesn't belong to me. This is my brother's who I respect, and to use it would be like it would be dishonoring his memory for me to claim this as my own and wear it on my face to use it as visage.
I mean, I guess I just wouldn't see that as that disrespectful. I mean, like, say I had a brother who was also in the
Because you're not a
military.
predator. You're not a
I mean,
yachtja.
yeah, I guess that's true. But like, if I was killed in combat, let's say, and my brother took like my rifle on his next tour, I don't think my ghost would be offended by that. You know, like I'd be like, oh,
Yeah,
great,
but
taking a piece
yeah,
of me.
the
you
would.
would.
situation
but
that
I
he's
think this
in.
is-
I think he would think that Quay would want him to use any piece of tech that he can to survive. Like, this isn't some. He's ignored the honor code this entire time. He's just shanking things. He's gonna be off now when he needs his gear. It's just stupid. More stupidness from Deck.
Well, he has an alternative. However you see it, he has an alternative. He does use armor, but what he does is he goes to the bone bison and he
Bone
covers
bison.
himself in bone bison bones, and that's like his armor. So he's armored up. He's assembled a team, so to speak. So, yeah, boom. He's got his arsenal. Deck then goes to find the camp. He goes to the camp where the Kalisk fight happened, and there Deck finds Bud, the space monkey, and the space monkey is in the big paw print, the big claw print of the big Kalisk, and then he says, "Oh, you are a Kalisk child," and then Deck spits on Bud to reciprocate being spat upon by her, to accept her into his clan because he's assembling a team. And
Yay.
teamwork makes the dream work.
Yay.
And Predator Badlands is about family, and that's what makes it special.
Oh god.
So
family.
Deck then goes to release Thea's legs that are still like pinned in place on the table. And then the legs get up and they get up
Oh,
and they
boy.
start to just walk straight to the Wayland-Yutani base.
Yep.
They sure do.
Just casually. It's
They
such
just
a
start
weird...
walking. Now, you might have a lot of questions, but don't worry about it. So, at the Wayland-Yutani base, Thea has been deactivated and she's sitting in a container. And we see that we're about to have a really, really amazing John Wick Metal Gear Solid stealth sequence where Deck and his eel and Bud the space monkey and Thea's legs.
This is a Predator
Sometimes
movie, by the way.
sometimes.
Predator
Yeah.
movie.
Listen, it's this is a natural evolution of the Predator franchise, all right? This was bound to happen. All right? This is
I
good
just-
stuff.
If you have not seen
Allow-
this film, you're not ready for how much of a combat asset Elle Fanning's legs are.
Yeah.
Disembodied from the rest of her body.
Just-
They are
Again,
basically Black Widow.
just so we're clear, Deck and Squirt the eel, Bud the space monkey, and Thea's legs, they go around stealth killing all of the synths in the base one by one. Like this is Splinter Cell.
They are not clever
okay?
about it.
There is very little attempt to get the audience convinced that they aren't instantly spotted, the alarm is tripped, and they are gunned down. They just sort of go around haphazardly, just taking them out one by one. Boom, boom, boom. And it works. They just go around. They cut them down. So the Squirt the eel, I fucking can't believe it. Jesus Christ. Squirt the eel is basically acting like a natural like blaster on his
Plasma
shoulders.
cannon, yeah.
Yeah,
People think this
squirting
is
acid
awesome.
on all the synths
He's
and
got
killing
a
it.
custom-made plasma caster. How cool is that? It's just like, you guys suck.
He has the badges necessary to train the spray snake, and it just does everything that he wants
It
it to
does
do. And he
everything
just feeds it some
perfectly because he
food.
gives it some berries. Yeah, here's
It makes
some
so much
berries, and now
sense.
shoot at everybody.
And knows
then they'll be
exactly
like,
what his
"Oh,
goals
shut
are.
up, whatever, it's cool." It's like, but if I don't think it is, then that's the end of the conversation, right? I think it's lame. So
I
now
think
what? I think it's
insanely
lame and it
stupid.
is stupid. So
Well, the
I
people who
win.
think it's cool would agree it's stupid. So if you don't think it's cool,
Yeah. Then it's just stupid, and then it sucks. Wow.
No, it's not cool. It's fucking retarded.
Well, what you don't
I get it.
understand is on that planet is where the Predators got the idea for the shoulder cannons in the first place.
Don't
People's
give
level-
don't give Dan any ideas.
Why is the bar for cool gotten so fucking low that like some stupid
'Cause the
eel
world
on
is
his
getting
shoulder, you know what I
lamer.
mean? Like, you know what was a cool scene? Eamon training, stealing and training Vagar. That was like, oh,
Yeah.
like one of those moments from like,
Fucking
oh
hell
my
yeah.
God, I'm so happy just to be a fucking fantasy fan for moments like this. Like, this is surreal. That is cool. One of the
That
coolest
was
things I've
fucking
seen in
cool.
years. And it's one of those
That
things you
whole
could think
episode
back
was
to and remember. That episode and the one after, those two were like some of my favorite episodes of television back to back, like 7
There's some
and
good
8
shit
for
in
House
that
of
show.
Dragon. Just those two episodes were just phenomenal. But like the rule of cool should be saved for things like that, that
That
are
are
also
good.
well constructed. You know, this isn't cool.
It should be
and
like
it's written like
the
shit.
rule of
like-
cool. It's like how you want a quality cut of meat, which is the writing, and then rule of cool is
Mhm.
like how you cook it. You
Yes.
need
Yeah.
the thing to be good so that when you perfectly cook it with a rule of cool, the whole thing comes together. If you have a
Yes.
shitty piece of rotten meat and you cook it perfectly, it's a perfectly cooked shitty piece of rotten meat that's terrible and it'll taste awful
Well,
and
there's-
it won't last. It's already going bad.
Mhm.
there's also supposed to be fucking effort to get cool shit. It's like, how do we get Arnie in his iconic fucking outfit with the gun that he's flipping with, reloading with one hand on the motorcycle? It's like, that's cool as shit. Like, all right, give me a sec. I need to write a whole set of things that get us there, and then you get, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, you can't just skip to that scene. That scene works because again, he's not trying to be cool. Fucking toaster trying to achieve it. You know, he's a robot trying
Yeah.
to achieve the task. But it all works because of that. And like you can use that same example of the minigun of it's cool as fuck, but again, it's just a machine trying to achieve a task, and also the arc that he's gone on, so he's not killing anybody. It works on so many levels, but it all comes down to writing. It's like people just forget that and they want it to be cool without any of that. It's empty. I just don't. I want to sit down with these people and watch movies that I love and be like, and then pause. Like, what is cool about this to you? Like, can we just like pause every cool scene and discuss what you think is cool? And,
yeah,
like,
well,
you know how you got to this point.
I think the depressing reality is you'll start to find out, as we have many times over, like, oh shit, we don't like these things for the same reasons. Damn.
Yeah, yeah. Arcane season 2 was a big sober. The people
Yeah.
who defended the music videos and like that, all you cared about was the visuals. Like, were we not on board that season 1 was phenomenally written? And I don't know. I can't believe that was even a factor in defense for season 2.
That one's
Like,
still a
people
bit
could-
sobering in the sense that, like, even
Yeah.
after the final arc came out, plenty of people were like, that was phenomenal, greatest season ever. And it's
Oh,
just
yeah.
like,
That's
whoa.
crazy. I remember
So
getting shit on. I can't even remember what streamer. Either you or Platoon. But we were talking about the first 3 episodes, and I remember the chat giving us so much shit for
Yeah.
already being done with it. And I'm like, yeah, you just fucking wait. And then that attitude dies down. I think the first 1 or 2 of season 2, I was like, this ain't it. This is not what season 1 like. The efficiency of season 1 was
Wow.
clear from the first 40 seconds. Season 2 didn't have that.
Defrosted Robot says that it's been 1 year of Arcane season 2 as of tomorrow, which is an interesting thing to think
Wow.
about.
That's
Wow.
sad.
Wow,
Hey,
that is
That is
sad.
sad. That shit died, man. Ain't no one talking about Arcane anymore. Fuck.
Biggest drop of quality season to.
Literally, yes.
Yeah.
I'll tell you,
Well,
man. We were vindicated. The arc of history is long, but it bends towards EFAP. Never
Yeah.
forget it. Okay.
I'm
Oh, yeah,
still
fuck,
now
Mark.
dreading Edge Runners season 2 or like whatever they
Yeah.
call it. The next season of the cyberpunk anime. It's like, oh god, Netflix, don't do what you did to Arcane, please.
Metals Forge. Yeah,
I
actually, you see that comment in the chat? This was you. I think you were much more defensive and
Sorry?
were the harshest. When me, you go reviewed season 2, I think you were the one who was in favor. I think you defended Act 1 a little bit more, and then you slowly came down and just
I don't think I
Well,
blame
I mean,
you
I
'cause
was
we
hoping
were a
that,
bit
like, the
incredulous
things
at
they
You were
first.
more
set up in
hopeful.
Act 1 were going somewhere, and I kind of figured that if it's, like, the same people who wrote season 1 that, like, there'd be some payoffs, but every
Yeah,
subsequent part
surely.
got
But
exponentially worse. Like, not even just a
Yeah.
yeah,
little
but then
bit.
you learn that the whole writing
It's an
process was completely different
understandable.
than what they did for the
Act
first
1 was
season.
the
So
one that took the
oh,
most to convince people was bad.
I
Yep.
think
And then the show
it's
did most of the
understandable
work
that
after
that
that.
reaction
Yeah.
happened, but I would say at this point, like 9 times out of 10, if it seems like shit, it just is, and there's nothing that's going to come later that will explain it. Like you might,
Yeah.
that is just way more often the case. If it seems shit, there is no explanation. There's nothing that you're missing. It is just as bad as it appears to be. I guess at that point, you just more so just how disappointed do you want to be when it all gets revealed, you know? Because the
Dude,
destination,
they're gonna
the
go
end,
through
you
that
know,
the Fallout
station,
show.
you still arrive at the same station.
When season 2 of the Fallout show is rolling out, people are gonna be like, "No,
Bad,
it's,
and
just
it's
wait.
kind of,
I think they're doing something. Yeah, they're doing something. They're doing
and
something."
then it just,
I
well,
think
yeah, and the
that
fact
there
that
is
it's New Vegas as well. Good luck, guys.
Good
yeah,
media
it's
doesn't
like
make
a
you wait.
built-in it's a built-in issue. People adore New Vegas. New Vegas is a really good game. Warts and all, it's got great stuff going on and everyone kind of loves it. So it's already like got something that it will be instantly compared to that people will not want to see desecrated or disrespected.
Well,
Hopefully that'll make our job easier.
well, I'm not fucking covering that. It was a nightmare
I
during
don't
season
want
1.
to either way.
Oh,
Season
mate,
1
I
was
don't care about the
awful.
series.
I didn't want to cover season 1. I got dragged into it, kicking and screaming. It was horrifying. Never
Ended up
again.
making a video.
I did. I was so mad about it. And the thing is, the novelty of it being a TV show is going to have worn off because you've gotten season 1, and then season 2 is just not going to account for the problems of season 1.
Mr. House, right? That's the guy's name. Are you looking forward to him being a fucking retard?
The man who nuked the world to
Dude,
Make
it's
money,
going to be
because
so
there's a lot
bad.
of money to
And
make
I'm going to
in the end of
enjoy
the
it.
world
yeah,
or
if you
whatever.
kill remember Mongo, never kill a customer.
I'm going to
Are they gonna
enjoy it
try
when
to put you Monty
people
Python
talk
on
about
the
how...
show?
It's going to be funny when they say, like, season 1 was so much better than 2. It's gonna be like,
I
Oh.
hope that's not the case. I don't even know what I want.
Well, it's just the kind
I
of
don't
thing
even know
where if
what I
they were
want.
to rewatch the first season, they'd be like, "This isn't as good as I remember it." It's like, nah, it isn't, is it? It's just Walton Goggins
Interesting
being
how that
cool,
happens.
and that was it.
That's why I wish people would rewatch things before they post their opinions on the internet and defend them like tooth and nail. You know what I mean? Like, go and check it out and see if
That will never happen.
it's crazy. You just
Yeah,
go
but
and press the button, press
recency
play. See how you feel
recency
about it next
bias
time.
is a powerful drug on the
It's
internet.
incredible. It really is. That's
Jeez,
why
you're
I
right.
feel like
It really is.
in
It
our
is.
field, we understand the benefit of it. You don't really understand what occurred. You just know how you felt about it until you go to the rewatch, and then you get all the revelations. Holy shit! It's not just bad; it's broken and retarded. Versus people who don't even get to the past the first layer of the onion, and they describe how they felt about it, and they defend the
The
movie
glass
based on their
onion.
feelings. It's crazy, man. It's years of this now.
Yeah, no one talks about Glass Onion. And they were defending that thing
Oh
tooth
no,
and
but
nail
I
because
love
media
seeing
literacy.
Daniel Craig. I wish he plays whatever his name is forever. That'd be so great. They all say that, and then they
Colonel
never talk
Sanders,
about
yeah.
the movie.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes.
But he plays Matt
The old
LeBlanc.
mustache. I don't think that's correct.
Like the
I
actor
think
from
so.
Friends?
No, he
Detective
well no,
LeBlanc?
he's from Lost. No, he's Lost in Space is what he was in.
Yeah, well, that
So.
that also.
His most
Yeah,
famous role.
I think he had a minor role in Friends, but I think Lost in Space is really what he's most known for.
Yeah.
So, again, just to make sure that it hasn't been passed over, not only is the is Squirt the eel and Deck, they're working together, and Bud the space monkey is going around ripping apart synths with its bare hands in a way that can be described as many things, not stealthy though. We also have Thea's legs. Now, Thea's legs are going around stealth killing all of the synths in the base. I want to say this again. I have not misspeaking. I am not going insane yet. I'm reserving that for later. Thea's legs go around stealth killing a bunch of synths in the base. The legs of Thea apparently are able to cognitively notice things, and they're capable mentally to act on their own accord, not just for basic motor function, but advanced motor function and acrobatics. So much
Complex
so that she
combat
can.
strategy.
Isn't this just like
Her-
in the most
A joke?
fundamental caveman way, a power level problem? You've got half an android versus several androids.
And
I mean,
half
her
an
legs are
android
so
wins.
powerful on their own. It's like, why ever
She's
connect
better
yourself?
separated. That's the truth.
Yeah, that's
Like,
the craziest thing
You
about it.
got
Her legs
two
were the most
extremely
powerful thing in the
powerful
movie.
weapons instead of one when
That's
you're
thematically
separated.
interesting, but yeah, she is better separated.
We are
Huh.
better separated. We must fight
Yeah,
separately.
maybe the Joe were right. The legs walk off. It doesn't want to be reconnected. I must survive on my own, and it goes into the woods. Oh, that would be funny to see. The legs can take down like multiple full synths at once. It fucks them up. It crushes their heads. Not sure how it can sense objects or know how to do any of this. It does. It's something that she knows how to do, even though she was made to work in a laboratory and study animals.
It has the echolocation he was going to give to the predator.
Yeah, in her
It
crotch.
farts instead of
Like,
basically
farts.
uses its facial echolocation.
Oh, that's a good,
Fuck, man.
good theory in chat. Maybe they add the torso to sort of nerf them. Like they got to keep them under control. They give
Oh,
them
yeah.
arms, a torso, and a head.
Dead
to just,
weight.
Yeah,
Valid.
it fucks them up.
In the feelings weigh them down a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, that's quite a flaw, honestly, to give them feelings. The leg doesn't care about mortality. It
When
doesn't
she got split in
concern
half, the
itself
legs
with,
were like,
you know-
"I am free. Do what I
Yes.
want." Rah, and it's unstoppable.
Thing reference.
If someone said Elf
so-
Manning's ass is just deadly, and Dan Trachtenberg's like, wait a sec, I have an idea.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like a weird fetish. Who knows?
I mean, there might be something to that.
Listen, the only reason I knew that they were called Yachtja before. Well, never mind. We don't have to talk about that. So, meanwhile,
We
Tessa.
were talking. I was just gonna say real quick. We were talking on Beast.
Yeah, go for it.
Not having her ass in this movie is just a fucking stupid mistake. But I wasn't expecting this. Like literally a fucking
Yeah,
disembodied torso fighting people.
Her
Like,
ass is actually
so
one of the
stupid.
heroes of
a
the
key
third
characters. Yeah, her ass is OP. Like was not expecting this in terms of an implementation of it. But yeah, what can you do?
So while team, I don't even know what their name should be. Team Badlands, Team Jaws. I don't know, man. So while they're going around doing all their Metal Gear Soliding and stuff, taking out all the synths in the base, Tessa is speaking with Mother, telling Mother that the Kalisk is being loaded onto the ship and the Yachtja is defective. And then she lies and says that the Yachtja is dead. I would not personally program my robots to have the capability to lie to Mother, but what do I know? I'm just a guy.
I mean,
And I don't know
It's
nothing.
catastrophically stupid again. Why would it lie? What reason? And it's like, well, because she was threatening her with decommission or whatever. It's like, okay, but she'll just find out
That's
and
something
decommission her anyway.
Well, she was told to bring, if she wasn't gonna bring in the
Well, I'm
callus, the
inventing something.
specimen.
What I just said isn't even in the
Oh,
movie,
okay.
so I'm countering an
Understood.
invented argument. But I would
mean,
agree with you that that's not even in the film. So
It-
this is
could be
just
possible
3 layers
to
of
use-
bullshit because Mother should know, and then she shouldn't even feel the need to lie to Mother, and then I don't even know like what benefit it provides, if any.
I guess the only thing I can think of is that maybe she's protecting Thea to not say Thea helped the Yachtja escape.
Okay, just don't say that.
I mean, well, because I
Just
guess
say
otherwise then she'd have to take responsibility for letting it escape if there wasn't like a reason.
You
But
could just
I guess
blame
also,
one
I
of the
mean, she-
androids or defect. Why are
yeah,
we
she
even
can lie. So one of the other
do
androids fucked up
better
our-
devil's advocacy? That was shit. Like, there's nothing in there
Yeah,
that makes
Predator
any sense.
Badlands deserves
Whoa, whoa,
better.
whoa, whoa.
All right.
I wasn't saying it was an acceptable reason. I said I think that might be the only reason they could use.
It's
to
okay. I
explain-
described it as shitty devil advocacy. You're right.
Yeah, well, can't always win.
So we'll continue losing with the film. So Mother says that we are truly building a better world, which is, as you know, the company's slogan, building better worlds.
pretty
it's
terrible as
one for
well.
the fans. It's one for the true fans. No, that's good stuff right there. Well, all those Wayland Yutani fans out there, they woo. And they went wild. Anyway, it's what they said. The thing. Say the thing. See, I know that Simpsons reference.
The thing is, it just
Yeah,
reminds
yeah.
me of the Family Guy joke, the
you know, it's like
Superman
saying a
4,
line,
the
Bob.
quest for peace. Like, just what are you doing? Why are you saying that? It's like, it's what we say. That's the thing. Like, oh.
Building better worlds. BB Dubs.
Cool.
So we see the crate that contains the Callisk be loaded into the spaceship so that it can be sent off-world to the Weyland-Yutani Corporation. Eventually, after all of this killing, well, it's not killing, it's completely morality-free killing because they're synths, and this is PG-13, so don't worry about it. Eventually, Thea and Dek, they meet up, and Squirt's here, of course. Squirt's here. So if you're worried, he's okay. He made it. They meet up, and he says that he's here to rescue her. You came back for me? She asks, and he says, Wolf. Dek, he's learning, right? Thea calls him Dek of the Yatja, but Dek says, not yet, Thea, which is the first time he calls her by her name instead of calling her
Wow,
Tool
it's so
like he's been
meaningful.
doing for the rest of the movie. Well, they worked really hard on establishing this relationship. I feel like we really worked our way hard to get here, and that's
It's just as
that's why the
meaningful when
payoff
you
is so
first hear
sweet.
Kratos refer to Mimir as Mimir instead of Head. It is meaningful as that.
I'd say they're on the same level. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say they're on the same level.
He also really seems to have forgot that she betrayed him earlier. It doesn't seem to care
Well,
about that at all.
If family make
That's-
mistakes, family make mistakes.
Yeah. The alpha forgives his pack when they betray him. That's what makes an alpha an alpha. Okay, it all follows. It's all intuitive. So, Bud shows up. Bud the space monkey arrives, and Dek picks her up and tells Thea that Bud is a Callisk child. And Dek says, "They have her mother. You free the Callisk, and I get my trophy." Predator.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, Dek then hits a nearby red button, the red button of convenience. That's the only fitting way to describe it. The red button of convenience. He slaps that button, and that activates an entire alarm across the base. I'm sorry, I coughed.
He knew
My
what this
God.
would do. Like he's read the Weyland-Yutani public safety manual, so he knows
That's
what
right.
the evacuation procedure is,
In
and
the
he knows
event of
where
the
the
red
buttons
button.
Well, I
are.
think he yelled at it in the
Exactly.
voice of Mother, and that's why he understands it.
Yeah, and then mother, please press button.
Also, was anyone at all confused when he says like, "It's her mother. I'm gonna free it, and then I'm gonna get my trophy"? Is it be like, so? Wait, are you gonna kill it then?
I
Like,
think no. I think we're supposed
No,
to read from that
Tessa.
he's like the target of his mission has changed for him. We don't know exactly what it is yet, but like he has switched his idea of the
He's
most
gonna get
deadly, lethal
Tessa,
creature
yeah.
to something else. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
something different.
Yeah,
But
the writer.
They have her mother. We gotta save her mother.
Yeah, he's had an
Why'd you
arc
say that?
somehow. It was off screen
Martha.
or something though. Like I don't even know what the hell they were thinking with.
sort
It
of
was
thinking
off
he's
the
gonna
movie.
cut a tail off, keep that as a trophy, and then just let the the callus regenerate a tail and be like, "Hey, look, I killed it."
So, Dek hits the red button of convenience, Weyland-Yutani National Corporate red button of convenience, and this alerts the whole base. And so Tessa, she tells one synth, get the ship ready to launch in 20 minutes. And then all of the remaining synths, she gathers them up, all the other synths, and she goes to look for Dek. Now, Dek, he's a smart guy, as we have established numerous times. Right? He knows exactly what the big red Weyland-Yutani convenience button does, and it summons all of the synths. And all of the synths gather together for a cool trailer shot, and then they all find Dek. He is kneeling calmly on the ground, facing away from them. And all of these synths, there's got to be like 30 of them. I don't fucking know. The dozens, I tell you, there's dozens of synths. And they approach him from behind in a big old clump, and they say, hey, you... stop it, because employee of the month. And then you see he's got a plan. He's lured them into a deadly trap. You see, what Dek has done is Dek has used the explosive spine flowers, and he's placed them on some crates and canisters nearby, and he's covered all of these spiky exploding thorn plants from earlier. He's put the explosive slugs all over them, right? And then Squirt the eel. I'm fucking describing a Predator movie.
Yeah, you are.
Squirt the eel turns around and spits acid at all of the explodey spiny plants, which flings the explodey slick slugs all over the synths, and they explode. Boom! They're all dead.
Single one. Every single
Everyone.
one. Every single one.
3 life forms are being simultaneously used as weapons in this one attack, by the way.
They're
Every single
Bugs aren't
one
people.
gets blown up. There's not one that it didn't hit. They all
Yeah,
got
they
stuck
all
and blown up.
die, and none flew on deck or anything like that.
Not a,
Yeah, he killed dozens. All the rest of the synths that
not a
dared to
single set of
survive the
ninja
onslaught.
legs
are dead.
survived.
Nope, they're good. He's solid. Gold deck is fucking magical. He did it. So, yeah,
It's just a clown movie.
Man.
Like at this point,
I
like
mean,
anyone,
kind
how
of.
do you take this seriously?
Sometimes
I
it takes a
know they
moment.
think
Like
it-
you have to verbally explain it for it to sink in. Like what exactly it is that happened, and you're like, oh no, that's an accurate description of what happened. None of that was a lie.
'Cause
That's
I
just
love
the
There
film.
are people who will watch this and Alien Romulus and Alien Earth and be like, "My God, Alien vs Predator, Alien and Predator, they're just dominating."
Man, it's so amazing. It's so back. I'm so glad that Disney acquired Fox.
we're on top. We're on top. This is
That was
Why,
such a
why are
good
you
thing that happened.
criticizing
Disney
it?
acquiring
Why can't you
Fringy,
just be
Fringy.
happy that we get more?
Predator and Alien
Massive
fan
Fringy,
media
unironically,
consolidation.
I saw people saying that. Like I was checking through Reddits and
No,
stuff. and
I
see
know,
what people were
people-
saying, but
people
people were
do
like,
say
"Yes,
that.
Disney got it. They're giving us such gold. This is so good."
Yeah.
Yep.
They were
No,
rejoicing.
it
Yes,
actually,
Disney got
it's
it.
insane. And now you're seeing, like, with Warner Brothers, people fighting over which company they want to acquire Warner Brothers as well. Like, Universal, no, Paramount. It's like, dude, this isn't... Like, what is going on? Why is everybody in favor of this massive media consolidation when, number one, on its face, it's obviously bad. And
Obviously
number two,
bad.
it keeps yielding these shitty results. These terrible movies.
What?
a
Nah, this
constant
is
stream
they're in
of
a golden
content.
age,
All they
man.
care
Well,
about.
I sent Fringy a post that was like, which is the better reboot, Alien Romulus or Predator Badlands? And the point of it was like, how do you even choose? They're both so great.
Yeah. How do I
Well,
even
the
choose
funnier
between
thing to
steak
me
and
was
lobster,
like,
man?
I think this
it
one
well.
pissed me off less than Alien Romulus. There were some times watching Alien Romulus that I got like,
Yeah, this didn't-
violently angry.
This didn't make me angry. Yeah, this movie didn't make me angry. It was so easy to divorce this from the rest of anything related to Predator that it's like, oh, this is a clown movie. Sorry, this is a silly movie, and I don't like.
What I was
what's the
struck
point?
by, though, is the
Romulus was like
description
a
of-
fucking vulture.
description of both of them as reboots. I was like, Romulus is an infectious
sequels
little
and
bastard that
prequels and-
desperately wants to lodge itself between two of the best movies. That's what it wants to do.
Well, of course, this one wants to much more heavily tie Alien to Predator, probably in hopes of doing a crossover movie sometime soon.
Certainly is that, and
Yep.
then also setting it so far away. This one feels like it's the same intention as Romulus, but a different approach. Whereas Romulus is like, I'm going to bury myself inside these two movies. You can't get rid of me. This one
Tumor.
feels like it's saying, I haven't bothered anybody. You can consider me canon.
still
I'm
here.
not touching
Yeah,
anyone. I'm over here. I'm canon.
We're good. We're
We're
cool.
canon, right? You don't need to
just
get rid
hanging
of me. I'm cool. I'm a
Yeah.
friend.
We're fine. We're chill.
But
I'm
it's
just hanging out over
Yeah,
here.
that might
Don't mind
be
me.
it.
It's interesting looking at the both of them though, because Romulus does more canon, but I would say it doesn't do as much to damage the xenomorph as this movie does to damage the Predator. This movie embarrasses the shit out of the Predator. This is your Predator. It's downhill from here. Like I just can't understand how this could be appealing to anyone.
I just-
Where
That's
someone
like
could
the
watch
Romulus-
Romulus and
Ugh.
like the xenomorph.
The android saying "Get away from her, you bitch"
Ugh.
fucking infuriated me though. Like I didn't get
Yeah,
that angry
Romulus
at any
is
point
it's
watching this
definitely
movie.
worse. Romulus is
Romulus is-
putrid. It's
Romulus
rancid.
is way worse. It's way worse, but I still think you can watch that and not be as offended from the xenomorph. But in terms of the canon, it fucks up canon. I just think in terms of the damage to the Predator, this movie did worse damage to the Predator, but it's not as bad as Romulus overall. Romulus is fucking.
I think you can kind of write it off as just Deck is retarded as an individual, sort of, and contain him like quarantine, like.
I mean, the
Like,
Predators
like-
did want to kill him. Maybe it was
You
because he
have
was
to.
really stupid.
Yeah, it's
You maybe got it
true.
right.
Incredible vindication for the Predator now that you sort
And
of.
now,
put it
yeah,
that
we just
way.
need, the only way to square it away is the dad was also retarded. It was genetic. And then we're fine.
That's true. That's
I
why
just
the
want this
weakness
whole
needs to be
clan to go
called.
down.
Boom,
Just
headcanon,
like,
baby.
They got the wrong autism injected
Or
into themselves.
they got the
maybe.
right one.
So- or the right. It's too
They got the spinal column of one of the stupid autistic kids, not one of the brilliant ones.
I like how
You know
just
what? That's
nobody's
actually
even
a
going
good
to
point.
question whether the Predator is canon. It's like, fuck off.
The autism hunters.
That's like it's interesting you
No.
mentioned that because in my trawl through the internet to find out what the fuck is the canon situation with these franchises, I don't think I saw any mention of the Predator. No one gives a shit about that movie. They don't even
it
talk
ended-
about whether or not it's canon.
The Predator Iron Man suit pretty much
I
ended
was
any
about to
hopes
say.
of that
Jesus,
being-
that was
yeah.
so awful. Oh my
Are you
god.
like? It's one of those things I have to remind myself that actually happened. Yeah, that is it exists.
When are we gonna
Like,
see Joel
tried
Kinnaman in
that.
his Predator Iron Man suit?
What
Predator
what the
Man.
fuck? Like, poor Boyd Holbrook, who's getting his shot at becoming an A-lister, and that's one of the movies on offer. Oh well, too bad.
And then it's like, we got an Indiana Jones movie for you, buddy.
Oh no!
It's gonna be great. We did Logan,
in
and
10
I'm bringing
years.
you along with me for the adventure for Indiana Jones. I wonder if we'll get him in the that Star Wars movie that is absolutely never going to happen. The prequel,
Which
the
one?
ultra prequel. Well, what's his name? Mangold
talking about the
was
New
meant to be doing,
Republic,
like an
or-
ultra
High
prequel,
Republic.
like Origin of the Jedi.
Oh,
Like,
oh,
Which I'm sure they
that-
wouldn't
that-
completely fuck up, you know?
Like the Acolyte.
No, but I mean, it's probably not going to happen. I mean, how likely do you think it is that the Swamp Thing movie that Mangold's supposed to be doing with DC is going to happen? What do you think of the odds of that one coming to fruition?
What's funny is you could have told me
Not-
they'd officially cancelled that, and I would have believed you. Like, I just don't.
Yeah, of course you would, because there's
especially in a
it's-
post-Superman world.
Come on,
Well,
it's
that's
not
the
going
lower-
to happen.
Star Wars
That one's
movies.
got a lower
like, I think-
budget, doesn't it? So there's a good chance
Well,
it happens just because.
no. What?
that.
What? But there's no movement on it. It got announced like nearly 3 years ago. I
Yeah, you
wanna
mixing it up
say.
with
It was one of
Clayface, Brooks?
Yes,
Clayface
yes,
is
yes,
happening.
okay.
That's being
Yeah,
shot.
Clayface
That's-
is being
that's
shot,
like-
yeah.
That's
That's
definitely happening.
Flanagan's
One thing was
doing
announced,
writing, yeah.
like, along with all of those first movies. By the way, that was 3 years ago. 3 years ago, the whole slate of these movies got announced. So far, there's one of them. And 2 television shows?
Peacemaker and what's the
Peacemaker was
other
really
one?
good.
Creature Commandos. Those
Oh,
are 2. There was meant to be an Amanda Waller show. That was apparently meant to be coming out before Superman.
Amanda Waller.
Oh,
Why?
Yeah.
fan
And then
favorite.
there's a Booster Gold show that's supposed to be
Is she a fan
happening.
favorite?
Obviously, there's a Batman movie that's supposed to be happening. Sorry,
What
just
are
to
they
remi-
doing?
like,
They
But the
have
Batman one is
Penguin.
actually happening. The Batman?
Well, the
Two?
Batman
no,
2.
no, 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 no,
Or a different-
no.
Oh, the James
Batman
Gunn
movie that's
Batman
part of the, Yeah,
version.
the one by the guy who made The Flash.
Right.
The fact that we have a set of
Back
people
to the
here who
Joy
are
of
obsessed with
Momentum
this
or
shit, and we're all still like awkwardly moving around. You know, like
you mean this one or that one or this one or
God,
what's
DC's so
canceled, what
fucked.
isn't?
It's so funny to see people who are like, DC is perfect in perfect health. It's like, God, you guys like.
No, it's bleeding. It's
It's
hemorrhaging.
only just started, and it's already
know.
a mess.
It
already
has
a
only
clusterfuck,
just
man.
begun.
And like Platoon has pointed out, like they've created so many more problems in the first movie that it took the MCU years to get to that point in time.
Lex
Lex
Luthor
fucked
made
so
a
many
pocket
things up.
universe.
He destroys so
Mhm.
many
It's a
things.
universe.
Okay, well,
But-
okay, you're making that sound. It's a pocket unit. Pocket.
It's not a
Brain
big one. It's just a
pocket.
little one. It's just a little one. It's a
Pocket,
little
bro.
universe.
It's just
I
a
I know
pocket.
you
What a
can
pocket, Friggy.
recreate
Yeah,
the
it's just a little
Big
guy.
Bang using the Luthor Corp Hadron Collider, but it's just a pocket universe.
Well, that's
It's
the
just
thing,
a
though,
little
like,
guy.
It's crazy that DC has not once but twice tried to jump to level 6 of shared universe instead of just starting at level 1 and building.
Seeing all the same people who,
Take your
10
time.
years ago said that you shouldn't rush, now saying it's
Yeah.
actually amazing that James Gunn started it like right in the fucking middle.
Yeah, well, because I
It was
swear to
my-
God, someone said, "Oh, we're tired of seeing origin stories," and we're just like, "Yeah, we are. I
We
guess."
need to
yeah.
normalize
Yeah.
origin stories again. We really do.
I can't
Fantastic
believe
Four-
that world has had
Fantastic Four did
300
it
years of
properly.
superheroes or special power people. That's
Oh,
insanity.
sure it has. Yeah, definitely 300 years of superheroes for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
I
Object
believe
Codex
that,
said
living in
so.
that world.
Friggy,
And
don't
for
you think that
every new
Fantastic
one
Four
they
did it way
introduce for the
better, though?
first time, like every hero who, like in subsequent DC movies that is anywhere near Metropolis, then the question just gets worse. Where were you when Lex tore reality in half?
Well,
Where
it was
were you when Lex tore reality
It was a
in half?
problem that the MCU started to have before continuity was just fucking detonated completely. But, even with Captain Marvel being like, oh, she was around before, but not in a way that was significant in any way, shape, or form. But it's like, what about that line from Nick Fury where he said, this is the first time they've had aliens was with Thor? And it's like, okay, but that was a lie. He was lying, actually. He lied in
Yeah,
that
he was
scene.
being
He's trying to
sneaky.
keep
He's being a
Captain
silly little
Marvel-
liar.
The old Nick.
He's
The
so
old
silly.
sneaky Nick.
Yeah, what about the Eternals? Just pretending that those fucking guys were just.
Okay, but
There's so
that's
many
different
things.
because, yeah.
Yeah,
What
what
about
about
Ant-Man?
Drake off in the Red Room? What
Hey,
about
to
Namor?
quote
Oh,
Ben Mendelsohn,
sorry.
don't rewrite history, okay? Don't rewrite history.
He
Shallow,
says as
fuck
he's
you,
actively
Shallow.
rewriting history.
It's so bad. Oh my god.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Mangold does kind of sound like mangled. Hmm.
Oh no, but I was gonna
Something
say
to
real
think
quick
about.
though.
Something to think
You
about.
mentioned origins and whatnot. Like people are sick of them. Fantastic Four is one of the good way examples. Getting us up to speed.
Which Fantastic
Nah,
Four?
I'm gonna argue that they should have actually done the origin because
Whoa,
I'm kind of over it. I'm over everybody saying the origin stories. We don't need to. There seems to be this sort of notion that the origin story doesn't like serve any purpose other than pure exposition. It's just to get you to the part that's interesting rather than being interesting in and of itself. It
Yeah.
depends. Some
like
origin
in
story movies
and-
suck, but like there are heaps of
the
them that
intro
are
that we
good. I don't know
got,
why we're pretending.
the little clip of them fighting and like seeing them at the things. A lot of people said they'd get a movie, so we actually get a proper origin story. But if you're going to
But there
try
should
to
have
do
been
it as
this
a
one.
montage, if you're gonna do it as a montage, I still think they did a decent job. But I'm with you. I prefer origin stories. Like one of my favorite superhero movies is Batman Begins because I couldn't believe how thoroughly they fleshed out his
It's not
humble beginning.
really for me. It's not a matter of preference. It's more so just that it's so weird that everybody has collectively concluded that we don't need them anymore. Like, there's no need for them. It would be a bad thing to do the origin because, well, we've all seen it. Don't need to see that again. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
might be
don't need to
different
see
though.
Peter Parker getting
I
bit
get
by a
people
spider again.
not
Do we
wanting
need
to see
Uncle Ben die
Martha,
for the third time. Like it's
not
it's
wanting,
that.
yeah,
No,
not
no,
wanting to see
no.
Martha
They can
die
see it
and drop her
again.
pearls.
They
Like
can
I
see
get
it
people
again
not
if,
wanting
if
to
you
It's a
want them
different
to.
universe. This is a different Peter
No,
Parker. The Uncle Ben
fuck
would
'em.
die in a
They can watch
different
it
way.
again. And if they don't want to, that's fine. Like I don't need to be watching it. Like I'm just saying, you need to.
I mean, it's funny because
just show the fucking origin.
the idea of Batman and Spider-Man, it's like, let's not do their origins. Like, everyone's turning up to see it. What do you mean? Like, we're all gonna go see it. It happens.
And then it also creates more investment in subsequent movies because you feel like you've been with that specific version of the character through their entire story, as opposed to just being like, "Oh yeah, the radioactive
I was
spider."
there when he
that's
wasn't
what's happening
super.
now."
You know,
Yeah.
there's an unfortunate correlation between the era where we abandoned origin stories and superhero films became all shit rather than
Mhm.
occasionally or shit or even mostly shit.
Yeah,
Now
like,
it's
what was
all
your
because
thoughts
crap.
on
Avengers,
Hashtag super shit.
it's the idea
was
that
your
Oh
thoughts on
yeah,
Avengers
no.
movies.
Well,
Avengers movies
remember,
make more than the solo superhero movie, so let's get to the big events because that's what people really want to show up for. And it's disregarding that investment in those events are what make them as profitable as they are.
It's the Snyderverse mistake. That was the old Warner Brothers approach. Was like, oh, well, we don't need to spend 10 years building it up from the beginning. We don't need to introduce
just
Wonder Woman to
jump
people
to the
essentially for the
finish.
first time over multiple phases. No, we can just give her one, maybe if we're lucky. Half of them don't even need that, and then just dump them all together in our equivalent of the Avengers film, and that will be as successful.
Yeah, what do you think about the Batman though? Like that's an example. Skip the
I
still
like
did a
it.
brief summary.
It's got problems, but I like it.
More so the intro, like the idea of
I think that the intro
Right.
to the Batman, like that first 10 whatever minutes,
Yeah, it's
10, 7
phenomenal.
minutes is like some of the best Batman stuff we've gotten in a long time.
It
It's
really
super
was
solid and I love
And
it.
even Batman 89, there's only really like a flashback to the origin, like much later in the film. So it's not that you absolutely need an origin for everyone, but even in the Batman, there's a good amount of let's get to know this character and how he operates in this universe.
Well,
It,
from
it
what I'm
doesn't
getting,
jump
is
and him fighting a supervillain.
Spring's not ruling out not having them. It's just don't use the reason that you don't need it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. You don't. It's. I just think we need to normalize that it's okay to do an origin story. That you haven't committed some like horrible sin. If
Yeah,
you
if you don't
decide,
do
you
it,
know
have
what,
it be
I'm
for
actually going to
creative
show you
purposes.
something that you broadly already know, but I'm still going to show it to you anyway because I think it's important.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I
Compared
mean,
to
yeah,
just
because
I
it's not like an
jumping-
origin story. It's just the pragmatic lore you read on a wiki. It's supposed to actually matter to their character. Well, how did it happen? Who was there? What did they lose? What did they gain? Why did they do it? You know, gets more stuff.
I can't imagine the original Superman without the origin story aspect of it. It's just so
well,
integral
that
to the
film's
movie and it's
broken
so
without
good.
it.
It's
Doesn't work.
so yeah, it's just that film isn't it. It isn't what it is without that. I wouldn't have it any other way.
It's just, that film's broken without it. It's like that film's just broken every way. Nothing's functioning about it.
No, I meant like the original Superman suffers a lot if it loses.
Oh,
the
I thought you
origin
meant-
story. Superman.
New Superman's just crap in general. Yeah, it's just a
just bad.
disaster. Worthless.
Yeah, we've subtracted from a negative. Oh no.
It's gonna be so funny watching the consequences of that first Superman on all the movies going forward, and just
Yeah,
being able
that'd
to
be
cash
awesome.
the check
Well, yeah, I
of
mean,
we
Yeah,
were
sit
right,
there and
we were right,
smirk.
we were right, we were right about
let's
like
see
all
what
of
the
these
prospects
things.
of that Supergirl movie are. Man, I feel like there's no way it makes more money unless it's like actually excellent. But I mean, good luck with that. You know,
Or
we'll see.
we get a bizarre Aquaman situation where it just like for no reason other than
Nah,
like
it's
voodoo
over.
magic
No,
it makes.
it's over. That was
Oh, I'm not saying
that
it'll
was,
happen. That's what it'll take.
that
That was a
era is
miracle.
over.
That was a
I get
miracle.
what you mean. Like it would need to be an equivalent of that, but that era is
Yeah, a
over.
miracle.
That would never happen again.
I think they know that too. Like Momoa knows like that was there's no
Yes,
like
sir.
yeah, that's crazy.
All right. Predator Badlands.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember.
See how invested I remember I was there in the theater watching that 98-minute movie.
Oh my
So,
God.
all the synths are dead. The bugs have exploded. The squirt has squirted. Okay? Predator. Now, there are no more synths. Except the one in the ship. It doesn't matter. There's no more synths. Except for Tessa. And then she arrives at this moment in a big yellow super loader robot.
Oh my
Because this-
god!
Oh yeah, it's
Aliens.
boss
It's
fight
making
time,
the
baby.
sounds. It's making the
aliens.
sounds.
Reminded me of
wow.
fucking Obadiah Stane from Iron Man. Like I'm just like everything
Obadiah
about it was
Stane.
cringe.
Icing problem.
Obadiah.
But what if we have a souped up power loader fight a kaiju at the end of this film?
God, it's so big! It's so big and yellow. It's the biggest, yellowest loader you've ever done seen.
So goofy.
That means the
I bet-
franchise is getting better.
Bet James Cameron wished his could have been as big as that when he made Aliens.
Yeah.
James Cameron wishes he had a bigger loader.
Just like
James Cameron's got some big ass loader in Avatar, though. There's some big ass loaders in that.
Just
Yeah.
like George Lucas would have
So-
wished he could have made an army of Death Star destroyers, but he only had the puny little Death Star loser.
I don't
These
want to you can only have one.
Stinky losers, yeah.
At least the mechs in Avatar though are like expressly built for combat. It's like the ones in Alien are they are loaders. Like that's not just a clever name. Like they're tools. They're like forklifts. They just happen to have limbs.
Yeah, but the fight scene in Aliens is so the way they shot it was so reserved, and they understood what they're doing.
Yeah.
Like one wide shot can ruin it. Like you can make this fight
mean,
really
that-
goofy in a wrestling match.
It's
but they
moving
nailed
like
it,
a
in my opinion.
machine. This one is 5 times larger and 30
Mhm.
times faster. Like it's
And
reaction
100
time on the
times
flame
better.
turns.
That whole sequence is a
Like-
lesson in iconography. It is kind of insane on paper. Like Ripley steps into a loading machine and battles the Queen of the Aliens.
Get
Like
away
what?
from
The
her,
fact
you
that they
bitch.
pulled that off and didn't make it cringe.
And it's
just-
amazing. And it's like
Yeah.
everyone remembers it forever and references it.
This is part of the reason why this didn't remind me of that, because that's actually we have
The,
it's like
the
what are
loader
you
fight
doing
is a
here, buddy?
fine wine that is aged like fine wine.
Yeah.
It's also the scene in which saying "Get away from her, you bitch" makes sense.
and it's earned. It's earned.
It's so
It's
fucking
really
strong too,
satisfying.
because the whole movie she's like
Delivery.
terrified of the aliens and all this work we've done, and then the mothering aspect, and you just
Motherhood,
feel the
yeah.
power of that statement when she gets in that room. You're like, yeah.
Mother bear courage.
She's
like
feel-
one of
she
the
sound-
best versions of it.
Her frustration is just nailed. Fucking creatures! I've had enough of you things. Like I just, it's so, she says so many things, and for them to just pillage it in Romulan was disgusting. One of the worst rip-off lines ever, like of all time. I really said.
Well, do you remember people's defenses of it? It's like, well, it's supposed to be like awkward because he's kind of he's referenced. He's what was said to him. He was called a bitch. Remember, he was just like, can you stop?
So that makes it good. That makes it good. Okay. Solo.
That's where we're at with all these
Migolo-
fucking movies. All the worst things. It's like, well, don't worry, they wrote it to be worst. You're like,
It's
what?
supposed to be
What?
bad. It's referencing this thing. It's an example of this. Like, shut the fuck up. It's
Like, all
not
these
good.
horrible
Like,
elements. You're like, yeah, but they wrote it in universe that it was horrible. It's like all those retarded, stupid characters in
That
Alien
means
Earth.
that
Yeah, but
media
they're all
literacy,
in
yeah.
universe supposed to be retarded children, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
You're like, cool.
Really covered your bases there, Ryder.
Have you ever seen
Gotcha.
Aliens? That's what she says to the queen at the end of the movie, so it makes sense. Like,
You ever seen that old
one makes
movie?
sense.
Speaking of aliens,
Apparently, James Cameron's reaction to this film was to Trachtenberg. I didn't think it was gonna work, but now that I've seen it, I can't believe it. You made it work.
Shut
I think
up.
what I enjoy about it is how wrong it is on both levels. Why would you think that it couldn't work to have the Predator as the protagonist for starters? And number two, it didn't work. So
No.
it was the worst of both worlds. And also,
gotta
you
stop
made
him.
Avatar 2.
All right, Grandpa, go
You
back
were
to
not
making
the same
Avatar.
man who made all those amazing
Well, not
movies.
just-
all
No
those
one
years
who
ago.
existed within
How
50
dare you
feet of
stand
Terminator
wasted.
Dark
it was
Fate gets to
so-
comment on what works.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
that's the thing.
exactly.
Cameron is sort of like he's really spoiled the respect of his opinion on sequels to franchises he's involved in. Like once you say Terminator Dark Fate is incredible, it's like, come on, man.
This is what I mean.
You don't
You'll
believe
never get any honest fucking opinions of different creatives in the industry, right? Like, they got the remember the Anthony Hopkins wrote a letter to Bryan Cranston basically saying Breaking Bad's the best show he's ever seen and your performance was the best I've ever seen in anything ever. And then it got leaked and he got
God,
really
what an
upset about
honor.
it. He was like, that was meant for Bryan Cranston alone. It wasn't meant for anybody else. And I was just like, oh.
Is that true?
Yeah, he wrote that and he said he was basically just blown away by his performance in it.
I know the quote, but I didn't know the context. I didn't know he got leaked.
Yeah, I don't know how. I can't remember if it was like Bryan Cranston family member or something, or someone posted it somewhere, or I can't remember exactly. But he was a bit sad 'cause he was like, that was personal, not fucking for everybody to see. But at least it's genuine. Another example I would say, just industry wise, would be Vincent Price talking about the new Fly. Right? It's like, oh, it was great until it went way too far. It's like that's that's what he actually thinks. But these days, it's like, oh, James Gunn, what do you think of the Flash? It's just like, why even bother listening to his answer?
It's the best superhero film ever
Oh,
made.
James Cameron, what do you think of this new Terminator or Alien or what Predator that destroys everything that you helped build? I love it. It's like, yeah, fuck off.
It's all marketing. It's just marketing.
Finally,
it
a
is, and it's
Terminator film
duplicitous
with a
as well.
strong
If I
woman.
remember it rightly, I think the story was that so Trachtenberg went to visit James Cameron in New Zealand and talked to him about Predator Badlands. And at that dinner, James Cameron apparently said, I think this is a really cool idea. I think you can make it work. And then many months later, James Cameron comes out and says, I didn't think you could make it work, but now that I've seen it, it does. So either he was lying then, or he's lying now, or he said it just as out of politeness. He's not really invested. He said two opposite things, essentially. And the one that gets reported the most is the one that makes the movie seem the best. But actually, it just reveals a guy who's, if he's interested at all, he's not interested enough to remember what he said a few months ago.
Yeah. It's like the first time he was telling the truth, the second time he was trying to be polite.
Well, let's be honest, right? If you had directed this or written it, and then James Cameron's in the room and he says that, you'd almost think to yourself, like, I could ask him, what did he like about it? But I'd rather not invite him to give me a bullshit answer. Like if you say, what do you like? And he goes, oh, I really appreciate the way that you managed to sort of integrate so much of what you were trying in order to, sort of the way that you managed to do all of what it was, like the idea, obviously, and how it was executed. I really loved it.
Or if he just says something really technical, like it was quite well lit.
Thank you. I really did like
lit,
it.
fam.
Cool.
Okay, let me adjust myself in my seat
The
here.
audio mixing
All right.
is perfectly understandable.
So Tessa arrives for a big boss fight in her big ol' loader. Now Tessa has Quay's plasma caster on her shoulder because she can operate this alien technology, right?
Yeah,
And
without having to torture Deck for it. Like she figured that one out, but she needs
figured it out. She's
information
smart.
on-
she's just really smart. She's really smart. Okay. Now she takes her plasma caster from inside the cockpit of the big loader and aims it at Deck. And Deck just stands there like a lemon as the three dots take aim at his head.
Well,
he just stands there.
To be fair,
When I'd be
he's
like,
uniquely the only creature on the planet who has no idea what that is. Everyone else does. He doesn't, though.
well, yeah, because like in Prey, when the alien when the Predator uses it, unlike the Indian guys, the warriors, they're super confused. They're from like what, the 17th century or whatever. They're a long time ago. They don't know. They're
And even
actually
they
really
barely a
confused.
thing.
They
yet.
figure it out eventually. They have it where there's looking in, but then they eventually too late. So even them,
He knows, but he
yeah.
just stands there. But it's okay. Don't worry, Deck will be okay because this is the part that I laughed at. This made me laugh.
The same. I consider this jumping the shark for this movie, this moment.
This is jumping the snake. True. So, he's got the plasma caster aimed at him, and he's just standing there like a moron. And she fires the plasma caster, and it sends that energy bolt towards Deck. But then, Squirt the eel leaps off his shoulder in front of Deck and sacrifices itself to save its new master.
It
And
tanks
he
the shot.
explodes in front of him.
Much
It really
like-
likes the shot. Get down, Mr. President.
Yeah. Oh my
It takes
God,
the
man.
bullet for Deck because it was a loyal brother in arms.
Hey, that
He
thing
fed him
feeds
some
me.
berries to the point where he's now ready to. It's a stupid movie.
Yeah, no, I think this might be the
there's-
stupidest thing that happens in the whole film because what the hell are you doing, Dan? What is this?
It was. I laughed out loud. I
Do you
actually
even-
laughed when this happened.
Do you even ask the question, like, why would the snake
Why would
know
it
what
do
is
this?
happening?
Why would Squirt the spray snake sacrifice its life to save?
I'm
its
going even
new
more
master
fundamental.
that-
How
that
can it
is- here
possibly
goes.
understand what is happening? A big ball of light is
Jumping
heading
away
toward,
from
and it's
the
like, I
fighters.
must sacrifice myself for my master. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. How does it even know those are the stakes?
It times it
Squirt
perfectly.
jumps. He jumps forward and he says, "Be good." and explodes.
Superman.
Because- He's super.
What a stupid
there's-
film.
And as there's even like sad music plays in the soundtrack
Yep.
as Squirt the
Emotional.
eel
They give
is
you the
sitting there on the
shot.
grass
a-
sizzling and smoking.
They commit a shot where Deck looks at the corpse and he's like, no.
Yeah, it's like,
It's so bad.
Predators have no friends, by the way.
Squirt.
He
Like,
likes
let's
the
just-
snake. He's
Yeah,
it's-
man. This guy, he made friends with a snake. He made friends with a robot.
He's been friends with it for like 2 minutes as well.
He made friends with legs.
Yeah, legs. fucking
Honestly, like
berry-
it almost would have made a bit more sense if the eel did that because he chucked a berry in the path of the plasma shot so that it would block it with the
Why did he
eel's
just
body.
would-
move
it
at
would make
that
sense.
point?
That would
Just
be a,
fucking
that would be a
move.
bad miss.
Yeah, you have legs. We established.
Well,
knows
I mean,
all
in
about
this universe,
legs.
people can't move laterally. Have you seen the film Prometheus?
I have. Very good.
Throne. Yeah, he did. He had a
film-
Charlie Throne moment.
Film that decanonized AVP.
The goo.
A boss fight continues. I say continues. It's barely started. One of the loader's arms is like a massive saw. I don't know. And it begins to fight Deck. And Deck's like, oh, I'm going to try to get you. But the loader swats him away and takes him out of the fight for a bit. Now, pause on the boss fight. It's really cool. Don't worry, we'll come back. Unfortunately, Squirt will remain deep fried and
Deceased.
very much perished. All right.
Even though you
Pour
probably
one
should just
out.
have him in a backpack. You can just get another one. You know, it wasn't hard to get
Yeah.
the first one.
He has to like holds up his finger and he runs off to get another.
Yeah, I
spray
mean,
snake
whatever.
thing. Yeah, they're expendable. So Thea, meanwhile, is trying to open the crate that has the callus trapped inside. And since Thea and Tessa have the same look and design, she puts on a Weyland-Yutani poncho and she goes over to the crate and tries to use the eye bioscanner on the crate to open it up. But it won't accept her eye scan. I guess the crate recognizes that this is not Tessa, this is Thea. Now, a synth, the last one, the last synth shows up and asks, "What are you doing?" And Thea turns over, right? She changes her little eye to match his Tessa's damaged eye, and she stands up and she's like, what are you doing here? I told you to get the Yautja. But the synth says, you told me to prepare the ship for launch in 20 minutes. And so she says, then what are you doing here? What are you doing here? I gave you an order. And it kind of looks like the synth suspects something is up. He actually cannot somehow tell the difference between Thea and Tessa. He
you
actually
would think
can't tell the difference.
They would very need to do that because that would be a problem that would come up all the time otherwise.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because they're supposed to work in tandem.
Like, how fucking
theory.
stupid. The one major issue you'd have by having two androids that are exactly the same is people would confuse them. And this movie says to us, yeah, that happens. It's like, what?
But it happens. Well, here's the thing. It happens not just to people like us because they're the same thing, but the synths it works on. However, the crate can tell the difference, but not the synth.
Yeah, that makes
Even though the
sense.
synths absolutely would be able to tell the difference, because even though they look the same, they don't actually look the same. They've got like different cuts and marks on their
Well,
faces.
she's wearing
So you
she's
figure
wearing a
And
raincoat.
surely
so you
since
can't see
seeing
that
You'd
it's
you'd
different
think they would
hair
just
with,
know as
there should
well.
be a
her
million
Just
things.
scanning
you
Yeah.
figure that there
ability
would
or
be a
network
way to
thing,
know.
whatever.
Yeah, seems pretty stupid.
so
but
stupid.
Okay, whatever.
But because the synth can't tell the difference, it looks like he's suspicious to and readies his weapon. But then he asks, "What should we do about the creature?" As he looks behind her, because Bud the space monkey has put on a Wayland Yutani poncho and has walked up to the pair on the ship. And it even does a comical little, like, when they look at it, the Bud the space monkey looks behind like they're looking at something else. Not as good as C-3PO does it, but yeah.
Do you know when
now,
you said Space Monkey put on the Wayland Yutani poncho? My brain
yeah, I said that's the sentence I said.
my brain
Yeah.
actually started coping, and it sent me images of Jesse the Body Ventura minigunning the shit out of a bunch of guys, and blood and guts just flying everywhere. Like, my brain was like, "It's okay, it's okay. Just
He's
think of
Jesse
this."
the Mind Ventura now, so
Mm.
you know, right?
he's a goddamn
God.
sexual tyrannosaur.
All painless.
That's right.
You kind of
So,
need a palate cleanser after this movie, like
just to
whether
be-
it's mental fantasy. An old
Oh,
theme, but like I get you.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the palate cleanser is the knowledge that we're almost at the end. But okay, so like I said, Bud the Space Monkey puts on the Wayland Yutani poncho, and then Thea tells the synth that he should listen to her. Listen to Bud the Space Monkey. And the synth inquisitively asks, "I should listen to her?" And Thea just slams his head against the crate and disables them, and
Yep.
that takes care of that.
What was the
This was
So
the
point?
part that reminded me
comedy
of
scene.
Obi-Wan as well, because like she effortlessly knocks an android's head against a like shipping container, and it immediately goes unconscious from head
No,
trauma.
the worst one is in Kenobi, where
Yeah,
stupid shit from Game of Thrones, like she
that- yeah.
taps the stormtrooper's helmet, and he just
that's what I
instantly-
mean. It
Yeah.
reminded me of that, because I'm just like, wait, why is the android even able to be knocked unconscious by mild head
Mhm.
trauma?
I guess
And if
he
you're gonna
breaks
just
his
do
in a
that, why
concussion?
even have the
Like-
scene? Just have her fucking do it immediately. Save us some time.
Well, why have the scene? Because it's like tonally, like Jaws, right? The masterpiece Jaws that inspired the tonality of this film. You're having a life and death struggle between Tessa and her mega boss loader and Dak, and this is moments after Squirt the snake has just sacrificed itself, and we had that sad moment. It's important that in the middle of that fight, we interject a completely unnecessary comedy scene. It's really important for the tonality of the film. You would understand this if you had media literacy. I think that's kind of the issue. So, it's just think about that for a while.
No.
So
That media literacy skill.
comedy bit aside, it was really hilarious, by the way. So back at the boss fight, Deck manages to like jump onto the cockpit of the loader to try and get to Tessa inside. And she asks Deck, "How does it feel to be hunted?" And he says, "You tell me." And then the
Oh.
Callus roars. It's been released from the crate and it pounces on the loader. Ah, boss fight phase 2. Holy shit balls. Jesus Christ.
They had a predator say, "You tell me."
Yeah, they sure did.
Yeah, but boy, what a line, though. That was so
Yeah.
badass. So she tries to saw through the Callus with the big saw, but it doesn't do anything because it's regenerative, and that just won't do anything. Probably essentially completely invulnerable by all of these relatively, straightforward means. But behind it on the loader, Deck's ripping out wires, and she's about to throw another cryo grenade on the Callisk. Oh no, that's super effective, as we have discovered. But before the cryo grenade can hit the Callisk and freeze him, he throws something and it knocks it out of the air, and he saves the Callisk from being frozen. Yeah, apes together strong. And so this allows Callisk to defeat her. He starts to fuck up the loader, and then in a single gulp, it eats Tessa right out of the cockpit. Just gulps her right up.
Like Lord
Felt
Farquaad.
immediately it's like, yeah, definitely not dead. That was way too quick. So she's gonna be in there
Obviously
and
not dead.
Yeah.
load it with the frozen thing. Clearly, like, yeah, no shit.
No, we're done. We won.
Yep. Movie over.
The-
Everything's
the, uh,
fine.
the-
wait. Oh yeah, never mind. Yeah, got her.
So you've got Deck, Thea, and Bud the Space Monkey. And the Callus walks up to the three, the clan. Oh, they're a team. And then touches foreheads with Bud, a mother and a child reunited, rescued by the Predator and Thea. And then Deck walks up to the Callus as well, and he too touches its face, and they press their foreheads together. It is a sweet and tender moment where they come together as a clan, as a team, with the evil vanquished.
I
Right?
fucking hate Disney.
Predator.
Fuck Disney. Fuck off.
them.
Stop it. It
Go
doesn't
away.
belong in a Predator movie. Get your claws off it. Go away. Leave. Stop it. Stop making movies. Stop it.
Please, please.
Okay, I'm gonna just play a certain scene on repeat while we talk about the rest of this.
Okay. I hope it's a. Is it a night? Oh,
It's my
yeah,
happy place.
I like it. That is. I mean, this is what Disney's doing to the franchise, so it checks out. They just send in all their goons, the writers and the directors, and they're just machine gunning the life that this franchise had in it.
Yeah.
Now,
No compromises
might-
at all. It's only PG because it's Android, so there's no blood, so they got away with it, even though it's absolutely as violent and hardcore as every other Predator movie.
No, this is not a time for cynicism. This is a sweet and tender emotional moment where
Oh, I was being
the
dead serious.
Predator Deck can. Oh, I thought you meant the
No,
something
I
else.
wasn't.
Oh,
I
yeah,
wasn't.
okay. No, yeah, no, carry on. You're fair. You're good. The moment is cut short when the Callus begins to freeze from the inside and explodes from a plasma caster bolt. Kaboom! Pieces go everywhere. Holy shit! Fuck! What just happened? Well, obviously it's because Tessa's alive. She's a synth. She got swallowed whole. She's obviously still functional in there. That's what's going to happen. I mean, pretty obviously that was going to happen.
I can't wait to see the lasting effects it has on the little baby because it's just seen its mum explode in front of it. That's got to be
Oh, it's
traumatic. It's
fucking
never going to
tragic.
recover.
The part of growing up is the understanding that one day you will have to see your mother be frozen and explode. It is an aspect of life that it's just the
Rite of
the
passage,
world.
really.
But if your mother is
Yeah,
a
really.
T1000, then she'll make it.
Yeah, she'll come back. She won't be the same, but
Be a
she'll
little
come back.
wonky for a couple
It's
days.
a little wonky. It's a little wonky.
A little wonky.
So she emerges looking a bit battered and scrunkly. She's kind of torn up a little bit as we see Bud is very sad that his mother has just exploded into pieces in front of her.
For like 5
now-
seconds.
They're like, "Oh, I'm so sad."
Anyways,
Now
that's pretty much it.
here's kind of a big issue. So what Tessa just did was in complete and total violation of Mother's orders to bring the specimen back to Weyland-Yutani. Uh-oh. Well, womp womp. I guess this isn't an issue, though.
I mean, I guess you could nick
Uh,
the baby version, but
Does
I
she
don't
even
think
know?
that was. I don't think so.
I don't think she knows. It's just a beast here. I mean, if Tessa doesn't know, I would assume, or if Thea didn't know, I assume Tessa wouldn't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess she also just has the capacity to directly violate Mother's, orders. She can just do that. She isn't stopped by programming. Whatever. Fuck it. Betrayed by my own sister, Tessa says, as she aims the plasma caster at Thea. But Thea says, "We're not sisters." And it is at this moment that Deck stabs Tessa in the neck from behind.
Obviously, why
and
did she not
disables
realize
her.
that there were why was she acting like they didn't exist anymore? Like as if they weren't
Yep.
just right there, right behind her.
I don't know.
It was epic.
Maybe
I
the
destroyed his trophy,
it was
therefore
epic.
he's not a threat anymore, I guess. I don't know.
peak fire. But yeah, it is at this point that Bud rips off Tessa's head and holds it aloft. Notably, the skull and the spine, he holds it aloft. Because Predator. Boom, there we go. He got her. Tessa has been discombobulated and destroyed and eviscerated, and she's no longer a something. So,
and I mean,
yeah.
like for those who think this isn't like the Marvel MCU version of Predator, is like even the death of the villain is undercut by a silly joke where the cute character goes,
Yep, Baby
while holding
Yoda
the
does
spine.
the Baby Yoda thing.
It's Marvel. They think it's the formula. They really think this is the solution, even with a Predator.
Bud and Deck, they touch their foreheads together. Another tender moment. Sweet. We've learned so much. We've come so far. Deck of the Yautja, says Thea. Not yet, he replies. And then we see the Yautja ship taking off and returning to the home world of Yautja Prime. Because
The
it's not
movie's
that
still
broken,
going.
really.
It's still
Yeah.
going, people. How is it even
Yeah,
possible?
we got to wrap everything up, man. We ain't done. No.
'Cause
Deck
I thought,
emerges.
we finish
Yeah.
and we'll save the father for the sequel. The sequel
You
will
would
be
think
they
so.
go
Ooh,
back to
yeah,
Yautja Prime,
surely.
and that's when they take on the father and the whole Predator clan, and that'll be a big action movie. That's what I thought was going to happen. But
The
no, no, no,
finale
no,
of
no.
the trilogy. You would really
This won't
think they
be
would
a
take their time with that, but no.
Oh, the
well,
sequel bait that we get makes way more sense even.
yeah, that's right. Deck emerges from the ship to confront his father as other Yautja watch from the, I don't know, clan, his clubhouse, wherever they live. You've come here for revenge, father asks. I have come for my cloak, Deck replies, and he tosses Tessa's android head at his father's feet and says, I have completed my hunt. This is my trophy. Obviously, this shouldn't really satisfy the father or impressive in any way.
like,
This is just like, what the fuck's this?
the funny thing is, like,
He's-
wait, he
the
had
other
no
thing.
context
Yeah,
behind
this is-
that. He's like, oh, wait, you were going for the Calisk, and this is what you brought, a metal head?
Yeah, what the fuck is this?
A metal
Yes.
woman head. It's like,
Yeah,
what-
it's not even a
They should've
man.
laughed
He didn't
at
even
him.
kill a man.
All three of them
Well,
should have just
no,
laughed at Deck. Like,
I
that's how this movie should have
Funny,
ended.
Metalhead is just reminding me of in Jack and Daxter, the Metalheads. They're pretty cool. I mean, if he got one of the Metalheads, it wouldn't be that impressive because Jack kills like 1,000 of them. But you know,
He went to
Jack.
the
So,
planet
Dad, you
and
don't
he
We
killed
all
a
understand.
token.
He was in
yeah,
a big
Naughty
metal power
Dog,
plant.
man. Oh, Naughty Dog's future is so exciting. I'm just reminded of God. Jack 2 is such a cool game. That game's great.
Yep.
Oh, look, there. They do have
Oh.
Look at them.
You know, Lord of the
look like
Rings is good
snobby.
too, and the original Star Wars. Shadow of
Well,
the Colossus was a
this-
good game.
They did shoot some of this
Alien.
film in New Zealand. So that's
Predator.
kind of like the Lord
Oh,
of the
it was New
Rings,
Zealand.
right?
Actually, I
Yeah.
kind of guessed that it might have been. But
The good stuff existed.
Yeah. Now, obviously, this shouldn't really be impressive or satisfy the father as like a trophy or anything. I don't know. It's kind of weird that he even bothered. But
it's
hey,
wild
father.
to think that Deck even thought that this would register with the father at all.
Yeah, I don't know if
He
he
might as well have just said,
like
"Yeah." I'm
really
here
thought
for
it was going to
revenge."
work.
Right.
Well, this is as strange as sending your son to go and kill like a lion, and he comes back with a cabbage. It's like I don't
Yeah.
know what to do with this. What do you mean?
I guess this is good for. I don't know. And also, just to be clear, chat, I'm not making this up as I go. This is the film.
Yeah.
Okay,
all of this stuff
so
happens.
I am not inventing these events. This is what happens. All right. Okay. I didn't write this. I don't make the news. I just report it. Now the father tells some other Yautja to kill Deck because Deck disgraces the clan, but Deck just sort of kills both of them really quickly and easily.
Yeah.
Okay. Then they have our real final boss fight. Our boss fight Mark 3 or 4. I guess it depends how you split them up. Real final boss fight duel. Deck and his father fight, and once again, father uses his cloak in the middle of the duel. We've already talked about that. I think that's some bitch behavior because
Fucking cheating.
like Deck doesn't even have one. He can't even use that as well. The idea that we're having a 1v1 honor duel. I'm just gonna turn invisible. Like okay. If it kind of defeats I think the spirit. I think that's against the spirit of the Yautja Codex. But
He
what do I
also
know?
sticks two of them on him first, which Deck just kills immediately, like without breaking a sweat.
Yeah, he just does it.
mentioned that. It's so brief, and it's like those should be his elite guard, and you would
Yeah.
think Deck, the runt of the litter, should not be able to even fuck with them, but they just skip his
And you
arc, and
think that
suddenly he's OP now. It's so
Even
lame.
if Deck is capable of that, why would that not make the father be like, "Oh shit"?
Yeah, would that not impress the
Like,
shit out of him? Oh, you are worth it.
Like,
He's
oh
still
wow,
your
look at you
son.
go.
Are you not a fucking character, or are you just this fucking? It's
like,
so
"Ah,
dumb.
but-
Well, he won't.
This
you
scene,
fall
Well, he
though.
won't be for long.
By this point
because-
in the movie, just like so zoned out. I thought I was dreaming. Like I can't believe we're doing it now. rather than saving this for like a trilogy or even like the next sequel or something. Just stitching it onto the end of the movie and having it make as little sense as it possibly could. Because there's like you haven't proven to me that Deck, because he killed Tessa, can now beat his father. Like, how did we get
Yeah, there
here?
hasn't been any display of him learning anything in terms of
No.
his actual combat skill. He hasn't been taught by the ancient master or honed his skill or meditated or learned to control his emotions or anything like that. He can just win now because it's the end of the film and we need to do the revenge so he's better than his father now. He
Yes, yeah,
couldn't beat Quay. Quay couldn't beat the father, so
he took out 5 or 6 androids before killing all the rest of them with one trap. So I guess that means he's trained.
that
He
he
killed a
must have leveled
bison.
up. He got a combo. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
He threw the sword
Tentacle
at
monster.
Bison.
Yeah, he
I
also got his
believe I'm
ass whooped by a
true.
plant at the beginning of the movie. Half a droid, so like we can't just skip those parts.
So when the father goes invisible with his cloak, he uses Deck uses his gauntlet to turn on the ship because he has control of the ship because he screamed Quay's name. Remember, and so he kicks up like on the thrusters on the ship, and they kind of kick up a bunch of dust, so he could sort of make out the outline, sort of his invisible opponent. And then they fight for just a few moments, and Deck cuts off his father's arm, and then he binds him up in the red electro rope prison thingies. And then he removes his father's helmet so he can look at him eye to eye. And his father says, "Perhaps the right son did survive. Yield now and take your place in the clan." But then Deck looks down and he says, "I already have a clan." And then Bud the space monkey comes in from behind and bites off the father's head.
I think what I
can't
enjoy
believe
about
it,
that
man.
is the fact that he's like, "Oh, you beat me? Yeah, yield and I'll help you." It's like, why? Like, why don't you just accept it's over, my man? Why would he yield to become part of your group? Why would you think that would work?
At this point, it makes him an idiot in his last line.
But it doesn't matter. I mean, he's dead. I mean, he only
Yeah.
said it
He's
so
dead.
that he could say that line about like, look, it's his new pack, his new wolf pack, wolves. Look at him go.
Yeah.
Wolves
Now
together strong.
Bud is considerably larger now. He is large as a fucking elephant. All right, he's huge. Bud has grown a lot, and not a lot of time, I suppose. But not only is Bud here, but Thea is here as well. She also emerges from the ship, or wherever she was standing off of the camera. Deck then takes the cloaking chip device from his father's gauntlet and he puts it into his own. And Thea says, "You finally earned that cloak, Deck of the Yachtja." Deck then glares menacingly at the camera. And then the credits begin to roll. No, bitch, one more scene.
5 seconds.
Psych!
Yeah.
Oh God.
That's right, one little bit more. They notice that a ship is beginning to approach them. And Thea asks, "New friends of yours?" And then Deck says, "No, it is my mother."
Which, like, I was just like, what?
Done.
Like, why? Why is that the sequel bait? It's like the mother isn't mentioned even one time, not as this
once.
great warrior that's even more fearsome than the father or anything like that. It's just like, what are we supposed to take from this? Is she going to show up and be like, "Hey, good job," or kill him? Like, what? What are we to feel? with this-
in the events of this film.
Yeah,
I just hope
I was so confused. I was just like, oh, like okay.
They should have been setting up the mother from the opening scene with the father and brother Quay. Like she should have been a part of that dynamic.
There's not even a
Why
line
though?
about it.
Because it
Oh, and
undercuts
just-
what the movie's supposed to be going for. The whole point was that the father is the thing to be overcome. The father is the symbol of like a toxic predator culture, and you can overcome it by forming a clan of your own and realizing that family is the thing that matters. And then the movie ends, and it's like, oh shit, no, the other part of the family's arrived. This is the worst thing that could have happened.
In-laws. Oh yeah, the
Yeah,
movie
I
is over,
mean-
by the way. The credits begin to roll proper. We're done.
Fucking finally. Holy crap, man.
Honestly, yeah. Again, like what Platoon said, "Oh, here's your movie. It's 98 minutes." I was like, "No, that's fucking
Is it,
bullshit."
though?
There's
It's-
no.
Yeah,
I know.
remember
Sometimes
checking.
I've got my VLC file still open from when I bought my movie ticket, and 138. It's like in the flesh, so to speak. This is a 98-minute movie.
Yeah, I don't
How
like
long
to
is the
check the
first
time
Predator? Let
code.
me check.
Shorter than that, I'm pretty sure.
Predator 1987 length.
I usually don't like to check the time code. Just trying to, because I want to know kind of like you can anticipate
Predator
things. that.
Predator
Fuck,
1987 is 1 hour and 48 minutes, so it's longer.
God, but it
What?
feels so
But it's
fast by
how it
comparison.
it feels like that thing fucking glides.
You get
Predator is not a long
you get 3
movie at all,
movies in the original Predator.
Yeah, you barely get one in this.
You get 2 in Predator 2, but oh, that's interesting. So Predator 2 is 1 minute longer than the first Predator. Basically
So
the
they're
same
both
time.
longer than this film. How did they? That's I can't believe that. Wow.
They must have used some Jamaican
Imagine.
voodoo, man.
Oh no, Big Willie.
No, this is
Big
the longest
Willie
Predator
casted a
movie.
spell on your franchise.
Like, time no longer
Oh.
matters. Time codes are irrelevant. This is the longest Predator anyway. I don't care. What
It
the
is in
time
my
codes say at
soul,
all.
and that's what
Yeah.
that's what fucking matters.
Dude, look how
Yeah.
cool this fucker looks, and they ruined it.
It is sad.
Oh, so fucking
You're not
cool.
missing much if you save the ticket price on this one, I guess is what we're saying.
Someone said I'm
So,
not complaining, but why are you playing Predator? And it's like,
because we like
know
to remember
why.
the good times. I'm nostalgic for a time that existed.
this is
before I
therapy for
existed.
me.
It's one of the
This is
best
what it
shots in
used to be.
sci-fi. Him looking around with the fucking.
Like
Soda
this
company.
film was considered like not that great when it came out. Like bear that in mind. Like
They
people
were
didn't think
wrong.
that this was like, well, they were wrong, but I feel like it speaks to the fact that there were definitely, like the fact that
The
this would be
standards
looked
were just
at.
perceived to be
This
super
could
high,
even
maybe.
be if this released today, it would be like, dude, that's like fucking awesome. Whereas back
Oh,
then,
yeah.
it was in a position where it could be sort of underestimated in a
Well,
sense because you were just getting better
legacy.
movies more reliably.
Yeah.
Just the legacy
Standards
of what
were
it
higher back
spawned. This
then.
was the first one. All of this happened because of this movie being so badass.
Yeah, it's not like it was ordained to be a franchise. Nothing was back then. Certainly not back in the 80s.
I watched Predator like 2 weeks ago or something, and just looking at these clips, I can fucking watch this bitch again right now. Compared to this
Oh,
stupid
it's so
movie,
easy to
I can watch
rewatch.
it again. Yeah,
Oh
it's
man, it was
popping
an
on.
easy watch. It was an easy watch. So, just out of curiosity, and we've kind of talked about it a little bit before. I was curious, like, when did what are people saying about this movie? And at least as far as Rotten Tomatoes is concerned, it is exceptionally well rated. At least as far as the beginning of our EFAP adventure goes, it was sitting at 96% on the popcorn meter, which is a fucking crime, and 85% from critics. Holy shit, that sucks. I hope it fails. I hope it crashes and burns. I hope a lesson is learned. And hope is the thing with wings, sure, but
The lesson that will be
jeez.
learned, the sort of the lingering, overarching sort of thought on this film will be, man, it was cool and everybody let it fail. So shut up about ever saying that you want good movies or something ridiculous like that.
I
Yeah.
saw, people, that thing about like there's multiple Halo games in the works or whatever, and plenty of people have said, "Holy fuck!" Like, "Oh god, oh no." There's like viral tweets being like, "Halo fans don't deserve new games." It's just like, technically,
No one deserves those games.
no one deserves that. Yeah,
I mean, in a sense, nobody
True.
deserves it. And on the one, yeah, and it's just so crazy that people keep saying that. Like, sorry, man, those old games are better than the newer ones. Obviously, everybody can see that. Even you can
there
tell
are many
that you
people
feel the same way.
who do not understand the idea of like they would be like, "Well, surely you'd want another Badlands rather than no more Predator, right?" Like,
No, I
no.
want it over.
the answer to that's no. It's always
I
no.
want it to be over. I just want it
They
to
don't
be
get
done.
it. These are people who are like, it's
I
obviously
mean,
better for more Predator,
I
even
would
if it's
love
bad.
the mercy. I would love the mercy of it being like with Tron, where it's over completely for these other franchises that I'm more
Yep.
attached to. I would
Yep.
love, because the problem is Terminator's going to come. They're all going to come.
It'll come back,
These
yeah.
franchises can't die.
It is,
unfortunately.
Yeah.
but there's a lot
even
of
if
people
it's
who
one
think that undeath is life.
Well, I think that's the thing. It's like the people who just say, "Oh, so you'd rather this franchise just die?" That like this, it fades into obscurity and no one ever talks about it again. It's like it can be 50 years between this and the next Predator movie. People are still going to be able to watch the original Predator. And find it good.
We have examples of franchises that haven't yet been pilfered and are doing just fine, like Back to the Future.
Back to the Future is the main
Yeah.
one, but they're coming for that event.
That's the thing
And
with the
people think
framing's
this
almost
understanding.
wrong.
Coming
It's not
back for
like,
Back
would
to
you
the
rather
Future.
these things die? These things are already dead. I just want them buried with some modicum of grace and
It's just the
respect
nerves
and
that
left.
make him look like they're moving. It's just
And-
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
gone.
Frankenstein in this
If
shit.
if
Bolts
TFA
electric
never
going
came
into him.
out, like, if The
That's
Force
because
Awakens
Disney's
never,
axe is lodged in its nervous system.
And
if
there's no
TFA never
amount of
came out and there
time-
was never any Star, would have been totally fine with the OT and the like, all
Well,
the other
that's the thing.
extended
Like, there's
universe.
no amount of time between a good movie and a potential bad sequel that could make that good movie any less immortal. Like stuff doesn't just die
Or
if
that
it's
bad
media
movie any more fucking necessary. Like the implication is like we gotta have a bad Predator eventually. We need some Predator. And it's like no.
No.
We need Predator regardless of context.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
people who
in,
just want another source of content. Just always have the fucking train of content train flowing. It doesn't really matter about the quality whatsoever.
And if you
It's just the worst way to approach it.
see the Dan Trachtenberg quote where he said, in regards to Predator purists criticizing this film, that he insists retreading and remaking the same thing over and over again is not what he wants to do, and risks always upset like people.
There's a way to take
I
risks
believe
with
him.
a franchise and still stay true to the spirit of it, even if you're doing much different things. And I don't think turning it into a PG-13 movie with a bunch of Marvel humor and cute sidekicks is like it's not what any Predator fan
Well,
would have ever wanted.
Sorry, what franchise is he even talking about retreading and remaking? There is no film with the Predator in it that is like a film before it with the Predator in it. They are all a calamity of
actually kind of a
differences.
Totally
wacky,
different
From the
Predator
kind of a
get-go.
wacky franchise
mean,
by comparison. You can say it's about Terminator. Terminator 3 is very much retreading on what was done before. But like Predator, it is a wacky franchise where no one film is like the other.
I guess
It's
the
arguably the
you
biggest
could say is
problem
that
with this series.
maybe Predators and Prey both involve like a forest of sorts, and
Oh
the
my
Predator
God,
hunting.
Yeah,
stop.
the biggest
forest.
similarity. That's pretty much
Like,
it.
People
is
think
the-
that's what it
also
is.
like-
People do think that's what it is. I was
Iconography,
slightly
yeah.
snarky on Twitter when like complimenting this movie for being a break with the stale old Predator because it's got all these brand new things like quips and merch characters. But there were like a non-trivial number of people will say something like okay, but you say you want just like a Predator movie with the Predator as this big awesome villain, but didn't we just get like the last 7 movies are basically like that? So this is trying to do something new and bold and innovative. It's like if you really think the last 7 Predator movies are like the original Predator movie, then you're just fucked in the brain. There's not much I
Yeah.
can do to help you.
They just group it all together. It's kind of what I mentioned at
Yeah.
the beginning about people treating Predator like it's Commando and just bunching it together in their head as an 80s Arnie action flick. They're all the same and ignoring what they actually achieved with Predator. I really feel like most people don't respect Predator. They just can see the design, they hear the roar, and they think it's a very simple, superficial thing, but it's extremely well written and very, very interesting. That's why we still show up for these things. They just don't get it.
Yeah, and
So I don't think the film's very good.
No.
yeah, I don't think any of us like
Yes.
it.
No.
Where does it
These some
rank?
tweaks.
Where do we
Pretty
think this one sits?
It's above the Predator.
Yeah,
Of course, that is
It's
that is
second
rock
worst.
bottom.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's worse than Prey.
It's the second worst.
yeah, no, it's
definitely
not
worse than
it's
Prey.
not better than any one other than the Predator.
It probably is worse than Predators.
Oh, 100%.
Probably. I'd have to
Not sure
rewatch
it's
that one.
100%. Predators, it's not. That's not a good movie.
It's pretty shit, man.
It's
It's
not
pretty
a-
shit.
It's
I
not a
don't
good
remember.
movie.
But I do remember that movie having much more respect for the Predators than this film did. Like Deck is like he's an abomination. I really hate that he even exists.
Yeah, he
So
sucks.
this
And I
is
mean,
definitely the
obviously,
second worst one.
because Predator is the best and Predator 2 is next. I would
Yeah.
say, and I feel like it's not
I
really.
And it's
think so.
probably
Yeah.
AVP
I don't think
after
it's very.
that.
And then AVP.
Yeah,
then
it's
probably
it is a
AVP.
gulf
Not even
between.
probably.
yeah.
No, it is AVP. AVP is the third best in this series.
What a franchise.
AVP.
What about AVP 2?
Making the
Where
climb
does that?
back up.
Oh, where does that?
I might have to
three?
watch AVP again.
'Cause then
Yeah,
it-
I
then
mean,
it
it's
probably
crazy how well that's in comparison how well that movie. Everyone would agree it's shit, but like the line for what is shit and what isn't has just changed so drastically. Where AVP is slowly climbing
Yeah,
down.
bad in 2003 or 4, whenever it came out, is different to bad now. That's what's
There are
happened.
there are
There's
things
interesting
in
things with
AVP that are
Requiem.
neat. There are.
Yeah.
They exist.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, there's some fun stuff in there.
Could you say that, because that's the other interesting thing about, this different quality about it. It might be recency bias, but could you say the same even of AVP Requiem? Like, I remember, I've not seen that one for a while. 'Cause
I
didn't
rewatched
include
them
that in
both.
my rewatch list.
Uh,
It's shit, I know that.
to talk about them with Dark Hour and AVP Requiem, I was reminded of how fucking terrible that movie is, truly. But AVP 1, I was kind of like, man, you gave it a shot. You really did. Like, look at you
I
go.
think I only
What I
saw
was leading
AVP
toward,
2.
though.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, just very quick. What I was leading toward, though, is that I think even in Requiem, and I think it even came up during the course of this stream, that there are one or two things in it you can say where, like, okay, the idea for this, even the delivery might have been shit, but the idea for this, there was worth to that, or like this very, very specific aspect of it was kind of cool, or it kind of worked. The rest of the movie's dog shit, but there's one or two little isolated
So-
bits of it where you can say, that's okay. Can you say the same thing of this movie, even?
If it
'Cause I'm
has
trying
one
to
good
think, is
scene,
there a
it's better.
single good thing about this movie that I could look at and say, that's okay? And I'm
I don't- yeah,
struggling to
'cause-
name one.
I don't think
scene.
I'm willing to give this film anything in terms of like an idea, because as far as I'm concerned, they didn't do the idea. What everybody meant
idea of
by
an
the
idea.
idea of what if the Predator is the protagonist of the story. That does not mean, what if we take the Predator, strip away a lot of the things that define that character to everybody, and his main arc is essentially abandoning what they're about to
Yeah.
create like a new identity for himself. What people meant when they said that they wanted to see a Predator protagonist story is like
The
the
Predator,
archetypal
yeah.
Predator, but from his perspective. One of
Yeah.
the movies that we've seen before, but from that guy's point of view. And that doesn't mean that you can't do things with it to further flesh out and develop like the lore of these characters. That's the expectation. But to just have it be like, well, we're gonna have it be generally a pretty generic action movie where they learn, friends, that's good. Like
And
I don't
just
even know why we would pretend that this is a particularly innovative story. It's
Well,
not.
I mean,
It simply
think of
is
how
not.
think of how easy it would be to make exactly that movie if the idea about this being the Predator in World War II was the idea. Like if it was just the Predator taking out a bunch of Nazis and the character that we followed was the Predator, I think most people would be on board for that.
Mhm. You could throw the
I'm-
Predator
I'm-
into
I'm
any
right
random
that-
time in history and have them
This film has the
to,
same
feudal
theme
Japan,
as
whatever you want.
this.
There's so many things you can do
This
with
film
it.
has the same theme as Predators. Friends, you got to work together. You know, it's the same
Yeah,
theme as
even though
that.
you're all killers, you gotta come together and be a team. Except for Topher Grace, stay away from that guy because he's
Well,
cynical.
I think that's another thing that's kind of, you can think about what Predator means and what it's about, and what the fact that the film ends with the protagonist of that film essentially stripping away all of the technology down to like a sort of base
Becoming a
humanity
primal hunter.
in order to defeat this monster from another world. There's a lot to think about there. How does this film make you like rethink anything about life? How is this how is this film gonna stick with you? What is this film saying where you're like, shit, man, never thought about it that way before. Damn, 5 years from now, I might think, oh man, Predator Badlands, yeah, that was a really meaningful story.
Oh, yeah, we'll
Not
talk
that
about
every
this
story
one.
needs to change your life, but I mean, a lot of people are talking about this film as if it's gonna change their life. I don't think it is.
There's plenty of movies that are like not even that good, or they're so that I can look back and think about. I mean, Color Out of Space, When Evil Lurks, the Empty Man. There's movies that are like they're not that good necessarily, or
Color Out
they're
of
okay
Space
or
is a weird
decent.
one.
And I'm like,
There's
yeah, I think
usually-
about that sometimes. I'll think back and be like, oh, that was a neat movie. I like the what they were doing there.
It's usually a tiny
Oh,
little
this,
nugget that you can compliment. But this movie's like devoid of that almost. Like the only thing I could
Well,
think of
Prey's
is
a good,
mention at the beginning.
example of that.
Yeah.
There's good stuff in Prey, and I just think about those parts, and the rest just slips away. But at least it's something that was in there that I liked.
Hmm.
It had some things.
Yeah, like even Kenobi had that one line. What does the
Even
force feel
Kenobi had one line. He says,
Yeah, one line. What does the force feel like? And when you're in the dark? And what does it feel like when you turn on the lights? Like something like that. Just describing what the force feels like. I'm like, that's something at least. Something you could think
Yeah.
of that's actually clever and sticks with you. And I could that's a line Kenobi would say. This movie doesn't have any of that. It's worthless. It's like that's what frustrated me when I was watching it. I'm like, man, this isn't even like Dominion or like Alien Earth, where it's so stupid that there's so much to talk about. It's just empty and boring and stupid, and like I know people are gonna defend this because there's just enough in here for people to like, headcanon the rest.
It's just a fun
It's
action movie. Stop thinking
an
about it.
action
It's
movie
fun.
about family and revenge and
Fun
redemption
action
and
movie.
finding
Stop
yourself.
thinking about it, but it's actually an 8 out of 10, and it's one of the best movies of the year. But it's a dumb
Yeah,
action
and
movie.
also-
Don't think about it. I'm tired of this
Yeah,
shit.
and also
I'm
media
over it.
literacy. Yeah.
I'm over it. I'm over the fact that people keep doing this with these terrible movies. They want to simultaneously pretend like it's just this, schlock that you're not meant to think about, while also talking about it like it's a revolutionary, amazing masterpiece. Pick
Can't
one.
have both. Can't have both. But they.
If I may, this is a positive take on the film that's been posted to the subreddit. In fact, I'm not going to read the whole thing,
Okay.
and it's probably not worth stopping me at any one of these points, all right? Because
Okay.
it's just
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna read just a paragraph.
Buckle up.
I've not watched Prey or AVP or Autism or any of the other stuff in the series. I've only watched the original and Badlands. The Predator in this movie is perfect. They did not make him weak or reliant or cringe. I could easily see him becoming the Predator from the original. His character stays solid the whole way, only his loyalties change for good reason. They make him more interesting by taking away the tactical and technical superiority. For the most part, his arsenal is limited to a sword and throwing knives. But eventually, he ends up learning and making the elements of his environment into crude analogs of a Predator's normal arsenal. He does not talk more than he needs to.
What? He lost to a plant 20 minutes in, you freak. What are you talking about?
Like it
None
goes
of
on,
that
but
is-
there's just
none
no
of
point
that is
reading anymore. The second it said like he is perfect in this movie, I was like, oh.
You made all that up, my dude. Like that's
This is a meme. This is a meme. This is a meme. This is
Like
we're
that's it is the
This
polar
is
opposite.
amazing.
Everything they've just
I guess
said.
he's correct
You wouldn't
about
shut
saying
the
he
fuck
uses
up?
the environment to create analogs for the Predator weapons, but it's like, how is that not stupid to you, though? How is that not insane that he has an eel which he turns into a plasma cannon?
Well, that part's good, but
Yeah.
That's unbelievably
That's
cringe.
a good
Like it's
That's a
just so
meme.
fucking lame.
That's definitely a meme.
And just so you know, there's a comment in this thread that says, I saw Drinker's video title before watching the movie and audibly groaned. Even worse now after watching the movie. It's
What
like,
What is
What's
the
his title?
of Drinkers?
I'm assuming he said it was shit, which would have been nice of him.
Or did he say it was
I'll take a
Disney? Which I mean, it is. Sorry, like I
It
mean, it is. It's
absolutely
very much
is.
It's a Disney Predator.
Yeah, it's called
What?
Disney Consumes Another Franchise. Correct.
Yeah,
There you go.
Yeah.
true, correct. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, you
even
can't
if
groan.
you
That's
liked it, it
true.
would
Disney
be hard to
acquired
argue
Fox.
against
They
that.
consumed it. They did. So it's just objectively true.
They
But
ate
it's
it
like,
and pooped it
like,
out.
Even like
Attic or,
assuming we didn't
object
even
that's
know that,
implied by
assuming we had
statement like
no
that.
assuming we had no idea that Fox had anything to do with Disney or that Disney owned the IP, even if it was made by an entirely different company, it would be impossible not to watch this movie and be like, okay, well, yeah, I mean, they're using Marvel humor and they're giving him wacky sidekicks
Grogu in it.
and a
It's
cute,
not
yeah,
their own
they give
Grogu.
It's Grogu. That's just the,
more like
like,
Brogu.
You can't
who,
even
like Grogu, is small and cute, but also super powerful, and you don't want to fuck with him, and he's eventually going to be the most powerful ally. It's like all of
It's the
that is
same
just like
formula.
pulled out of the Disney franchise reboot territory playbook.
same formula over and over again. And we knew with Wendy, as soon as we saw that, like we have a chick who's gonna have a pet xenomorph, and now we get this, where we get this fucking goofy relationship between whatever her face is, I can't even remember now, and Deck. It's just so lame. Why is this
There's
the
only 3
direction you wanna
characters.
go
So what do you
with?
mean?
Oh god, fucking terrible, terrible, terrible movie. Indefensible in my opinion, man. There's so many things we went through, from the grenade to every other fucking aspect of this movie. You have to jump the mental gymnastics you have to fucking leap through to make this a functional movie. You have to ignore
You
so
have to
much.
invent a different film, like we
Yeah,
often
Yeah.
do by accident
Yeah.
because of our jobs, and it's what help us stay sane and sharp. But you really do have to kind of just invent a different film for this one to make sense.
But even when you do that, it's gonna be entertaining because you're using the established rules. You're trying to play canon, like what should be done here, like based on what we have to work with. They just fucking throw a bunch of shit on the board and see what sticks. And if you don't like it, fuck off. It was supposed to be bad. I hate this shit. This movie really annoyed me more than I thought it would.
And it's
Yeah,
just that wheel
I've-
fucking
It felt
turning.
empty.
Every spoke is a different franchise, and it's like, that's the Predator one. We'll come back to you in a few years. Thanks. Bye. You know,
Good
Alien
friend
had its
Predator is
turn
here once
semi-recently.
again.
Terminator is a curious one because it got its weird anime TV show, which I think I'm probably the only person here who watched.
I saw it. It is not good.
It's not
and
good.
I generally like anime.
And yeah, Terminator will get its chance again someday. I think that they're panicking because they don't know how to make a Terminator film without Arnie, which he's probably not bothering anymore, I'd imagine, with how old he's gotten. Though he's got his Fubar TV show, I think, it's on season 3. Still making that.
Oh, hey.
And the Arnold Netflix documentary is very good. Go watch that. Don't watch any new
it is a good
Terminators.
Is it? I love Arnie. I just want to see because, like,
Very
for me,
good.
Oh yeah, if you like
I,
Arnie, you should watch the shit out of that. It's excellent.
because for me it's both. It's like I love him from his bodybuilding days. I love his effect he's had
You should
powerlifting, and I
definitely
love
watch
it
it then.
from yeah, and I love him for the movies too. So he's just had such an interesting career. It's just yeah, he's awesome, man.
Well,
Arnold is
I
just
stand by. I think
I like his tax reform.
I think his best performance is probably in Predator.
I think I really like Dutch. I think he does a great job. Extremely underrated. But I
love
also
him
think
in
him in T2 is like fantastic. He doesn't get enough credit for that.
Well, yeah, T2
He's great
is one of the ones that could compete with it, but I would say, like Kindergarten Cop or Jingle All the Way or fucking Batman and Robin or
Batman and Robin.
even Total Recall to an extent. Like those are I love his acting in those, but Predator to me is like where he's borderline like, man, you're just doing good acting. Like you're actually
He's acting.
He is a good actor.
He's doing good in Predator. He really nails Dutch in terms of the control. And one of my favorite things about Dutch is him realistically never losing his cool in a way where he's not just like, oh, I'm cool action guy, I can never be afraid. It's believable the composure that he has while everyone else is trying to figure things out. I really like how stoic he is, and like even when like he tries to figure out why didn't he kill her, why isn't she bleeding, why didn't he, like just trying to use logic rather than just getting frustrated in the situations. Like Arnie really does a good job as Dutch. He doesn't get enough credit.
Well,
But same thing goes for T2. Like the amount of people who say he's just robotic, that's why it works.
Oh yeah,
Nah,
I would definitely
Tony-
defend him
Tony
on that one. I wouldn't let it be
He's
said
great.
that he's only good because it's a robotic role. It's like, nah, he's doing more than that.
Why? Like doing those scenes with John Connor, the whole back and forth, like that's my favorite element of the movie.
Because you
Watch,
told me
like
to.
it's so
Yeah.
like the scene where he almost kills those guys because John just fucking around is one of my favorite fucking movie scenes ever because it just escalates so
I
quick.
mean,
Like,
dude,
whoa,
I know
would've
now
done
why
the
you
exact
cry
same
wouldn't
thing.
work if he wasn't pulling it off.
Exactly. Yeah.
You gotta
it's
thread the
phenomenal.
needle on that.
There's just the right amount of emotion that it doesn't seem like he turned into a totally different organism to deliver that line, but also there's something there. Yeah. I know now why
he's
you
telling
cry.
us that after
Very
watching
So
this movie.
good. It's so good. This is how you do androids, robots, or whatever. Like, actually pay attention to the premise. Not like this chick. She honestly will go down as one of my least favorite robot characters ever. She sucked, horribly written, unbelievably annoying, horrible effect on the plot. It's just she's worthless. Just delete her from the movie, and it functions significantly better, even with just boring ass deck. I really think it would.
Well, if we're deleting her, may as well delete him as well.
Not that I like him, but I if it was Deck, I was saying this to who I was talking. I think I was talking to Cynic. Like I would have been happy to not happy, but I would have been okay with watching Deck trying to find water and trying to figure out like which plants to use, which animals to avoid. No dialogue, just like a survival like situation with a
Yeah,
predator.
Samurai
That
Jack
would have been
style.
way
like,
more
with just
interesting.
Back
than
to
the
hardly
plot.
any dialogue,
Samurai
and it's
Jack.
just like
Jack.
all visual storytelling of like us just going through the predator trying to figure out this planet and take down its most powerful animal. It would have been pretty cool.
If
But I guess you can't have
mean-
it as second monitor content once it hits Disney Plus, so that's probably why there had to be tons of talking in it constantly.
maybe it will hit Disney Plus sooner than you think. Who knows? I
Yeah,
guess
probably.
because it only has come out, so we'll see.
Well, thank
we'll see how it
goodness
does, but
they're experimenting.
Huh.
You wouldn't want to retread, so good stuff, Dan.
nope, we wouldn't want to retread. Strike out into new uncharted territory with the Predator franchise. Breathe new life into
Oh,
it.
we did get confirmation that not that this is a surprise to anybody, but I consider it another spoke on the wheel. The Jurassic 7, or whatever the fuck it's going to be called, that's on the way.
Yeah, same cast pretty much. It's got Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, we're going to continue the retarded Rex story. We're going to get him back.
Yes,
She
That's
did
a good-
cannot
fucking
wait to
nothing in
learn.
that movie.
The first
Owned it
thing
in.
about those characters, having seen one entire movie about them, and I know nothing about them, so maybe the next one will, start doing the work.
She tried to have like a little character boat, but that's all they did. It just like that's about it. That movie was like shockingly empty.
At least I did see someone actually sent me this a moment ago, so it kind of does allow us to have a bit of a high note. And
Okay.
it certainly makes me a
Oh,
bit
yeah, yeah.
happy, and has nothing to do with anything related to what we're talking about. But fuck this movie, I'm done talking about it. I never want to think about this film again. But yeah, there we go. At least so shine a little ray of light. I hope.
Yeah, for those at home who do not
lives.
know, the good news, Funko has admitted it might not survive another year. The
Oh my god, so
pinnacle,
GameStop's going under
iconic
too, then?
representation of unbridled fucking hedonistic consumerism.
Yeah.
Down with you, please.
Cheap, soulless, aesthetically hideous toys are going away, apparently.
I've never seen one that looked good. They're all shit.
There's like,
I'll
be
I have
nice
the
and
only
say,
two good ones.
there's some or whatever. I kind of hate the design philosophy about it.
Well, if they're out there, I haven't seen them. I just don't think like when you compare it to NECA and all the high quality.
Oh yeah, no comparison at
one?
all.
Yeah.
They're a lot more expensive though. Like NECA, like even the higher end
spell
ones,
that?
like first four figures.
NECA, like my figure in my back entire neck, they get the
Figures.
details down to like Freddy's face. It's like it's so fantastic. NECA figures are great.
Oh wow!
Now, I will
Especially
admit,
NECA
Yeah,
horror
these do look. These
I
look good,
picked
yeah.
this one up because my local store was shutting down and I wanted to buy something. And they had this on clearance, so I was like, oh, I'll get that. That's kind of fun.
Okay, no, that's
Okay.
solid.
Yeah,
probably
that
the
breaks
best
the
one I've seen.
mold. Yeah, that breaks the mold. So
That was
yeah.
great. It doesn't even like I wouldn't even initially to shake
Well,
that. That looks great.
The soulless black eye is actually green and it actually suits the thing, so it's like that part doesn't damage as much. And then it's like, yeah, this is a bit more involved, isn't it? So it's like,
yeah, there's
it's all
something
right.
going on there. It's not just a different face design on the same basic figure that has like its own a unique body shape.
Yeah, this is kind of what I think about in terms of like there are some Funkos that are not as cringe as the others.
Definitely, there's
But
a few
by
that
and large, on the whole,
On the
consumerist
whole,
trash for the most part. Yeah. Well,
well,
I'm done.
indeed.
So I guess get your deck Funko Pop while you can.
Well, it's just
Might
to
be the
clear
way
it
is
up
there a deck
because
Funko Pop?
some people
Probably.
I did see some people come in here and there. Just want to make sure this question is answered. They're asking if we recommend this movie. I'm personally going to say no. I know that you guys
No.
might disagree. I don't know if it's
Oh my
fair.
goodness!
I'm at hard no.
guys. Oh no. So there is a deck Funko Pop.
I knew it. See, like
So not only is it a deck Funko Pop, but deck comes with a friend.
Which one is it? Bud or is it Elle Fanning?
Oh Jesus Christ, Decketh Bud, like great.
I mean, it could be Elle
That's what
Fanning
we
on
need.
his back.
She's probably got her
Yeah,
own
exactly.
Funko Pop.
This is
Yeah,
another
she
really,
gets her
really good
legs on
example. If you
Her
remove the
legs-
words
her legs
Predator
are
and
full.
Badlands,
Legs.
The
The
figurine better be
DLC.
half off.
Oh man.
I mean, for me, socks are half off.
See,
And that
go
I
go
get
from
two-
that to
two
like some
sets,
proper
whatever.
NECA figures. It's just so much better.
Yo, yeah, those look
Compared to the
good.
details, it's just way better. And look at Artie's expression there. Look at Artie's expression looking over at the thing. Like it's so great. It just you can't get that with Funko Pops. I don't know. NECA is one of the best.
Well, hey man, Hot Toys as well, but then we're getting into categories
Yeah,
of
price
finance that are a bit
territory.
like
Yeah, it gets nuts. It gets a little
Funko
crazy
Pops are
doing
like $5. Like these are like 400.
If I want to go to Hot Toys, let me look up. Let me go to shop and check out. Maybe they got a Predator one. I could take a look at. Let's see, Predator.
for Funko Pop, or are you
Um,
looking at something else?
Hot Toys. Yeah, these are like $300 and stuff, but 400. Some are
Yeah,
thousands, but
yeah,
Well,
I
yeah,
was-
when you get to the
I
best,
was thinking
the
they
best
look
of the Hot Toys
good.
stuff,
Oh,
you
yeah.
could shoot,
Oh,
and
yeah.
people might believe you've got the fucking actual like suit, like it's an Iron Man or something. Hot Toys quality
Jeez,
gets
these
to
look
be
good.
insane. Yeah, they are
Insane.
insane.
Man, yeah, this is
Yeah.
wild. Yeah, once I get, once I, yeah,
They have one of
sponsors,
the zombie
contact me
Iron
so I can
Man
pay.
from which
They have a Deck
which
and Theo
Spider-Man
one.
movie was it?
That's the one I've got. Is the Far From Home Iron Man.
Because it's such a cool little bit of imagery of Iron Man. Like
Oh, he
I'm
looks
glad
awesome.
they captured it. Yeah, and that's the cool thing about figures. They will give you a look that just occurred on screen for like 5 seconds. But if it's iconic enough, they'll make a toy out of it.
The wonderful thing about figures. Yeah, they have some for Deck and Thea. Yeah,
No, that's better than a Funko.
it looks
Instantly.
better than the film.
Uh,
Oh,
and he's
look,
less
Bud's
cringe,
down there. Look, a little Bud down there. You can get, and it's only
Man.
it's only $255. If you got to pre-order it. It doesn't. It'll ship. Expected to ship October to December of 2026. By then, your love or even remembering you purchased this figurine will have long subsided.
Yeah, actually, I got a Metroid Prime Samus statue that I pre-ordered like a year and a half ago, and it still hasn't shown up.
Yes, Gary and Az have an army of these things.
Yeah, they've probably been doing this for
You're
years,
talking about
man.
it.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of them,
It's
but
a
my
fun
Metroid video did pretty well. So
Do
I
they
was
have
like,
a Gary
Samus
Busey
actually
one?
makes sense.
It's a fun collection, man. It's a fun thing to do over time. Try to collect them, get good deals.
All those poor Funko
Yeah.
Pop fans who've collected their respective armies about to come to an end, huh? After all this time.
That's a
Have some
shame.
Halo ones. Yo,
Ooh,
they got
that
some
Iron
Halo
Man
ones.
looks good, man. That Iron Man looks awesome.
Well,
Man, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff here. I'd rather shop for things I won't buy than talk about Predator Badlands anymore.
Yeah.
and we don't have to.
We
We've
don't-
done it. We've completed the trial.
Yay! That's
It is-
right.
Hooray.
The
done.
credits have rolled. It's behind us. It's a thing in the past.
But before we head out, why don't we ask our wonderful guests, first being Mr. Brooks here, what he's up to and where they can find him, those in chat who are listening right
Oh God, I fucking hate this movie. I'm probably gonna be fucking terrible, and it pisses me off. I just want to figure out exactly what I want on it. I every Monday you can catch me on Beast Up on Jenny Brooks YouTube. And if anyone hasn't seen it, check out my Alien Earth video. It's been a month since that show came out, but I think I did a really really good job in particular breaking down why it's fucking garbage directly in comparison to Alien and seeing all the elements that make the scenes work function well. So check that out if anyone hasn't. And until then, just wait for me to make something on this. I'm so frustrated with this movie in particular when I thought I wasn't going to feel anything. I just thought it was going to be one I just brush over. But I love the Predator. I love the idea behind screwing it up. So I'm going to figure something out for a video on this for sure.
Alrighty, beautiful. And Mark, what about yourself?
Hello, I did not like this movie at all, and I don't think you should see it. And I guess you can find me in about 13 hours? Yeah, about 13 hours talking about Ninja Gaiden 4 on Metal Commander's channel, where I co-host the show Forge.
Did you make him play that? Is that why? What's happened? How did this come to be?
Is that why he raped
I mean,
himself?
I guess
Are you
well, to be fair,
responsible?
I didn't make him play it on hard mode.
I didn't make him rape himself. I
Fucking
swear.
raped myself.
Well, no, like I guess I sort of did make him play it because I said like, yeah, we should do a Forge on this one because Ninja Gaiden's good. and, like, we
Liar.
should play the newest game. I did not make him choose hard mode. I did play hard mode myself and can confirm you will die a lot on hard mode in that game. It
Yeah,
is
for noobs, I
pretty
guess.
tough. It's
Yeah, I guess if you're bad, you'll die a lot. That's true.
I mean, maybe, but like I would say, I've fiddled around with normal mode a bit since, and it's shocking how much less punishing it is on normal difficulty than hard. They really crank the numbers up for the hard mode there, and it's not even the highest difficulty. You unlock Master Ninja after that, and that's like any random enemy will kill you in 2 hits. And there's lots of attacks being thrown at you constantly in this game, so. Yeah, we'll discuss it in depth tomorrow, though, at 11 a.m. Eastern on Metal Commander's channel.
Wow, beautiful. Gonna hang on one sec.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I just fucking
All right.
absolutely fucking
We also had a really big
raped
discussion
myself.
I wanted to play the
What?
clip
Cut out?
audio. That's why I said wait. I want to chat to hear him say it.
Oh,
That's all.
Fair.
It's just so funny. Anyway, so that's great. All right, Fringy, Rags, Platoon, what are you guys up to?
I was
working.
working on stuff. It'll be out when it's out. Hopefully soon. Just got things lined up. I gotta work harder to get my hot toys, my upcoming addiction fed. So yeah, gotta those Deck and Thea and Bud the Space Monkey figurines won't pay for themselves. True. There's a
Okay.
Yeah,
cat in
I
here, right? I'm not insane. There was a
I
there's
thought
a
I heard a
cat?
mew.
I heard a cat as well. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah,
making
that's
sure.
me.
I'm just making
My
sure.
bad. Yeah,
I've
go
got a
on.
growling
No, that's
dog.
fine. I just wanted to make
it's
sure
fine.
that
I
I
like
was.
hearing it.
No,
It was
yeah, I
just
just
for a second there. I
yeah,
was like,
you're
wait,
good.
hold on.
Yeah,
you
I
doing
just
okay, baby?
instinctively like say hello to animals. I just want to make sure I hadn't accidentally taken LSD.
I think JoJo's sleepy.
Nice.
I could have had
I'm
like a cat dog argument live on stream. That would have been fun.
Yeah.
never a fan of that show. Really, I never really cared for Cat Dog.
Didn't really catch on.
Cat
It
dog.
wasn't a thing.
Cat
Cat
dog.
dog. Some cat dog.
Hi, JoJo. Now
Speaking
she's
of things that didn't catch on, yeah, I've got a little Shelby Oaks
I'm-
video that was out
Oh!
just before this came live. So yeah, that's there, and I'm now going to go and sleep and eat for the first time in 20 hours because I'm looking forward to that. And after I've done that, if I'm still pissed off because too many people seem to be having fun with Predator Badlands and fun isn't allowed, I might do a small video on that as well.
Excellent. Beautiful. Yes, and people are like, wait, what's happening with Shelby Oaks Free Fab? It's like, well, so what I understand, it is the 11th of November is when it comes out on digital. I did have a little search.
Remembrance Day.
Digital, yeah.
But maybe that's bullshit, because now I'm thinking about it, and it's like, they wouldn't do that, would they? Or would they?
Maybe they would.
Maybe they would.
Yeah. I don't know
Well,
how long they expect it
Shelby
to be in
Oaks
theaters.
streaming.
Veterans Day for you guys. Oh, well, by you guys, I guess I mean the Americans, and that's
No, it's-
only
it's-
released, I
Y'all.
suppose.
Yeah, y'all.
I guess it's just
Americans and
they
rat.
might-
Wait, Americans
Hey,
and
yeah.
rats. What do you?
In the UK, it's Remembrance Day as well. It's the same as it is in Canada, right? For
Oh,
November
yes,
11th.
you're right. Right. Because that'll be Remembrance Day, the 11th of November.
Well, that's what it says. It'll be available via Plex on November 11th, so who knows what'll happen. We might just do something for it once we get a good old streamable version. We're excited, Christopher. You're going to check it out. It's going to be great.
This is a
right.
spoiler.
Yeah.
It is like a more enjoyable watch, genuinely, than Predator Badlands is, though. So there is that.
It's okay, JoJo.
It's true. I hope.
Fair enough. Yeah, in other news, I guess just everything is expected. Real BBC on Tuesday, Open Bar on Thursday, and then EFAP again next Saturday. I don't really know what to do in terms of updates at this point, because I've already said 29th is when I'm dropping the video. I've also said that
All right.
whether or not I'm able to finish it by that moment, you'll be getting at least part 1 of 2. But I'm very much, I'm crunching. I'm very much hoping to get it finished by then. And I'll even say, I was going to say tentative, but I'm pretty sure locked in. It's not only the 29th, but the, I think 1 p.m. GMT is when it will start. And that'll just, if you are British, that will
It'll
take
last
you
the rest of the day.
Yeah, it'll probably outlast your staying awake time, even if you were to wake up as it began. So
Yeah, if you're weak.
it's on the way. It's
I once
coming.
stayed up for 8 hours for an EF. So
Yeah, we're just under 3 weeks from now, and it'll be going out. So I best get going. Also, Monday I'm gonna probably stream some more Look Outside just to chill out, which will be another.
It's be a pretty cool game.
I do kind of love it. It's probably my game of the year, which is crazy because I thought Blueprints would be game of the year for me. But Look Outside, I've just fallen in love with it.
Yeah.
It's a fun old game. But yes, that's about it. So thanks for joining us. What a great movie.
That's right. Yeah. What a good stuff. It's all uphill from here. So
It sure is.
There you go. Another franchise in capable hands.
Yeah. Can't wait to see what's next.
Okay,
Shit
bye.
happens. Later, everybody. Bye.
Goodbye. See you later.
JoJo.